Oh no, my husband is back. Hearing the panicked shout of the beautiful, completely naked married woman before him, Chu Fan jolted and sprang up from the bed. Wait sis, didn't you say you were single? What good is saying that now? Hurry, hide out on the balcony. Are you kidding me? This is the 38th floor. If he finds us, he'll beat us to death. I forgot to tell you he's in the underworld. Hearing this, Chu Fan cursed inwardly in utter disbelief. He was merely a clerk at a blind box shop earning 3,000 yuan a month. Earlier that day, a glamorous rich woman had walked into the store. She looked to be in her 30s, yet was impeccably maintained. Her voluptuous figure and fair, delicate skin made Chu Fan fall for her at a single glance. He swore to Kuan that he absolutely was not coveting the gleaming Mercedes key she was holding. As for Chu Fan himself, he was just past 20, handsome and quick-witted. In no time, his playful banter had the rich woman utterly delighted. Little handsome guy, want to come to my place to play a little game? I'll show you something fun. Chu Fan froze, then burst into inward ecstasy. His luck had finally turned. He was about to latch onto a rich woman's golden thigh. If he could coax this rich woman into happiness with nothing but his slick tongue, he could skip 30 years of struggle. Thus, Chu Fan successfully got into the Mercedes and followed her home. What he had not expected was that he would muddle his way into becoming the other man. This was utterly ridiculous. The knocking on the door grew more and more urgent. Chu Fan could no longer care about anything else. Cursing his rotten luck, not even having time to put on clothes, he clambered out onto the balcony and stepped onto the air conditioner unit outside. The wind on the 38th floor was strong, making Chu Fan sway precariously. Mom, there's an uncle standing outside. Child, don't look randomly, you'll get eye troubles. On the 37th floor, a woman covered her child's eyes, staring at Chu Fan without blinking before spitting in contempt. But Chu Fan had no time to care, for he heard the rich woman's voice from inside the apartment. Honey, why did you come back so early today? A rough voice replied. Damn it, what took you so long? Why are you naked in the middle of the day? Oh, I just finished showering and haven't had time to get dressed. Nonsense. This room reeks of something strange. You take me for a fool. Where did you hide him? On the balcony, isn't he? The young woman grew flustered and hurriedly protested. There's no such thing, honey. Don't let your thoughts run wild. As she spoke, the curtains were suddenly yanked open. A black-faced, furious man with glaring eyes appeared before Chu Fan, the tattoos on his arms especially striking. Chu Fan gave an awkward little wave. Hi, hello. If I say I'm here delivering blind boxes, would you believe me? I'll believe your damned ghost. I'm going to kill you, you predaboy punk. With that, the man reached out, grabbing toward Chu Fan. Panicking, Chu Fan dodged on instinct. A harsh screech rang out. One of the screws on the air conditioner unit had suddenly come loose, and the entire unit tilted to one side. For crying out loud. Who did this shoddy death trap construction? I'm going to file a complaint. Before he could finish the curse, his footing slipped, failing to grab hold of anything. Chu Fan plunged from the air conditioner unit into the void below. Under the horrified gazes of the black-faced man and the glamorous young wife, Chu Fan began a freefall from the 38th floor. Welcome to the global survival game. Current number of players 6. 587 billion. Please note, the moment you arrive here, your original bodies have already died. Therefore, if you die in this game, you will truly vanish from existence. The rules of the game are as follows. 1. This is a planet dozens of times larger than Blue Star, with 90% of its surface covered by ocean. 2. Once the game officially begins, players will be randomly matched into teams. Initial team size is 2. 3. On the surface of the sea, you can obtain various resources, food and fresh water, but you will also face all kinds of dangers. 4. Please strive to upgrade your ships. They are the foundation of your survival. 5. Various special characters or events may randomly appear on the sea, some beneficial, some harmful. Learn to distinguish them. 6. For a better gaming experience, the first 3 days will serve as a novice protection period. After 3 days, you will face true crisis. When the voice faded, the utterly bewildered Chu Fan awoke, torn between despair and delight. He was glad that after falling from the 38th floor, he was somehow still alive. Yet he was also dismayed that the fall had actually hurled him into another world, and into such a bizarre game at that. Damn it, there's no going back. Chu Fan stood up and realized he was on a wooden raft built from round logs. The raft was about 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, with a white stone stele standing upright in the center. All around stretched an endless expanse of seawater. Fortunately, the sea looked very calm, with only a faint breeze. Aside from that, there was only an ordinary-looking wooden or lying on the raft. Chu Fan turned his attention to the stone stele. On its surface, a blue panel was clearly visible, upon which several buttons were displayed. They were World Channel, Area Channel, Trading Hall, Synthesis Platform, Warehouse, Ship Information, Personal Panel, Mailbox, and Team Information. When he opened the chat room, it was already in an uproar. What the hell is this? I'm going to be late for work. Damn it, I had just called number 88. How did I end up here? Damn, I was just chasing some predaboy homewrecker. How did I end up here? Luckily, that pretty boy fell off the building. Any beauties nearby? Let's team up. I want a handsome guy. You people upstairs are really love-struck idiots, still thinking about handsome guys at a time like this. I'm different. Give me a guy who's 185 meters with an 8-pack. After reading for a while, Chu Fan confirmed that everyone was as confused about their situation as he was joking around in the chat, just to seek a bit of comfort. Helplessly, Chu Fan shook his head and let out a long breath. Damn, following a rich woman really does save you decades of hard work. You skip straight to the end. Life really is like a giant blind box. You never know what you're going to get. Ding. Keyword detected. Subject has comprehended the great Tao of life. System binding conditions fulfilled. Congratulations. You have obtained the Myriad Worlds blind box system. Detecting current world information. System is adapting. Adaptation complete. For every day you survive in this world, you will receive 1 blind box from the Myriad Worlds. For every female teammate you successfully win over, the number of blind boxes you receive each day will increase by 1. Opening blind boxes may yield food, resources, items, skills, and other goods. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a personal infinite inventory. Ding. Host has successfully bound to the system. 3 blind boxes have been gifted. Please claim them promptly. Host, please do your best to survive in this world. The sudden synthetic electronic voice left Chu Fan stunned once more. A moment later, he was overwhelmed with ecstasy. A system? He actually had a system. So those online novels hadn't been lying, as such things really existed. And it was even a blind box system he was most familiar with. But what did it mean to win over female teammates? Was it encouraging him to become a playboy of the seas? Still, for surviving at sea, being a so-called king of the sea didn't sound so bad. One way or another, this round was looking extremely promising. Just as he was about to claim the 3 blind boxes, the voice in the void echoed again. Now the game officially begins. Team matchmaking father wouldn't be too much. However, taking everything out, as the voice fell silent, a cluster of white light appeared before Chu Fan. When the glow dissipated, a human figure stood before him. As the white light finally dispersed, Chu Fan could at last see the person's face clearly. With just one glance, he had never imagined that the teammate matched to him would be a foreign woman with golden hair and blue eyes, her figure voluptuous, and her looks absolutely stunning. She was dressed in a black leather outfit, her cheeks flushed as if she had fainted. Perhaps it was too hot. The zipper of her jacket had been pulled down by nearly a third, revealing a deep cleavage. Her abundant chest lifted the leather jacket higher, while her round peach-like hips were wrapped in tight leather pants that traced out an alluring curve. Staring at the foreign woman before him, with her finely sculpted features and fair skin, Chu Fan could not help but swallow instinctively. Such an impressive figure. Surely she had to be at least in a cup. Then he suddenly recalled the system's requirements. This was practically the perfect female teammate. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt something appear around his wrist. Looking down, he saw a band-like device materializing there. A mechanical voice proclaimed that the team had been formed and that all members would receive an instant bracelet. Everything that could be seen in the stone steel would now be accessible through the bracelet. As the voice faded, the stone steel in the center of the raft slowly dissolved into nothingness. Chu Fan understood that the bracelet had replaced the steel. This was actually better. The information was more convenient to access, and having a stone pillar standing in the middle of the boat had always been rather cumbersome. Glancing at the unconscious woman lying nearby, he noticed that a similar bracelet had appeared on her right wrist as well. At that moment, the regional channel button on his bracelet lit up. It seemed that once the team formation was complete, the regional channel officially opened. Chu Fan tapped it, and the display showed a participant count of 10000 out of 10000. The channel was already boiling over with chatter. Someone was boasting that he had been matched with a female teacher from an island nation and was rushing off to enjoy himself. Another complained that his match was a fat man with a square face and a full beard, while yet another screamed for help, claiming a man from a certain South Asian country had appeared on his boat. A reply came from the very man being complained about, and another message threatened a certain pretty boy. Reading this, Chu Fan's mouth twitched. It felt as though that guy hunting for a pretty boy was aiming for him. Fortunately, his luck had been good. He had not run into that troublemaker and had instead been matched with a top-tier foreign beauty. Seeing that she still lay unconscious, Chu Fan abandoned any thought of taking advantage and instead took out the 3 blind boxes he had just obtained. The 3 blind boxes were made of some unknown material, perfectly square, and at first glance there was nothing remarkable about them. Without hesitation, Chu Fan opened one of them. A crisp notification sounded congratulating the host on obtaining 999 cases of baby haha bottled water. It turned out to be mineral water, and in such an enormous quantity. Chu Fan was overjoyed. No matter the circumstances, fresh water was always the most crucial resource. It was said that a person could survive 7 days without food, but at most 3 days without water. Now he almost no longer had to worry about it. The open blind box dissolved into a stream of light and vanished into the air. Steadying his thoughts, Chu Fan opened the second box. Another notification announced that he had obtained a harpoon modeled after that of the Sea King. A golden harpoon appeared before him. The harpoon's design was elegant, and it looked extremely sturdy with 3 prongs identical to the one used by the Sea King in the movies. Yet Chu Fan instinctively thought of Yuan Hua. The harpoon had come at precisely the right time. It could be used both to catch fish and as a weapon for self-defense. Holding the harpoon in his hand, Chu Fan felt an immediate surge of security. After laying it down, he opened the final blind box. The notification declared that he had obtained a full case of condoms. Hearing this, Chu Fan was completely... How had he drawn such an item? And an entire case at that. Opening it, he found 35 boxes inside, each containing 20 pieces. In other words, he had just obtained 700 little umbrellas. Chu Fan could only exclaim in disbelief. Taking out one box, he saw the words "Made in China" printed on it, and could not help thinking that this might as well be a specialty from his homeland. Just then the foreign beauty who had kept her eyes closed finally woke up. She shook her head, braced herself against the raft to sit up, and immediately witnessed a bizarre scene. An Eastern man, completely naked, stood on the raft holding a box of condoms in his hand, staring straight at her. She blurted out in accented speech, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Perhaps because of the game's rules, their communication was perfectly smooth, as if mediated by simultaneous interpretation. Seeing her awake, Chu Fan's mind slipped, and he blurted out a single word in response. The foreign woman clearly did not understand the joke, her beautiful eyes wide as she stared at the handsome man before her. "Are you my teammate?" she asked. She added that she had not expected him to be quite so good-looking, but wondered aloud why he was bare-bottomed. Chu Fan froze, instinctively lowering his head, only then realizing that he was completely naked. He suddenly remembered that he had arrived in this world without a stitch of clothing and felt acutely embarrassed. Hurriedly tossing the box of condoms aside, Chu Fan explained, "Don't misunderstand. I happened to be taking a bath when I was transported here, so..." The woman nodded, then asked with interest, "Isn't it said that Eastern men are all very small? How is it that you..." Her words pricked his pride, and he immediately corrected her, saying that she must be referring to men from certain other countries. Men of the Long Kingdom were all towering and upright. The woman nodded and introduced herself. "We're teammates now. Let me introduce myself. I'm Barbara, a doctor." Hearing that she was a doctor, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. In this kind of environment, the profession of doctor was truly invaluable. "Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Fan, a fish pond owner," he replied. Just then Chu Fan noticed a wooden chest drifting toward them in the distance. It must be one of the resource crates mentioned in the game rules. He wanted to stand up, but considering his indecent state, he found it hard to bring himself to move. While he hesitated, Barbara seemed to sense his embarrassment. "Listen, Chu Fan," she said, "we're teammates now, struggling to survive on the same boat. Survival is what matters most. Everything else is unimportant." After a brief pause, she added, "If you feel it's unfair, then I'll just take everything off too." With that, she directly pulled down the zipper of her jacket. In an instant, her ample chest bounced free. "My God," Chu Fan breathed, utterly stunned. It was as if Barbara were tempting him to skip class altogether. Looking at the enchanting figure before him, adorned only in a bra, Chu Fan quickly said, "There's no need for that if you do this. This woman's figure truly is breathtaking. If she keeps flaunting it in front of him, his second brother will be in for a hard time." Barbara naturally noticed Chu Fan's reaction and let out a delicate laugh. "Chu Fan, the reason I've done this is because it's simply too hot. Haven't you noticed how fierce the sun is getting?" Upon hearing Barbara's words, Chu Fan realized that the sun indeed felt much more scorching than before. If Barbara continued to wear that leather outfit, she might soon suffer from heat stroke. That said, Chu Fan was still taken aback by her boldness. Barbara then continued, "Besides, isn't it all about gender equality these days? If you can go bare, why can't I? Moreover, I'm not completely undressed, I still have my underwear on." Chu Fan couldn't help but admire her confidence. Indeed, she spoke as if it made perfect sense. Unlike some little fairies back home, who only preach gender equality when it benefits them. As for that bra, it's just a small piece of cloth barely covering anything. While they were talking, the box floated up to the raft. Chu Fan no longer hesitated, standing up to pull the wooden box closer with a harpoon, then directly embraced it. Barbara moved closer as well. This was the first supply box they encountered, and both were curious about its contents. With them so close, Chu Fan could smell Barbara's scent, momentarily lost in thought. "Quick, let's see what's inside," Barbara urged from the side. Chu Fan steadied his mind and hurriedly opened the wooden box. Supply box successfully opened. Obtained fishing net 1, wood 5, rye bread 2, drinking water 500 ml 2. Ship information updated, please check. Ship ordinary wooden raft. Size 4M 2M. Upgrade options. 1. Increase area requires wood 10, iron 10 per square 2. Add a canopy requires wood 10, leather 10. 3. Upgrade to an ordinary small boat requires wood 200. Opening the storage, he found everything they just obtained inside. As for the items Chu Fan had collected besides the small umbrella left on the raft, the rest were in the system space. After all, this was Chu Fan's trump card, and it was better not to expose it easily before he and Barbara became fully acquainted. At that moment, he recalled that there seemed to be a synthesis station on the panel. Opening the synthesis station on the wristband, he saw that it had two main functions. The first function was synthesis A. As long as the corresponding materials were provided, specific items could be synthesized. However, the prerequisite was that you must have the blueprints. Great, another thing that won't be of use in a short time. The second function was decomposition, which could break down unwanted items into materials. This one was quite good. Chu Fan glanced at the wooden box left over from earlier and chose to decompose it. Detected wooden box 1 can obtain wood 1. Do you want to decompose? Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he quickly chose yes. A flash of white light passed, and the wooden box vanished while the amount of wood in the storage increased from 5 to 6. Barbara, the size of the raft is now sufficient. Let's see if we can get some leather to make a canopy, otherwise this sun is unbearable. Barbara quickly nodded in agreement. Thus Chu Fan picked up the oar and began to row. Waiting in place for a resource box to float by was not a good idea. Sure enough, after 10 minutes, they salvaged a second supply box. Supply box opened successfully, obtained wood 5, iron 1, hemp rope 5. Wooden box decomposition successful, obtained wood 1. However, as time passed, the weather became increasing. Just when Chu Fan felt so hot that he wanted to jump into the water, he suddenly felt a wave of coolness. Looking up, he saw that Barbara had propped her leather jacket and pants open with a stick forming a makeshift umbrella. At that moment, Barbara held this handmade leather umbrella over their heads, allowing Chu Fan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on the raft, Barbara watched Chu Fan sweat profusely. Those arms full of muscle along with his broad shoulders and athletic waist captivated her for a moment. This man truly has charisma. To be honest, Chu Fan was indeed very handsome, or else he wouldn't have caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Chu Fan, let me take over for you. Chu Fan did not stop rowing and asked, can you? Don't underestimate me. I've been working out for years. Since Chu Fan also felt a bit tired, he nodded and said, all right, you take over and call me if you get tired. They switched places with Chu Fan sitting behind to shield Barbara from the sun. Unexpectedly from the back, she was also a stunner. Her perfectly rounded rear end was undeniable, and her curvaceous waist was simply enchanting. Just as Chu Fan was lost in admiration, Barbara reminded him, Chu Fan, there's a wooden box up ahead, but it seems to be on an island. Hearing this, Chu Fan stood up to look ahead. Indeed, about 50 meters away, a deserted island appeared on the surface of the water. This deserted island was not large, measuring only about 30 to 40 square meters, and was predominantly a bluish-gray color. In the middle of the island, there was a wooden box sitting on it. All right, let's go take a look. Barbara maneuvered the raft towards the island, and Chu Fan jumped up with the harpoon in hand. To prevent the raft from drifting away, Barbara stayed behind. Stepping onto solid ground again felt truly peculiar. Chu Fan walked gently to the wooden box. Although it had appeared on land with a 3-day protection period, he hesitated not and directly opened the box. It's actually empty. This time the wristband did not provide any prompts as there were no items obtained from it. This left Chu Fan a bit disappointed, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Wait, there's something inside. He saw a semi-transparent orb lying within the box. Chu Fan took the orb out, studying it for a long time, but couldn't discern what it was. The wristband provided no hints indicating it couldn't be decomposed. After recycling the wooden box into one wood, Chu Fan prepared to leave the deserted island. However, the next moment, he suddenly fell to the ground. The deserted island actually began to move. Barbara exclaimed, having seen it too. The entire island suddenly shook as if there was an earthquake. Then the entire island suddenly sank, and Chu Fan found himself plunged into the water. When he resurfaced, he felt a small hand grab him. Quick, get up. It was Barbara's voice. Without hesitation, Chu Fan quickly pulled himself onto the raft, but before he could say anything, he suddenly felt a shadow overhead. Oh my gosh! Barbara exclaimed, staring intently at something behind Chu Fan. Instantly, he tensed up, turning his head to look, and was left utterly stunned. Chu Fan turned around and finally saw the true face of this desolate island. It turned out to be a massive whale, and the land was merely its body. In the eyes of Chu Fan and Barbara, that gigantic body resembled a small mountain. The whale seemed quite displeased by the disturbance, leaping high into the air before crashing down heavily, creating a tremendous wave. Chu Fan was quick-witted and swiftly gathered everything from the raft into the storage. He then leaped forward, landing directly on Barbara, gripping the gaps in the raft tightly with both hands. With great effort, they managed to prevent themselves from being tossed off. Fortunately, the whale seemed to harbor no ill intentions, perhaps constrained by a 3-day protection period. After circling a few times on the water's surface, it completely vanished into the vast sea. Only then did both of them breathe a sigh of relief, but soon they sensed an awkwardness in the air. Chu Fan was still completely naked while Barbara had nothing on but a bra and panties. The appearance of the two was such that one could easily mistake them for playing cards. Feeling the warmth of Barbara's body, Chu Fan was instantly enchanted. Barbara immediately sensed it and teased, "Hey Chu Fan, you're not being honest." Chu Fan did not hide it and softly replied, "You smell so good. Are you planning to stay on top of me like this?" Chu Fan chuckled and deliberately sniffed again before reluctantly getting off Barbara. Barbara sat up and looked at Chu Fan's strong physique, unconsciously swallowing hard. "Did you just stick out? That's nonsense. What are you talking about?" Saying this, Chu Fan took out the pearl he had just obtained from the box. Women were most interested in such pearls, and sure enough the topic was immediately shifted. Barbara held the pearl in her hands, shining it under the sun, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. "So beautiful," she exclaimed. "Do you like it? Then I'll give it to you." "Really? You're so nice." "It's nothing, but if you really want to thank me, let me touch your chest." Barbara pushed her chest forward. "Come on, feel free to touch." This left Chu Fan flustered. He had only been joking, not expecting this bold woman to take it seriously. Barbara laughed heartily and continued, "You scared me earlier, but luckily you reacted quickly." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "Yes, it seems we need to gather resources quickly. This little raft is still too fragile." Barbara nodded in agreement, but quickly added, "Chu Fan am both hungry and thirsty. Unfortunately, we only have 2 bottles of water. We must conserve it." Chu Fan happened to feel a bit hungry as well, so he took out the 2 small bread rolls and 2 bottles of water from the storage. "At this point, let's eat first. We can discuss other matters later." After paddling for a while, Chu Fan was indeed very hungry and finished the bread in just a few bites. The bread had no flavor and was quite dry, so he tilted his head back and gulped down a bottle of water, letting out a long sigh. Barbara had only taken 2 bites of her bread when she saw that Chu Fan had already finished. After hesitating for a moment, she tore half of her bread and handed it over. "I can't finish this, so we'll share half with you." Chu Fan was taken aback, then felt warmth in his heart. This teammate of his was indeed quite nice. However, he shook his head and smiled. "No need, him full. He'll eat yours next time." Barbara was taken aback before laughing. "Chu Fan, do you really like me? You wouldn't just be after my body, would you?" Chu Fan replied with a smile, "What's the difference? Desiring your body is the same as liking you, right?" Barbara was momentarily speechless. There seemed to be some logic to his words, and she found herself unable to retort. She then smiled and said, "You're very straightforward. Ooh, I like your straightforwardness." Chu Fan thought to himself, straightforwardness is certain, but whether it's pure or not is another matter. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chu Fan took the wooden paddle out of the storage and continued to paddle. Seeing that Barbara had only drunk a quarter of her water, he carefully put it away. "You're only drinking that little water. Isn't it insufficient?" Barbara said seriously, "We only have this much water left. We must conserve it." Chu Fan chuckled, "Don't worry about the water, I'll handle that." However, Barbara placed the water into the storage and pointed to the ocean ahead, saying, "There's a box ahead." Chu Fan followed her direction and indeed saw a box floating on the surface of the sea about 30 meters away. After paddling the raft over, Chu Fan retrieved the box. Successfully opened the supply box with tin, leather too. An afternoon quickly passed, and by evening the two had salvaged a total of 4 boxes. Opening the storage, they counted the current supplies. After a day's effort, they had collected with 30 bread 2, rope 5, a fishing net 1, a leather 2, and more than half a bottle of mineral water iron 5. The half bottle of mineral water was what Barbara had left over from lunch. They hadn't found any more water that afternoon. Chu Fan felt a sense of urgency. This was still during the newbie protection period. Once that was over, obtaining resources would likely become even more difficult. It seemed they needed to develop quickly. Moreover, the weather today was nice, but if they encountered scorching sun or torrential rain later, lacking a place to shield from the wind and rain would be a serious problem. They wanted to add a canopy to the raft. They had enough wood, but still needed a lot more leather. After clearing everything, the two of them opened their wristbands in perfect harmony. Everyone in the regional channel was basically in the same situation. They could find resources to varying degrees, but one thing was the same. That was a lack of water. "Is there any gentleman willing to share some water with us? We can meet up to return the favor. Trump, whoever shares some water with me can be my vice president." One user, named Long Gu, then added, "Give me a bottle of water, and he'll tell you the bloody tale of capturing a pretty boy." Barbara also saw these messages, and a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. They too had only half a bottle of water left. If Chu Fan asked her for some, would she give it or not? But Chu Fan had no idea what this woman was thinking. He opened the trading platform to see if he could trade for some leather. It was very quiet here. It seemed that on the first day, everyone had no excess supplies for trade. Nevertheless, he still sent out the trading information. "Looking to purchase leather can exchange for fresh water. Interested parties, please message me." After doing this, he took out the last 2 small bread rolls. "Let's eat something." Barbara silently sat down and said softly, "Chu Fan, we're running out of food, especially water. We only have this much left." But the next second, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, revealing a look of disbelief. Wang Defa. Barbara opened her mouth wide, staring at Chu Fan. She saw him wave his hand, and countless bottles of mineral water suddenly appeared in front of him, neatly arranged on the wooden raft. Before she could react, Chu Fan waved his hand again, and those waters vanished once more. Barbara even doubted whether she was seeing things, but when she saw Chu Fan conjure a bottle of water again and open the cap to drink, she confirmed she wasn't mistaken. Wang Defa. Chu Fan, do you have this much water? How did you do it? Chu Fan smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that. Oh, I simply have plenty of water. I got it. Chinese Kung Fu. I've heard that you people from Long Country have mastered things we don't know about. Chu Fan laughed heartily, not bothering to explain. It was best if she thought so. Barbara took a deep breath, unscrewed the cap of her mineral water, and drank it all in one go. She then patted her white chest and exclaimed, I'm so thirsty. You should have mentioned you had so much water. Chu Fan felt embarrassed upon hearing this. What did she mean by saying he had so much water? It sounded so awkward. Wait, you need to understand that I have plenty of water, but that has nothing to do with you. Chu Fan said with a serious expression. Barbara was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Aren't we teammates? Chu Fan replied matter-of-factly. Yes, we're teammates, so we split the things we salvage. However, this water is not something we salvaged, and I have no obligation to share it with you, do I? Although she was reluctant to admit it, Barbara knew Chu Fan was right. At that moment, she regretted finishing all this annoying guy. He was just fine with her earlier. Why was he suddenly so stingy? It wasn't that Chu Fan was intentionally being stingy, rather he had his own motives. Firstly, the system required him to charm women to gain more rewards, and Barbara was a good candidate. Secondly, this wasn't Earth anymore, it was a survival situation. He couldn't bind himself with the previous etiquette. Barbara thought for a moment and said, Chu Fan, you're right. You have no obligation to share your things with me, but you can propose conditions. Chu Fan grinned and said, there is a way. As long as you become my woman, you can share everything of mine. Barbara was taken aback by this and opened her mouth to say, are you serious? Deep down, she didn't actually dislike Chu Fan, or in fact, she quite liked him. Moreover, she was very clear that from the moment she boarded this ship, she would be with this man, perhaps even until death. Therefore, some matters were unavoidable. However, this was a bit sudden, and she could only say, I need to think about it. Chu Fan shrugged and placed a bottle of water in front of her. All right, let me know when you've considered it. If you agree, this bottle of water will be yours. After saying this, he lay down ready to rest for a while. Chu Fan placed his hands under his head, gazing at the starry sky, feeling contemplative. He wondered if anyone in his previous world would care about his disappearance. As the gentle sound of the waves surrounded him, Chu Fan's thoughts drifted, and before long, he fell into a drowsy sleep. After finally managing to swallow a piece of dry bread, Barbara felt incredibly thirsty. Looking at the closed-eyed Chu Fan beside her, she fell into deep thought. Though she came from the beautiful country, she wasn't the type of girl who would be reckless. Thus, even at 19 years old, she was still single. This was nearly impossible in the beautiful country. It was simply because she had fallen off her motorcycle on her way to work and woke up here. She knew she couldn't go back for now, so her first consideration was how to survive. And at present, the only person she could rely on was Chu Fan. Thinking this way, she finally made up her mind and reached for the bottle of water on the raft. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Raising his head, he saw a scene that made his blood rush. In the night, Barbara's remaining 2 pieces of clothing had long since vanished, and the 2 of them were truly facing each other without any barriers. Her fair skin was bathed in moonlight, resembling a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, beautiful, and Chu Fan felt his throat dry up instantly, and he managed to utter, Barbara, you. Barbara shot him a glare and softly asked, do I look good? Chu Fan nodded with difficulty, swallowing hard, and said, you look good, extremely good. Then he pulled Barbara into his embrace. An hour later, Chu Fan held Barbara contentedly. Darling, you're really amazing. Of course, don't worry, you won't suffer following me. At this moment, Chu Fan couldn't help but admire the system's foresight in preparing a small umbrella in advance. In such circumstances, causing a tragedy would not be a good idea. Darling, I just broke a sweater, I want to wash up. Do you want to join me? Barbara looked at Chu Fan with seductive eyes. Sure, I'll help you scrub your back. Barbara raised an eyebrow and asked, scrub your back? What's that? Chu Fan suddenly remembered that foreigners might not have the concept of scrubbing. Just as he was about to explain, the system issued a notification. Ding, the host successfully survived for a day and successfully charmed a female teammate. Blind box quantity 1. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 blind boxes stored in the system space. Overjoyed, Chu Fan knew these blind boxes were his greatest reliance for survival. So he directly opened one blind box in his mind. Ding, blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 sets of custom fun outfits, the same as the Sea King Hex Deck waterproof suits. Hearing the long name of the clothing, which sounded impressive, Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly checked in. This outfit is made of Hextech high-tech materials perfectly adaptable to the wearer's body shape, waterproof and breathable, with heat resistance and cold protection effects. Special note, wearing this outfit will reduce the chance of being attacked by aquatic creatures and significantly increase movement speed in water. Chu Fan was overjoyed this outfit came just in time. He quickly took one out from the space and put it on in front of Barbara's incredulous eyes. In the next second, the outfit automatically shaped itself, fitting perfectly to Chu Fan's body. It even accentuated the contours of his chest and abs, making him appear exceptionally imposing. Indeed, it was custom fun, where he wondered what Barbara would look like in it. Barbara's mouth dropped open, her movements to wash completely halted. Chu Fan chuckled and took out another item, handing it to Barbara. "Aren't you feeling too hot in that leather jacket? Wear this instead." Moments later, Barbara donned the new outfit, causing Chu Fan's eyes to brighten. This is even better than the Sea Queen in the movies. As soon as Barbara put on the outfit, it began to mold itself to her figure, as if it were tailor-made. The teal outer garment shimmered under the moonlight, resembling scales that emitted a cold glow. This aspect was also very similar to the appearance in the film, reminiscent of the legendary scales of the Azure Dragon. Her long, slender legs radiated a deadly allure. What thrilled Chu Fan the most was the peach-like roundness of her hips. The curves of her body seemed to whisper a single word: perfect. Her golden curly hair glimmered against her fair skin and in the moonlight as if it were glowing. "This outfit is amazing, but feels so comfortable," Barbara exclaimed, admiring her reflection. Why is the zipper placed here?" Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl sure knows how to have fun. Could this possibly be a product from the capital of pleasure, Yungo? The two of them tried on their new clothes for a while and found that they were neither too cold nor too hot, but rather very comfortable. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Barbara, I'm glad you made the right choice. As a reward for you, I allow you to open a mystery box." With a wave of his hand, another mystery box appeared before them. "What's inside this?" Barbara looked curiously at the box that had appeared. "I don't know what's inside, but it must be useful to us, so I'm giving this surprise to you. Go ahead and open it." This was also a chance for Chu Fan to try something new. First, he wanted to see if others could open this mystery box. Secondly, everyone who plays with mystery boxes knows that some people are just incredibly lucky. Although Barbara wasn't European, she was still Caucasian, and perhaps she would bring some surprises. Indeed, women love unboxing no matter which country they're from. Barbara excitedly brought the mystery box closer and opened it under Chu Fan's encouraging gaze. Ding! Mystery box opened successfully. "Congratulations, you have obtained an automatic resource collector." As the announcement ended, both of them were momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Chu Fan hurriedly checked the instructions for the newly obtained automatic resource collector in the system. Automatic resource collector automatically detects and locks onto resources within a 100-meter radius, issuing alerts. When within 10 meters of the target, it can automatically retrieve the items. Place this collector at the bow of the ship for automatic installation. Note, if the ship has autonomous navigation capabilities, this collector can generate navigation, and the host can choose to automatically head towards the target direction. After the ship is upgraded, the collector will automatically adjust its position. While this is impressive, truly a stroke of luck. Chu Fan didn't expect that Barbara would get such a good item on her first attempt at a mystery box. "Darling, I didn't expect your luck to be so good to have gotten such a great item." Barbara blushed at Chu Fan's comment. Next, Chu Fan extracted the collector and went to one end of the raft to choose to install it. Moments later, a collector resembling a workstation appeared at the bow, exuding a metallic sheen. The collector stood about 1.2 meters tall and was just over a meter wide, taking up half the width of the bow. The two of them approached and touched the material, confirming it was indeed made of metal. The top of the collector featured a large LCD display that showed the conditions of the sea within 100 meters. System: can this thing work without electricity? Ding! The collector operates on solar energy. One full charge lasts for 10 days. As long as it is exposed to sunlight for 4 hours each day, it can be used without worry. I see. Chu Fan finally felt relieved. Just then, the collector emitted a sound. Resources detected 50 meters to the left, navigation route generated. Hearing this voice, the two looked at the display screen and indeed saw a light point slowly moving in the upper left corner. Chu Fan was overjoyed and picked up an oar to row toward the light point. When he was about 10 meters away, the collector shot out a rope with a grabbing head, which directly seized the resource box and dragged it onto the ship. Awesome. The two were thrilled. This thing was incredibly useful. The efficiency of locating resource boxes had multiplied several times. More importantly, with this collector, the efficiency of searching for resource boxes would greatly increase. After all, in the vast ocean, relying solely on human eyesight makes it easy to miss things. Ding! Resource box opened successfully. Obtained leather 2, special item seawater separator blueprint. Chu Fan was taken aback, not expecting to receive a blueprint. Taking out the so-called blueprint, the two of them began to study it together. Seawater separator. Level 1 can separate 1 liter of seawater at once, yielding 30 grams of salt and 500 milliliters of fresh water. With the appearance of the blueprint, the synthesis station on their wristbands also lit up. They saw that the Level 1 seawater separator was now available for synthesis. Level 1 seawater separator required materials: iron 10, copper 5, charcoal 10, plastic 10. Goodness, the required materials are quite a lot. Currently, they only had 5 units of iron and nothing else at all. Charcoal could likely be obtained by burning wood, but they had no means to start a fire. They hadn't seen any other resources either. It's tough. It seems this item won't be usable for a while. They already have 4 units of leather, but need 6 more. Hopefully there will be gains tomorrow. After all this fuss, both of them felt a bit tired. Barbara, let's rest for now. We need to continue searching for resources tomorrow. Okay, darling, I'm listening to you. After saying this, they embraced and fell asleep. 5 minutes later, Barbara blushed and said, Darling, didn't you say we were going to sleep? As the sun rose once more, Chu Fan gently awakened Barbara, who was nestled in his arms. Her physique was remarkably resilient. Despite the considerable physical exertion from yesterday, she appeared completely unfazed. Darling, did you know there's a game in the Dragon Kingdom featuring a hero that shares your name? Oh really? Is this game fun? Of course it's fun. It's the most entertaining game in the world. By the way, let me teach you one of her classic lines, Barbara charge. Barbara practiced it twice and got the hang of it quite well. Chu Fan chuckled, whispering a few words into Barbara gave Chu Fan a playful tap on the shoulder, shooting him a sideways glance. You naughty boy. After a bit of playful banter, they rinsed their mouths with water and prepared to have breakfast. In the late hours of the previous night, the automated resource collector had retrieved 2 supply boxes yielding 10 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of copper. Chu Fan opened the warehouse and recounted the supplies once again. Wood 42, hemp rope 5, fishing net 1, a leather 6, iron 5, copper 1. Upon opening the wristband, Chu Fan was taken aback by the flood of private messages. Big shot, how much water do you have? Can you spare me some? Brother, I don't have leather, but I have black silk. Can I trade it for some water? I am the mayor of Dongjiang City, young comrade. If you have extra water, you should hand it over to the Organization for Unified Distribution. You must prioritize the greater good. So hurry up and give me your excess water. Long good kid, are you Chu Fan? How come your name matches the ID I found in my wife's shirt? Speak quickly, are you the pretty boy my wife was looking for? Chu Fan felt a surge of frustration as he sifted through these messages in search of the trade information he desired. Meanwhile, Barbara chuckled. Chu Fan, check the world channel. We've become famous. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan curiously opened the world channel and indeed discovered that everyone was discussing something. Sea King, is that the name you came up with? Chu Fan noticed his name had appeared alongside the label Sea King. The team information had names for their teams, but Chu Fan hadn't thought of a name, so he left it unchanged. Given the circumstances, it seemed likely that Barbara had named it. You look at our outfits, and your harpoon, isn't this just like the Sea King? In the words of your Dragon Kingdom, it's quite imposing. Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, inwardly realizing that this girl surely didn't know that in the Dragon Kingdom, Sea King had another connotation. However, the name Sea King wasn't bad at all, considering his goal was to become a true Sea King. Currently, the world channel was abuzz with discussions about the Sea King. Wait a minute, dude, whose ship is the Sea King? How can they trade water so quickly? Isn't this cheating? I spent the entire day yesterday without finding a drop of fresh water. I strongly suggest the captain of the Sea King share their experience. At this point, Chu Fan also noticed a pattern. The world channel could only display team names, not the names of the members. However, the regional channel displayed both the team names and the names of each member. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed his inbox flashing again. Upon opening it, he found a friend request from Long Go. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Fan accepted the request. Soon Long Go sent a message. Dude, be honest with me, are you the pretty boy who fell from the 38th floor? Chu Fan pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to deny it, Long Go sent another message. I have a feeling it must be you because I've spotted many familiar faces in this regional channel. I didn't add you to cause trouble. Oh, I just wanted to tell you that I never intended for you to die. Honestly, that woman has deceived me before. I've wanted to break up with her for a long time. I initially brought you in to pull you back. Seeing that the other party had said this much, Chu Fan felt he couldn't keep it hidden any longer. Long Go, I'm sorry. That day she deceived me into thinking she was single. I truly didn't know you two weren't divorced yet. Long Go, so it really is you, brother, huh? You don't need to explain who I know what kind of person she is. Don't worry, how it's all in the past. That woman doesn't even know who she's ended up with. That wretched woman must certainly be unable to resist loneliness. Chu Fan thought for a moment, selected 5 bottles of water, and hit send. Long Go, you're a straightforward person, and I won't beat around the bush. This water is a small token of my appreciation. Wow, dude, you're amazing. So much water. No wonder you're my kindred spirit. Chu Fan felt a wave of confusion. Oh, what exactly is this spirit you speak of? Long Go continued. Brother, you're also a straightforward person. I won't be polite and just short on water. However, I won't take your water for free. I have a few pieces of leather I won't be using for now. I'll give them to you. At that point, a confirmation box popped up on the screen. User Dajaheo Long Go wants to trade you 5 pieces of leather. Trade content none. Chu Fan hurriedly replied. Long Go, how do you have so much leather? If you give it all to me, won't you run out? Hehe, I Long Go am lucky. I matched with a fisherman who caught quite a few fish. Killing the fish can yield leather, so am not lacking. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes lit up, realizing there was more to this than he thought. Giving away 5 bottles of water was truly a good deal. Alright, thank you, Long Go. After saying this, Chu Fan tapped the confirm button on the screen, and the 5 units of leather were obtained. Finally, he had gathered enough materials to upgrade the raft, and he exchanged an excited glance with Barbara. At this moment, the sun was gradually rising. Without something to shield them, they would surely get sunburned over time. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan opened the ship information on his wristband and found the upgrade button, selecting the third option. Do you wish to spend 10 units of wood and 10 units of leather to upgrade the ship effect at a rain canopy? In the next second, the number of wood in the warehouse decreased by 10 and the leather count dropped from 11 to 1. A flash of white light passed over the small raft, existing for less than a second before vanishing. At that moment, the raft had unexpectedly gained a rain canopy made of wood and leather installed at the other end of the raft. Instantly, the atmosphere felt different, and Barbara happily sat down under the canopy. Chu Fan sighed in relief, just about to sit down, when suddenly his gaze sharpened. He noticed a raft approaching him in his line of sight. Someone's coming, Chu Fan whispered. Barbara also noticed the raft appearing in the distance and stood up tense to look over. They both understood that encountering others at such a time might not be a good thing, as sometimes humans could be the most dangerous presence. After a few minutes, the two finally got a clearer view of the situation on the raft. There were 2 men on this raft. One was short and bow-legged, while the other was slightly taller with small eyes and a middle-parted fringe. Both men spotted Barbara behind Chu Fan, and their eyes brightened. The bow-legged man immediately revealed a lewd smile and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Oh yes, a flower girl." The one with the middle-parted hair also had a lewd expression, rubbing his hands together like a fly, and said, "Oh indeed, very beautiful." Chu Fan's heart tightened. Unexpectedly, the ones approaching were a Korean and a Japanese, and a wave of killing intent surged within him. Barbara felt disgusted at the lewd and straightforward gazes of the 2 men. "Chu Fan, they're making me uncomfortable." Chu Fan pulled Barbara behind him and said in a deep voice, "Do you have something to say?" At that moment, the man from the Sakura nation nodded slightly and said with a smile, "This beautiful lady, I am Meichuan Kuzu, and it is a great honor to meet you." As he spoke, his gaze continued to roam over Barbara, unabashedly revealing his greed. On the other side, the Korean guy flicked his hair and spoke in what he believed was a very charming tone. "I am Park Gukchang from the Kimchi Nation." His eyes were equally unrestrained, clearly disregarding Chu Fan standing before them. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said to Barbara, "My dear, the countries these 2 are from are merely lapdogs of your beautiful nation. They have come to pay their respects to their master." Barbara understood Chu Fan's meaning and burst into laughter, her playful demeanor captivating the attention of the Japanese and Korean men. "But they are both so ugly." Barbara looked at the 2 oddballs in front of her with a face full of disdain. She pretended to blink innocently, her tone filled with contempt, as if the 2 men before her were nothing but disgusting flies. The 2 men were not angered. Meichuan Kuzu even displayed a flattering smile. "Beautiful lady, since you are from the beautiful nation, fundamentally we are on the same side, and this Dragon Kingdom man is our enemy." Barbara retorted, "What enemy? That has nothing to do with me." As she spoke, she deliberately wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck, stood on her tiptoes, and gently kissed him on the lips, casting a provocative glance at the 2 men. Meichuan Kuzu and Park Gukchang's eyes widened in surprise, fists clenched tightly. Meichuan Kuzu pointed at Chu Fan and said, "Kid, I advise you to behave and stay away from this beautiful lady." Meanwhile, Park Gukchang, putting away his bracelet, said solemnly, "We found out they are from the Sea King. This lady is named Barbara, and this Dragon Kingdom man is called Chu Fan." Chu Fan also learned about their information from his bracelet. Their ship was named Yamato. Seeing that a tent had already been set up on the Sea King, Meichuan Kuzu's eyes glowed with greed. It was only the 2nd day, and unexpectedly the Sea King already had a tent. If they could seize this ship and claim Barbara for themselves. The more Meichuan Kuzu thought about it, the more excited he became, his gaze toward Barbara growing more fervent, as if he wanted to undress her with his eyes. But currently, during the novice protection period, they could not initiate an attack. Park Gukchang raised his fist and said, "Chu Fan, you alone cannot defeat us. You had better cooperate with us and hand Barbara over. Perhaps we will show some mercy and let you be our ship worker." Meichuan Kuzu wore a cruel smile and added, "Otherwise I will just sink you to the bottom of the sea." Both men shot fervent glances as if already envisioning themselves standing on the Sea King, embracing Barbara. Chu Fan coldly stared at them, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. He gently patted Barbara's hand, signaling her not to worry, then slowly stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is it really you? The atmosphere instantly tightened, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. Barbara stood behind Chu Fan, feeling both nervous and reassured by his imposing aura. This was the man she admired, and at that moment, she suddenly felt that this game wasn't so bad after all, for it had given her such a wonderful man. Meichuan Kuzu and Park Gukchang did not expect Chu Fan to dare to stand up to them. Meichuan Kuzu's eyes turned cold as he revealed a cruel smile. Good, very good, Chu Fan. The day after tomorrow, I will make you regret what you said. Park Gukchang again raised his fist, a face full of provocation. Chu Fan remained expressionless as he led Barbara back into the cabin. Fortunately, there was a tent now, otherwise anything they did would be seen by those two disgusting flies. However, Chu Fan still underestimated their level of disgust. In the following half-day, no matter where Chu Fan and the others went, the two men followed closely behind. Forget them, we should collect supplies first. Chu Fan knew that the real test would begin the day after tomorrow when the protection period ended. The Sakura Nation was historically enemies with the Dragon Kingdom, so whether it was Meichuan Kuzu or Chu Fan, both harbored thoughts of eliminating each other. And although the Kimchi Nation did not have any deep-seated hatred against the Dragon Kingdom, the people from that country, perhaps due to eating too much kimchi, always liked to do things that disgusted the Dragon Kingdom, such as stealing traditional culture, rushing to apply for heritage status. And even in the films of the Kimchi Nation, the eternal Emperor Li Shimin was depicted as having one eye shot out. Whenever Chu Fan saw such outrageous claims from the Kimchi Nation in short videos, he felt a mix of anger and amusement. Now that this Korean guy was so blind as to join forces with the Japanese to seize his ship and woman, even wanting to kill him, he would settle the old and new scores together. However, despite this, Chu Fan also knew that with his current strength, it would still be challenging to defeat these two men. Barbara, worried, said, "Dear, what should we do? Those two have been following us. Should we give them some water and let them go?" Chu Fan shook his head and said, "Barbara, you don't understand how shameless the people from the Sakura and Kimchi nations are. If you give them water, they will only think we are afraid of them. Then what should we do, dear? I don't want you to be in danger." Chu Fan felt a surge of emotion and hugged Barbara tightly, whispering, "Don't be afraid, I'm not a pushover. If it comes to it, I will fight them." Upon hearing Chu Fan's serious words, Barbara's heart grew even more anxious. Firstly, Chu Fan was the first man in her life, and if nothing went wrong, he would also be her only man, so she naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. Secondly, these two guys outside were simply too disgusting. Submitting to them was worse than death. With this thought, she secretly made up her mind. "Chu Fan, if something happens to you, I won't live either." Chu Fan's heart was touched once more, and he smiled as he stroked her fair face. "What are you afraid of? There's still one day left, and who will die first is still uncertain." At that moment, the automatic supply collector at the bow of the ship emitted a prompt. Ding! Supply box detected, location 12 meters underwater. This surprised Chu Fan greatly. He hadn't expected there to be a supply box underwater. Moreover, it was just outside 10 meters, which prevented the collector from automatically retrieving it. It seemed he had to dive down to get it himself. If it had been yesterday, Chu Fan might have hesitated about whether to go underwater. After all, 12 meters underwater was not a depth that an ordinary person could reach. But ever since these two disgusting flies had appeared, he reminded himself that this world was full of dangers, and he had to use every method to improve himself. Moreover, this box appeared underwater, so perhaps he could obtain some unusual items. As the saying goes, the timid starve to death while the bold die of gluttony. Furthermore, it was still the novice protection period, so he couldn't back down. Therefore, he had made up his mind to retrieve this box. "No, Chu Fan, it's too dangerous in the water. You can't go down there." When Barbara heard that Chu Fan was going to dive, her first reaction was to disagree. Chu Fan smiled and kissed her forehead, saying, "Barbara, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's still the beginner's protection period, so there won't be any danger. But what if?" Chu Fan calmly raised the two hemp ropes in his hand, which he had obtained from the supply box. "If I tie these two ropes together and secure them around my waist, if there's any danger, I'll just pull on the rope, and you can pull me back up." After comforting her for a while, Barbara saw that Chu Fan had made up his mind, so she no longer tried to stop him. She personally tied the hemp rope around Chu Fan's waist and gave him a heavy kiss on the face. "Be careful, my dragon knight." Chu Fan chuckled, and after spotting the treasure chest's location, he jumped into the sea from one end of the raft. Barbara watched the water surface with a tense expression. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, who had been following them, immediately noticed the unusual movement. Park Guochang watched as Chu Fan disappeared beneath the surface, while the incredibly alluring Barbara was leaning over the side of the boat, unable to hide her excitement. "Mr. Meichuan, what do you think Chu Fan is doing?" Meichuan Kuzi shook his head perplexed. I can't say for sure, let's just observe the situation. After thinking for a moment, Park Guochang whispered, do you think Chu Fan is trying to sneak away? Meichuan Kuzi felt disdain in his heart. Park Guochang was truly a fool. Don't worry, my brother Park. This is the vast ocean. If Chu Fan leaves the boat, he won't survive. Besides, after a pause, Meichuan Kuzi smiled and continued, if he really runs away, wouldn't it be even better? When the day after tomorrow comes, well, just take over his Sea King ship and this beauty in front of us. Upon hearing this, Park Guochang immediately nodded, saying, Mr. Meichuan, you make a good point. This woman is truly beautiful, uid, even drink her bathwater. Meichuan Kuzi frowned and said, Baka, you think too highly of yourself. Barbara is mine. Park Guochang said with a bitter face, Mr. Meichuan, what am I supposed to do then? Meichuan Kuzi pulled something out of his pocket and waved it in front of Park Guochang, raising his voice. Tomorrow I will give you this. This is a 1-1 replica of the most popular teacher from Sakura country, so you should be satisfied, right? Upon seeing this artifact, Park Guochang's face lit up, completely unconcerned about the strange substance stuck to it. Great, great, great. I love that teacher so much, Samaida. Meanwhile, underwater, as soon as Chu Fan entered the water, he immediately felt something unusual. He had dived before, but he had never been able to reach a depth of 3 or 4 meters so effortlessly. It must be the effect of this outfit. He recalled that when he first received the Sea King outfit, the system had mentioned that wearing it would increase his movement speed in the water and decrease the likelihood of being attacked by aquatic creatures. Feeling the hemp rope at his waist, Chu Fan continued to dive straight down. The visibility in the water was much better than he had imagined. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any sunlight at such depths. However, there were all sorts of fish living underwater, some of which emitted colorful glows, illuminating the entire underwater scene considerably. Chu Fan held his breath and swam down with force. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he felt, and the creatures surrounding him grew larger. Suddenly, Chu Fan froze in place. Below him lay a massive dark shadow, motionless. The shadow was so large that he couldn't see its entirety. Just from the silhouette, it resembled a dinosaur from ancient times. A wave of primal fear surged within him. He had no doubt that if this creature merely exhaled, it could take his life. What kind of existence is this? Chu Fan didn't want to wake it up, so he attempted to sneak away, but the next moment he was stunned. He saw a treasure chest glimmering with metallic luster positioned right next to the giant dragon's claw. This is too coincidental. But the supply boxes he found yesterday were almost all wooden, and this chest was actually metallic. Chu Fan was almost certain that the contents of this chest were undoubtedly something special. No matter, I'm still in the protection period. And now that I've come this far, how can I give up? At this moment, Chu Fan was running out of breath, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. Thus, he gathered his courage and swam directly toward the location of the treasure chest. Just as he grabbed the chest with both hands, he suddenly felt as if death itself was watching him. Turning his head slowly, he then noticed that the sleeping giant dragon had suddenly opened its eyes. The dragon stared at this suddenly appearing tiny human, making no move. Just its gaze sent a chill down Chu Fan's spine. In that moment, he could only silently say in his heart, Dragon brother, you don't need this, I'll take it first. He then picked up the chest, tugged on the hemp rope at his waist, and began to swim upward with all his might. The giant dragon was furious and opened its massive mouth, sucking Chu Fan along with the surrounding seawater. Chu Fan instantly felt he could no longer move an inch upward. He was even being pulled closer to the giant dragon. During the protection period, the dragon might not be able to kill Chu Fan, but if he were swallowed, it would be nearly impossible to escape. Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Dragon brother, you won't benefit from this chest either. Why do you have to press me so hard? However, the giant dragon seemed unwilling to let Chu Fan go, still using its terrifying suction to pull him and the treasure chest downward. Chu Fan exerted all his strength, yet he still couldn't break free from this damned suction. He could see himself getting closer to the dragon's mouth, and he could even see the dragon's razor-sharp teeth. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a tightness at his waist, followed by a force pulling him upward, momentarily halting his approach to the giant dragon's body. In that precious second, it seemed the giant dragon's breath was also at its limit. Chu Fan thought to himself, Barbara, you are truly my goddess. Taking advantage of the giant dragon's pause to breathe, Chu Fan used the force from Barbara, pulling him upward, and swam upward with all his might. The giant dragon, however, seemed not to intend to give up, flipping over and chasing directly after Chu Fan. Barbara's power was still limited, unable to pull Chu Fan up. The giant dragon turned over and once again opened its massive jaws. The seawater around Chu Fan immediately transformed into a cage, dragging him back towards the abyss. Chu Fan felt he was about to suffocate. He had been underwater for too long. Although he had the Sea King suit, it was clearly beyond his limits. Could it really end here? Barbara would surely be heartbroken. To be loved by someone, is this the feeling? He was an orphan, always carefree, yet at this moment, he finally experienced the most precious thing in the world. How unwilling he was. Just at this critical moment, a rope appeared out of thin air, grabbing the treasure chest in Chu Fan's arms. Chu Fan was taken aback, and before he could react, he was pulled towards the surface by a tremendous force. An automatic material collector. It turned out that just as Barbara pulled hard, Chu Fan had surged upwards over 2 meters, reaching the range of the material collection box. Produced by the system, it must be a premium product. This automatic material collector seemed to ignore the immense suction from the dragon, not even feeling the great force from underwater. Soon Chu Fan felt light all over, finally escaping the watery cage that was about to imprison him. Splashed. When Chu Fan regained his senses, he found himself dragged out of the water, fresh air rushing towards him. He opened his mouth, kneeling on the wooden raft, breathing heavily. The golden treasure chest fell from his arms, landing steadily in the middle of the raft. But Barbara completely ignored the treasure chest and rushed to hug Chu Fan. "Darling, are you okay? You scared me to death." It turned out that just before, Barbara had sensed the signal from Chu Fan pulling the rope and quickly pulled him up. But after only 2 pulls, she sensed something was wrong underwater. Before she could react, she was horrified to discover that the rope had snapped. This left her utterly panicked, but fortunately, at the critical moment, the automatic material collector came to the rescue. Chu Fan finally regained his composure, but he did not relax. Instead, he stared intently at the surface of the sea. The giant dragon would clearly not give up and would definitely pursue. Beside them, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang were also keeping a close eye on the situation with the Sea King. When they saw Chu Fan emerge from the water with the golden treasure chest in his arms, their eyes lit up. This was a golden treasure chest. There must be incredible treasures inside. Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang exchanged glances and immediately paddled the day towards the Sea King. They paddled while shouting, "Hey Dragon Kingdom kid, what's inside? Hand over that chest, and I can guarantee you a way to survive." However, Chu Fan ignored them completely, quickly took the broken rope and tied himself and Barbara tightly together, securing themselves to the raft. Barbara asked in confusion, "Darling, what are you doing?" Mei Chuan Kuzi, seeing that Chu Fan did not respond, instantly felt a bit annoyed. "Hey, are you ignoring me? You brat, how dare you look down on us?" At this moment, Chu Fan saw the shadow about to burst out of the water and shouted, "Idiot!" Mei Chuan Kuzi yelled in anger. Just as he was about to say something, a massive force suddenly surged from beneath his feet. Boom! The day was completely flipped into the air. Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang, caught completely off guard, were directly thrown off the raft by the tremendous force. In contrast, Chu Fan and Barbara were prepared, so they were merely drenched with water and were not thrown off. After swallowing some seawater, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang hurriedly swam back to the raft. Just as they were about to curse, they witnessed an astonishing scene. They saw a completely black giant dragon appearing between the 2 rafts, half of its body emerging from the water, resembling a small mountain. Its 2 yellow eyes looked like giant lanterns staring at the Sea King and the treasure chest on the Sea King. It's a duolong. Duolong, it's duolong. Mei Chuan Kuzi couldn't help but exclaim. Chu Fan also frowned secretly, not expecting this dragon to be so troublesome. At this moment, the giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and lunged directly at Chu Fan on the Sea King. Barbara screamed in terror, tightly gripping Chu Fan's arm. After a brief moment of fear, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang's faces revealed ecstatic joy. It would be best if this dragon devoured this Dragon Kingdom man, then they could take over the Sea King and Barbara ahead of time. But Chu Fan stared fixedly at the giant dragon. He was betting. Sure enough, just as everyone thought Chu Fan was about to be swallowed by the dragon, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! That beam of light struck heavily on the giant dragon, which let out a roar and crashed back onto the surface of the sea, creating a massive wave. The giant dragon seemed unwilling to give up, howling at the sky, and after glancing at Chu Fan and the treasure chest in his arms, it finally sank reluctantly into the sea. At this moment, Chu Fan also finally regained his senses, feeling his legs weaken, but fortunately Barbara supported him. He had bet right. The 3-day protection period was the power of this world's rules, and even the giant dragon could not resist. Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guichang's expressions darkened. They did not expect that Chu Fan would survive this. But it also confirmed their thoughts that there must be a great secret within this treasure chest, otherwise the giant dragon would not have pursued. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky again. Detection of a player triggering a rule power beyond the limits. The 3-day protection period will end early. Notification time remaining until the end of the protection period: 5 hours, 32 minutes, 29 seconds. This sudden voice left all 4 people present stunned. After a moment, Chu Fan was the first to regain his senses. Damn, there's such a thing. Although Barbara was surprised, she did not blame Chu Fan. Instead, she felt a bit excited. As expected of my barbarous man, he can actually shake the rules. This is obviously the chosen one. After a brief shock, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang yelled in anger. Chu Fan, look at the mess you've caused. You need to take responsibility for your actions. Exactly, you are the sinner of all. You should commit seppuku and apology. Chu Fan disdainfully replied, seppuku. That's your Sakura nation's tradition. We Dragon Kingdom don't have that habit. After a pause, he continued. As for what you say about offending everyone, sorry, this is a survival world. I only take responsibility for myself and my woman. The others are none of my business. I am only responsible for myself and my woman. The rest is none of my business. As Chu Fan uttered these words, Barbara was instantly mesmerized, her gaze on him almost sparkling. So bold and imposing. This is the kind of man that I, Barbara, truly admire. Darling, you. After a brief moment of shock, Mei Chuan Kuzu and Park Guochang angrily said, I will broadcast your crimes on the regional channel for everyone to condemn you. After saying this, the two opened their wristbands and began typing. Minasan, this is Mei Chuan from the Yamato. I know who is responsible for ending the protection period early, and that is Chu Fan from the Neptune. That's right, I am Park Guochang from the Yamato, and I confirm that Mr. Mei Chuan is right. After a brief silence in the regional channel, countless messages flooded in. What the hell is Chu Fan doing? He's making everyone pay for his mistakes. Exactly, I wanted to cling to him, but I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Damn it, where is Chu Fan? Get him out to apologize. However, a few people did not curse Chu Fan and instead had different opinions. Long brother, everyone, don't be fooled. One of these two speakers is a little devil and the other is a little stick. Winter Snow, everyone should not curse Chu Fan. The error lies with this damned game, not Chu Fan. I fully Nina, compared to those who accidentally triggered the rules, these two who deliberately incite hatred are much more despicable. What's the point of cursing? My wife is on that ship ahead. I wish this damned protection period would hurry up. I want to take down the black guy on that ship. However, the voices of these few were quickly drowned out by the tidal wave of messages. Barbara also saw these messages, gently holding Chu Fan's hand, conveying a simple message. No matter what others say, I will support you. Chu Fan smiled and gently patted Barbara's delicate little hand, saying, don't be afraid. He didn't have time to care about those people in the regional channel. If you're not satisfied, come bite me. What he was more concerned about was the golden treasure chest he had retrieved from the seabed, wondering what was inside. Chu Fan brought the treasure chest into the cabin, and Barbara followed him in. This made Mei Chuan Kuzu and Park Guochang anxious, as they too wanted to know what was in the chest. Chu Fan, you can't be this selfish. We are involved because of you, and we just suffered an attack from the dragon. We want half of what's inside. Chu Fan completely ignored the two of them, steadied his mind, and directly opened the treasure chest. In an instant, a beam of golden light shot out from the chest, illuminating the entire sky. Mei Chuan Kuzu's expression changed. What the hell? It's actually a golden legend. Park Guochang was equally shocked. Damn it, this Chu Fan is deliberately not letting us see. Meanwhile, Chu Fan and Barbara in the cabin were equally stunned, not expecting such a huge commotion. Once the golden light faded, the two finally saw what was inside the chest. Inside the chest lay a map, 3 gold coins, and a sword. Apart from that, there was nothing else. What? After all that effort to retrieve it, just these few items. This left Chu Fan somewhat disappointed. He first picked up the 3 gold coins, which were ordinary coins with the image of a dragon printed on them. If this were on Earth, they would probably be worth a lot. But for now, Chu Fan was still unsure of their value. So he tossed the 3 gold coins into the storage and then picked up the sword, examining it closely. This sword looked very sharp and gave Chu Fan a sense of renowned intimidation, but he had no clue what its specific use was. Finally, the only thing left was the map. Chu Fan handed the short sword to Barbara as she needed a weapon, and the weight of this sword was just right for her. As for himself, he took out the map. It depicted a route leading directly to a small island with a large cross drawn in red ink in the center, resembling a medieval treasure map. Could this be a treasure map? Unfortunately, this world has neither the Big Dipper nor GPS, so he had no idea where he was. Aside from the sword, it seemed there was nothing useful at the moment. Chu Fan felt a bit gloomy after taking such great risks, just these few items. It seemed he had suffered a huge loss. In that case, he could only continue to collect resources. That little devil and stick were still eyeing them. Seeing the Neptune starting to move, Mei Chuan Kuzu and the others immediately followed like annoying flies, relentlessly pursuing them. Hurry, there's a supply box ahead. Oh, let's get it before they do. Mei Chuan Kuzu pointed to a wooden box floating about 30 meters ahead on the sea, issuing orders. This box was clearly closer to their Yamato. Although Chu Fan was also rowing in that direction, the Yamato would obviously reach it faster based on the distance. Finally, with Park Guochang's desperate rowing, the Yamato successfully approached the supply box, now less than 2 meters away. Meanwhile, the Neptune was still a full 10 meters away from this wooden box. This feeling of intercepting it from Chu Fan was simply exhilarating. Haha, Chu Fan, you think you can compete with me? Let me show you. Meichuan Kuzu let out a cackling laugh, but suddenly his laughter was abruptly cut off like a duck being squeezed by the neck, making an unpleasant sound. To everyone's shock from the Neptune, which was still 10 meters away from the supply box, a rope suddenly shot out like an agile hand grabbing that box, which was just within reach. No, Meichuan Kuzu exclaimed in surprise. In the next second, that wooden box was pulled back by the rope and directly came to the Neptune. At this moment, an exhausted Park Guochang was almost cursing. Chu Fan, you're actually cheating. Chu Fan responded, if you're not satisfied, come bite me. Ding supply box used successfully obtained with tin, iron 2. Wooden box recycled successfully. Thus, Chu Fan and Barbara continued to collect supply boxes on the sea, while the Yamato behind them hadn't managed to grab even a single box. Chu Fan, you wait for me. In 2 hours I will make you pay. Meichuan Kuzu was so angry his teeth itched, especially seeing Chu Fan still finding time to French kiss Barbara, which made him even more furious. Looking back, he saw Park Guochang's face looking like he was constipated, which made him even angrier. Damn it, how could this guy be so lucky to match with such a beauty right away? And here I am, an elite from the Sakura Empire matched with a stick from the Kimchi country. What they didn't know was that less than 2 kilometers away from them, 2 wooden rafts were desperately chasing after them. On a wooden raft, 2 muscular men, bare-chested, were vigorously rowing the boat, chasing after the ships Sea King and Day. They were not far from here, having seen the beam of light that had just appeared in the sky, knowing something was happening, and rushing over in hopes of reaping some benefits. These 2 men had fierce appearances, with one sporting a scar on the right side of his face that extended to the corner of his eye, making him look even more menacing. The well-defined muscles on his body clearly indicated that he was a man of strength and courage. Big brother, we will catch up to that ship in no time. Do you really think they have something good? The scarred man licked his lips and sneered. Old Lu, remember, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. It's much faster to snatch what is readily available than to fish for boxes from the vast ocean. Old Lu nodded and said, what the boss says is true. The scarred man continued, moreover, that beam of light just appeared not long ago, and the protection period has ended. If you say these 2 things are unrelated, I wouldn't believe you even if you killed me. If I'm not mistaken, that ship ahead should be the Sea King. Old Lu gave a thumbs up and said, big brother. Suddenly old Liu's eyes lit up, and swallowing hard, he nudged his mouth toward the side. Big brother, that girl is stunning. The scarred man turned to look and indeed saw a wooden raft less than 20 meters away heading in the same direction. On this raft were a man and a woman. The man was robust and dark-skinned, vigorously rowing the boat. Meanwhile, the woman wore a fitted red qipao that accentuated her exquisite figure. The qipao had a slit on the right side extending from her black high heels up to her thigh, making her long fair legs appear alluringly. Her delicate and charming face with perfectly sculpted features revealed that she was indeed a rare beauty. The scarred man, accustomed to the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, truly impressive. Old Lu put in some effort, and I might just let her be your sister-in-law. Meanwhile, on another boat, Lu Rian also spotted the boat of the scarred man, but did not linger, her gaze still focusing ahead. The man rowing in front said, sister, those 2 on the boat don't seem like good people. Should we keep our distance? This was Lu Rian's younger brother, Lu Shangfei. Coincidentally, the 2 had been transported together and were. Lu Rian coldly replied, don't worry about them, just keep pursuing the 2 ships ahead. Lu Shangfei muttered, it's easy for you to say, why don't you come and row? Lu Rian's gaze turned icy as she said, what are you mumbling about? Lu Shangfei immediately replied, nothing. I meant that I will row hard. At the same time, he sighed, inwardly realizing that his sister, despite her breathtaking beauty, was like an ice queen, indifferent to anyone or anything, and had remained single. The most critical part was that she had learned martial arts, and when it came to disciplining her brother, she was never soft-hearted. So seeing his sister frown, he immediately behaved like a little kitten. He thought he must find a man to marry her off, or else he would always be on the receiving end of her punishment. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was also deeply worried. She understood her younger brother too well. He was impulsive and easily agitated, yet kind-hearted, truly just a child at heart. This was not a harmonious society, but a harsh reality of survival. With his temperament, it would be hard for him to survive. Ultimately, being a woman, she was still inferior to men in certain aspects. Therefore, if they were to live well in this world, they needed to find a reliable partner. Earlier, the siblings had also seen the beam of light in the sky, and thus wanted to see who was making such. As the last rays of the sunset disappeared, Lu Ruyan and the scarred man's boats finally caught up with the Sea King and Dea. Just then, they saw the Sea King shoot out a rope, directly retrieving a supply box from 10 meters away. Lu Ruyan and her brother both froze in shock, while the scarred man and old Lu, after a brief moment of astonishment, revealed more greed in their eyes. Chu Fan also noticed the 2 additional boats. Apart from Lu Ruyan, who made him glance a few extra times, he selectively ignored the others. Meichuan Kuzi watched helplessly as supply boxes were being taken away right from under his nose, filled with frustration. At that moment he heard Park Guochang exclaim, "This woman is truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Meichuan Kuzi turned to look and saw Lu Ruyan standing at the bow, like a statue stunningly beautiful. Meichuan Kuzi's eyes lit up. This woman was indeed gorgeous, completely rivaling Barbara. Furthermore, the regal aura she emanated made him feel an urge to kneel. "Hey, another beauty, they are all mine." However, he soon noticed the scarred man and old Lu on the other side, recognizing that these two were up to no good. Meichuan Kuzi quickly turned to the scarred man and said, "This brother, I am Meichuan Kuzi, captain of the day." The scarred man's brow furrowed slightly as he whispered a Japanese. Meichuan Kuzi acted as if he hadn't heard. "This brother, you arrived just in time. This person before us is Chu Fan, the one responsible for the early end of the protection period. We should join forces to eliminate him. As for what's on his ship aside from this woman, you can pick anything else first. How about that?" With that, Meichuan Kuzi looked at the scarred man with a smile, but secretly he had already made plans. Once successful, he would dispose of these two men. Both women were his, and everything on the Sea King belonged to him. The scarred man glanced at Barbara on the Sea King and was momentarily dazzled. No wonder this little Japanese wanted her above all else. However, he was not one to suffer losses, thus he raised his voice. "Cooperating with you is fine, but I want to taste this woman as well. I've never ridden a foreign horse before." Meichuan Kuzi was taken aback for a moment, then revealed an extremely lewd smile. "It turns out this brother has the same hobby as me. I agree, and perhaps we can include the lady beside us for a group activity." This statement left everyone stunned. No wonder he was a Japanese, his thoughts were always so twisted. Lu Ruyan clearly understood the implication, coldly saying, "Seeking death." The voice from the sky had barely faded when a torrent of curses erupted across the regional channel. "Chu Fan is truly despicable. If I ever run into him, I'll make him pay dearly." At that moment, the celestial voice resonated once more. "Congratulations to Region 10087, the first region server-wide to complete its protection period. All vessels within the region are upgraded to level 2. No sooner had the announcement ended than countless rafts across Chu Fan's region shimmered with radiant light. Chu Fan's wristband flared brightly as well. "Your vessel is eligible for 1 level up. Please select an upgrade path. 1. Expand surface area, doubling the current vessel's footprint. 2. Transform vessel type. Maintaining identical dimensions, your raft becomes a small fishing boat." Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Fan's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Beneath Barbara's affirming gaze, he declared his choice. "Option 2. I choose 2. Even enlarged, a raft remains just a raft. With only 2 people aboard, space was already sufficient. Upgrading the vessel's type, however, promised far greater practicality." The instant his words left his lips, a blinding white light enveloped the vessel beneath Chu Fan and Barbara's feet. When the radiance subsided, the crude raft had vanished, replaced by a finely crafted wooden fishing boat. More crucially, because their vessel had previously been upgraded with a canopy, this transformation automatically yielded a black canopied boat, a traditional whooping boat. Chu Fan rejoiced. This was an extraordinary windfall. Upgrading manually would have consumed substantial leather and timber. Meanwhile, the 3 neighboring vessels completed their upgrades as well, predictably opting for vessel-type transformation. After all, rafts inherently evoke fragility and instability, whereas small fishing boats inspire markedly greater confidence. Lu Ruyan glanced toward the Haiwang vessel, her expression complex, her thoughts inscrutable. "Damn, it's incredible. I've been struggling to gather materials for my own upgrade." Exactly. Who knew completing the protection period first would grant a free vessel upgrade? Long good, didn't I say so? Where are those who cursed Chu Fan just moments ago? Has reality slapped them yet? Winter's snow, precisely. You fools wouldn't have managed an upgrade even with another day's grace. You've struck gold. I fooning na. I'd nearly given up hope. Thank goodness for Chu Fan. I'm utterly smitten. At that moment, across Region 10087, countless players felt their cheeks sting with shame. The backlash arrived astonishingly fast. Mere seconds after hurling insults at Chu Fan, every one of them reaped tangible benefits because of him. After a few silent seconds, the regional channel stirred anew. Exactly. Who dares insult Brother Fan? I won't stand for it. From now on, Chu Fan is my sworn elder brother. Chu Fan is my godfather. Dad, you're magnificent. Anyone who challenges you answers to me. Up there, you shameless fraud. I'm the true son of Dad. Then a player named Zihiho Xiao Feixia interjected, "What you call loyalty pales beside mine. Chu Fan is my brother-in-law. I'll marry my sister to him." Brother-in-law? More like dinosaur-in-law. Haha, exactly. Xiao Feixia bristled. "She's no dinosaur. My sister is stunningly beautiful." Ouch, ow. Sister, let go. Lu Ruyan released her younger brother's ear with an exasperated sigh. Though she disliked idle chatter in the regional channel, that didn't mean she ignored it. "Lu Shangfei, how dare you spout such nonsense?" "Indeed. Her vessel bore the name Ziho, and this little flying hero was none other than her younger brother Lu Shangfei. Lu Shangfei chuckled sheepishly. Just as he opened his mouth to reply, the celestial voice rang out again. Congratulations to the Haiwang vessel ranked first in resource acquisition during the protection period. Your vessel ascends one additional level. The moment the proclamation ended, Chu Fan's and Barbara's wristbands chimed once more. You have earned an opportunity to elevate your vessel's rank. Please select an upgrade path. 1. Upgrade vessel size, evolving into a medium-sized fishing boat offering enhanced comfort and safety. 2. Enhanced propulsion system, installing a sail. Chu Fan deliberated for less than 3 seconds before deciding. Option 2 again. Though option 1 sounded appealing, scaling up the vessel would render manual rowing impractical. Thus, prioritizing propulsion enhancement was unequivocally the superior strategy. As Chu Fan confirmed his choice, a tall mast rose majestically from the center of the Haiwang vessel. Yet no wind stirred. Were a breeze to rise, they could set sail immediately for distant horizons. All rewards have been distributed. Henceforth, resource chests you encounter will carry significantly heightened danger. Islands and rival vessels may now appear upon the sea, offering opportunity, yet peril. Defeating a vessel's owner grants their resources and abundant experience points. Experience points may be directly applied toward vessel upgrades. A chill ran through Chu Fan. This was unmistakably an incitement to mutual aggression. Truly, this game harbored no benevolence. Suddenly, Barbara murmured, Chu Fan, they're here. He turned and saw the Yamato vessel which had shadowed them relentlessly, now joined by the Scarface vessel converging swiftly. Chu Fan, thanks to your efforts, both your vessel and your woman now belong to me. Meichuan Kuzi licked his lips, his gaze raking over the alluring Barbara beside Chu Fan with predatory glee. Scarface and Lao Lu closed in as well. With no barrier remaining, all four leapt onto the Haiwang vessel, encircling Chu Fan and Barbara. Scarface's eyes locked onto the automated resource collector mounted at the bow, and then upon the towering new mast, his covetousness blazing uncontrollably. Nearby, Lu Shangfei cried out, What do you think you're doing? Chu Fan has done us all an enormous favor. How can you repay kindness with treachery? Meichuan Kuzi bared a cruel smile. Chu Fan has plundered my supplies repeatedly along this journey. And isn't there an ancient saying among your Han people? An ordinary man bears no guilt, but possessing treasure makes him culpable. Chu Fan is unworthy of such a magnificent vessel, and even more unworthy of such a radiant lady. Lu Shangfei choked with fury. This foreigner was a bottomless pit of depravity, so vile he defied classification as human. He whirled toward Scarface. And what about you? We share the same heritage. How dare you collude with this foreign scum to betray your own people? Scarface sneered, drawing a gleaming short blade. Robbery and murder pave the road to wealth and power, boy. Don't fret. Your turn comes soon. As he spoke, his bloodshot eyes flickered toward Lu Rian, standing calmly nearby. Lu Rian remained impassive, her gaze steady and unflinching. Chu Fan drew the Haiwang halberd. Barbara unsheathed her sword. Together they stood defiant against the quartet. Meichuan Kuzi laughed softly. Resistance is futile. Every struggle you mount is meaningless. Unbeknownst to all, Meichuan Kuzi's true identity was that of a world champion in karate, the very reason Park Gukchang followed him without question. In his estimation, Chu Fan posed no threat whatsoever. Had he not feared unforeseen complications, he'd never have deigned to ally with Scarface. This vessel, these riches, and these two exquisite women belonged solely to him. Meichuan Kuzi glanced at the weapon in Chu Fan's hand, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. You always boast about how remarkable Longwa martial arts are, but to me they are nothing but empty fame. The strongest martial arts in the world belong to our Sakura Empire's karate. Scarface said impatiently, Stop the nonsense and finish him off quickly. As Chu Fan's gaze turned cold, he realized that although he had not learned any martial arts, he could not show weakness at this moment. Meanwhile, Park Guochang and Lao Lu approached Barbara with sinister smiles on their faces. Though Barbara wielded a sword, she was no match for the two large men. After just a few exchanges, her sword was knocked down onto the deck. Park Guochang and Lao Lu grinned as they moved to grab Barbara. She turned pale and let out a cry. Chu Fan in a panic rushed forward, only to find Meichuan Kuzi blocking his path. Chu Fan, don't rush. Your opponent is me. Chu Fan furiously retorted, Damn it, I will kill you, little devil. Just as Barbara was about to fall into the hands of the two men, an arrow suddenly flew in from nowhere, striking directly into Lao Lu's eye socket. Lao Lu let out a terrible scream, tumbling backward, and then lay still. Park Guochang was startled by the sudden arrow stumbling backward. Seeing his underling killed, Scarface immediately turned red with rage. He turned around to see Lu Rian calm and composed, holding a bow still in shooting stance. You little girl, it was you. The arrow was indeed shot by Lu Ruyan, an archery enthusiast and former member of the Jiangxing Archery Club. She was lucky when she was transported here, she happened to be maintaining her bow, which came along with her. The only regret was that she had only one arrow. After shooting it, her bow would be temporarily useless. This outcome was indeed a surprise to everyone. Chu Fan, who was fighting Meituan Kuzi, was stunned, not expecting this woman in a chi pao to come to his aid. Barbara, still shaken, patted her heaving chest and said to Lu Ruyan, "Thank you." Lu Ruyan calmly replied, "No need to thank me. Helping you is helping myself. We should focus on how to deal with those two first." Chu Fan was taken aback. This woman remained so calm under such circumstances, truly impressive. But Lu Ruyan was right, and now was not the time to think about that. They needed to find a way to deal with the two in front of them. Just then Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying backward. Boom! Chu Fan slammed against the cabin wall, falling to the ground, and Barbara rushed over. "Chu Fan, are you okay?" Chu Fan shook his head, saying, "I'm fine." Meituan Kuzi retracted his kicked leg, revealing a sinister smile. "Well, the game ends here. Scarface's life is now in your hands. How about it?" Scarface, already enraged due to Lao Liu's death, immediately replied, "Very well, how dare you kill my people?" I'm furious now. With that, he picked up the knife in his hand and lunged at Chu Fan. Lu Ruyan held back Lu Shangfei, feeling despondent. It seemed they had to prepare for a hasty escape. Barbara also looked utterly hopeless. Ding detected that the host has survived for a day, issuing rewards now. Ding reward issued successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining blind boxes too. Chu Fan was overjoyed. His aim had always been to buy time waiting for this moment. Whether he lived or died now depended on what he would draw. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to extract both blind boxes. The suddenly appeared boxes blocked Scarface's short knife, producing a crisp sound. Scarface was startled by this unexpected turn of events. What are these things? Meituan Kuzi frowned at this sight. For some reason, upon seeing these two boxes, he felt an ominous foreboding. Chu Fan directly threw one blind box into Barbara's hands. "Quick, open the box, Barbara." Barbara quickly understood Chu Fan's intention, and without hesitation they both opened their blind boxes simultaneously. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mastery of martial arts 1. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a universal equality shotgun 1, with 1 bullets included. Indeed, in critical moments one must rely on the system. The rewards you seek may be delayed, but they will never be absent. Chu Fan knew the system would surprise him, but he didn't expect such huge surprises. Barbara's eyes lit up as she looked at the shotgun she just drew. She was quite familiar with it. In the free land of America, handling guns was basically a necessary skill. She swiftly picked up the shotgun, and before Scarface could react, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of flames erupted and Scarface began to dance the disco. Even Park Guochang, who was following behind, could not escape. It turned out to be a universal equality artifact. After a few shots, everyone fell silent. Scarface looked at himself covered in wounds and bleeding profusely, unable to utter a single word, dead beyond recovery. Park Guochang fared even worse. His entire head was blown to bits, truly becoming a spectacle. Meituan Kuzi reacted quickly, hiding behind Park Guochang's corpse, escaping Barbara's wrath. As Barbara came to her senses, she was disgusted by the gruesome sight before her, nearly vomiting. But she still kept her eyes fixed on Meituan Kuzi. As long as he dared to show himself, she would send him to his divine retribution. Lu Ruyan, not far away, was also shocked, and Lu Shangfei was completely stunned. Damn, that was too violent, too brutal. Even the usually calm Lu Ruyan showed a hint of surprise. This Chu Fan is indeed extraordinary. Meituan Kuzi nearly soiled himself, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a shotgun. This woman was too ruthless. She never let go of the trigger. Poor Park Guochang, he died without even having another bite of kimchi. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted, "Baka Chu Fan, you are not adhering to the martial ethics. If you have the ability, fight me openly and honestly." Lu Shangfei shouted from the side. "When you surrounded two people, where was your martial ethics?" But Meituan Kuzi ignored Lu Shangfei, hiding behind Park Guochang's corpse. Yulong will have a saying that goes well. It states, "The one who comes to progress is the true hero." Chu Fan, do you dare to have a fair duel with me? If I win, you let us go. How about it? Before he could finish, Barbara directly pulled the trigger on her gun. "Stop your incessant chatter, it's truly annoying." Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected Barbara to be so decisive. But soon he smiled, saying, "Well done, Barbara." Chu Fan sincerely gave a thumbs up. Barbara tossed her golden hair with a proud expression, saying, "When dealing with such people, there's no need for idle chatter." Meituan Kuzi looked down at his chest, now riddled with holes, feeling his strength continuously fading away with a sense of unwillingness. You guys." Finally, he opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the deck with a bang, utterly lifeless. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Yamato, gaining all its resources and earning 100 points. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Scarred Blade, gaining all its resources and earning 100 points. As Chu Fan tossed the 4 corpses into the sea, 2 messages rapidly popped up on the area channel. Suddenly, the area channel erupted with activity. Wow, as expected of my brother Fan, so impressive. Xiao Feixiao exclaimed. I was right there. Brother Fan truly is amazing. He took out both the little Nippon and that little stick. Brother Fan is mighty. Brother Fan, do you need little brothers? I'm really good at flattering. Those upstairs line up. Oh, if anyone's going to flatter, it should be me first. Chu Fan didn't care about others' opinions of him. He keenly noticed that the number of people in the area channel had already risen to 9878. This meant that in just this brief moment, over 100 people in the entire area had perished. However, there was nothing to be done about it. Chu Fan sighed and began to inspect the resources on these 2 ships. The Yamato has 2 bottles of water, 2 fish, and a dagger. What the hell is this? Chu Fan stared at the rubber-like item in his hand, looking utterly bewildered. Barbara also saw the item and immediately blushed, saying, How disgusting. Throw it away, you won't be needing that. Chu Fan had never seen such a thing before and asked in confusion, What is this? Oh dear, you have me, you won't need that thing. Chu Fan was even more confused until he flipped the item over and saw the details on the other side, finally understanding. Damn, so it's this thing. Those little Nippon really are a perverted nation. Realizing what it was, he immediately threw the item away. That was a Fiji cup. Just thinking that this item might have been used by that lewd little Nippon made him feel a way. After washing his hands 3 times, he finally felt a bit better. Little did he know this was a treasure that Park Gukchang from the Pickled Cabbage Nation could never obtain until his death. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Barbara with a mischievous grin. Darling, what did you just say? Honestly, how do you know about this? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll spank you. Barbara puffed out her chest and said, Who do you look down on? I recognize things that I have. Are you regretting it? If so, go pick it up again. Chu Fan laughed heartily, playfully scratching her nose, saying, You really know quite a bit. Just as the 2 were teasing each other, a sudden female voice interrupted. Excuse me, Senior Chu, do you have a moment to say a few words? Chu Fan was taken aback and looked up to see a pair of stunningly long legs in front of him. What did you call me? Senior. Chu Fan looked at Lu Ru Yin in front of him and asked in surprise. Barbara stood up seriously and said to Lu Ru Yin, Thank you for saving us just now. You're really beautiful. Lu Ru Yin smiled lightly and replied, You're welcome. I've said before, helping you is helping myself. Relying solely on myself, I couldn't possibly defeat those few people. After a pause, she continued, Moreover, I also want to ask you for a favor. After all, if I had such a beautiful junior, I would definitely remember her. Lu Ru Yin nodded and asked, Did you graduate from Jiangcheng University? Yes, Jiangcheng University Computer Science Department class of 2016. Chu Fan nodded. Lu Ru Yin smiled and said, Then it's settled. I also graduated from Jiangcheng University Law Department class of 2020. At this moment, Chu Fan realized that she was indeed his junior. She had just entered school when he graduated, which explained his lack of memory. However, how did Lu Ru Yin know him? Although he considered himself quite handsome, he did not believe he had such. Seemingly sensing Chu Fan's confusion, Lu Ru Yin continued, Last year during the school anniversary, I watched you give a speech on stage. Chu Fan suddenly remembered that indeed such an event had occurred. So you are really my junior. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. Lu Ru Yin slightly nodded, acknowledging it. At that moment, Chu Fan truly took a good look at Lu Ru Yin's appearance. She resembled a fairy, but with a touch of cold elegance. Lu Ru Yin did not hold back and directly stated her intention. Senior Chu Fan, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chu Fan had a good impression of this junior, especially since she had just helped him out. What do you need? Just say it. Do you need water? I can give you some, he said, taking a few bottles of water from the storage and handing them over. Lu Ru Yin was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Chu Fan to be so generous as to offer such a precious resource directly. Senior you. Chu Fan smiled and said, It's fine, just take it. Just because others are short on water doesn't mean I am too. You can have this much. Lu Ru Yin did not decline, as she and her brother had only consumed 1 bottle of water over the past 2 days, so this was exactly what she urgently needed. Thank you, Senior, but what I wanted to say isn't about this. Then what is it? Lu Ru Yin exhaled softly and said in a low voice, I want to team up with you, Senior. Chu Fan was taken aback. Oh, was there such a good thing? Lu Ru Yin noticed that neither Chu Fan nor Barbara had spoken and quickly explained, My younger brother is still too young, and it's difficult for me to take care of him alone. Don't worry. I won't slow you down, or I just hope you can allow us to stay close by. Barbara's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Sure. The more the merrier. This way, I will have company in the future. Darling, just agree. Chu Fan felt a strange sensation rising within him and thought, Barbara, I hope you won't regret saying that later. How could he refuse? He was delighted. He was determined to become a man of great charm. At that moment, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Fortunately, it was already dark, and if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't notice. So he pretended to be reluctant and nodded, "All right, then you two can stay behind us." Lu Ruyin let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu. I won't disturb you anymore. See you tomorrow." With that, she jumped back onto her boat. Chu Fan stared at Lu Ruyan's departing figure, somewhat lost in thought, when suddenly he heard Barbara, "Still looking? They've already left." Chu Fan chuckled. "What are you talking about? I was just thinking about how to arrange for this pair of siblings in the future." Barbara exclaimed, "Oh, have you figured it out yet?" Chu Fan coughed twice and said, "Let's talk about that later." "Forget about that for now, but did that stick not hurt you today? Let me check to see if you're injured." "There's nothing to worry about, we just take your hand away. I'm ticklish." Lu Ruyin returned to the boat and handed a bottle of water to her brother. Chu Fan agreed to let us tie our boat to the front of theirs. As soon as Lu Xiangfei saw the bottle of water, he instantly cheered, "Wow, there's water to drink. It must have been given by Brother Chu, right?" Lu Ruyin nodded and said, "Drink it sparingly. Oh, we can't keep troubling others." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiangfei had already drunk most of the water and wiped his mouth. "Sister, what did you just say?" Lu Ruyin was momentarily at a loss for words and shook her head, saying, "Nothing. You should sleep early." Under the soft moonlight, Chu Fan gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a sigh. So the goddess is no different from anyone else. His exclamation was instinctive, thus he did not intentionally lower his voice. Hearing this sound, Lu Ruyin, who was relieving herself, startled and shouted coldly, "Who?" Chu Fan then realized he should have pretended not to see anything. But it was too late. Lu Ruyin had figured out that the voice belonged to Chu Fan. Embarrassed, Chu Fan scratched his head and said, "What a coincidence, you're also using the restroom." Lu Ruyan's face turned red to the neck, and just at that moment, as she was halfway done, she couldn't hold back and could only complain, "You're still looking? Quick, turn around." Chu Fan then exclaimed, covering his eyes with his hands and leaving a gap to see through with his fingers, saying, "Don't worry, I won't look." Lu Ruyin was left speechless with anger, hurriedly finishing up and standing up to prepare to tidy her clothes. At that moment, a wave splashed and the boat rocked. Lu Ruyin lost her balance and let out a startled cry as she fell into the sea with a splash. Hearing the splash, Chu Fan was stunned and looked through his fingers only to find that Lu Ruyin had vanished without a trace. "Strange, where is she?" Chu Fan looked around, but did not see Lu Ruyin, so he jumped over only to find a puddle of water left behind. Damn, did she fall into the water? "Hey, what's this?" Chu Fan picked up something that had fallen on the deck, and only in the moonlight did he see it clearly. It turned out to be a pair of pink panties. "I didn't expect to lose equipment. The drop rate is indeed high." While Chu Fan marveled internally, he did not stop moving, looking up and scanning around, and indeed found Lu Ruyin struggling in the water not far away. At this moment, the wind suddenly picked up at sea and the waves grew larger. Lu Ruyin tried repeatedly to swim towards him, but was pushed further away by the waves each time. Not good. Chu Fan did not hesitate and directly leaped into the water, swimming towards Lu Ruyin. His Sea King suit finally showed its advantage at this moment. Amidst the rolling waves, its effect was minimal, and he quickly swam to Lu Ruyan's side. At this time, Lu Ruyin had exhausted all her strength, on the verge of sinking. "Am I really going to die here? What about my little brother?" Suddenly, Lu Ruyin recalled Chu Fan's figure. 2 years ago, when she first saw Chu Fan from the audience, he left a deep impression on her. Not only was Chu Fan handsome, recognized as the school hunk of Jiangqing University, but most importantly, his humorous and witty remarks left a profound impact on Lu Ruyin. If she died, would he be sad? Would he take care of her little brother out of respect for her? As she was about to give up struggling, she suddenly felt a pair of arms wrap around her waist. Then she heard that pleasant voice beside her anxiously asking, "Are you okay? Can you still swim?" Lu Ruyin took a deep breath and barely raised her head, saying, "I'm fine." Just as her voice fell, a wave crashed over her, submerging her completely. Fortunately, Chu Fan held her tightly, preventing her from being swept away. "Stop pretending to be strong, hold on to me." Lu Ruyin knew this was not the time to show off and nodded, letting Chu Fan carry her. After swimming 3 or 4 meters with Lu Ruyin, Chu Fan felt something was wrong. "No, your clothes are soaked, you have to take them off." Lu Ruyan's face turned bright red. This was too embarrassing. But she had always been a calm woman and knew that what Chu Fan said was right. However, she was completely out of strength at that moment and could only whisper, "Help me take it off." With a rip, in the next moment, Lu Ruyan's qipao was directly torn apart, turning into strips of fabric that disappeared into the waves. Lu Ruyin was momentarily speechless. She was left with nothing to wear after that. Chu Fan swallowed and explained, "It's too inconvenient to take it off in the water. I had no choice but to take this desperate measure." He thought to himself, "Wow, this girl has an amazing figure. She's just a bit smaller than Barbara." To be honest, in Dragon Country this figure was already considered outstanding. She just happened to be compared to the exceptionally talented Barbara. Lu Ruyin knew there was no other way, and could only nod saying, "Thank you, I don't blame you." The waves on the sea grew larger, and although he had the Sea King's suit, Chu Fan still couldn't bring Lu Ruyin back to the boat. While carrying her, instead he watched it drift further away. Fortunately, at that moment a wooden box floated by, allowing the two to grab hold of it and preventing them from sinking. "Oh no, this is bad. Without the boat, won't we die here in the sea?" Lu Ruyin sighed deeply. "It's all my fault. I've involved you." Chu Fan replied, "What nonsense are you saying at a time like this? Let go of me. You can definitely catch up to the boat." Lu Ruyin said to Chu Fan with a calm expression, as if making a significant decision. Chu Fan shook his head saying, "Let's not even talk about whether I can catch up alone. Leaving you here will leave me uneasy. Don't worry, soon Barbara and the others will definitely come to rescue us. This is one of the advantages of the game. Team members can locate each other with their wristbands, so you don't have to worry about them not finding you. The only question is whether the two of them can hold on until then." But Lu Ruyin stubbornly believed she had involved Chu Fan and shook her head saying, "You really don't have to." At that moment Chu Fan suddenly noticed a small rocky outcrop not far ahead, feeling overjoyed. "We're saved." Without caring about Lu Ruyin's reaction, he grabbed her and swam towards the rock. The rocky outcrop was not far, but due to the strong winds and waves, Chu Fan still exerted tremendous effort to bring Lu Ruyin to the side of the rock, panting heavily against the stone. Suddenly he froze. Lu Ruyin's clothes were gone, so what was he holding onto? Thinking of this, he quickly turned his head to look, only to find that he was holding a strap, while Lu Ruyin's face was so red, she looked like she could bleed. Just now Chu Fan had grabbed her bra strap in one motion. She didn't have time to resist, and was dragged, but she knew that Chu Fan was doing this to save her, and did not blame him. Could you let go? I'm being choked a bit." Chu Fan awkwardly released his grip, and the strap snapped back, hitting Lu Ruyin's smooth back with a loud sound. Now it was awkward. To cover it up, Chu Fan quickly climbed onto the rock, saying, "Hurry up here." Lu Ruyin blushed and gently nodded, climbing up along the cracks in the stone. Chu Fan turned his head and reached out ready to pull her up, but he froze at the sight. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have picked up a piece of equipment on the boat. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. Lu Ruyin naturally supported the outstretched hand of Chu Fan, exerting some force to climb onto the reef. She tidied her hair, but noticed that Chu Fan was staring at her, causing her to instinctively lower her head. "Oh." The usually calm and composed Lu Ruyin couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. The earlier situation was so dangerous that she forgot some things. "Damn, does that mean you're still looking?" Lu Ruyin, realizing the situation, hurriedly bent down, and Chu Fan wiped his drool and quickly said, "Look at my memory." While saying this, and under Lu Ruyin's surprised gaze, he pulled something out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, I found this at the front of the boat. It should be yours, right?" Lu Ruyin was taken aback. When she took a look, her face immediately turned red again. Is Chu Fan doing this on purpose? Who would carry a woman's underwear in their pocket? However, there was no point in dwelling on this at the moment. After a rustling sound, Lu Ruyin finally managed to tidy her clothes. At this time she noticed that her clothes were not wet at all. What kind of clothes are these? How are they so waterproof? "Oh, this is a Sea King suit. It's very waterproof." The two fell into silence while Chu Fan deliberately turned his head away, forcing himself not to look at the enchanting figure beside him. Lu Ruyin had already stabilized her emotions and returned to her high and cold goddess demeanor. "Thank you." Chu Fan was taken aback and instinctively replied, "What?" "Thank you for saving me." Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, aren't we alumni? We're teammates now, aren't we?" "That's true. But regardless, thank you. Without you, I would have already died. I don't know how to repay you." "Then you can offer your body as a reward." Chu Fan blurted out, finally unable to resist turning his head. Lu Ruyin was stunned by his words, giving a cold snort, but it didn't seem like she was angry, rather it seemed like a complaint. Such a big talk. Chu Fan couldn't help but mumble to himself. Lu Ruyin frowned slightly and asked, "What did you say?" "I said this island is quite large." Hearing this, Lu Ruyin also paid attention. Earlier when they were in the sea, she only saw a corner of the small island from a distance, thinking it was just a large rock. But when her eyes fully adapted to the surrounding darkness, she realized that this was actually a small island. The lush greenery blended with the surrounding night, making it hard to distinguish. This was the first time the two had seen an island in this world, which made them a bit curious and a bit nervous. They wondered if there were natives in this world, what they looked like, and whether they would eat people. At that moment, Lu Ruyin suddenly pointed to a nearby beach and said, "Chu Fan, look over there." Chu Fan quickly turned his head and saw a small boat parked not far from them on the beach. By its appearance, it should be a survivor who was also transported from Earth like them. Moreover, it should also be from region 10087. At that moment, the boat was empty, and there was not a single figure aboard. As the two approached the small boat, they discovered large amounts of blood on the bow and numerous footprints on the ground. From the looks of it, the survivors aboard this boat were in grave danger. Just then, Chu Fan's ears perked up, and he suddenly turned to look behind him. He saw something moving in the nearby forest. It seemed there were quite a few of them. Lu Ruyin also noticed this and felt a surge of anxiety. After a brief panic, Chu Fan quickly calmed down. He quickly took out a Sea King suit from his storage and handed it to the still-bare Lu Ruyin. "Put this on." Lu Ruyin was startled and immediately took it after realizing it was clothing. As soon as she held it, she noticed the fabric was very peculiar, completely different from the material she usually wore. It looked like the same material as the clothes worn by Chu Fan and Barbara. Lu Ruyin quickly put on the clothes, and in the next second the suit began to shape itself automatically. The color of the clothes changed from the initial yellow-green to a vibrant red. This process was very quick, and when the transformation was complete, Chu Fan was left speechless. Before him, Lu Ruyin was wearing a long red dress with straps exposing large areas of her smooth white back. The hem of the dress was somewhat similar to a cheongsam, which resembled her previous attire. Even more astonishing, she had also gained a pair of black stockings and black high heels. Damn, isn't this just Ada Wong's style? Indeed, if there were two guns in her hands, Lu Ruyin would perfectly embody Ada Wong. This fit her inherent cold demeanor very well. Lu Ruyin was very satisfied and glanced at Chu Fan beside her, suddenly saying, "So you had clothes, why didn't you give them to me earlier?" Chu Fan chuckled and replied, "Well, I just remembered." Lu Ruyin shot him an annoyed glance. Clearly, he just wanted to see her body. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly said, "Be careful, something is coming out of the forest." Lu Ruyin's heart tightened as she looked toward the forest. In the darkness, countless shadows rushed out of the forest, heading straight for where the two were. Seeing the dense shadows, Chu Fan knew they couldn't just stand there and wait to die. He quickly grabbed Lu Ruyin's hand and shouted, "Run." Lu Ruyin did not refuse and followed behind Chu Fan, running towards the side of the island parallel to the forest. The shadows behind them emitted a series of rumbling sounds, chasing after them in the direction they were fleeing. The two dared not pause for a moment, continuously running forward. But the things behind them kept chasing. Just from the sound, it was clear that there were quite a few of them. Breathless from running, just as they were about to run out of stamina, Lu Ruyin suddenly pointed to the side. "Chu Fan, there's a tree hole there." Chu Fan, upon hearing this, indeed saw a large hole beneath a towering tree that could accommodate a person. "Quick, let's get in and hide for a while." The two hurriedly ran toward the tree hole, and just as they squeezed in, they heard a series of rumbling sounds from outside. It was a narrow escape. Fortunately, it seemed that the creatures outside were not very intelligent as they just passed by. This allowed the two to breathe a little easier, but they still dared not let their guard down. The tree hole was very small, and the two were almost face to face with each other. Chu Fan didn't know where to put his hands. Feeling the fragrance emanating from Lu Ruyin, he couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. No wonder she is the president of Jiangqing University. This feeling is truly wonderful. Lu Ruyin naturally sensed Chu Fan's unusual behavior, shot him a glare, and spoke. "Chu Fan, I want to ask you something." "What? Is that really as interesting as they say?" Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected such words to come from Lu Ruyin, who seemed like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Listen to this, what outrageous words. Chu Fan awkwardly coughed twice and said, "Let's not discuss this issue anymore. Why does it sound like you're about to die?" Chu Fan was speechless. This girl had quite the way with words. Lu Ruyin continued, listening to her say, "Oh, leak one moment, and oh yes the next. It's really hard to comprehend whether she wants it or not." Chu Fan was left dumbfounded. Who would have thought this seemingly aloof school goddess could be so unabashed? And the more I tell you, the less you'll understand. You'll know when you experience it yourself next time. Just then a sound of running came from outside, startling the two into silence. In this way, the two leaned against each other in a daze, not knowing how long had passed, until Chu Fan suddenly jolted awake. At that moment, he realized that the sky outside was already bright. Opening his wristband, he found that Barbara was not far from his location, as she must have realized that Chu Fan and Lu Ruyin were missing. He needed to quickly figure out the situation here and find a safe place to wait for Barbara and the others to rescue him. Otherwise, Barbara coming directly to the island would be extremely dangerous. Seeing that there was no movement outside, Chu Fan gently nudged Lu Ruyin, who was resting against him. "Ruyin, wake up, it's bright outside." Lu Ruyin opened her eyes and indeed found that the sky was bright. Then she realized that she was completely lying in Chu Fan's arms, and there was even a drool mark left on his chest. This made her heart race. It was the first time in her life that she had been so intimate with a man for such a long time. After Chu Fan expressed his concerns, Lu Ruyin immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. She couldn't be certain about Barbara, but her impulsive and simple-minded brother would definitely rush onto the island without a second thought. If they encountered those things from last night, it would be dangerous. Thinking of this, the two observed the surroundings through a gap, confirming there was no movement outside before quietly crawling out of the tree hole. Chu Fan took out 2 bottles of water from his space. After the two of them drank some water to replenish their energy, they began to scout the surrounding environment. They found themselves in a patch of low woods. The trees weren't particularly dense, but they were very thick and seemed to have been around for a while. After observing for a while, Lu Ruyin whispered, "These trees are not species from Earth, at least I've never seen or heard of them before." Chu Fan nodded. Lu Ruyin was absolutely right. This island exuded an eerie atmosphere, and what were those things that appeared last night? Chu Fan pondered. Ruyin, this island is quite large and we don't know the specifics, so I think we should find a higher place to understand the situation here. Lu Ruyin nodded, saying, "Exactly, I was thinking the same. What about that mountain?" Following the direction of Lu Ruyin's finger, Chu Fan looked up. There stood a mountain ahead of them which appeared to be the highest point on the island. "All right, let's not delay, let's head out quickly." Half an hour later they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruyin raised her arm to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. The journey had not been easy, but fortunately they hadn't encountered any dangers. After resting for a while and drinking some water at the foot of the mountain, they continued to climb upwards. The mountain wasn't very high, only about 100 or 200 meters. Moreover, there was a mountain path which saved them a lot of effort. "Great, Chu Fan will reach the top soon." Chu Fan nodded and let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, both of them were extremely tense and dared not waste a moment. Fortunately, they arrived here without incident, and they could finally relax. "Chu Fan, I really have to thank you for helping us escape this time." Lu Ruyin sincerely expressed her gratitude to Chu Fan. What good is just saying thanks? Let's get something practical." Lu Ruyin glared at him and said, "Aren't you with Barbara? You still want to make a move on me? I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag." Chu Fan disregarded her words, saying, "This isn't Earth, it's the sea. How can I be called a scumbag? Please call me Sea King." Lu Ruyin was speechless. It was her first time seeing someone being so brazen about being a scumbag. "Aren't you afraid Barbara will be heartbroken?" You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me, are you willing?" Lu Ruyin stopped and raised her head, asking, "Are you serious?" Chu Fan also stopped and said solemnly, "Of course, you are the most unique among all the people I've ever loved. Actually, the first time I..." Suddenly, Chu Fan lunged forward and knocked Lu Ruyin down to the ground. Lu Ruyin was caught off guard and found herself pinned beneath Chu Fan. Panicking, she hurriedly said, "Chu Fan, you don't need to be so hasty. I agree to it, but right now." Chu Fan quickly interrupted, "Be careful, those things are coming." Only then did Lu Ruyin notice that a small arrow glowing blue was embedded in the very spot where she had just been standing. If Chu Fan hadn't knocked her down just now, she might have been hit. Since accepting the mastery of martial arts, Chu Fan's senses had become extremely sharp. Thus, although that small arrow had come suddenly, he managed to keenly catch it, prompting his earlier action. After pulling Lu Ruyin up, Chu Fan took out the trident from his space. "Ruyin, stand behind me." As soon as he said this, a group of strange little people rushed out from the opposite woods. These people were very short, completely green, with large ears on their tiny heads. Their gaping mouths revealed jagged teeth. If he had to say it, Chu Fan thought these creatures resembled goblins from games in his past life. There were many goblins. On a rough count, there were at least 100 of them. They were making a loud commotion, charging out with various weapons, shouting loudly. Wow, so many. Lu Ruyin's face paled, as she never expected that the things that chased her all night yesterday would be such ugly creatures. As soon as the goblins saw Lu Ruyin's appearance, they became even more agitated, clamoring and rushing towards her. Chu Fan exclaimed, "Run." After shouting the words "run fast," Chu Fan wasted no time and pulled Lu Ruyin to flee up the mountain. While running, Lu Ruyin gasped for breath and asked Chu Fan, "What on earth are those things? They look so Upon hearing the name, Lu Ruyin's expression tensed. She wasn't completely unaware, but she had heard of goblins, those monsters that only existed in myths and games. It is said that they are extremely ugly, greedy, lustful, and cruel creatures. Seeing one today confirmed the rumors. It is said that if a woman unfortunately falls into the hands of such monsters, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyin's steps quickened. She definitely did not want to be caught by such monsters. The two of them raced up the mountain, while the goblin horde relentlessly pursued them from behind. It was daytime now, and finding a place to hide like last night was nearly impossible. They had no choice but to keep running up the mountain step by step. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally reached the mountaintop. Chu Fan, having undergone physical enhancement, was still fine, but Lu Ruyin, being a girl, was now exhausted and couldn't even straighten her back after the intense sprint. "How are you?" Lu Ruyin caught her breath and said, "I'm okay, I won't hold you back." Chu Fan nodded and said, "They are catching up, let's move a little further." As they walked a few dozen meters further, they suddenly froze. Lu Ruyin's face turned pale. At the mountaintop stood a nearly vertical cliff below, which was the raging sea. But jumping down from this height, would likely mean certain death. On the cliff there were more than 10 wooden stakes each with a desiccated corpse. Not all were desiccated too, were still quite fresh, and judging by their appearance, they seemed to be fellow humans transported from Earth. They were likely the owners of that ship seen last night. Lu Ruyin took a glance, forced herself not to vomit, and said in a trembling voice, "Chu Fan, look at that." Chu Fan's expression turned serious as he saw a woman tied to one of the wooden stakes. The woman was not yet dead, but was barely clinging to life. Her clothes were long gone, and her body was covered in wounds. The most terrifying part was that her chest had been cut open, leaving 2 bullseyed wounds still oozing blood. Her lower body was in an utter state of ruin. Chu Fan believed he had seen all kinds of gruesome images on various websites, but he was still shocked by the bloody scene before him. The woman seemed to sense someone approaching and opened her eyes with great effort. When she saw that a fellow human stood before her, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. Kill me. Please. I beg you." Even Lu Ruyin, who usually had an icy demeanor, was stunned by the scene. What kind of torment had she endured to wish for death so desperately? Chu Fan felt a deep sorrow in his heart. He knew this woman could not be saved, even if she were. Her remaining life would be filled with horror. The woman continued to speak in fits and starts. "The treasure chest on the cliff is a trap. Kill me." Hearing the goblins' voices getting closer from behind, Chu Fan had no time to decipher her words. He took out the dagger he had obtained from the scarred man, raised the knife, and whispered, "Rest in peace." Just as he was about to act, Lu Ruyin suddenly said, "Wait, Chu Fan." Chu Fan's eyes reddened as he replied, "I'm doing this for her sake. Now is not the time for mercy." Lu Ruyin paused, shook her head in pain, and said softly, "I mean, she is already dead." Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly turned his head, only to find that the woman's eyes were wide open, staring at another corpse nearby. The color in her eyes was slowly fading, gradually turning into a void. Chu Fan closed his eyes. A complex feeling surged in his heart. He didn't know this woman, but at this moment, being human, he felt a tinge of compassion. At that moment, Lu Ruyin reminded him, "Chu Fan, they are surrounding us." Chu Fan turned sharply, taking out the Sea King's trident from his space. "Ruyin, stay back. Today I'll let these wretched creatures taste the wrath of humanity." Lu Ruyin nodded, taking a step back, her expression serious, as she said, "Be careful." Chu Fan stepped forward, suddenly a formidable aura rising explosively around him. The leading goblin was shaken by this aura and involuntarily halted its advance. Chu Fan swung the Sea King's trident and shouted, "Come at me." The goblin leader seemed enraged and shouted a few times, waving its green claws forward, causing over a dozen small goblins to raise various weapons and surround them. Chu Fan was not afraid. His mastery of martial arts gave him a deep understanding of the ancient weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Sea King's trident, being a polearm, posed no difficulty for him. He suddenly lunged forward, piercing through the first goblin with a chilling thrust. Then he flicked the entire Sea King's trident, sending the goblin's corpse flying like a rag into the horde behind. Before the other goblins could react, Chu Fan transitioned from stabbing to sweeping, knocking 4 or 5 charging goblins away in one sweep. Thus, with the Sea King's trident in hand, Chu Fan battled like a god of slaughter, moving in and out of the goblin horde, quickly causing the surrounding goblins to retreat in fear. Just as Chu Fan thrust out another strike, suddenly from the goblin corpse pile behind him, a goblin jumped up, swinging a big stick towards the back of Chu Fan's head. This turned out to be a goblin pretending to be dead. Chu Fan had just exhausted his strength, unable to change his move in time, and was about to take the blow. Though the goblin was small in stature, its strength was considerable. If he took that hit, he would likely not survive. At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot through the air, piercing the leaping goblin with a chilling strike, causing it to scream in midair. The arrow was fast and precise, altering the goblin's trajectory in midair. The big stick veered a few centimeters and struck Chu Fan on the shoulder. Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, almost losing his balance. Turning around, he saw Lu Ruyin holding a short bow. After shooting the 6th goblin, she had reclaimed this arrow unexpectedly, saving Chu Fan at a critical moment. Chu Fan nodded in gratitude, and Lu Ruyin's lips curled up slightly. However, the next second their joy was short-lived as they saw countless goblins rushing out from the forest below, encircling the mountain. Chu Fan was left stunned. No matter how strong he was, he could not kill these thousands of goblins. Were they really going to die here today? Lu Ruyin's expression grew tense as well. It seemed they truly could not escape this time. Thinking of this, she glanced at Chu Fan standing in front of her, and the ice in her heart finally melted. He had put himself in danger to save her. Facing so many enemies, he still refused to abandon her and run away. This must be what the ancient generals meant by being as steadfast as a mountain. Chu Fan sighed, "Sister Ru, and it seems we are going to die here today. It's a pity I won't have the chance to let you experience that. No, perhaps there is still a chance." Following the direction of Lu Ruyin, Chu Fan gazed out. He saw 2 boats approaching from the sea, one behind the other. Through his wristband, Chu Fan confirmed that these were indeed Barbara and Lu Shangfei whom he had been searching for. This indicated that their strategy was correct. Only from this high vantage point could they observe the situation at sea in real time. However, in the next moment, a new problem arose. The cliff was at least 100 meters high above the sea, making it impossible for them to descend. Jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death. Realizing the situation, Lu Rian quickly came to the same conclusion and immediately fell back into despair. At that moment, both of their wristbands rang simultaneously. It turned out that Barbara had sent a private message. Chu Fan, is that you on the mountain? How did you get here? I'm so worried. Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, it's me. I'll explain everything when I get back. Then I'll come to the island to find you. Don't come up. It's very dangerous on this island. Just steer the boat to the sea below me. Oh, you're not planning to jump down, are you? Rest assured I won't be that foolish. I will find a way. Good, just don't jump down. I don't want to be a widow. Meanwhile, Lu Rian briefed Lu Shangfei, clearly indicating that no matter what he must not come up the mountain and must also prevent Barbara from landing on the island. After finishing her private message, Lu Rian put away her wristband and softly said, all right, I've made things clear. Chu Fan, can I ask you for one thing? What is it? Please kill me first when the time comes. I don't want to fall into the hands of those guys. Chu Fan was taken aback and smiled slightly. Why are you in such a hurry to die? Isn't it too early for that? Lu Rian shook her head and replied, you don't need to comfort me. I'm not afraid of death. In this situation, do you have any other methods? Unless you can conjure up 2 boxes like you did yesterday. Chu Fan's heart stirred. A blind box was impossible now, but Lu Rian's words reminded him. Wait, do you remember what that woman said earlier, that the box on the cliff is a trap? Lu Rian thought for a moment and said, yes, she did say that, but so what? Chu Fan, seeing the goblin army drawing closer, quickly stood up and said, hurry and search for the box. Seeing Chu Fan like this, Lu Rian was quite puzzled, but she didn't ask further. Instead, she stood up cooperatively to search together. On the cliff. There's nothing here. There's nothing here either. After searching for a while on the cliff with no results, just as Chu Fan was about to give up, Lu Rian suddenly pointed down and said, look there. Hearing this voice, Chu Fan quickly turned his head and sure enough, saw a small stone platform below with a golden treasure chest on it. It seemed that the woman and her partner had come to this island because they spotted this box, so to them, this box was the trap leading them to their demise. Great, let's jump over. With that, the two of them jumped onto the stone platform below, one after the other. The platform was not far from the top of the cliff, so they easily made the leap. Just then the goblin army surged up. It seemed they had realized that the two were no longer visible at the mountain top, and in their rage the goblins pushed down all the wooden frames on the summit. The woman's body fell quickly before Lu Rian and Chu Fan's eyes, plummeting down the cliff and into. Lu Rian, witnessing this scene, looked dejected and said, Chu Fan, even if we find the box, what difference does it make? Are you really willing to gamble that it contains what we want? At last the goblins noticed the whereabouts of Chu Fan and Lu Rian, pointing at the platform and screaming wildly. The goblin leader shot a venomous glance at the two and suddenly pointed his claw at the scattered rocks on the cliff, issuing a command. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed these creatures were preparing to hurl stones at them. Lu Rian realized this too, but she felt she had no way out. So be it, being able to die together with him could be considered a lack of regrets. At that moment, Barbara and Lu Shangfei's boat finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Chu Fan suddenly smiled and asked, Lu Rian, do you trust me? Lu Rian was taken aback and replied, what? If you trust me, then whatever I ask you to do later, just do it, and we will have a chance to leave here alive. Lu Rian stared blankly at Chu Fan, instinctively thinking he was trying to comfort her. Thus she unusually smiled and said, all right, I'll listen to you. Chu Fan took out the Sea King trident and said softly, when the time comes, hold on tightly to my Sea King trident and don't let go, okay? Lu Rian's face flushed. Okay. No, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on tightly. Instead, you should hold on to this treasure chest and don't let go no matter what. Can you do that? Seeing the seriousness in Chu Fan's expression, Lu Rian calmed herself and nodded. Okay, I promise you. With that, she tightly hugged the treasure chest. At that moment, Chu Fan embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, next I will take you to fly together. At that time, the goblins above surrounded them once more, but this time all the goblins were holding stones. Seeing that the moment had come, Chu Fan embraced Lu Rian and leaped powerfully, and the two of them left the stone platform, plummeting straight down into the sea below. At that moment, it felt as though Lu Rian's breath had stopped. She never expected it would come to this. So be it, let herself return to the sea, as at least this would preserve her pure body without worrying about being tormented by the goblins. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly whispered in her ear, I remember you seemed to agree to be my woman. Do you still stand by that? Lu Rian smiled lightly and said, sure, since I'm going to die anyway, I promise you that if there is an afterlife, I will definitely be your woman. Chu Fan laughed heartily and said, "No need to wait for another lifetime. In this life you are already mine." Lu Ruyan felt a bittersweet sweetness in her heart. Shouldn't this count as a confession? So this is what falling in love feels like. Too bad it's ending in death. At this moment Lu Shangfei also spotted the two jumping off the cliff and couldn't help but shout, "Sister." Just when he thought the two were about to crash into the sea and shatter into pieces, an electronic voice sounded. Detected treasure chest distance to target 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. A rope suddenly shot from the Sea King and rushed towards the surface of the sea. At the last moment before Chu Fan fell into the sea while holding Lu Ruyan, the material collection device's rope finally succeeded in grasping the treasure chest that Lu Ruyan was holding. The law of quality products from the system has once again taken effect. The immense pulling force completely disregarded the impact of the two falling from over 100 meters, forcibly pulling them onto the Sea King. Chu Fan made the right gamble. From the moment he spotted the treasure chest, he had already devised a strategy in his heart, though it still contained a significant element of risk. But once again he made the right gamble. System Dad, you rank third among the people I love most. As for the first and second, they are naturally Barbara and Lu Ruyan. One is his lucky goddess, bringing him life at a critical moment. The second one is a woman who has shared life and death with him, so ranking her second should not be unreasonable. System Tisk scumbag, you really do love those two little bitches more. At this moment, the golden treasure chest slipped from the still startled Lu Ruyan's arms and fell onto the deck. Barbara lunged directly, jumping into Chu Fan's arms, her legs wrapping around his waist. "Darling, you..." Chu Fan patted her disheveled hair and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine now." He then began to recount to Barbara and Lu Ruyan what had happened yesterday. Of course, the fact that Lu Ruyan had fallen into the sea without even having time to pick up her pants was naturally omitted. The next moment, Chu Fan suddenly realized he seemed unable to handle the relationship between Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Although he talked big when faced with it, he still felt overwhelmed. Lu Ruyan seemed to see through Chu Fan's thoughts, giving him a glare and letting out a sigh. She stepped forward and said, "Xiaofei, you go back to the ship first. Barbara, can I talk to you for a moment?" Barbara nodded and replied, "Sure." She had always had a good impression of Lu Ruyan, which was certainly related to the fact that she had saved her once. Barbara pointed to the cabin and said, "Let's talk inside." After saying that, she walked towards the cabin. As she passed in front of Chu Fan, she casually patted his shoulder. Chu Fan was speechless. This enchantress was truly a fairy. Seeing Barbara enter the cabin, Chu Fan whispered, "What are you going to talk about with Barbara?" Lu Ruyan shot him an annoyed glance and said, "What I, Lu Ruyan, have said counts. What I want to talk about with her is naturally related to you." After saying that, she ignored Chu Fan and bent down to enter the cabin, leaving Chu Fan in a state of confusion. At this moment, Lu Ruyan poked her head out again and said, "You go to the Harmony ship first and don't eavesdrop on our secrets." Barbara also leaned out and said, "Yes, you are not allowed to eavesdrop on our lady's secrets." Chu Fan was helpless. This was turning the tables, making it hard to distinguish between the big and small kings. However, after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. He could guess that the topics they were discussing would definitely be related to him. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to head over to the Sea King. When Lu Shangfei saw Chu Fan coming, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law. Chu Fan, you are amazing. Quickly tell me how you fought against the goblins just now." At the mention of goblins, Chu Fan's expression turned serious again. When he arrived on the island yesterday, it had been too sudden, and he was caught off guard. Now that he had the equal treatment device, shouldn't he retaliate? It is rumored that goblins, due to their greedy nature, often have a large amount of treasure in their lairs. If he took out the goblin's den, wouldn't he strike it rich? However, this matter still needed to be discussed with everyone, as there was a certain level of risk involved. At this moment, the discussions between the two women on the Sea King finally came to a halt. The next moment, a tearful Barbara rushed out, jumped onto the Harmony ship, and hugged Chu Fan tightly. "Oh, darling, I didn't know you sacrificed so much for me." Chu Fan was completely confused. What on earth did Lu Ruyan say to Barbara? Seeing that Chu Fan was silent, Barbara continued, "So it turns out that in your dragon kingdom, capable men all have 3 wives and 4 concubines, while only incapable men have just 1 spouse. And you, my dragon knight, you are afraid of hurting my feelings, so you'd rather be mocked by others than look for other women. I am truly touched." Lu Shangfei, hearing this, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Barbara pointed out, "See, darling, you really..." Lu Shangfei was dumbfounded. "Oh, was I laughing at that?" But the next moment, Lu Shangfei felt a murderous gaze directed at her, and she quickly realized what was going on. Yes, people like Chu Fan are sure to be laughed at in our hometown." As she spoke, she glanced at her older sister with a flattering expression, and upon seeing Lu Ruyan's satisfied gaze, she felt her life was saved. Even Chu Fan, no matter how foolish he was, understood now that Barbara had been successfully pawed by Lu Ruyan. Goodness, now he didn't even have to use his brain. His woman was being handled by someone else. Moreover, judging by the situation, this solution was quite thoughtful. However, as a successful Sea King, he naturally had to cooperate at this moment. "Oh, my dear Barbara, I didn't expect you to discover it, but my heart belongs only to you." Saying this, Chu Fan affectionately took Barbara's right hand and gently kissed it. Barbara's eyes were about to glaze over. "No, darling, I'm very happy that you are considering me, but I cannot be selfish." So, Barbara pulled Lu Ruyan over, placing Lu Ruyan's hand into the palm of Chu Fan. "I really like Sister Ruyan, so let her join me in being your wife and concubine." Chu Fan was thoroughly impressed. He didn't expect Lu Ruyan to have such a trick. She was undoubtedly a master of PUA. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but give Lu Ruyan a thumbs up in his heart. With Lu Ruyan around, he wouldn't have to worry about fires in the backyard. This was simply brilliant. Next, Chu Fan acted as if he was reluctant, which made Barbara feel so moved that she leaned on his shoulder, her tears soaking Chu Fan's right shoulder. Lu Ruyan watched for a while, and softly said, "It seems I came at the wrong time." At this moment, Chu Fan also realized, laughing heartily, and extended his hand, saying, "No, you came at just the right time." The next moment, Chu Fan reached out and pulled Lu Ruyan in front of him. Thus, with Lu Ruyan on his left shoulder and Barbara on his right, Chu Fan embraced them both. Lu Xiangfei watched in astonishment from the side. "Wow, this kind of operation really exists. I have truly seen it all. No wonder they are my sister and brother-in-law." This operation had him calling out 666. Chu Fan expressed his desire to counterattack Goblin Island. Barbara did not object, as she had always obeyed Chu Fan's words. Lu Ruyan also recalled the woman bound to the wooden frame, and an inexplicable anger surged within her. However, her naturally calm demeanor led her to directly offer her opinion. "Chu Fan, I understand your feelings, but we need to be well prepared and not act impulsively." Chu Fan took out the artifact of equality and said, "What do you think of this?" Lu Ruyan shook her head and said, "I think this is not enough." "Oh, tell me your thoughts." Lu Ruyan analyzed. "Firstly, our ammunition is limited, but you have no idea how many goblins are." Chu Fan did not deny this. They had seen thousands of goblins just a while ago, but they truly had no idea how many goblins were on the island. Lu Ruyan continued, "Besides goblins, are there any other races on this island?" "We are unclear about that." Chu Fan nodded and said, "That's right, you are correct, my second wife." Lu Ruyan did not mind the change in address, which left Lu Xiangfei, who was beside them, astonished. Was this still the same sister he used to know? She could actually tolerate Chu Fan addressing her like that. Forget it, as long as she was married off, she should not control him as much anymore. Lu Ruyan continued, "The third point, and the most important one, is that we have not grasped the rules of this game." Barbara asked in confusion, "What do you mean, Ruyan? For example, if this island suddenly appears, will it suddenly disappear again? If it disappears, will we also disappear?" This made Chu Fan break out in a cold sweat. Lu Ruyan was absolutely right. He had indeed been too impulsive. Fortunately, he had such a calm and wise partner by his side. Barbara quickly added, "That's right, dear, I think Ruyan is right, and our food supplies are running low as well." Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, "Both of you have successfully persuaded me. Let's allow these goblins to live a few more days. We'll mark down this coordinate and return for revenge once our strength allows, and we understand the rules of this world." Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Chu Fan would recklessly rush onto the island. If that happened, she would have to follow him. At this moment, Barbara suddenly said, "By the way, you haven't opened that treasure chest you brought back. I wonder what's in." Thanks to Barbara's reminder, everyone remembered that there was a treasure chest they hadn't opened. It was indeed a golden treasure chest, but Chu Fan didn't have high hopes. Because that woman said it was a trap, there was a certain possibility that this treasure chest could be fake. However, since they had already brought it on board, they might as well open it and take a look. Chu Fan first raised the sail, and with the help of the sea breeze, the ship slowly sailed away from the small island, beginning to navigate freely in the ocean. The four of them then gathered on the deck, preparing to open the golden treasure chest. With everyone's eager eyes upon him, Chu Fan opened the treasure chest. Inside, there were 3 gold coins, a parchment, and a bow. Chu Fan picked up the 3 somewhat familiar gold coins and discovered that the material was the same as the 3 he had previously retrieved from the seabed. The only difference was that the design on them was not a dragon, but a goblin. The bow looked exquisitely crafted, and Lu Ruyan, who liked bows, picked it up and admired it for a moment, becoming quite fond of it. It seemed that the most valuable item this time was the parchment. Chu Fan unfolded it and saw that several lines of text were written on it. The bow of the moon goddess legend. It is said to be a divine bow forged from the power of the moon goddess. If the wielder can master the power of the moon goddess, they can shoot powerful arrows without the need for arrowheads. Then it ended there. Chu Fan and the others looked bewildered, thinking, "You show me this after all that trouble?" The bow seemed incredibly impressive, especially since once the power of the moon goddess was mastered, arrows could be launched without needing any. But the crucial question was, they needed to find the key issue. That is, what is the power of the moon goddess? Where can it be obtained? Chu Fan looked over the parchment several times, but he could no longer find any valuable information. Damn, can't you take a breath when you finish speaking? However, seeing how much Lu Ruyan loved this bow, it wasn't a wasted trip. Another piece of good news was that after Lu Shangfei whittled 2 arrows with a knife, the synthesis station could use wood to create arrows. Although they weren't very powerful, it added another means of attack to the Sea King. After a bit of organization, the group continued their journey to search for supplies. At this moment, Lu Ruyan and her brother finally understood why Chu Fan was able to develop so quickly. This automatic resource collector was simply too extraordinary. The earnings for this day were quite substantial. By evening, the 4 of them had salvaged a total of 32 resource boxes. Chu Fan took stock of the current supplies with 300 iron, 100 copper, 10 leather, 30 plastic, 50 bread, 5. The most exciting thing for Chu Fan was that he had unexpectedly salvaged something good today. Ship function module toilet. Would you like to spend 100 wood, 10 iron, and 10 plastic to expand the toilet module to the Sea King? Tip: after expansion, the area of the Sea King will be increased. Yes, expand. With more people on the ship, the issue of using the toilet had become particularly prominent. Being a man was fine, but Chu Fan could not accept having his 2 wives exposed in broad daylight. After all, some things were better enjoyed secretly. However, due to the lack of a freshwater conversion module, this toilet could only be used for relieving oneself. Bathing was not yet possible. Despite this, Barbara and Lu Ruyan were overjoyed. Especially Lu Ruyan. If it weren't for the need to use the toilet, she would never have fallen into the sea and been seen naked by Chu Fan. In the evening, the group gathered together to eat and regain their strength. After stuffing the last piece of bread into his mouth, Chu Fan sighed. Eating this all the time is going to make my mouth feel dry as a bird. When will I get a stove? Then I can catch fish to eat. The Sea King was currently quite safe, but comfort was still lacking. He hoped his father would be considerate. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while before preparing to rest. Chu Fan grabbed Lu Ruyan, who was trying to slip away, and chuckled. Second wife, where are you planning to go? Lu Ruyan whispered, where can I go? Of course I'm going back to sleep. Lu Shangfei replied, sister, don't come over. You should sleep with your brother-in-law, otherwise you always complain about my snoring at night. Lu Ruyan raised her delicate brows, saying, are you asking for a beating? Lu Shangfei shrank his neck and hurriedly returned to the harmony. Chu Fan chuckled. I think my little brother-in-law is right. You are my person now. Where are you going if you're not sleeping with me? Lu Ruyan glanced around the cabin, and seeing Barbara smiling at her, her face suddenly flushed. Chu Fan, don't you already have Barbara? Let's talk about us later, okay? Chu Fan grinned. You said it, so let's talk. Saying this, he directly pulled Lu Ruyan into the cabin. No, that's not what I meant. Lu Ruyan heard. Although she usually appeared cold and aloof at this moment, she truly felt flustered. However, she also knew that since she had made this decision, some things were unavoidable. Thus, she was half pushed, half forced into the cabin by Chu Fan. The cabin wasn't very large, but it was enough to accommodate 3 people. Chu Fan smiled and said, from now on, don't call me Chu Fan, oh, call me husband. Husband? That's better. The following content is VIP only. On the harmony, Lu Shangfei was snoring and turning over, mumbling in his sleep. Chu Fan looked at Lu Ruyan beside him and said, Ruyan, welcome to our team. I'm preparing to give you a gift. This piqued Lu Ruyan's curiosity, and despite her body aches, she struggled to sit up. What gift? Chu Fan smiled, and just then the system's reward notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for surviving 1 day, successfully reward blind box 1. Ding, host successfully recruited 2 teammates, reward blind box 2. 3 blind boxes appeared, and Chu Fan took them all out, placing them in the center of the ship. Barbara had already opened one before, so she knew what it was and immediately became interested. Chu Fan explained to Lu Ruyan, this is a blind box, we each get one and can open one every day. Barbara keenly noticed something different. Darling, there were only 2 yesterday, but today there are 3. Is it because Sister Ruyan became our teammate? Chu Fan laughed heartily and playfully tapped Barbara's nose with his finger, saying, you can be taught. Barbara shot him a playful glare, her eyes sparkling. Next came the time to open the blind boxes. Chu Fan took the lead and opened one. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving various spices, 1,000 tons. While 1,000 tons of spices, that's a bit exaggerated. While this reward isn't too great, but it's not bad either, as spices will be useful sooner or later. Especially since it includes salt, which is essential for the human body. Next up was Barbara, as she opened her Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a freshwater purification device 1. Wow, Chu Fan was completely stunned. Barbara really was incredibly lucky, opening something extraordinary again. This is a freshwater purification device. Chu Fan quickly checked the device's instructions. Freshwater purification device can be installed anywhere and can change the number and position of water outlets at any time according to the host's wishes. Note 1. This device uses solar power after being exposed to the sun for 4 hours that can work continuously for 10 days. Note 2. This device has a rainwater collection function, which will automatically collect rainwater and convert it into drinkable freshwater. Note 3. This device has a seawater collection function and can automatically collect seawater, converting it into freshwater. Note 4. This device has a 5-ton capacity water tank, which will automatically stop working when the tank is full. After the three of them read the instructions for the device, only one thought filled their minds. Incredible! This is simply too incredible. This thing is so powerful, and the key point is it can directly combine with the bathroom module obtained today. With a 5-ton water capacity, they would have more than enough for anything. Moreover, as long as there is electricity, this device will keep working, so theoretically this water will never run out. Chu Fan gave Barbara a thumbs up. People really do make one feel inferior. This is what being lucky. Chu Fan suddenly remembered the scene of his previous polls, when he got the little zombie, and Kamisato Ayaka secretly lamenting how unfair this world is. At this moment, a handsome guy who had pulled a guaranteed small prize and 2 golds and 10 draws left his comment here. Next, it was Lu Ruoyan's turn. Lu Ruoyan was now completely numb. She never expected Chu Fan's real trump card to be this. And it was something he got every day. Suddenly, she was glad about her choice. That seemed that the probability of her and her brother surviving in this world had been infinitely increased. Seeing the looks of Chu Fan and Barbara directed at her, Lu Ruoyan nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruoyan opened her blind box. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving a customized water heater for the Sea King. One customized water heater for the Sea King, powered by solar energy, can be used continuously for 10 days if exposed to the sun for 4 hours daily. Note, this water heater can be connected to the freshwater purification device. As soon as the sound fell, Chu Fan was completely stunned. It turned out not to be Barbara's luck, but that he was simply too unlucky. Why do the things opened by these two ladies seem so impressive while what he opened was unremarkable? Fortunately, both of these ladies now belonged to him, so thinking about it, he was the most impressive, right? Chu Fan could only comfort himself with the spirit of AQ. Next, under the gaze of the two women, Chu Fan assembled the 2 newly acquired modules onto the Sea King. A flash of white light passed, and the Sea King's overall draft line deepened a bit. Above the newly added bathroom, 2 new items clearly appeared, one being the freshwater purification device, and the other the hot water device. Thus, on the evening of their 4th day of survival, Chu Fan and his 2 wives successfully enjoyed a hot bath. What they did not know was that at that moment the sea beneath them suddenly started to boil, gradually stirring up enormous waves. The first mate of the Sea King, Barbara, warmly reminded, 1 cup of wine, while coding 2 lines of tears when reviewing. On the Sea King, Lu Ruoyan was the first to react. Why is the ship swaying so violently? Chu Fan and Barbara both clearly felt something was off. The faces of the 3 changed, and they quickly exited the cabin, only to discover that the sea, which had been calm with only a gentle breeze, had suddenly stirred up an 8th-level storm. On another boat, Lu Shangfei was also awakened. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Chu Fan's face grew tense. The ferocity of the wind and waves made him worry whether his 2 boats could withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, he had just lowered the sails, though otherwise the boat might have capsized. At this moment, the regional channel was once again in chaos, indicating that the storm's impact was widespread. What the heck? Why is such a strong wind suddenly picked up? Heavens help. This shaking is making me feel like I might vomit my dinner from last night. What should I do? My boat is so small, can it withstand this storm? It's over, it's over. My fear of the deep sea is acting up. I feel like there are monsters in these waves. This statement seemed to remind Chu Fan and the others that there were too many mysteries in this world. It might very well be true that, as this guy said, something unknown and terrifying lurked within the waves. Chu Fan took out the Sea King trident and said seriously, Xiao Fei, you should come over too. Everyone be careful. Hearing this, Barbara also drew her sword, her expression tense as she focused on the movements on the sea. One wave after another crashed towards them, seemingly intent on destroying and engulfing everything on the sea. Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, Chu Fan, quickly look at the regional channel. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan hurriedly opened the regional channel. He saw someone named Gao Shuachi speaking in the channel. Everyone, this storm is extremely severe. Ordinary small boats simply cannot withstand it. I have a suggestion. Those nearby can merge their boats to quickly increase the size and weight, thereby enhancing our chances of survival. Gao Shuachi's words were undoubtedly like a stone thrown into a deep well, and after a moment some people immediately responded. What the person above said is right. My coordinates are 117, 256. Is anyone nearby? I'm at 126, 369. I should be close. On a boat not too far from Chu Fan, a large ship was occupied by more than 10 people. The person in charge held a hand ring, looking quite pleased. He was none other than Gao Shuachi, the captain of the Ark. With this method, he had successfully merged 7 or 8 nearby boats together. He had enough confidence to believe that he was now the most powerful entity in this ocean. Previously, he had always been at the bottom of society. However, having grown up by the sea, arriving at this place had given him more advantages than others. Thus, after familiarizing himself with the environment, he quickly began to develop. This also allowed him to gather a significant amount of resources in a short time. If it weren't for Chu Fan relying on the automatic resource collector, it would truly be hard to say who the first place belonged to. A person who had long been suppressed suddenly found himself on top of everyone overnight. Gao Shuaqi felt an unprecedented ambition wildly growing in his heart. I want to be the ruler of this world. Gao Shuaqi roared in his heart. Then he recalled something and softly said, Chu Fan, I want to see just who you really are. At this moment, another wave crashed over. Gao Shuaqi frowned and said, the ship is still not big enough. Oh, everyone stay alert. If you see any boats wanting to join us, find a way to merge them in. Then Gao Shuaqi sent his coordinates to the regional channel. 138, 169, welcome all friends to come join me. I believe that as long as we unite, we can overcome anything. It must be said that Gao Shuaqi's words were indeed very persuasive, especially when many felt the most helpless. Chu Fan felt a strange thought flash through his mind. This Gao Shuaqi indeed had a good method. It seemed that no matter where they were, humans liked to band together. Moreover, once successful, they often created more miracles. However, the more people there were, the more problems would naturally arise. Chu Fan couldn't afford to think about that. He wasn't strong enough and didn't want to attract so much trouble. But this Gao Shuaqi did remind him. Ruoyan, should we merge your harmonious ship with my Sea King? Lu Ruoyan nodded without much thought, saying, that's exactly what I intend. Her harmonious ship was still too flimsy. Merging with Chu Fan would increase their chances of surviving such turbulent waters. Moreover, she was now considered Chu Fan's woman, so the combination was a natural progression. Captain Lu Ruoyan requests to merge with your Sea King. Do you agree? Chu Fan received the prompt on his hand ring. He chose yes directly. With his choice, the harmonious ship flashed a white light and disappeared from its spot. The Sea King also flashed a white light, and 30 seconds later the light vanished. At this point, the Sea King's hull was about a third larger than before, and it was also much taller. At first glance, it resembled a small medieval warship, albeit lacking a weapon system. What pleased Lu Shangfei the most was that after the merger, the Sea King also gained an additional cabin beneath the deck. This is great, I won't have to sleep outdoors anymore. At the bow, the automatic resource collector was also adjusted automatically. The newly added freshwater collector and water heater were also automatically completed. From this moment on, the Sea King finally had the semblance of conquering the sea. Looking at the team information on his hand ring, the number of people had increased from the initial 2 to 4. However, the crisis was far from over. Whether it was sensing these tiny humans' attempt to conquer it, the sea became even more turbulent. Everyone be careful. Hold on to the deck. Don't get thrown overboard. Chu Fan shouted loudly. Boom. A huge wave crashed in, and the Sea King was thrown to the crest of the wave like a roller coaster. Moments later, it fell back down. This time, all 4 of their faces changed dramatically. If such massive waves continued, it would truly be uncertain whether the Sea King could hold on. At that moment, a flash of lightning struck. The once ink-black sea surface was illuminated. The 4 were astonished to discover that countless dark shapes seemed to have appeared on the surrounding sea. Not good at sea beasts. Chu Fan tightened his grip on the Sea King trident, and Barbara raised her sword. Lu Ruoyan suddenly exclaimed, everyone be careful, the storm is coming again. At this moment, a wave, even taller than the previous one, surged towards the Sea King. Everyone was stunned as they watched the towering wave as high as 5 stories crashing towards them. Before nature, humanity feels utterly insignificant. The 4 of them were already drenched by the waves. Chu Fan stood at the front, gazing at the colossal wave. Barbara couldn't help but murmur, oh my God. Lu Ruoyan's face also turned pale, and she couldn't help but gently grasped Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan felt the softness in his hand and turned his head, giving a slight nod to everyone. At that moment, the giant wave finally crashed down. The Ocean King was once again thrust to the peak of the wave. Even Chu Fan, whose body had been modified, felt nauseous, let alone the other 3. Fortunately, they managed to hold on. But if another wave came, it was uncertain whether they could withstand it. Chu Fan struggled to wipe the seawater from his face and looked back, seeing the exhaustion on everyone's faces. Gee. Another flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Chu Fan keenly noticed that countless shadows surrounded the Ocean King. This was bad. Those monsters seemed to have set their sights on them. Chu Fan's heart sank. They were at sea with no way to escape. If they couldn't fight back, for humans this was a natural death trap. At that moment, a gigantic shadow leaped high from the surface of the sea, opening its gaping maw, and aimed directly at Lu Shangfei, who was standing dazed on the deck. If it bit him, Lu Shangfei would likely be torn apart. The attack came fast, and suddenly catching by the time everyone noticed, it was already too late. Lu Ruoyan shouted, no, Xiaofei. Chu Fan also raised the Ocean King's spear to throw at the monster, but it was still a moment too late. Just when everyone thought Lu Xiangfei couldn't escape, a small black shadow leaped from the sea and collided with the previous giant shadow. Though the shadow was small, its force was significant. While it couldn't completely knock the huge monster away, it caused its attack to miss. Gotcha! The monster's upper and lower teeth clashed, emitting a sound like steel. With a missed strike, the monster fell back into the sea, creating a splash. The small shadow seemed to have exhausted its strength and collapsed onto the deck. Run! The shadow called out. Chu Fan was taken aback. He never expected the one who jumped onto the ship would be a woman. To be precise, he couldn't believe that someone could survive such fierce waves and even repel that giant creature. At this moment, the winds and waves on the sea finally calmed down significantly. Lu Ruyin and the others finally reacted and rushed over. Just then, another flash of lightning illuminated the area, allowing Chu Fan and the others to see the general outline of the newcomer. However, they were left completely stunned. They could hardly believe their eyes and began to doubt whether they were imagining. At that moment, a flame ignited. It turned out Lu Xiangfei had lit a piece of wood. Fortunately, the wood had been stored in the hold, so it wasn't soaked. But wood on the sea was rare. If it weren't for the emergency, no one would have the luxury to use wood for lighting. With the light, everyone clearly saw that the newcomer had a fish tail. Yet her upper body was entirely that of a young girl, and she was exceedingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, she was completely on par with Lu Ruyin and Barbara, and her fishtail added an extra allure. A mermaid flashed through the minds of the four. You're hurt. Barbara, as a doctor, was the first to notice the mermaid's injury. She noticed a very obvious wound on the mermaid's tail, which was bleeding profusely. Run, that monster just now was a shark man. He will come after us. As she spoke, another giant wave surged from the sea. The mermaid pointed at the wave and said, He's coming, shark man, knock. At that moment, a monster leaped out from the wave and landed directly on the deck of the Ocean King. This monster was grayish-white tall and had a body similar to a human's, but its head was that of a vicious shark, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Hee hee hee. White Star, I see you can't run. Oh, I didn't expect to find such a beautiful woman here. Nock's eyes lit up with excitement as he caught sight of Lu Ruyin and Barbara. These two women are quite nice, so I like them. Chu Fan coldly replied, I don't care what you are. If you dare to covet my women, then die. With that, Chu Fan lunged the Ocean King's spear towards Nock's chest. This shark man was clearly not to be trifled with, so talking was futile. It was better to act. Nock snorted disdainfully, a mere human dares to oppose me. You overestimate yourself. Without dodging, he let Chu Fan's spear thrust come at him. Chu Fan's heart rejoiced. It seemed this shark man wasn't very intelligent. But in the next moment, he couldn't. The shark man's skin was like it had been coated in oil. At the moment the spear struck, it not only failed to injure him, but slid off to the side. Damn, it's so slippery. How can I fight? Hee hee hee. Nock suddenly pulled out a large knife and swung it directly at Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan quickly raised the Ocean King's spear. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed on the Ocean King. Chu Fan felt as if his arms were being crushed by a small mountain, incredibly heavy. High attack, high defense, thick blood. Chu Fan couldn't help but complain how come he ran into a boss right after leaving the beginner village. Wasn't this just tormenting himself? But giving up wasn't Chu Fan's character. Since it had come to this, he could only fight hard. Lu Ruyin looked anxious as she watched the two fighting and took out her moon god bow. Barbara also tightened her grip on her sword, hoping to help Chu Fan. Chu Fan was agile and wouldn't be defeated so quickly, but the difference in physique was too great, making the probability of victory almost zero. This was still on the ship. If it were in the water, who knew how powerful Nock would be? Da-da-da-da. A burst of blue light emerged. It turned out Barbara had taken out the universal equality shotgun. But to everyone's surprise, the bullets hitting him were futile. Everyone fell into despair. Even the shotgun couldn't penetrate him. How could a mere mortal deal with this? As everyone pondered their strategies with solemn expressions, the mermaid suddenly called out, Stop. Then she stepped forward and her fishtail transformed into a pair of smooth legs, though there was still a noticeable wound on her foot. Nock, they are just passing human beings. Oh, let them go, and I will go with you. Upon hearing this, Nock burst into another fit of laughter, his lewd little eyes shining with a green light. Ha ha ha, so you are willing to become my bride. The mermaid's face flashed with despair upon hearing this, as she unconsciously turned her head and caught a glimpse of Barbara, who had just put away the shotgun and was now holding her sword in reverse. Nock, you are doomed. When the mermaid spoke these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They couldn't understand how this mermaid, who had just been showing weakness, suddenly turned so assertive. Nock was also taken aback, then smirked and said, Oh, Bai Xing, you actually think I'm doomed? You can't possibly believe that these few humans can defeat me, right? After saying that, he disdainfully glanced at the man in front of him, Chu Fan, and remarked, This man has some skills, but unfortunately you can't injure me in the slightest. Chu Fan also looked frustrated. This giant before him wasn't without weaknesses. Its reaction speed on land was evidently much slower, often just standing there taking his hits. But its skin was too thick, he simply couldn't pierce through its armor. Noc's words caused Chu Fan to look at the mermaid, named Bai Xing, with doubt. A glint of excitement flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she looked at Bai Xing. Bai Xing suddenly called out to Barbara's sister, "Could you show me the sword you have in your hand?" Barbara was clearly taken aback by this request and glanced at Chu Fan. Although Chu Fan was puzzled, Barbara stepped forward and handed over the sword. Bai Xing did not take the sword, but leaned in closely to examine. After a moment, her face was filled with excitement, but more so with awe. "Big brother, this sword can break through his defenses." Chu Fan was taken aback and took the sword from Barbara's hand. This sword was something he had retrieved from a treasure chest taken from a giant dragon. He had always thought it was just an ordinary sword of decent quality. But hearing Bai Xing's words, could it be that this sword was far from ordinary? In a state of half-belief and half-doubt, Chu Fan accepted the sword from Barbara. Noc noticed this and scoffed, saying, "Humph, what a worthless sword you think it can." Suddenly Noc was startled and incredulously exclaimed, "What, it's actually impossible? How could you have this sword?" Chu Fan's eyes flickered. Although he didn't know what kind of sword it was, Noc's reaction clearly indicated a deep fear. Bai Xing seemed to sense everyone's confusion and explained from behind, "Brother Chu, the sword in your hand is said to be the legendary sword capable of slaying dragons, known as the Dragon Slayer sword. If this is indeed the Dragon Slayer sword, then the user, if they possess sufficient power, can even slay a dragon. Although, Brother Chu, you are still immortal, Noc is just an ordinary shark man using the Dragon Slayer sword to kill. It would be a piece of cake." Noc's face changed dramatically, stuttering, "It's impossible. This sword only exists in legends. No one has ever seen it. How could these humans have it?" Yet Chu Fan caught on to the key word, dragon. He had indeed taken this sword from the grasp of a dragon, so the likelihood that this sword was the Dragon Slayer sword was very high. Knowing he could not delay any longer, Noc gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe in this so-called Dragon Slayer sword. I want all of you to die." After saying this, he swung the knife fiercely toward Chu Fan's neck. This strike was powerful, as if it aimed to cleave through the surrounding air, rushing directly toward Chu Fan's vital point. "Watch out!" Barbara screamed in fright. Chu Fan, unfazed, bent down and lunged forward, rolling on the ground just in time to evade the strike. When he raised his head again, he was already in front of Noc. Without hesitation, he swung the sword at Noc. The next moment, something strange happened. The Noc, which he had just failed to pierce through with all his strength, was now as easy to slice through as tofu, effortlessly breaking its outer layer. By the time Noc realized what had happened, one of its arms had already fallen onto the deck. The process was so smooth that Chu Fan even felt a sense of unreality. "Oh!" Noc let out a terrible scream, dropping the large knife in its hand. "It really is the Dragon Slayer sword." Upon seeing that the Dragon Slayer sword had appeared, the sea beasts surrounding the Sea King immediately scattered in panic, fearing that if they were a moment late, they would be used by Chu Fan as a drink accompaniment. As the sea beasts scattered, the ocean immediately returned to calm, and the dark clouds above gradually dissipated. The moon climbed back to the top of the sky, illuminating the deck of the Sea King. Noc was no longer the arrogant figure from before. Instead, it was filled with terror. "No, you can't kill me. Spare me. I know of an island nearby that has many treasures. I'll take you there." But Bai Xing snorted coldly and said, "You shark men are the most despicable and shameless race in the ocean. Brother Chu, don't believe its deceitful words." Chu Fan did not speak, but he knew that in this dangerous world, if one did not eradicate the root of the problem, it would likely lead to endless trouble. He suddenly stepped forward without hesitation, and in the face of Noc's terrified and malicious gaze, he thrust the Dragon Slayer's sword directly into its chest. "Oh!" Noc screamed again, then said in the most venomous tone, "The dragon god will return. My kin will surely avenge me." After saying this, Noc tilted its head and completely lost its life force. Chu Fan withdrew the Dragon Slayer's sword and examined it closely. He hadn't expected that the sword he had risked so much to retrieve would have such an extraordinary origin. But why didn't he feel its sharpness before? Bai Xing seemed to see Chu Fan's confusion and explained, "Many years ago the dragon race ruled over this sea, and no other race could contend with them. Thus they grew increasingly arrogant, slaughtering other races at will." She continued, "Until about 1,000 years ago, countless humans suddenly appeared in this world just like you, and no one knew where they came from. A warrior among the humans, after enduring countless hardships, finally killed the leader of the evil dragons and made this Dragon Slayer sword from its bones. This sword is specifically for slaying evil dragons, but because the dragon race's power was too strong, this sword is also lethal to other races in the ocean. Conversely, in normal times it appears to be just an ordinary sword." The crowd finally understood, yet they were also very intrigued by these rumors. Lu Ruyan keenly grasped a piece of useful information and quickly asked, "What did that shark man mean when he said the dragon god is about to return?" Bai Xing's expression darkened as she replied, "What he said is true. According to legend, the human warrior made an agreement with the dragon race not to cause chaos for 1,000 years, and now that 1,000 years is about to arrive, the dragon race will awaken. The 1,000-year period has ended and the Dragon King returns. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brows and said, "So, is this the reason we were summoned here?" Bai Xing shook her head and said, "I'm not sure about that." The ship fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Chu Fan smiled and said, "All right, we can talk about this later. Let's talk about you. Your name is Bai Xing." Bai Xing nodded and said, "That's right, my name is Bai Xing. As you can see, I am a member of the merfolk tribe." Barbara exclaimed, "I never expected that mermaids actually exist in this world." Bai Xing continued, "Our merfolk have lived here since the dawn of this planet. We are one of the closest tribes to humans among all the creatures of the ocean. However, recently, for some unknown reason, the tribe, led by the sharks, suddenly launched an attack on us. Countless of our kin have perished. If it weren't for encountering you, I might have also been captured by Nuaku." Lu Ruyin said, "I owe you my gratitude for saving my brother's life." Lu Shangfei nodded vigorously and said, "That's right. If it weren't for you, I would have been done for a long time." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone recalled the perilous scene from earlier. If Bai Xing hadn't discovered the dragon-slaying sword, all of them would have likely been devoured by that group of sea beasts. Chu Fan opened his wristband and found that in just one night the number of people in the regional channel had already dropped below 800. This meant that over 1,000 people had perished in just a few short hours. This world is far more dangerous than he had imagined. Fortunately, Bai Xing arrived, only perhaps he could learn more secrets about this world from her. "By the way, Bai Xing, do you know where this is?" Remembering this, Chu Fan took out the treasure map and pointed to the marked spot while asking. Bai Xing looked at it for a while and shook her head, saying, "I don't know where this is either. Judging by this map, it should not be close to here." Chu Fan nodded and put the treasure map away again. At this moment, Bai Xing stood up. "I really want to thank you all. I must return now. My friends, it was a pleasure meeting you, and I hope to see you again next." After saying this, Bai Xing leaped and jumped into the sea, disappearing into the vast ocean after a moment. The four of them couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world. Chu Fan threw the Sharkman's corpse into the sea and splashed some water to wash the deck before returning to the cabin. After all this commotion, they were feeling a bit tired. Lu Shangfei went voluntarily to the lower deck, where there was a sailor's room. From this moment on, this place. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruyin settled into the captain's quarters. The next day, when Chu Fan came out of his room, he saw Lu Shangfei sitting on the deck, fiddling with a fishing net. "Xiaofei, what are you doing?" Lu Shangfei sighed. "Brother-in-law, for the past few days I've been eating nothing but small bread. I'm about to throw up. Today I want to catch a couple of fish to eat." Chu Fan could relate deeply, but he continued to ask, "But we don't have a pot. How can we cook the fish?" Lu Shangfei chuckled, "We can grill them. Anyway, I just don't want to eat small bread anymore." At that moment, Lu Ruyin's voice came from behind. "I almost forgot you used to work at a grilled fish shop. So today's grilled fish will be your responsibility." "No problem, brother-in-law, lend me a hand. Let's go catch some fish." As a white person, Barbara was used to eating bread, so she didn't find anything wrong with eating bread every day. But she was also very interested in the grilled fish that Lu Shangfei mentioned. Thus the four quickly divided their tasks. Lu Ruyin observed the situation on the sea. Barbara focused on the resource collector. Lu Shangfei organized the fishing net and began to fish from the sea. Meanwhile, Chu Fan opened his wristband to see if there were any resources he could trade. "I have fresh water to trade for useful items. Interested parties can private message me." Chu Fan sent out a message. Soon numerous messages flooded the regional channel. "Look, the great Chu Fan has appeared. Big shot, I found a Fiji cup that seems to be the same as the one belonging to Teacher Tsang. Can I trade it for fresh water?" "Chu Fan, I'm Lu Ruyin, the campus belle of Jiangcheng University. I have a pair of original flavor stockings. Can I trade it for 20 bottles? Or how about 10 bottles of water?" "Wow, is that really Lu Ruyin? Goddess, I don't have fresh water, but can I trade you something else?" Chu Fan couldn't help but feel speechless, glancing back at Lu Ruyin, who was looking out at the sea and chuckling inwardly. This impersonator of Lu Ruyin had no idea who they were dealing with. They might just be a foot-scratching brute. On a boat 30 or so miles away from the Sea King ship, a woman weighing at least 200 pounds sent out a message. "No fresh water. Then what do you have?" "My Lu Ruyin stockings are not something that can be traded for just anything." Chu Fan ignored these messages and opened his mailbox, where he found countless private messages. However, most of these private messages were just garbage information, like building relationships, looking out for the greater good, or seeking sponsorship. Just as he was about to close his wristband, a private message suddenly caught his attention. "Sender I Fu Luning Na Content Chu Fan, I have a blueprint here. Can I trade it for some fresh water?" Upon seeing this name, Chu Fan immediately remembered that this seemed to be one of the few people who spoke up for him before. So he quickly replied, "What blueprint?" "I Fu Luning Na. It's the construction blueprint for the kitchen module. I don't have enough materials and am just short on fresh water. I saw your message in the area, so." Chu Fan was overjoyed. It was truly a timely help. He happened to be troubled by having to eat small bread every day. Sure. How much water do you need? I fu luning na 10 bottles or 5 bottles. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, I'll give you 20 bottles just as thanks for speaking up for me back then. I fu luning na really. You are so kind. If I get more blueprints in the future, I will come to you again. Alright, it's settled then. Then Chu Fan listed the 20 bottles of water on the trading platform, while I fu luning na exchanged a kitchen blueprint for those 20 bottles of water. On a boat, two beautiful girls who looked almost identical were overjoyed to see the 20 bottles of mineral water. Sister, this is great. We finally have water to drink. Yes, this Chu Fan is really nice. The previous one named Bald Chong only offered 2 bottles of water, which was 10 times less. Yes, with water we can finally survive. Meanwhile, on Chu Fan's end, after a flash of white light, the Sea King ship finally gained a new module, a kitchen. Everyone was overjoyed. The Sea King ship now had almost all the necessary living facilities. Finally, they wouldn't have to eat small bread anymore. Come. Today the Sea King will personally cook a seafood feast for you. Xiaofei, have you caught any? The few individuals gazed at the newly added kitchen, unable to suppress their admiration. Within the kitchen, there was even a simple stove. Though lacking modern cooking utensils, at least there was a place to prepare meals. No wonder it was difficult for Ifu to upgrade to Nina. Upgrading the kitchen surprisingly required 10 points, 200 units of wood, and 50 units of iron. Now even the iron that the affluent Chu Fan had stored was quickly running out. As for the points, it seemed that ordinary people truly had none. Chu Fan just happened to have 100 points left in hand. After spending 10 points, he was left with 90 points. However, the input and output were proportional, and he could finally bid farewell to the days of nibbling on small bread. Before his transmigration, Chu Fan often cooked, so his culinary skills were quite decent. He busied himself in the kitchen for a while, preparing several dishes to present before everyone. Pan-fried ribbon fish, sardine and kelp soup, braised large yellow croaker. I've always been eating your seafood. Today let you try my seafood. Lu Xiangfei, looking confused, asked, seafood? What seafood? Did you all eat seafood behind my back? Lu Ruoyan shot a glare at Chu Fan, her face slightly flushed, and scolded Lu Xiangfei. Just eat your food. Why so many questions? Lu Xiangfei scratched his head, forced into silence by his sister's bloodline pressure, and focused on eating. It was Barbara's first time seeing someone cook like this, and she found the aroma quite delightful. Darling, did you make all of this? I didn't expect you to be so skilled in this regard. Chu Fan chuckled, saying, just eat, not a single complaint. The 4 of them sat on the deck, starting to enjoy their first feast in this other world. After just 2 bites, Barbara's mouth was agape. Oh my goodness, darling, this is too delicious. Chu Fan laughed, asking, what are you talking about? Barbara shot him a glance, her eyes filled with affection, saying, now I know just how bad white people's food can be. I've decided never to eat white people's food again. Lu Ruoyan savored her food slowly, maintaining her goddess-like demeanor. The taste is quite good. Ew, I didn't expect you, Chu Fan, to have such culinary skills. Chu Fan sighed. What a pity the ingredients are limited, and there's no fine wine to accompany this. Lu Ruoyan shot him a glance, thinking that it was already good enough to have food and drink on the other boats, but Chu Fan still wanted wine. At the same time, he secretly felt grateful for his choice. Otherwise, relying solely on the 2 siblings, let alone seafood, they might not even have water to drink. After eating a couple more bites, Lu Ruoyan stood up and walked to the edge of the deck to look into the distance. Shortly after, she suddenly noticed many small black dots appearing on the sea. Everyone look. It seems there are many ships. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan walked to Lu Ruoyan's side, following her finger to look. Indeed, in the distance, countless ships suddenly appeared, increasing in number as they slowly approached. Chu Fan frowned, knowing that there shouldn't be many ships with power systems now, but these ships were all gathering in one direction, which could only imply one possibility. Ocean currents. Was the game deliberately trying to gather everyone together? Sure enough, more and more people realized that their ships seemed to be controlled by an invisible force, slowly converging in one direction. After half an hour, there were hundreds of ships in this area. What's going on? Why have we been brought together? Hey, isn't that Manager Wu? I didn't expect you to be here too. That's right, it's me. Do you have food? Quickly share some. Ooh, I haven't eaten for a day. I have a club, but do you want to eat? You brat, how do you talk to your superior? I thought you were the same old guy who I've long wanted to kill you. What are you doing? I warn you not to act recklessly if this is. I'll help. Such situations were rampant, and the entire sea was in chaos. Some people also noticed Chu Fan's situation. Damn, whose ship is that? Why is it so big? The 2 women on that ship are so beautiful. Is that even a foreign girl? That brother is so lucky. Yeah, that foreign girl is amazing, but if I could spend a night with her, it would be worth it, even if I died. Damn, I can't even drink water, and they're actually eating seafood. Shut up, that should be the Sea King. Looking at the sudden influx of ships, Chu Fan's confusion deepened. These ships were all level 2. Thinking about it, apart from himself, who else would upgrade to level 3 so quickly? However, soon everyone's attention was drawn to a large ship that suddenly appeared. This ship was far larger than the surrounding vessels. Even the Sea King was significantly smaller in comparison. This was Gao Shuiqi's ark. After the storm of the previous night, he successfully expanded his ark to an astonishing size. In terms of level, both the ark and the Sea King were the same, both at level 3. However, the ark, having integrated over 10 level 2 ships, was now twice the size of the Sea King. Gao Shuiqi stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the astonished gazes of the crowd, feeling immensely proud. This was the sensation he desired. At that moment, he also spotted the Sea King not far away, and thought to himself, that should be the Sea King, right? In the next second, he saw the figures of the two stunning women Lu Ruan and Barbara on the deck of the Sea King, and he was momentarily stunned. He had also acquired several women in the past few days, two of whom were quite decent looking. This made him sigh, thinking this was the life of a celestial being. But compared to Lu Ruan and Barbara, what he had collected were just scraps. He had to take these two women. It seemed that this man was Chu Fan great. It was just the right time to prove to everyone who was the true king. At that moment, the voice in the void sounded again. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to the 5th day. Current number of survivors in this area, 7,500 people. You will now enter the next game. Congratulations, you are now officially entering the windless sea. As the name suggests, there is no wind here, nor will there be any ocean currents. Therefore, there will be no more supply boxes appearing here. Every day, there will be approximately 20 minutes of rainfall. This is your only opportunity to collect fresh water. The windless sea spans approximately 500 miles. You may attempt to fish in the sea, but this area is also home to dangerous sea beasts. Killing sea beasts or other ships can earn you points. Please strive to survive and find a way to leave the windless sea. As the voice fell, the entire place descended into silence. After a moment, everyone erupted in an uproar. It was indeed a conspiracy to gather everyone in this windless sea. Moreover, no resource boxes would appear anymore. If they wanted food, they could only go fishing in the sea. But with thousands of people gathered here, conflicts were inevitable, and those who sought to gain without effort would emerge. Especially with the points ranking, it seemed to encourage human infighting. Naturally, Chu Fan and the others realized this, their expressions shifting. After a brief commotion, the crowd once again fell into silence. It was evident that everyone understood that such noise would solve nothing. Currently, they could still rely on about 20 minutes of rainfall each day for fresh water, but for food, they had to venture into the sea to catch fish themselves. However, the voice had mentioned that there were sea monsters lurking in the waters, which deterred anyone from being the first to try. Lu Shanfei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thankfully, we have a fishing net. We can catch fish without going into the sea." Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. This fishing net was found in the first treasure chest and had not been put to much use until now. Unexpectedly today, it had become a miraculous tool. Many others who had also obtained fishing nets like Chu Fan couldn't help but feel pleased. Lu Shanfei looked at the sky, which was still bright, and cast the fishing net back into the sea. Chu Fan scanned the surrounding boats and noticed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. It was no wonder his ship was already eye-catching, and with the presence of the two goddess-like figures Lu Ruyan and Barbara, it was difficult not to attract attention. If these people knew that his ship came equipped with freshwater collection gear and a hot water system, they would surely be envious beyond measure. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly froze, for he had spotted a familiar face. It was the enchanting young woman he had once been close with, Bai Jia. Chu Fan had indescribable feelings towards Bai Jia. This woman was beautiful and well-maintained. They had shared an intimate encounter. But more importantly, it was because of this wealthy woman that he had entered this strange game. Logically, Chu Fan should have hated her, but upon reflection, his previous life had been a mess, and compared to now, it didn't seem that much worse. Moreover, since arriving here, he had gained two goddess-level wives, Barbara and Lu Ruyan. In his original world, he wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. Thinking about this, he felt he should be grateful to her. But after all, he had betrayed her trust, so he decided to pretend not to see her. As his thoughts shifted, Chu Fan suddenly remembered that Long Gu had arrived. He opened his wristband, found Long Gu's profile, and sent a message, "Long Gu, are you at the windless sea?" A few minutes later, Long Gu replied, "Chu Fan, I'm here. Are you here too?" Chu Fan responded, "Yes, I'm here. There's something I want to discuss with you." Long Gu asked, "What is it?" Chu Fan replied, "I saw your wife." Long Gu exclaimed, "What the hell, where is that little vixen?" Chu Fan replied, "She's on a boat not far from me." Long Gu asked, "Who else is on her boat?" Chu Fan glanced for a moment and replied, "There's another girl on her boat, but that girl." Long Gu pressed, "What about that girl?" Chu Fan said, "That girl looks like she weighs at least 200 pounds. Long Gu responded, "Forget it, brother Chu, keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't seduce other men. They'll come find you later." Chu Fan put away his wristband and suddenly heard Barbara's voice. Chu Fan quickly checked the ship information. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan quickly opened his wristband and checked the ship information. Sure enough, many new details had appeared. Ship name Neptune, Captain Chu Fan, crew Barbara Lu Ru Yin, Lu Shangfei, number of ships, 1 ship, level, 3 displacement, 50 tons, speed, 10 knots, current points. 80 points, communication module unlocked, can spend 1,000 points to unlock radar module unlocked, can spend 1,000 points to unlock weapon module unlocked, can spend 1,000 points to unlock if level 4 or higher engine module sale, can spend 1,000 points to upgrade to electric engine armor module standard armor, can upgrade if level 4 or higher living facilities 1. Standard fishing net, can spend 1,000 points to upgrade to automatic fishing system 2. Level 1 fresh water collection system requires blueprint already owned 3. Level 1 water heating system requires blueprint already owned 4. Level 1 kitchen module requires blueprint already owned 5. Level 1 restroom module requires blueprint already owned. The precondition for upgrading to a level 4 oil tanker is not met, requires unlocking communication module radar MO. Chu Fan was taken aback. He finally understood that the hard currency in this game was the so-called points. Moreover, Chu Fan keenly noticed that the panel even displayed the number of ships. Did this mean they could form fleets in the future? Perhaps even a super fleet comprising submarines, cruisers, aircraft carriers, and more. Thinking about this, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement. What does it mean to be a Sea King? This is what it means to be a Sea King. The ship level speaks for itself, and the displacement should represent the size of the ship. Take Gao Shuiqi's arc for example. Like Chu Fan, it is also level 3. However, because he absorbed too many other ships, his displacement must be significantly higher than Chu Fan's. Seeing that all living facilities required blueprints to activate, Chu Fan couldn't help but reflect. It was indeed a smart move by the system, saving him from many detours. Like Chu Fan, many others noticed the changes in ship information, and there were those who were delighted as well as those who were anxious. The happy ones realized that everything could be obtained provided they had enough points. The anxious ones, on the other hand, found their points almost at zero except for a few. The first way to gain points was to kill sea monsters, while the second was to attack other people's ships. The risk factor of sea monsters was unknown. Compared to that, it seemed that attacking fellow humans was the better option. Those who realized this had their expressions turned subtle. It seemed this game truly encouraged humans to turn against each other. Just then a shout rang out from the crowd. "Hey Kai, what are you doing?" "Hey Ma, I heard you're the master of Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Chi. I'm the first to challenge you. Come fight me." Chu Fan looked over and saw an elderly man in traditional attire glaring angrily at a nearby boat. On that boat stood a young man with a middle-part hairstyle, wearing suspenders and holding a basketball. "Hello everyone, I am the captain of the Shao Haizi Kunkan, a practitioner of Kuan Quan for over 2.5 years. The elderly man snorted coldly and said, "Arrogant, let me show you my lightning 5 whips." Behind the elderly man stood a punk girl with dyed yellow hair and ripped jeans, chewing gum. The punk girl scoffed, "What Kuan Quan? I've never heard of it." Kunkan was furious. "Dare to insult my Kuan Quan? Beware, I will send you a lawyer's letter." The punk girl retorted, "Oh, I'm so scared." Kunkan could no longer contain himself and leaped onto the Huan Yuan, launching an elbow strike towards the punk girl. "Take this, punk girl." Conflicts similar to this spread among the crowd as more and more people turned their gazes toward their fellow. Chu Fan looked around warily as he realized that more than one group had set their sights on his ship. The ship behind the Sea King was oddly shaped with many more things protruding from it. Although he did not know exactly what they were, for they must be very useful. Most importantly, the 2 women on that ship were exceptionally attractive. Look at that curvaceous beauty, she is simply stunning. And the other one, exuding an aura of dominance, made it impossible for him to look away. Damn, how lucky is that pretty boy to have captured 2 such gems all by himself. If only Wu Laowai could spend one night with them, it would surely be exhilarating. Thinking this, Wu Laowai's heart began to race. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he had made some sort of determination. "Damn it, I'm going for it." He was after all a death row inmate imprisoned for committing perverse murders, and while waiting for execution, he got caught up in this game. In the first 2 days, he thought this was an opportunity for self-reform. But after 2 days, his true nature was completely revealed. This place, devoid of legal and moral constraints, was simply his paradise. So as the beginner period ended, he seized 2 ships in quick succession, directly doubling the size of his own. His teammates were fellow inmates, and because he was ruthless enough, everyone called him Lauda. Wu Laowai truly was ruthless, killing the men and throwing them into the sea, while the women, as long as they weren't unattractive, were basically reduced to tools for his release of urges. Just as he made his decision, a thin, dark man behind him whispered, "Lauda, are you sure you want to make a move?" Wu Laowai coldly replied, "Of course, these 2 gems are simply too tempting. If I don't get my hands on them, how can I quell this fire inside me?" The thin man named Udaitsi was called Yusan because he was the 3rd in line and was Wu Laowai's most big brother is mighty. After flattering him, Yusan's eyes rolled as he eagerly asked, "Big brother, can I have these 2 women for myself?" As he spoke, he gazed hungrily at the 2 women in the cabin, both covered in scars and filled with fear. He knew that the 2 women on the Sea King were treasures, but he also understood that they would never fall to him. So he settled for second best, thinking that if the big brother didn't want them, they should be granted to him. Wu Laowai smiled and patted Yusan's shoulder, saying, "Rest assured, big brother won't shortchange you, but I'm feeling quite agitated right now." As he spoke, he staggered into the cabin, and after a flurry of shouts and cries, a strange sound emerged. Yusan swallowed hard, imagining that he too would be in a similar situation soon, and couldn't help but chuckle. Today is a good day. 3 minutes later, Wu Laowai emerged with his pants in hand, looking refreshed. "All right, Yusan, go ask Ma-Ren. I'm worried that this pretty boy might have some tricks up his sleeve, so let's get the others to..." Yusan hesitated, saying, "Big brother, what if Ma-Ren wants those 2 women as well?" Wu Laowai laughed. "Don't worry, that fellow Ma-Ren doesn't like women. I know his temperament, which is why I sought him out." Yusan asked curiously, "Is he from Sichuan province?" Wu Laowai chuckled, not responding, but his meaning was very clear. Yusan nodded and said, "All right, I'll go now." Moments later, a ship similar in size to Wu Laowai's, a moderately built, slightly plump man with a goatee, stepped onto Wu Laowai's ship. "Laowai, why did you suddenly look for me? Miss me?" Wu Laowai grinned. "Ma-Ren, do you want to make a good deal?" "What deal?" Wu Laowai pointed at the Sea King, saying, "That ship looks good, but I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. I want your help. What do you think?" Ma-Ren looked at the Sea King and saw Barbara and Lu Ruyan standing on the ship, revealing an expression of understanding. "These 2 women are indeed good, but why should I partner with you?" Wu Laowai replied, "After we succeed, you can take 70% of the goods on that ship, but these 2 women belong to me. How about that?" Ma-Ren glanced at it and shook his head, saying, "I don't want to take that risk. That ship looks like it's of a higher grade than ours. It definitely isn't." As Wu Laowai's frown deepened with each word, Ma-Ren suddenly stopped speaking. Just as he was puzzled, Ma-Ren suddenly switched his tone, saying, all right, I'll do it." Wu Laowai was taken aback, following Ma-Ren's gaze to see a young man standing on the Sea King, looking quiet. He instantly understood why Ma-Ren had changed his mind so quickly. Had he known about this young man, he shouldn't have offered 70%. However, the words were already said, so he couldn't change them. Thinking about getting those 2 beauties, Wu Laowai felt a surge of excitement. This job is a steal. After the 2 confirmed their target, Wu Laowai revealed his intention to ambush. Ma-Ren laughed, saying, "Laowai, I think you're becoming more timid as you live. With just these 2 pretty boys, what is there to fear? There are 4 of us. Are we afraid we can't handle them?" In the darkness, 2 boats silently approached the King of the Sea. It was Wu Laowai and Ma-Ren's 2 boats. The 2 thought they were undetected, but as soon as they stepped onto the deck of the King of the Sea, they were discovered. However, the 2 were only seeking stability. If they were discovered, they would not be afraid. After all, in their eyes, Chu Fan and the others were no different from lambs awaiting slaughter. Wu Laowai sneered, "I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly." Behind him, Yusan turned on a flashlight, directing its beam right at Chu Fan and Barbara. "Whoa!" Wu Laowai exclaimed, clearly astonished by Barbara's beauty. From a distance, she had already captivated him, and up close, she was even more stunning. Ma-Ren recognized Chu Fan's appearance and said in a peculiar tone, "Hey, handsome boy, I'm not a bad guy. I just want to chat about life with you." Wu Laowai's eyes never left Barbara, leering, "Hello, beautiful, come with me. Look at me, I'm practiced, strong in the waist, and well endowed." Barbara looked at him with disdain, scoffing, "Well endowed? Well, like a tumor." Wu Laowai was momentarily stunned, but quickly laughed and licked his lips. "No wonder you're a wild one who I like that." With that, he turned directly to Chu Fan, saying, "Kid, be smart and hand this woman over to me. I want the other girl too. Give them both to me, and I'll let you off easy. Otherwise..." Ma-Ren interrupted, "What are you doing? You can't talk to the handsome boy like that." He then turned to Chu Fan and said, "Little brother, don't be afraid. As long as you come with me, I'll give you whatever you want." Chu Fan realized that this was a gay man and immediately felt a chill. "Damn it, get lost. You disgusting gay, you make me sick." Chu Fan cursed and continued, "All right, who the hell are you, and what do you want on our boat?" Yusan jumped in, "Can't you see? We're here to rob money and take women. Be smart and surrender, or my brother will let you know what the first knife of Jiangxing is." Wu Laowai suppressed his rising smile, coughing twice. "Be Loki. Chu Fan deliberately exclaimed, "What if I refuse to cooperate?" Wu Laowai revealed a cruel expression, saying, 8 years ago, a couple just like you guys crossed paths with me. Guess what happened? I toyed with his woman in front of him, then killed them both." A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Fan's eyes as he nodded, saying, "So you're a scum, huh? No problem then." With that, he turned his body around amidst the shocked expressions of Wu Laowai and the others. "Darling, I leave these scum to you." At this moment, Barbara had her hair styled high, presenting herself like a goddess. Yet this goddess was holding a cylindrical object aimed at Wu Laowai and his crew. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, she made an okay sign with her left hand and suddenly pulled the trigger. Robbery. Bang. Ma Ren's henchman fell first. For women. Bang. Ma Ren screamed, looking down to see his lower body a bloody mess. You dare to lay a hand on my man. Bang. Yu San's leg vanished in an instant. Big sister, I wasn't aiming for your man. Yu San let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Wu Laowai was completely stunned. No, big brother, big sister, this isn't how you play. It had only been a few days since he crossed over, and they were still using cold weapons. Where did the gun come from? At that moment, gunfire rang out again. The first knife of Jiangqing. Bang. Wu Laowai cried out in agony, feeling a sharp pain in his lower body. He promised even if Barbara and Lu Ruyin stood in front of him, he wouldn't harbor any wicked thoughts. At this moment, Wu Laowai was thoroughly scared. He hadn't been this terrified, even when sentenced to death. Little brother, we were wrong. As fellow countrymen, spare us this time, and we won't dare again. Chu Fan sneered. Fellow countrymen. You didn't seem so soft-hearted a moment ago. I was just trying to scare you. Little brother, really, I'm a good person. At this point, Ma Ren regretted it deeply. This woman was too ruthless. He could no longer be a top, only a bottom. Just then a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Little brother, don't believe him. He's a devil. Chu Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw two disheveled women with faces marred by numerous scars, standing on Wu Laowai's boat, glaring at him with fury. Who are you? Chu Fan asked, puzzled. One of the women replied with a trembling voice, we are ordinary people captured by this insane guy. Then, she broke down in tears. The other woman continued, these two devils killed our families before our eyes, and they torment us in various ways every day. He can't even be called human. He's a complete devil. We sisters wish we could tear him apart. Wu Laowai's expression changed as he cursed, shut up, you filthy women. Da-da-da. A burst of blue light erupted and 4 wicked corpses appeared on the deck of the King of the Sea. This time Barbara didn't give them a chance to talk. Pa, truly scum. This was also part of the strategy discussed by Chu Fan and the others to minimize trouble. They needed to establish authority. Wu Laowai and his crew had just given Chu Fan the opportunity to assert himself. He wanted everyone to know he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, the gunfire here shattered the night sky, and nearby boats became anxious. What the hell, where's that gunfire coming from? Wait, where did the gun come from? How's this supposed to be played? I can't believe it. I said those two women were stunning during the day. On the ark, Gao Shuachi suddenly sat up in bed. Where's that gunfire? Boss, it seems to be coming from the King of the Sea. A glint of light flashed in Gao Shuachi's eyes. Is it Chu Fan again? It seems time to pay him a visit. Unbeknownst to Chu Fan, who was preparing to clean up the 4 blobs of meat on the deck, various movements were happening all around. He had called Lu Shangfei out of the cabin. Next time, Barbara must be careful. After all, once the shotgun runs out of bullets, it's no different from a firewood stick. This operation turned into a large-scale dismemberment scene. Congratulations, you have defeated the ship, Sea Wolf, earning 10 points. Congratulations, you have defeated the ship, Sea Chrysanthemum, earning 10 points. The sudden messages left Chu Fan stunned, and he couldn't help but complain. Only 10 points for defeat. Unlocking a new module costs 1,000 points. If I want to build an invincible fleet, it'll take. The two women silently helped clean the deck with buckets. After contemplating for a while, Chu Fan asked, what are you planning to do next? Upon hearing Chu Fan's inquiry, the expressions of the two women darkened. Both had been teleported along with their husbands and never expected to encounter such a pervert as Wu Laowai right at the beginning. Now both women had unexpectedly become widows. Although they were fortunate to be rescued by Chu Fan and his companions, everything that had happened in the past few days still compelled them to weep uncontrollably. Lu Shangfei suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, so touching. Lu Ruoyan let out a gentle sigh and looked toward Chu Fan. Barbara's eyes also reddened as she said to Chu Fan, darling, they are so pitiful. Should we help them? Chu Fan nodded. Not being a saint doesn't mean lacking in humanity. Oh, let's ask them what they think. At this moment, the two women overheard the conversation and quickly stopped crying. Thank you, Brother Chu, for saving our lives. We still have other relatives who were also transported to this world, and we want to find them. Chu Fan nodded again, knowing that the two women did not want to burden him. He did not push them. Although he still needed 2 teammates to reach level 4, he was not in a hurry about it. After all, gathering people was much easier than activating several other modules. With this in mind, he decided to give the ship the Sea Wolf, which belonged to Wu Laowai, to the two women, leaving all the supplies for them as well. He truly did not care for these supplies. The two women knelt down with a thud, saying, thank you for saving us today. If we have the chance in the future, we sisters will definitely repay you. Chu Fan waved his hand, saying no need to be so polite. The two women then helped each other to stand up and returned to the Sea Wolf, slowly paddling the boat aside. Chu Fan then merged the Sea Chrysanthemum into the Sea King, directly increasing the area of the Sea King. Looking at the ship's information on the panel, the displacement had changed from 10 tons to 13 tons. The most noticeable change was that the deck was nearly 1 meter wider than before, and the cabin was also significantly larger. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding detected that the host has successfully survived for 1-day blind box reward has been credited. Please check it, host. Chu Fan was overjoyed. The tomato had once said the system is the most powerful. Therefore, the blind box provided by the system had now become Chu Fan's greatest reliance. Closing the hatch, Chu Fan said with a smile in response to the puzzled looks from the two women, "Come over quickly. Oh, let's get started." Barbara paused, asking, "Ah, darling, again. Aren't you tired?" Lu Ruoyan looked at Chu Fan with a hint of resentment, thinking he couldn't miss a single meal. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the two women had misunderstood him. "You two little perverts, what are you thinking? I was talking about opening the blind box." Barbara exclaimed, "I thought you... What did you think I meant?" "Oh, you meant that. Don't worry, he'll come back later to discuss biological knowledge with you." While Chu Fan was speaking, he did not stop his actions. With a wave of his hand, 3 blind boxes were neatly placed in front of the 3 of them. As usual, one for each of us. I refuse to believe that I'm the unluckiest again this time. You two go first this time. Having learned from the previous 2 experiences, Chu Fan insisted he wouldn't be the first to open one. Barbara picked up one of the boxes and opened it immediately. Ding, blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special module. Medical room. Medical room containing basic hospital facilities and some medicines. Note the medicines are consumable items that the host needs to acquire on their own. Wow. As expected of Barbara, Chu Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Barbara's luck was consistently incredible. Having a medical room in such an environment was simply astonishing. Moreover, Barbara happened to be a doctor, and this medical room seemed tailor-made for her. Chu Fan looked at Barbara and suddenly envisioned her in a snug nurse's uniform. As he thought this, Barbara's Sea King outfit suddenly changed on its own. The color transformed from yellow-green to white, with a white fitted top accentuating her perfect curves. Underneath was a black bra, tantalizingly revealing. Below was a super short skirt paired with black stockings, making her look incredibly sexy and alluring. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan's eyes widened. He was thoroughly captivated. He was all too familiar with this. Next to him, Lu Ruoyan snorted, "You're drooling." Only then did Chu Fan remember that his second wife was sitting beside him, and he quickly chuckled. "Ruoyan, it's your turn to hurry up and see what you can get." Lu Ruoyan snapped back to her senses, filled with curiosity. Although she didn't know how this blind box had come to be, she understood that the benefits it brought were immeasurable. As she pondered, she slowly opened the blind box in her hand. Ding, blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item. Alert system. Alert system description: after use, it will automatically monitor all positions on the ship. Any attempt to secretly board will trigger an alarm with 360-degree coverage. Chu Fan was utterly stunned. These two women's luck was as good as ever. This item was incredibly timely. With it, there was no need to arrange for someone to keep watch at night. However, judging by the commotion just now, it was unlikely anyone would dare approach for a while. All right, now it's my turn. I believe I can get something great this time. Saying this, Chu Fan opened the blind box in front of him. Ding, blind box opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 Huazi and 100 windproof lighters. Although Huazi is very soft, host, you must be as tough as steel. Chu Fan was truly bewildered by this. It felt just like the wind that blew past him when he carelessly stood on the balcony of the 38th floor. This blind box couldn't be said to be completely useless, but compared to the two women, it was truly rubbish. System, am I the host? Or are they? No, I must regain my dignity. As night fell, Chu Fan finally understood why the system had given him Huazi. He leaned against the cabin, gazing at the moonlight above and feeling the gentle breeze over the sea. Snap! The windproof lighter emitted a dim yellow light in the darkness. Chu Fan lit a Huazi, taking a deep breath before exhaling. Well, it's just all right. After taking a shower, Chu Fan embraced his wives and slept soundly until dawn. It seemed that his display of authority yesterday had indeed been effective, as no one dared to disturb them during the latter half of the night. Wow, brother-in-law, where did you get the cigarettes? Chu Fan chuckled as he tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Lu Shangfei, followed by a lighter. Little brother-in-law, feel free to smoke, brother-in-law has plenty. Lu Shangfei was overjoyed, hurriedly catching them and opening a box. Just as he was about to smoke, he felt a tightness in his ear. Ouch, ouch, sister, let go, my ear is going to fall off. When did you learn to smoke? Lu Ruoyan's tone was unfriendly as she released her tender onion-like little hand. Lu Shangfei rubbed his ear and took a step back, whispering, sister, I'm already an adult. Can you stop treating me like a child? Lu Ruoyan frowned, saying, what did you say? You haven't even grown a full set of hair, and you dare to call yourself an adult. Lu Shangfei's face turned red. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? It would be so embarrassing if Sister Barbara heard this. He glanced at Chu Fan with a pleading look. Chu Fan secretly gave an okay sign and stepped forward, saying, Ruoyan Xiaofei is indeed an adult now. He should have his own life. Speaking of which, it was time to find him a girlfriend. Lu Rian was taken aback by this, realizing that Xiao Fei had indeed grown up and should have his own independent space. But she also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, so she coldly said, "He's grown up my foot. He does everything carelessly and is not reliable at all." However, she ultimately tacitly approved of Chu Fan's words, sternly saying, "Smoke less." Lu Xiangfei was delighted. "Yes, I'll listen to you, sister. I will definitely smoke less." Although he was only a sophomore, he had learned to smoke in his senior year of high school, but had never dared to let his family know. Although he wasn't very addicted, seeing Chu Fan smoke was unbearable for him. When he saw Lu Rian turn and enter the cabin, Lu Xiangfei hurriedly lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes in bliss. Chu Fan laughed heartily and was about to speak when he suddenly noticed a small boat approaching. Under Chu Fan's gaze, the small boat closely adhered to the Sea King and came to a stop. "Target approaching, please be cautious." As soon as the small boat docked at the Sea King, the newly installed warning system issued a warning. Lu Rian and Barbara hurriedly came out upon hearing the sound. Barbara took out a shotgun and aimed at it. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice came over. "Brother Chu Fan, don't shoot, it's me." A figure appeared on the small boat, and as Chu Fan looked closer, he recognized who it was after a brief moment of astonishment. "Is that you, Brother Long?" "Haha, that's right, it's me." The visitor was none other than Long Gu by Jia's hut. Long Gu jumped onto the Sea King, and upon seeing Barbara's shotgun, he awkwardly raised his hands and said, "We're all friends." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Barbara, put the gun away." Only then did Barbara lower her weapon. Long Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being threatened by a gun felt incredibly tense. He stepped forward and lightly patted Chu Fan on the chest, giving him a meaningful glance. "You bet you really have guts. If this were an Earth, I would definitely break one of your arms." It was clear what he meant. "How dare you chase after my woman?" Chu Fan's face turned red upon hearing this. Although he hadn't meant for it to happen, he knew he was in the wrong. Seeing the guarded expressions of Barbara and Lu Rian, Long Gu let out a loud laugh. "Haha, I've been through the same path as Brother Chu Fan. We're friends." Chu Fan's face darkened, and he instinctively glanced towards Bai Jie's boat, but didn't see the alluring woman's figure. "Brother Long, why are you here? Are you looking for sister-in-law?" Chu Fan offered a cigarette, lighting it in front of Long Gu's surprised gaze. "Wow, brother, you're impressive. You even have cigarettes." Long Gu was not polite, accepting the cigarette and taking a greedy puff before slowly explaining his purpose. "Forget about that woman for now, brother. I came to find you for something." "Brother Long, go ahead." Long Gu invited Chu Fan to sit on the deck. The three men gathered around, smoking and chatting. "Brother, do you know of the Ark?" Chu Fan slightly frowned and said, "Ark? Is it the one with Gao Shuachi?" Long Gu nodded and said, "Exactly, that's him. Let me tell you, he's quite a character. In the past few days, he has absorbed a total of 13 boats, and now he has nearly 30 people on his ship. Furthermore, the Ark already has a freshwater converter. Although the amount converted daily is limited, it can at least save lives." Long Gu took another deep puff and said, "To be honest, if I hadn't run into him, I might have died the night before last." Chu Fan nodded slightly and asked, "So, Brother Long, how does this relate to me and Gao Shuachi?" Long Gu leaned closer and said, "Well, Gao Shuachi wants to ally with you. As soon as I heard it was you he was looking for, I volunteered to come over, and I also wanted to see my wife." Chu Fan smiled faintly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Gao Shuachi to really come. "Brother Long, you might be disappointed. I have no such intentions." Long Gu nodded and said, "Before I came, I would have advised you to come with me, so we could join forces and grow strong." He then shifted his tone, saying, "But now I certainly won't advise you." Chu Fan asked in confusion, "Oh, why is that?" Long Gu grinned and said, "Just because of these two beauties, I don't support you going over there. Brother, your luck is quite something. You must have been on the same path as me." As he spoke, Long Gu gave a thumbs up, and Lu Rian keenly grasped the implication in Long Gu's words, her gaze piercing through Chu Fan like two swords. Chu Fan awkwardly coughed twice and quickly said, "Brother Long, what do you mean by that?" Long Gu glanced at another person on his small boat and lowered his voice, saying, "Gao Shuachi is not too bad, but he's way too lecherous. Basically, any woman with a bit of looks can't escape his grasp. These two ladies are so stunning, if you go over, you'll definitely draw attention. That's also why I don't want my woman to go." Only then did Chu Fan understand. "By the way, there's one more thing you need to fill me in on." "What is it?" "What was that gunfire about yesterday?" The Ark was too far from here, so they didn't know the details. This was also the only thing he Feng Ming was wary of. Chu Fan didn't deny it. "That's right, it was from my side. Brother, you're this." As he spoke, Long Gu gave a thumbs up. At this moment, Long Gu finished one cigarette, stood up and patted his, but saying, "All right, I understand your meaning now. I'll head back. Keep an eye on my woman for me." Chu Fan took out 2 packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into Long Ji's arms. Long Gu, taking advantage of the moment, hid the cigarettes away. "Thanks, brother. Be careful of Gao Shuachi. If anything happens, I'll inform you. I'm off." After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned around and said in a low voice, "Brother Chu Fan, what will happen to my wife if I die?" Chu Fan laughed, saying, "Don't worry, your wife will be taken." Long Gu raised his fist and said, "You brat, you even think about being a chow thief. Oh, remember what you said today." After saying that, he gracefully jumped onto the small boat and slowly drifted away. Chu Fan watched Long Ge's figure slowly disappear, narrowing his eyes slightly. Boom. A thunderclap echoed from the clouds above. Chu Fan looked up and noticed dark clouds gathering rapidly, and in the blink of an eye the world turned dark. "Quick, get inside the cabin, it's going to rain." It seemed this was the time for the daily rain, and everyone on the sea hurriedly brought out their containers to collect rainwater. The freshwater collector on the Sea King would automatically gather rainwater, so they didn't need to do anything. Another lightning bolt struck, and the rain finally began to fall. Let this heavy rain pour down. Fan, I'm feeling so emo. Chu Fan looked at Barbara with a face full of exasperation as she hummed a tune, wondering where the foreign girl had picked up that meme from Silang. On the windless sea, everyone had prepared themselves to welcome the arrival of the first rain. But soon they all discovered a very cruel truth. The rain was far too sparse. Is that it? Even I get more drops from my little demon. Damn, with this little rain, can you even fill a bottle in 20 minutes? Hurry up and get more bottles ready. Third brother, bring my chamber pot too. Hell, I was even planning to take a shower. I've already stripped down, and this is all we get. Handcrafted wooden buckets, guaranteed leak-proof. Message me if you need one. Damn, buddy, you'll take one. Me too. The regional channel was flooded again, with everyone complaining that the rain was falling like a trickle of urine. It seemed this sole source of fresh water was also a tremendous challenge. Meanwhile, Brother Long had braved the rain and returned to the Ark, meeting Gao Shuiqi. "Along, how did it go? What did Chu Fan say?" Brother Long forced a smile and said, "Brother Long, Chu Fan said he has a family to take care of and doesn't want to trouble others, so." As he spoke, he pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes from his pocket and offered it obsequiously. "This is from Chu Fan." Gao Shuiqi smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Brother Long pursed his lips and pulled out another pack of Huazi. "Brother Gao, this is all I have." Only then did Gao Shuiqi take it, nodding and saying, "I didn't expect Chu Fan to have so many goods on hand." Hearing this, Brother Long's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Brother Gao, Chu Fan is my brother, you see." Gao Shuiqi waved his hand and said, "Don't overthink it. I, Gao Shuiqi, am not that kind of person. Since Chu Fan has his concerns, let's drop it." Brother Long breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then I'll thank Brother Gao on behalf of Chu Fan." Gao Shuiqi smiled and said, "Saying that makes it sound so formal. We're all brothers here. By the way, what was that gunfire last night?" Brother Long quickly replied, "It came from the Neptune, that's for sure." Gao Shuiqi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then said, "I understand. You've worked hard all along. Go get some rest." Brother Long nodded and said, "All right, I'll get back to work then." After Brother Long left the cabin, a figure emerged from behind Gao Shuiqi. It was his trusted henchman, He Fengming. "Boss, are we really just letting it go?" Gao Shuiqi's smile vanished, and his face turned cold. "Let it go. I sent someone to invite Chu Fan as a courtesy. Since he refused my kindness, there's no need for me to show any mercy." He Fengming asked in confusion, "But what about Long just now?" Gao Shuiqi sneered and looked at He Fengming. "Aiming, you need to remember that Long isn't one of us. Earlier when I told him to bring his wife over, he brushed it off. And this time when I sent him to find Chu Fan, the result was the same." Gao Shuiqi didn't finish, but He Fengming understood his meaning. "Then, boss, do you want me to?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Gao Shuiqi quickly said, "No rush. He's still useful." After a pause, he added, "Hey, Race, what you do, take some men and scout around the Neptune. Make sure Long doesn't see you." He Fengming lowered his head and asked, "Boss, what about Chu Fan's gun?" Gao Shuiqi replied, "Notify Monkey and have him prepare." He Fengming gave a thumbs up. "That's our boss. If Monkey handles it, it'll be a piece of cake." Just then a lackey rushed in. "Boss, it's bad." He Fengming scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? And haven't you been told to knock before entering?" The lackey was taken aback and quickly stepped out. "Boss, are you ready? May I come in now?" Gao Shuiqi's face darkened. The way it sounded, people might think they were up to some shady business. So he cursed irritably, "Cut the formalities. Get in here." The lackey cautiously pushed open the door and entered the cabin. "Spit it out. What's the matter?" "Boss, there are countless giant fish out there attacking the ships. You need to come see." "Giant fish?" Gao Shuiqi looked skeptical. He Fengming voiced his boss doubt. "Aren't they just fish? Free food delivered to our doorstep. What's all the fuss about?" The lackey shrank his head and said, "Boss, those fish are enormous." He Fengming scoffed. "The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Bigger is better. Besides, how big can a fish get? Look at you, so ignorant." With that, He Fengming pushed the lackey aside and strode out of the cabin. A moment later, He Fengming's voice came from outside. "Holy crap, that fish is really damn huge." Unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Shuiqi practically charged out of the cabin. "You guys, it's just a slightly bigger." Suddenly he froze. Then, pointing at the creature before him, a 2-story tall octopus-like monstrosity, he stammered, "You call this a fish?" The lackey scratched his head. Isn't an octopus a fish? You're a damn. By now the sea was in utter chaos. Countless colossal fish surged from the surface, launching attacks on the vessels. The giant octopus in front of the ark began assaulting the people on board with its powerful tentacles. Help! A lackey was caught by the octopus tentacle and hoisted into the air. Then the octopus opened its gaping maw and tossed the lackey straight into its pitch-black mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of chewing sent chills down everyone's spines. A similar scene was unfolding on Chu Fan's side. A massive crab-like creature appeared before the Neptune. The crab monster raised its enormous pincer and lunged at the ship's mast. If it landed, the entire mast would surely snap. Beast! How dare you! Chu Fan let out a mighty roar, leaped high into the air, and swung his dragon-slaying sword at the crab monster. With a single stroke, the seemingly indestructible creature was cleaved in two. Congratulations, player Chu Fan, for being the first to slay a sea monster. You received 10 points and a bonus of 100 points. The leaderboard is now open. In 7 days, a ranking will be held. The first place winner will receive a special reward. Current rankings are as follows. First place, Neptune 210 points. Second place, Ark 200 points. Third place, Thunder 100 points. Fourth place, Little Blackie 80 points. The voice from the sky rang out, shocking everyone. Someone had actually managed to kill that sea monster. Gao Shuiqi's expression shifted and he shouted, "Everyone grab your weapons and take this thing down." The people on deck snapped out of their daze, grabbing their weapons and launching a counterattack against the octopus. Gao Shuiqi drew a large blade that emitted a blue glow. He had seized it from an island inhabited by little dwarves. Relying on his numbers, he had ransacked the island and claimed this sword. The blade was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of cutting through anything under Gao Shuiqi's full swing. It was one of his trump cards. With this sword, he feared no one. Fortunately, aside from its immense size, the octopus had no other means of attack. Gao Shuiqi swung his blade, fiercely cleaving the creature's head clean off. Sea monster slain. 10 points. Current score 210 points. With that, Gao Shuiqi's score had caught up to Chu Fan's. But this infuriated Gao Shuiqi. He was just one step too late and missed out on a 100-point bonus. That first place should have been his all along. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is awesome. Gao Shuiqi reveled in the flattery from his followers, feeling a surge of pride. The one shouting was a chubby man with a square face and a beard. Hearing this, Gao Shuiqi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. You better get lost. Damn queer. Gao Shuiqi cursed, and then pondered, this Chu Fan is just relying on his gun to be a step faster than me. I don't believe his bullets are endless. Beside him, he foaming murmured as it seemed he hadn't heard any gunshots just now. However, since his big brother was in high spirits, he wouldn't be foolish enough to rain on his parade. Seeing all his little brothers looking at him in admiration, Gao Shuiqi felt even prouder. Alright, next let me take the top spot on the leaderboard. Big brother is mighty. Big brother is sure to win. Big brother, I want to give you. Smack. Gao Shuiqi kicked him away before he could finish. Damn it, if you keep talking, I'll throw you overboard to feed the octopus. After spitting on the ground, Gao Shuiqi turned to see Long Gu with a worried expression and his eyes lit up. Along, what's wrong? Are you worried about your wife? Long Gu sighed and said, yeah, boss. Although this woman is cheating on me, we've been together for so many years, and I am genuinely worried about her now. Gao Shuiqi hurriedly said, you've seen my strength, bring her here, and I'll protect you. Long Gu was about to say something when a voice suddenly called out, husband, save me. Long Gu was instantly stunned. He recognized that voice all too well. It was none other than his wife by Jia. Long Gu turned in disbelief and saw a ship less than 20 meters away from the ark, already caught by a giant octopus, being dragged into the sea in imminent danger of destruction. Damn wife. Long Gu could no longer hold back and shouted, Gao Shuiqi, and he foaming instinctively. With just one glance, Gao Shuiqi swallowed hard. This woman was simply too stunning. He had heard that Long's wife was beautiful, but seeing her today, he realized what a top-notch beauty truly was. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, so it's Long's wife. Don't worry him, brothers, with Long he'll come to rest. At this point, Bai Jia couldn't care about anything else. Hearing that someone could save her, and that he was indeed Long's brother, she was overjoyed. Long Gu realized there was no time to waste, and quickly said, thank you, brother Gao, for your help. Gao Shuiqi waved his hand, saying, a brother's matter is my matter. Quick, bring the ship closer. With Gao Shuiqi's command, the ark swiftly approached the small boat where Bai Jia was located. The small boat was already fractured in several places and seawater was beginning to flood the deck. The situation was critical. Fortunately, Gao Shuiqi kept his word and jumped over at the fastest speed, dealing with the giant octopus in 2 swift strikes. This earned him another 10 points, successfully placing him at the top of the leaderboard. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. He rushed forward to help the almost falling Bai Jia. Suddenly, an arm thicker than Gao Shuiqi's thigh reached out and grabbed his hand. Oh no! Bai Jie fell weakly onto the deck, without support, causing Gao Shuaqi's heart to tremble. It was then that he noticed that there was also a 200-pound little fairy on the boat. And that arm belonged to this little fairy. With a stern face she said, "Why did you arrive so slowly? We almost got swallowed by this giant octopus." Gao Shuaqi thought he misheard and stood there dumbfounded, instinctively asking, "What did you say?" The little fairy continued, "Seeing that I was in danger, you didn't bother to come and save me sooner. I know you're trying to play the hero, wanting me to see you in a new light, right?" What a jerk. Gao Shuaqi felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. What kind of bizarre person was this? At this moment, Long Gu also jumped onto the boat and hurriedly helped his wife up. "Wife, are you okay?" Bai Jie clung to Long Gu's arm and said, "Husband, I'm so scared." Whether this charm affected Long Gu, Gao Shuaqi didn't know, but it certainly struck a chord with him. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. With me, Gao Shuaqi, no one can harm you." The little fairy scoffed, "Though that's a bit too arrogant, at least you have some awareness. Hurry, help me onto that big ship." Gao Shuaqi could no longer hold back and kicked out. However, the little fairy's weight was too much. The kick couldn't budge her at all, feeling like kicking a pile of cotton. "Damn it, you fat pig, what are you pretending for in front of me? If you keep talking, I'll throw you into the sea." The little fairy in disbelief covered her stomach and exclaimed, "You dare hit me? I will expose you." Saying this, she removed her wristband. "Everyone, I've encountered a low-tier man. I ignored him, and he actually hit me. I've never seen such a top-notch man before. Ladies, beware of this loser." Gao Shuaqi couldn't help but laugh when he saw the fairy's ID. "So it's you pretending to be the school beauty Lu Ruyan. The one who bought your stockings must be dying of laughter." The little fairy was about to say more when Gao Shuaqi casually swung his knife, striking the side of the boat and leaving a deep crack on the deck. "Try talking more." After saying this, he ignored the little fairy, whose face had turned pale, and waved his hand. "I can't stand this fat pig any longer. He Fengming, come here and throw her into the sea." Bai Jie quickly said, "Brother Gao, can you spare Xiao Dai? She has taken care of me these past few days." Seeing Bai Jie speak, Gao Shuaqi immediately changed his tone. "All right, for your sake, I'll let her off this time. Give her a boat and let her fend for herself." At this moment, he Fengming rubbed his hands and said, "Big brother, don't waste her. How about giving her to me?" Gao Shuaqi was stunned. "Wait, you like this kind of girl?" He Fengming chuckled. "I've always wanted to be a Gao Shuaqi suppressed the urge to vomit and gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you're awesome." As everyone returned to the ark, Gao Shuaqi looked at Bai Jie being supported by Long Gu, unable to hide the heat in his gaze. However, he knew that he couldn't rush this matter, so he turned to He Fengming and instructed him for a moment. Moments later, a small, slim man with shrewd eyes approached. "Big brother, you called for me. Monkey, I need you to take care of something." The man referred to as Monkey revealed a cunning smile. "Big brother, what do you want to steal? Just say the word." Gao Shuaqi pointed to a big ship about 200 meters away and whispered, "The Sea King." The monkey stood on the ark, glancing at the distant Sea King, nodding and asking, "Brother, do we have a specific target?" "There's a gun on that ship. If possible, steal it. If you can't steal it, then destroy it." Gao Shuaqi's voice was low and calm, yet held an undeniable authority. The monkey, momentarily taken aback, nodded, saying, "All right, brother, I understand. They'll go prepare." Gao Shuaqi nodded, watching the monkey's retreating figure. This one was a true talent. Despite his small stature, he was incredibly agile, especially skilled at thievery. It took a great deal of effort for him to capture the monkey initially, and seeing his potential, he had kept him by his side. "Chu Fan, you think you can compete with me? You're still too green." With that, he confidently opened the scoreboard, but his expression quickly turned sour. "Wang Defa, how come Chu Fan's points are rising so quickly?" The scoreboard clearly showed that the Sea King's points had already reached 270. This meant that within this short time, Chu Fan had at least taken down 7 sea monsters. "Damn it, we must take away his gun." Gao Shuaqi slammed his fist on the deck, shouting, "Everyone shake the ship. Do I want to kill sea monsters? I want everyone to know who the true king of the sea is." Gao Shuaqi raised his large sword, proclaiming loudly, filled with bravado, "Brother, I want MMM." Just then the rain above suddenly stopped. It turned out the 20 minutes were up. A miraculous scene unfolded as the sea monsters on the surface sank into the ocean one after another, as if they had received some signal. Even those sea monsters that had been entangled with the ship suddenly abandoned their targets. It was clear to everyone that the appearance of the sea monsters was related to the rain. It seemed that the sea monsters would only actively attack humans when it rained. Now collecting fresh water would be even more difficult. But at this moment, Gao Shuaqi suddenly realized that after his shout, no sea monster was left for him to slay. This situation made him feel quite lonely. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, Chu Fan and the others also noticed the unusual changes on the surface of the sea. Lu Shangfei cheerfully collected a portion of the meat from the recently slain sea monster. "Sister-in-law, can this thing really be eaten?" "Don't worry, Barbara has already taken a portion for testing. It's safe, non-toxic, and very nutritious." After receiving Barbara's affirmative nod, Lu Shangfei happily replied, Then let's try this sea monster meat. As other ships remained in shock, dealing with the aftermath, the aroma of grilled meat wafted from the Sea King. Wow, who's this brave soul daring to eat sea monsters? It smells quite good. Are you sure this is really edible? Chu Fan pulled out various seasonings from his space which he had acquired from blind boxes a few days ago. I never expected to eat grilled meat in such a situation. Barbara took a bite of the octopus leg, her eyes blissfully squinting. This octopus meat is absolutely delicious. Chu Fan also took a bite and found the texture of the meat to be exceptionally unique. It was more resilient and chewy than any octopus meat he had eaten before. And he couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but he felt his previously lost stamina rapidly recovering after consuming this octopus meat. After taking a bite, Lu Shangfei stood up, hauling all the sea monster corpses floating in the sea onto the deck, stacking them into a small mountain. Lu Rian nibbled on the octopus meat and suddenly asked, Chu Fan, should I remind everyone that this sea monster meat is edible? Chu Fan shrugged and replied, no problem, even if we don't say it, they'll discover it sooner or later. Lu Rian nodded, opened her wristband, and sent out one of her few messages. Sea monster meat is edible. Her tone remained as cold as ever. It was evident that although this ice beauty appeared aloof, she still had a heart. However, Chu Fan didn't see this as a major issue, as it was only natural for a person with flesh and blood to have such a demeanor. In the chat channel, someone raised a question. You say it's edible, so who are you? This is Lu, the campus bellbim right next to her ship, and she really is eating sea monster meat. What? She's the campus belle? Then who was the one who sold me the original flavor stockings last time? Hee, that was a fake. She's on our ship now, weighing at least 250 pounds. Really? Brother up there, you are blessed. I can't believe. Chu Fan, seeing the discussions in the chat room, couldn't help but ask, Rian, don't you get angry when others impersonate you? Lu Rian shrugged and said, whether I get angry or not doesn't change the established fact. What's the point? Chu Fan was momentarily speechless. This girl was truly too cool. No wonder so many people pursued her. But now this goddess belonged to him. Thinking of it this way, he seemed to be the one who was truly impressive. With that thought, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Second wife, you're right. Just then Lu Rian's wristband suddenly beeped, and she opened it to find a private message. I feel you, Nina. Rian, is that you? It's Ruoyan. Lu Rian was taken aback and quickly replied, it's me, Ruanu. I didn't expect to see you here. Yeah, if I hadn't seen the public channel message, I wouldn't have believed it. Lu Rian then asked, how's your situation right now? I feel you, Nina. The situation isn't very good. I was attacked by sea monsters earlier, and my ship is slightly damaged. Lu Rian sighed. Oh, Li Ruoyan was her only good friend during her time at university. As if to ease Lu Rian's worries, the other side sent another message. Don't worry about me, I'm fine for now. By the way, Rian, is the sea monster meat you mentioned really edible? Lu Rian quickly replied, it is, and it tastes quite good. It can also quickly restore stamina. I feel you, Nina. What a pity my sister and I were just busy hiding earlier and didn't manage to get any meat. Lu Rian seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Ruoyan, wait for me a moment. Then she looked up and said, Chu Fan, there's something I want to ask your opinion on. Chu Fan, my only friend from school, is also out here. She's not in good shape right now, and we have so much sea monster meat. Can I send some to her? Hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed, and he said, no way. Lu Rian was taken aback. She didn't expect Chu Fan to refuse her, exclaiming, why not? Chu Fan suddenly laughed and said, you have to call me husband. Lu Ruyan was once again stunned upon hearing those words. After a moment, as if unable to believe her own ears, she tentatively asked, is it because of this that you disagree? Chu Fan chuckled and said, from now on you can't call me Chu Fan anymore, you have to call me husband. Come on, Ruyan, call me husband and let me hear it. Although Lu Ruyan felt that Chu Fan was a bit nonsensical, especially in front of her brother, she found it somewhat hard to speak. But upon a second thought, she realized that it wasn't inappropriate to refer to Chu Fan as her husband now. So she softly said, all right, who husband? Chu Fan laughed heartily and continued, now that sounds right. By the way, what were you saying earlier about your best friend? Lu Ruyan nodded and said, yes, my only best friend while studying at Jiangxing University, Li Ruoyan. At that moment, Lu Shangfei interjected, Sister Ruoyan. She's here too. Lu Ruyan nodded again and said, yes, it seems she's here with her sister. Wow, I've heard that Sister Ruoyan has a twin sister who looks almost identical to her. I've always wanted to see just how alike they are. Chu Fan asked in confusion, Xiao Fei, you know Li Ruoyan too? Lu Shangfei nodded and said, of course, brother-in-law, you don't know. Sister Ruoyan and my sister were known as the two flowers of Jiangda back then. Just think about it, she has an identical sister. Chu Fan exclaimed, I see now. Lu Ruyan continued, I just got in touch with her. Her ship sustained some damage, and due to fear, she didn't encounter any sea monsters, let alone gather monster meat. I figured with so much meat available, I'd share a bit with her. Lu Ruyan's voice got lower with the last sentence. She herself felt that her request seemed a bit excessive. Chu Fan shrugged and said, I have no problem with that. We can't possibly finish all this meat anyway, so sharing a bit with her is fine. Lu Ruyan was also taken aback. She had thought Chu Fan would scold her for being meddlesome, but he seemed completely unconcerned. Seeing her expression, Chu Fan continued, You are part of this ship too. You have a right to share these things. As long as it's not something core, there's no need to worry so much. Barbara stepped forward as well, saying, Ruyan, I knew I didn't misjudge you. It shows you are a caring and righteous sister. Don't worry about giving it away. If Chu Fan dares to complain, we won't let him sleep in bed tonight. Chu Fan's face turned dark for a moment. This foreign girl was quite bold and spoke her mind. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, Ruyan, what's Li Ruoyan's ID here? So I can recognize her in case we meet next time. Lu Ruyan opened her wristband and took another look, then said, Her name is I Fu Lu Ning Na. That's right, she's an original batch. Chu Fan was taken aback, wondering if it was such a coincidence. As she said this, she opened her wristband and found the previous transaction record. Is this it? Lu Ruyan took a look and was also stunned. The world was indeed small. That's right, it's her. Chu Fan laughed heartily, saying, Then there's no issue. Even if she isn't your close best friend, just for speaking up for me before helping her with this small favor is no problem at all. Then, as if thinking of something, Chu Fan took out a windproof lighter from his space and handed it over. She probably doesn't have any fire source either. Give this to her, as well as a thank you for taking care of you all these years. Lu Ruyan felt warmth in her heart and didn't act overly coy. She took the lighter and opened her wristband again. Ruoyan, I have some extra sea monster meat. Take it to grill and eat to replenish your strength. Additionally, this is from my husband, who wanted me to give it to you. On a ship about 200 meters away from the Sea King, a beautiful woman with black hair dressed in black online gear opened her mouth wide in surprise. What? Did I hear that right? The cold and aloof Lu Ruyan actually has a husband. Lu Ruyan's face turned red, but her personality was independent. She replied calmly, Yes. Let's not talk about that. If you need help, come find me. I'm on the Sea King. At this point, Li Ruoyan was no longer calm, as she realized that the man of her best friend was actually the renowned Chu Fan, who had been making waves during this period. However, she quickly relaxed and smiled to herself, saying, No wonder my best friend Li Ruoyan found such an extraordinary man. At this moment, a girl with twin ponytails looking almost identical to Li Ruoyan peeked her head out from the cabin. Sister, what are you talking about? This was Li Ruoyan's twin sister, Li Ruoxi. Growing up together, wearing the same clothes and styling, they were often mistaken for one another. So after entering university, the two deliberately chose different schools. After graduating, their paths diverged completely. Li Ruoyan, judging by her attire, was a typical career woman. Meanwhile, Li Ruoxi, studying film, was a budding little star, just starting her career. When they ran into each other on a holiday, they had planned to catch up. But shortly after they met, they were transported to this Fortunately, the two were not separated, which gave the sisters a bit of reassurance. In this environment, however, they still tried to keep a low profile. After all, in such surroundings, if they encountered someone with bad intentions, there wouldn't be any laws to protect them. Li Ruoyan raised her head and smiled slightly, revealing a pair of beautiful dimples. Ruoxi, we have food now. Li Ruoxi couldn't help but smile, showing her little tiger teeth. Really? Where did it come from? Remember I mentioned my good friend Lu Ruyan? Li Ruoxi recalled and recognized that familiar name. Is she the one who was called the twin flower of Jiangde alongside you? Li Ruoyan sighed and said, Ruoxi, can we not mention such a childish title? That was all in the past. I'm really curious about what kind of person can be mentioned along with my sister. Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, You're really impossible. Come and grill the meat. Lu Ruyan said that the meat of this sea monster tastes fantastic and can quickly replenish strength. Really? That's great. Suddenly she remembered something and frowned. But sister, we don't have any fire starting tools. What do you think this is? A lighter? Where did it come from? It was also given by Ruyan. Now Li Ruoxi was no longer calm. No sister, I won't comment on how nice your best friend is to you, but how come she's so capable and has so many good things? Li Ruoyan smiled like an ant and said softly, Because she encountered an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, Chu Fan and the others were enjoying grilled meat while discussing their next strategy. The small boat stopped less than 10 meters away from the Sea King. 3 men crowded in the narrow cabin, observing the situation on the Sea King with cold eyes. This was precisely the reconnaissance team that Monkey and his companions had sent ahead. So what have you found? Monkey asked in a low voice. Brother Monkey, there are 4 people on the Sea King, 2 men and 2 women. I must say those 2 women are truly stunning. Indeed, Brother Monkey, what's even more impressive is that there's a big beauty up there. Wow, that scale. If I could just touch it, it would definitely feel amazing. The 2 younger brothers described the intelligence they had gathered, their eyes filled with envy. Monkey scolded, Look at you 2 useless fools. Is this what I asked for? One of the younger brothers scratched his head. This is all I saw. Mainly that foreign girl was swaying in front of me, making my head spin. Focus on the main point. Did you see any guns? Brother B chuckled. I didn't see any guns on the ship, but our guns have been raised the whole time. Monkey angry kicked this foolish duo aside, while secretly contemplating. It seemed that relying on these two dimwits wouldn't yield any useful information for a while. He would have to wait until nightfall to go check it out himself. Thinking this, he turned around and kicked twice. Watch it, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when it gets dark. Sure, Brother Monkey. The two fans of Barbara clutched their stomachs in response. This damn weather, why did it suddenly get so hot again? Lu Shangfei muttered quietly, trying on the new clothes that Chu Fan had given him. Lu Rian looked up at the sun in the sky, her brow furrowed. Just a moment ago it had rained and felt like spring, but now it seemed as though it had suddenly turned to summer. Although they had Sea King attire, the sun was still unbearable on their skin. The group had no choice but to hide inside the cabin. Lu Shangfei, unable to sit still, jumped into the sea to swim. On such a hot day, the sea monster meat left on the deck will probably spoil. We should put it away. Barbara shook her head, saying, Darling, I've tried. There's no way to store this meat in the warehouse. Chu Fan was slightly taken aback, tried it himself, and indeed found that the meat could not be stored in the warehouse. It seemed this was a limitation of this world, forcing humans to constantly battle the sea monsters. Having figured out these points, Chu Fan smiled faintly. Others might not be able to, but he could. After all, he was a cheat. The warehouse could not hold it, but he had a system space. Moreover, this system space seemed to have preservation abilities. Thus, with a wave of his hand, he directly stored all the sea monster meat from the deck into the warehouse. The others were not surprised by this anymore, and secretly felt relieved. Lu Rian suddenly said, Chu Fan, if I let the Rian sisters come to us, would you take them in? Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. After all, she was a school beauty, famous alongside Lu Rian. And they were twins. If he refused, he wouldn't be a qualified Sea King. However, he pretended to be indifferent, and said, Rian, you can decide this for yourself. No matter what decision you make, I will quietly support you from behind. Lu Rian's face flushed, and she lightly exclaimed, At least you have a bit of a conscience. Fine, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to take a shower. Barbara immediately chimed in, I'm going too. Rian, wait for me. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and said, I want to join too. Without caring about their reactions, he grabbed the hands of the two girls and rushed into the bathroom. Moments later, Chu Fan sighed. During the late Qing dynasty, there were only 3 mountains, but I, Chu Fan, must now face 4 mountains alone. I will ride my great horse and overthrow these 4 mountains. You cannot fathom the hardships of the Sea King. While Chu Fan was happily playing in the water, others out at sea were suffering. The sun was so hot that it was almost dehydrating. However, many people had inadvertently spilled the water they had just gathered due to the earlier commotion. As a result, the regional channel was flooded with requests for water. If they knew that Chu Fan was currently enjoying a couple's bath, they would probably vomit blood. Around the Sea King, many people had gathered due to the scattered remains of sea monsters. Hey old man, I saw that crab leg first. Nonsense, I clearly got it first. I'm going to kill you. Are you looking for deaths? Damn it, who are you trying to scare? Thus these people, who were utterly defenseless against the sea monsters, began to brawl among themselves, swearing to fight to the death. Li Ruoyan and her sister saw this scene, and sighed again, grateful for Lu Rian's timely help, otherwise they surely wouldn't have made it through this ordeal. But what would they do tomorrow? Would they have to rely on Lu Rian's help continuously? On the ark, Gao Shuachi watched Bai Jie busying herself on the deck, his heart ablaze. Now looking at Along, he found him truly annoying. As long as he was around, he couldn't take any direct action against Bai Jie. It seemed he needed to find an excuse to get rid of him. Killing Along was easy, but he had to gain the people's trust. Otherwise, there was no telling what ideas the others below might come up with. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions exited the cabin. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't had a bath in a long time, and this shower made him feel refreshed. So Xiaofei, have you noticed anything unusual? Lu Shangfei raised his hand ring and said, Don't worry, brother-in-law, everything is normal, but many people are looking for us to buy water. Chu Fan felt a chill in his heart. It seemed a water shortage had become everyone's primary concern. Lu Rian also picked up her hand ring and started messaging her best friend. Ruoyan, the situation is very bad right now. If you can't hold on, come find me. Here are my coordinates. After sending the message, Lu Rian was about to say something to Chu Fan when she suddenly froze. Then she pointed, Look quickly, what is that? Everyone turned to look in the direction Lu Rian was pointing. In the distance, a massive black shadow seemed to have suddenly emerged from the sea, approaching the crowd at a leisurely pace. Gradually, more and more people noticed this strange object. As time passed, Chu Fan finally saw that it was an enormous ship, completely black and exceedingly vast. He wondered what kind of power system such a large ship was using to navigate smoothly on this windless sea. The size of the ship far exceeded people's imaginations. That could easily be described as a castle. Moreover, the ship seemed to be shrouded in a mist, making it difficult to see what was happening on board. Some timid individuals were so frightened by this colossal object that they sat down on the deck, unable to utter a word. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, suddenly the ship came to a halt. Then an incredibly alluring woman's voice came from the ship. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Captain Jack's ghost ship." Her voice seemed soft, yet strangely everyone in this sea region clearly heard her words. The woman's melodious laughter echoed in the air. One could tell from her laughter alone that she must possess an extraordinary beauty. Gao Shuaiqi was instantly mesmerized by the sound. This must be a stunning beauty. Chu Fan frowned slightly and looked up at the eerily mysterious ghost ship. The woman continued, "You must be worried about supplies and water sources. I'm here to help you. We have everything you want. Water sources, food, even techniques, abilities, or special modules for your ship. Do you want it?" As she spoke, the woman revealed her face, and indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her looks were not inferior, even when compared to Lu Ruoyan and Barbara. Moreover, her every movement exuded charm, making it impossible to look away. Lu Ruoyan, herself a beauty, was captivated and unable to avert her gaze, let alone the others. However, compared to her beauty, her words were even more enticing. "What? Food, water sources, and abilities upgrade modules. Am I hearing things? Is this heaven sent to save us? Sister Angel, I want it. The woman's laughter came again. "I forgot to tell you all, my name is Leander, and am not an angel." A burly man was drooling uncontrollably, his expression like that of a pig. "Beauty, I want nothing but you." Leander covered her mouth and giggled. "Do you really want me?" "Ah, yes." The man's eyes were filled with longing. "Then come over here." "Ah, okay. I'm coming." Strangely, as the woman's voice fell, a beam of light extended from the ghost ship, forming a bridge to the man. The man, fixated on the beauty, had no other concerns and stepped onto the light bridge. Sister, I will." As he spoke, the man walked along the light bridge towards the ship. Everyone held their breath, watching him intently. Fortunately, the man safely stepped onto the ghost ship and stood firmly on the deck. "Sister, I'm here." Leander, however, playfully stepped back and asked, "Do you have enough points, sir?" The man was taken aback. "I have 20 points all for you." Leander waved her hand, saying, 20 points or not." The man, confused, instinctively asked, "Then what do you want?" Leander giggled. "To have me, you need to prepare 0 points. But you just confirmed you wanted me. Oh, what will you do now?" The man, already enchanted by her every smile, replied, "Yo, what should I do?" Leander shook her head, saying, "Then there's no way, you'll have to pay with your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a pure black claw suddenly emerged from the black mist behind her, dragging the man in before anyone could react. In the black mist, the man barely had time to scream before he fell silent. This shocked everyone. No one expected that Leander could end a burly man's life with a laugh, yet it appeared as if nothing had happened. "This ship is truly terrifying." Leander sighed. "As you can see, our ghost ship is legitimate business. As long as you have points, you can buy anything you desire. But the prerequisite is that if you don't have enough points, don't make promises lightly, otherwise that will be your fate. Now, is there anyone willing to give it a try?" Everyone exchanged glances, jokingly wondering if they were eager to die faster. Leander was not anxious, standing by the ship, revealing a captivating smile. In this world, there will always be those who fear nothing. After a long while, someone finally couldn't hold back. "Leander, I have 30 points. May I ask if there is a miraculous cure for cancer?" A middle-aged man raised his hand, questioning the ship. He seemed to be in very poor condition. As if talking to himself, the man murmured, "I am now in the late stage of lung cancer. I won't live many days anyway, so what do I have to fear?" Leander glanced at the man softly, saying, "Yes. And it only costs 20 points. Everyone's eyes widened. There really is. Though 20 points isn't insignificant, it's a small price to pay for life. The man, as if seizing a lifeline, hurriedly said, "I want to buy it." As soon as he finished speaking, a light bridge appeared beneath him. The man showed no hesitation, almost running onto the ghost ship. 20 points have been deducted. Oh, let's proceed with your treatment." Leander clapped her hands, and a sharp claw emerged from the thick fog, but this time it was blue. Amidst everyone's gasps, the claw reached for the man, directly penetrating his chest. Damn, it was a scam. Thank goodness I didn't act impulsively. To everyone's surprise, the man did not die, but instead displayed a strange expression. Moments later, the blue claw withdrew from his chest, pulling out a mass of charred material. As the dark mass was removed, the man felt an inexplicable lightness. Leander smiled. "All right, the cancer cells in your body have been completely eliminated. Thank you for your patronage." The man stood still for a while before finally confirming that his dreaded lung disease was cured. So amazing, so amazing. The man joyfully returned along the light bridge to his ship. This scene made everyone's hearts feel unbalanced. With the first success, there would be a second. More and more people began to seek supplies. Naturally, the most sought-after items were fresh water and food. This made more and more people restless. After all, there were special items on that ship. If there was something useful for themselves, the chances of survival would increase exponentially. At this moment, Leander softly said, "This ship also has VIP rooms specifically reserved for the top 10 on the points leaderboard. All esteemed guests are welcome aboard." Chu Fan exchanged glances with his three companions. "Honey, do you want to go up and take a look?" Barbara sensed Chu Fan's thoughts. Chu Fan nodded, saying, "Yes, I want to see if they have the upgrade modules we need, otherwise I don't know how long we will have to stay here. Moreover, I feel like someone is watching us. Even if we don't go, our enemies might. So even if this is a trap, Chu Fan will dare to venture." As Chu Fan's words fell, Lu Ru Yin nodded in agreement. "Have you seen the small boat beside us?" Saying this, Lu Ru Yin gestured towards a nearby small boat, where two men on the deck occasionally glanced. This was indeed the boat where the monkey was located. Although they were deliberately keeping a low profile, the astute Lu Ru Yin noticed the signs. Barbara asked in confusion, "Ru Yin, is there something wrong with that boat?" Lu Ru Yin shook her head and replied, "I can't quite say. It's a woman's intuition." Chu Fan looked at the boat, noticing how the two men quickly averted their gaze from him, making him realize that the boat's arrival was not benign. Thinking of this, Chu Fan spoke up, "It's wise to be cautious. How about this, you all stay on the boat, and Barbara laughed. "Are you interested in that beauty? Trying to get close to her?" Chu Fan quickly waved his hand. "No way. With you two around him, too busy to notice anyone else." "Really? Why does it seem like you still have some energy left every time I see you?" Chu Fan promptly flicked his non-existent bangs, looking quite pleased. "Isn't it good to be a bit stronger?" Barbara nodded. "That's not wrong. Go ahead, I'll reward you tonight." "Oh, what reward?" Barbara whispered. "I'll tell you when you come back." Seeing Chu Fan's eyes widen, she added softly, "I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Suddenly, an alluring image flashed through Chu Fan's mind. Then Chu Fan glanced back at Lu Ru Yin. After seeing her slight nod, he raised his hand. "Miss Leonaire, I am Chu Fan, currently the first on the points leaderboard. I would like to board the ship." Leonaire smiled. "So you're the first place. Please go ahead." As she spoke, a light curtain automatically extended to Chu Fan's feet. Chu Fan steadied his mind and stepped onto the light bridge. The bridge looked illusory, but it felt solid underfoot, almost indistinguishable from regular land. Under the watchful eyes of Barbara and the others, Chu Fan walked step by step onto the ghost ship. "Mr. Chu Fan, since you are currently the first on the leaderboard, please follow me to the VIP room." Chu Fan nodded naturally, saying, "Thank you." This surprised Leonaire, the first man she had seen who could remain so calm. Moreover, Chu Fan was quite handsome, far better looking than the previous few men. Leonaire smiled slightly, leading the way to a black hole that resembled a monster's mouth. "This is the entrance. Please, Mr. Chu Fan, step inside." Chu Fan noticed Leonaire, who was smiling gently, and saw that it indeed resembled a door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he stepped right in. As he crossed this mystical threshold, Chu Fan was suddenly dazzled. Behind him, a flash of white light appeared, and a fragrant breeze wafted into Chu Fan's nose. Leonaire, with an alluring appearance, followed him in gracefully. "Mr. Chu Fan, what courage you have. You're the first person who dared to enter this room without me leading the way." Chu Fan nodded and turned his gaze towards the room. He saw that there were already several people in the room. They were likely the top 10 on the leaderboard. One of the men with a middle part and suspenders looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan remembered he was the one who fought with the old man surnamed Ma that night. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed someone was staring at him. Turning his gaze, he saw a man in his 30s looking intent. Seeing Chu Fan look over, the man did not conceal his expression, smiling. "You must be Chu Fan. I didn't expect you to be so young." Chu Fan was slightly surprised and politely said, "I am Chu Fan. May I ask who you are?" "My name is Gao Shuiqi. Nice to meet you." Chu Fan's heart jolted. So this was Gao Shuiqi. Although this was their first meeting, his name was now known by everyone, even more so than Chu Fan, who was at the top. After all, he had gathered the most followers. "So you are Mr. Gao. Nice to meet you." The two exchanged polite nods, making outsiders think they were very amicable. Chu Fan did not wish to linger too long with this person, so he said, "I just arrived to let me take a look around." "Mr. Gao, please feel free." Gao Shuiqi smiled. "Of course, go ahead." After saying this, he stepped past Chu Fan and approached Leonaire, looking quite eager. Chu Fan lightly shook his head, not thinking much of it, and began to survey the so-called VIP room. The entire room was exquisitely decorated, exuding an antique charm. An incense burner was lit with fragrant materials, releasing an enticing aroma. Elegant. It was truly exquisite. In the center of the room stood a rectangular table somewhat resembling a display counter in a mall, but the material was of an unknown wood, obviously very expensive. On the table were several items with wooden signs beside them displaying product descriptions and specific prices. Chu Fan quickly scanned the items above. Diesel generator priced at 100 points with 2L of diesel included. High-end freshwater conversion device capable of converting 2 liters of seawater into freshwater daily, priced at 100 points. AK-47 automatic rifle priced at 80 points with 500 rounds of ammunition included. Automatic fishing machine priced at 100 points. Each of these items was quite useful, but the prices were certainly not cheap. Chu Fan recalled that the life of the man from earlier was worth only 20 points, while here, even the simplest item cost dozens or even hundreds of points. Indeed, human life was the least valuable. The so-called top 10 on the leaderboard shared similar thoughts as Chu Fan. After all, it was only the first day, and everyone's points were quite limited. Chu Fan was currently ranked first with only 270 points. The second place Gao Shuaiqi had 210 points. The third place Kuan Kuan had 150 points. The rest were mostly around 100 points, with the 10th place man having only 90 points, enough to buy just one gun. Lian Er seemed to sense everyone's thoughts and was not annoyed. "Everyone, please don't worry. We will stay here for 10 days, so you have plenty of time." She continued, "Additionally, there are a few particularly precious treasures that you can come and see." As she spoke, she elegantly clapped her hands. Two young girls, their faces veiled, pulled aside a curtain to reveal another display stand. There were only 5 items on this display stand. The crowd couldn't help but look over, and upon seeing them, everyone's gaze turned fervent. 4 of them resembled some kind of fruit and were placed there. Beside them was a wooden sign with a message. "Fruit of the gods, effect unknown, consuming it may grant random superpowers. Price 100,000 points." The last item made Chu Fan's eyes narrow. "Moon god's fruit, consuming it grants the power of the moon god, priced at 5,000 points." Chu Fan felt his breath momentarily halt. To his astonishment, supernatural abilities truly existed. Every man has fantasized about wielding elements dominating the world with unmatched power. Chu Fan was no exception to this. What surprised him even more was the appearance of the moon god bow obtained from Goblin Island, along with the moon god power mentioned in the parchment. Moreover, it was priced at an astonishing 5,000 points. Achieving that solely through slaying sea monsters or attacking other captains within 10 days seemed almost impossible. Even if he tirelessly wielded the dragon slashing sword until its edge was dulled, he still wouldn't reach 5,000 points. Not to mention the moon god power. Even the other 2 supernatural abilities were beyond his immediate reach. If Chu Fan felt this way, others were no different. Gao Shuaiqi's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of those divine fruits. Just imagine if he could control lightning with one hand and fireballs with the other. Who in this world could rival? It seemed he had to acquire points as much as possible. Lian Er, as if sensing everyone's thoughts, suddenly chuckled softly, as if fueling the fire. "As esteemed guests, I have a piece of free information for you all. By defeating an opponent, you can obtain all of their..." This news made everyone's eyes light up, but they quickly became wary and distanced themselves. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes, surveying the crowd. So there was this option. Gaining 1,000 points within 10 days didn't seem impossible after all. However, there were calm individuals in the crowd who realized this supernatural ability had nothing to do with them and began to consider how to maximize the benefits of the points in their hands. After all, the voice in the air stated that only the one ranked first would receive special rewards. If nothing unexpected happened, that first place would surely be among Chu Fan and Gao Shuaiqi. "Miss Lian Er, I would like to purchase this freshwater purification device." The third-ranked Kunkin was the first to break the silence, raising both hands. Lian Er smiled in response. "Thank you for your patronage. Here is what you requested." With the chime, Kunkin's points were deducted by 100, leaving him with 50 points. He now possessed a freshwater purification device. Chu Fan noticed that the items purchased here did not require additional resources to synthesize. In a sense, this was somewhat similar to his blind box system. Kunkin glanced with satisfaction at the item in his hand, then cautiously surveyed the surrounding people. "Miss Lian Er, I will take my leave now." Upon finishing, he hurriedly exited the room under the watchful gaze of several individuals, disappearing from sight. The 10th-ranked man, after careful consideration, determined that safety was paramount. Thus, he spent all his points to purchase that AK and hurriedly took his leave. Chu Fan looked around, realizing he did not need the ordinary items and could not afford the ones he desired, so he decided to return and discuss thoroughly with his teammates. At that moment, the only woman in the crowd suddenly asked, "Miss Lian Er, can anything else besides points be used to exchange for goods?" Lian Er shook her head, saying, "We only accept points." The crowd expressed disappointment, but Lian Er continued, "However, if you have any special items, you can bring them to our ship, and we will convert them into points based on their rarity." This statement stirred everyone, making them recall any special items they possessed. Chu Fan began to think about what special items he had on his ship. "I wonder how many points the Sea King's suit is worth, or the little umbrellas." Thinking of his several hundred little umbrellas, even if each was worth 1 point, he could exchange for several hundred points. Yet he was still far from 1,000 points. As Chu Fan contemplated giving up, he suddenly noticed that most people in the room had already left, leaving only the woman standing there. The woman glanced at Chu Fan and couldn't help but pull out something. Miss Leander, how many points can this be exchanged? Unconsciously, Chu Fan glanced and was taken aback. In her hand, she held a silver coin. The woman, noticing Chu Fan staring at her silver coin, instantly became alert. At that moment, Leander looked at the silver coin in the woman's hand, her expression becoming more serious. This is actually an ancient silver coin. Oh, let me see which race it belongs to. Leander took the silver coin from the woman's hand and examined it for a moment. This is a silver coin from the Minotaur tribe, indeed a fine item. It is worth 100 points. The woman was overjoyed upon hearing this. This was a silver coin she had accidentally obtained. Oh, she never expected it to be so valuable. Although it was still not enough to exchange for the divine fruit, it was sufficient for many resources. She took the silver coin, thanked Leander, and hurriedly left, clearly wanting to discuss with her teammates. Now the room was empty, with only Chu Fan standing there in a daze. At this moment, Leander noticed the unusual Chu Fan and approached him softly, saying, "Mr. Chu Fan, do you have any other matters?" Chu Fan then snapped back to reality and promptly said, "Miss Leander, how many points is this worth?" As he spoke, Chu Fan pulled out a gold coin from his storage. This was obtained from a treasure chest on Goblin Island, the very chest that contained the moon god Bao. This gold coin had been tossed in the corner of his space since the day he acquired it. If he hadn't seen that woman take out the silver coin, he might have forgotten he still had it. Leander's eyes brightened and she exclaimed, "I can't believe it's an ancient gold coin, Mr. Chu Fan, you truly are full of surprises." As she spoke, she took the gold coin from Chu Fan's hand and examined it closely. "What a pity this is from the god." Chu Fan's heart sank at these words and he quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is it not worth anything?" Leander hurriedly replied, "It's not that. After all, it is a gold coin from an ancient tribe. Your gold coin is worth 100 points." Chu Fan was overjoyed, never expecting that the gold coin he thought was worthless would be so valuable. This meant that this one gold coin could buy a divine fruit. However, Chu Fan soon recalled something and asked, "Then why did you say it's a pity, Miss Leander?" Leander smiled and said, "This is a long story. You just need to know that countless races inhabit this world. Each race that experienced the Great War 1,000 years ago possesses unique gold and silver coins engraved with their respective emblems. Among them, the most precious are the coins of the 4 divine beasts. Such coins can be worth 100 points each." Chu Fan suppressed his excitement. 100 points. He thought of a possibility. "Miss Leander, which 4 divine beasts are you referring to?" Leander glanced at Chu Fan, smiled lightly, and said, "I didn't expect you to be quite curious. Fine, since you want to know, I will tell you. Listen closely. The 4 divine beasts are the Xuanwu of the northern seas, the Baihu of the western mountains, the Zhuke of the southern rainforests, and the Qinglong of the eastern continent." Upon hearing the last phrase, Chu Fan's eyes instantly brightened. Leander continued after speaking, "However, these 4 types of gold coins are extremely rare. I have never seen them before, and ordinary people simply cannot." Suddenly, she froze, watching as a gold coin appeared in Chu Fan's right hand, placed right before her eyes. "Is this the one you're talking about?" This was precisely the treasure Chu Fan had retrieved from the claws of the giant dragon underwater. After hearing Leander's words, Chu Fan had a vague premonition that this must be the dragon-patterned gold coin she mentioned. Leander, unable to believe it, took the gold coin that Chu Fan placed before her. "No, it can't be. How could this be? It's a dragon pattern. It really is a dragon pattern. How did you get this?" Chu Fan smiled and asked, "Miss Leander, you haven't told me if this is right yet." Leander finally snapped back to reality, excitedly saying, "This is just too incredible." Chu Fan's heart also leaped with joy, quickly asking, "Is this really worth 100 points?" "That's right, this is the rule on our ship." Chu Fan could no longer suppress the smile on his lips, which was harder to contain than the AK. Indeed, everything obtained from the native's treasure chest was extraordinary. Now it seemed the only thing left to explore was the location marked on the treasure map. But considering how deeply it was hidden, it should be even more valuable than what had been revealed so far. What delighted Chu Fan the most was that with just 1 dragon-patterned gold coin, he could take all 5 divine fruits here. He was almost ready to take off right there. "So, Miss Leander, please help me convert this into points, and I will take all." Chu Fan retracted the goblin gold coin he had earlier and placed the dragon coin into Leander's small hand. Leander, with a beaming smile, said, "All right, Mr. Chu Fan, congratulations. From this moment on, you are a VIP member of our treasure pavilion, and all the products you purchase will be discounted by 20. Chu Fan was taken aback. "Treasure pavilion? Didn't you say it was called Captain Jack's Ghost Ships?" "Hee, that's just the ship's name. In reality, our treasure pavilion is spread all over the world. I only manage this sea area." Chu Fan understood, astonished that this treasure pavilion was so powerful. Moreover, the fact that they could sell such magical fruits indicated the formidable strength behind this establishment. "By the way, Miss Leander, why is this particular divine fruit more expensive than the others?" Leander smiled and replied, Because this one has already been verified for its abilities while the others have unknown capabilities, so they are sold for less. Chu Fan pondered briefly. Are there indeed differences in the strength of the fruits? Leander nodded, saying, naturally and generally humans can only consume one fruit. Once obtained, it cannot be changed forever. If you are unlucky and consume a useless fruit, that would be a great loss. Chu Fan nodded. This was quite similar to opening a blind box. After Leander received the gold coin, she quickly began to operate. Moments later, she pointed at the 5 fruits and said, they now belong to you. Chu Fan felt a subtle change in Leander's tone as she spoke to him softer than before. Is this the benefit of spending money? Additionally, since you are our esteemed VIP user, your spending will be at an 80 discount. Therefore, you still have 200 points left. Would you like it to be directly returned to your account? Chu Fan was slightly taken aback. If he had these 200 points, winning first place would be almost a certainty. Thinking of this, he asked, if it is not returned, how should I proceed? You can also temporarily store it with us, and when you need it, it can be returned to your account at any time. Chu Fan nodded and said, then let's talk again in a few days. Perhaps I will buy some other things. All right, Mr. Chu Fan. Just then a large screen in the room suddenly lit up. A figure whose appearance was unclear appeared on the screen. Leander immediately stepped forward, bowing. I didn't expect even the pavilion master to be stirred. Chu Fan furrowed his brow slightly, realizing this was the owner of the treasure pavilion. It's been a long time since I've seen a dragon-patterned gold coin. Young brother, you are quite impressive. Can you tell me where this came from? An obviously processed voice sounded from that figure. After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan responded, I obtained it by chance from a treasure chest. The pavilion master seemed a bit excited and hurriedly asked, where was it? Did the chest contain anything else? Chu Fan felt a surge of caution in his heart and replied, I don't remember that place. Besides this gold coin, the chest only contained some wood and nothing else. The figure on the screen fell into a brief silence before speaking again after a moment. Is that so? That truly is a pity. Chu Fan remained silent. Although separated by a screen, he could still feel the pressure emanating from the other side. Meanwhile, Leander had completely lost the carefree demeanor she had earlier, standing beside Chu Fan with her head slightly bowed. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Leander quickly said, Pavilion Master Chu Fan must have simply been lucky. He still has a goblin gold coin. In this vast sea without any landmarks, it was normal for him to forget. Chu Fan was astonished. He didn't expect this woman would speak up for him. It seems that is indeed the case. What a shame. The pavilion master pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, Chu Fan, can I make a trade with you? Chu Fan was surprised. What trade? If one day you remember where you obtained this gold coin, or if you recall that there was something else besides this coin, please let me know. Chu Fan frowned slightly. It seemed the pavilion master did not fully believe his words. What would I gain from this? In that case, I will give you a chance to go to the land of the abandoned gods. How about that? Chu Fan was taken aback. What on earth was the land of the abandoned gods? Meanwhile, Leander turned pale at the mention of these 4 words. She hurriedly cast a discreet glance at Chu Fan, not daring to speak, causing the little girl to blush with anxiety. Chu Fan found it amusing inwardly, but he could tell Leander meant it. Clearly, the land of the abandoned gods was not an ordinary place. So he posed his question, aren't you afraid that I might not remember anything? That would be fine, I'll consider it. How about that? After seriously contemplating for a moment, Chu Fan glanced at Leander beside him and came to a decision. All right, I agree, but I have one condition. It's been many years since anyone has proposed a condition in front of me. You're quite interesting. All right, go ahead and tell me. Chu Fan smiled slightly, pointed to Leander behind him, and quietly stated his condition. I want her. Leander behind him was startled by Chu Fan's words. On the screen, the treasure pavilion master was also visibly taken aback. It's rare that you've taken a liking to someone from our treasure pavilion, but you have good taste. She is indeed the most beautiful one here. However, I cannot agree to this condition. Choose something else. Leander's face alternated between red and pale, uncertain whether she was angered or stirred. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, I think you've both misunderstood. I do not desire Miss Leander herself. Oh, then what do you mean? Chu Fan glanced at Leander and explained, it's simple. I know nothing about this forsaken land you speak of, nor have I ever heard of it before. So I hope Miss Leander can accompany me as my guide. As soon as Chu Fan finished speaking, Leander, who had been looking down, abruptly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with shock and even a trace of gratitude. On the screen, the treasure pavilion master fell into deep thought. You want her to accompany you into the forsaken land? This, Chu Fan added, otherwise forget it. Who knows what this forsaken land you mentioned even is? With that, he made as if to turn and leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Wait. The voice of the treasure pavilion master came from behind. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed the contents of that treasure chest were exceedingly precious. What exactly did the treasure pavilion master desire? The dragon-slaying sword, or perhaps that treasure map? Though his mind was calculating, Chu Fan maintained an indifferent facade as he turned and asked, "Is there something?" The treasure pavilion master let out a soft sigh. "Leanna, are you willing?" Leanna bit her lip, her heart seemingly in turmoil, before making a decision as momentous as it was resolute. "I'll follow the master's decision." The treasure pavilion master fell silent for another moment before speaking with a hint of reluctance. "I agree. Leanna, take good care of young friend Chu Fan. Young friend Chu Fan, until we meet again." With that, the screen dimmed and the connection was severed. Chu Fan shrugged, then turned to see Leanna with slightly reddened eyes, leaving him puzzled. Why did she look on the verge of tears? Did she not want to enter? But that couldn't be right. When he offered to bring her in, she had seemed so eager. Just then Leanna realized her lapse in composure and quickly said, "Mr. Chu Fan, please follow me." Chu Fan, however, seemed to recall something and asked, "Shouldn't I inform my teammates first? They might worry." Leanna replied, "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to inform them." Chu Fan nodded, then sent a message to Lu Ruyan and the others via his wristband before following Leanna toward a black gate. As if receiving a command, the black gate swung open the moment they approached. Beyond it lay a gray haze obscuring all sight. Standing at the entrance, Chu Fan voiced his doubts. "Miss Leanna, what exactly is this forsaken land? And what benefits might I gain from entering?" Leanna's expression turned solemn. "Within the forsaken land lies a place called the Eye of the Gods, a miraculous location. It will reveal which of the divine fruits is most suited for you." Hearing this, Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. Recalling his abysmal luck with blind boxes, he had been uncertain about the divine fruit. This was perfect, a pillow arriving just as he dozed off. "In that case, let's go in quickly." Leanna, seemingly even more eager than him, nodded and said, "All right, please follow me." As soon as she spoke, Chu Fan felt a warm sensation in his palm. It was Leanna's small hand holding his. "Hold my hand, or we might be teleported to different places." Chu Fan nodded. "I see, but holding hands might not be secure enough. How about I hold your waist?" Leanna blushed and scolded, "Pfft, Letcher." Yet even as they spoke, their feet kept moving. A flash of white light engulfed them, and they vanished into the gate as if swallowed whole. Chu Fan felt a streak of light blur past his eyes, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in a strange place. Verdant grass and towering trees filled his view, brimming with life. It was impossible to associate this place with the Forsaken Land. Then he noticed Leanna beside him and froze in astonishment. At some point, a pair of furry animal-like ears had sprouted atop Leanna's head. Far from unsightly, they made her appear even more lively and enchanting. Behind her, a fluffy white tail had also appeared. Good heavens, a fox-eared wolf. Seeing Chu Fan's expression, Leanna suddenly fell to her knees. "I am eternally grateful for your immense kindness, Master Chu Fan. I can never repay you in this lifetime." Startled, Chu Fan quickly helped her up. "What are you doing?" Leanna, her eyes red, began to recount her story. "Master Chu, as you can see, I am not human, but of the Fox Spirit clan. What you see now is my true form. After the Great War over 1,000 years ago, countless races were wiped out, and my Fox Spirit clan gradually faded from the pages of history. Like humans, we Fox Spirits need land to live on. But in this world, oceans dominate most areas, severely threatening our survival. However, our clan's elder once said that the hope of reviving our Fox Spirit clan lies in the Forsaken Land. But I am merely an ordinary steward, unqualified to enter the Forsaken Land. Without you, I might never have had the chance to come here in my lifetime." After hearing Leanna's story, Chu Fan finally understood the situation. No wonder she had been so astonished when he offered to bring her in. But why had she hesitated when the treasure pavilion master asked her? Shaking off the confusion, Chu Fan said, "There's no need for such formality. I truly do need your guidance." Leanna said with slight embarrassment, "Master, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. This is my first time here as well." Chu Fan paused, then slapped his forehead. "Silly me, I forgot about that. But it doesn't matter. Let's look around." Leanna smiled and nodded. "As you wish. Also, my real name is Hui. You may call me Yi from now on. Leanna is just a nickname meant for outsiders." Chu Fan remarked, "So only I can call you that?" Yi shyly nodded. "Yes. Ha ha ha, wonderful. A fine name." Let's set off. On the sea, King Lu Ruan gazed at the departing figure of the messenger, lost in thought. After the person had walked away, Barbara approached and asked Ron, "What do you think Chu Fan is up to? I see everyone has returned, but why hasn't he?" Lu Ruan furrowed her brows and shook her head, saying, "Chu Fan just sent a message on the bracelet saying he had something to handle and told us not to worry, but he didn't specify what it was." Barbara whispered, "Do you think he might be interested in that woman?" Lu Ruan responded softly, "That woman. It doesn't seem impossible." Hearing Barbara say this, Lu Ruan felt that the possibility was quite high. After all, the allure of that woman was something everyone had witnessed. Could it be that having both me and Barbara, two beauties, isn't enough for him? But looking back, it did seem that every time we both asked for mercy, Chu Fan still appeared to be left wanting more. "No, I need to think of a way to prevent him from casually flirting with unknown women." Barbara pouted and said no, when he comes back we'll require him to turn in his homework. If he can, it means there's something wrong with him. You're right, let's do it that way. Suddenly Lu Ruoyan thought, rather than letting Chu Fan engage with unclear women, what if we find him someone we know well? With this thought, Lu Ruoyan opened her bracelet and clicked on Li Ruoyan's profile. Ruoyan, are you there? In the land of the abandoned gods, Chu Fan suddenly shivered. Strange, why do I suddenly feel as if someone is calling me? At that moment, Chu Fan realized that the bracelet had completely lost all signal. Yi stepped forward and said, young master, this place will block all incoming signals. Chu Fan nodded and continued onward. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two stopped. Before them stood an extraordinarily tall and sturdy tree. This tree is really huge. This tree was taller and sturdier than any Chu Fan had ever seen. Just by sight, he estimated it to be at least 30 to 40 meters thick. As Chu Fan looked up for a long time, he couldn't find the treetop, though it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it blocked out the sun. Are you familiar with this place? Quickly replied, young master, although it's my first time here, there are records in my clan. This should be the Genesis tree. That sounds impressive. It is said that this tree has existed since the dawn of creation, and the eye of the gods we are looking for should be on this tree. Oh, is that so? Then let's hurry and find it. After hearing Yi's description, Chu Fan instantly became energetic and began searching around the massive tree. What does the eye of the gods look like? Yi frowned and said, actually, I don't know either. The records only state that above the Genesis tree, there is an eye of the gods that can see the truth of all things in the universe. Chu Fan nodded and then remembered that this was Yi's first visit to this place, and she was no better off than he was. The two circled the tree but still found nothing. Strange, it should be right here. How could we not find it? Just then a deep and ancient voice rang out. Who dares disturb my sweet dreams? This scent, is it from the Fox Demon clan? And there's even a human. Suddenly a green crack appeared on the tree trunk, slowly opening to reveal a massive eye. The eye of the gods. Both of them reacted simultaneously. Exclaimed excitedly, we found it, we finally found it. How should I address you? The ancient voice responded, haha, some like to call me the Genesis tree, while others prefer the eye of the gods. It doesn't matter what you call me, I understand your intentions. Said, then I will call you Lord Divine. Lord Divine, our Fox Demon clan is currently facing an unprecedented calamity, so I want to find my ancestors' legacy here. Please help me, Lord Divine. The Genesis tree fell silent for a moment, and then said, I didn't expect another 1,000 years have passed, and this world has changed a lot. Said, I hope Lord Divine will grant my request. Very well, 1,000 years ago one of your ancestors came here, and I told her about the future calamity of the Fox clan. Indeed, she left part of the legacy with me. Was overjoyed and said, I didn't expect the records in the clan to be true. Well, this is something that belongs to your Fox Demon clan, so it is only right for you to take it back, but… hurriedly asked, but what? Accepting the legacy requires at least 4 hours, and during this period, it will trigger celestial phenomena, which may even awaken the sleeping monsters here. Gritted her teeth and said, I'm not afraid. Courage alone won't solve the problem. The key is that you must not be disturbed while accepting the legacy, or it will lead to complete destruction. After a moment of surprise, he immediately said, please inform me of the method to break the disturbance, Lord Divine. The Genesis tree suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, the method is right beside you. Was taken aback, and then quickly looked at Chu Fan as if she had… Chu Fan was also stunned, incredulously pointing at his own nose. The ancient voice said, young man, do you think you ended up here by chance? This is the call of destiny. However, whether you help her is entirely up to you. Chu Fan scratched his head and said, I don't mind helping her, but what do you need me to do? Hearing this, Yi's face lit up with joy and gratitude as she looked at Chu Fan. The ancient voice continued, it's simple. If you're willing, countless enemies may appear in the next 4 hours, and all you need to do is defeat them. As time goes on, the enemies will grow stronger. They may become more powerful than you can imagine. After this voice fell, Yi's expression dimmed. She had only known Chu Fan for half a day, and she had already received immense grace just by being able to come here. How could she ask Chu Fan to take risks for her? With this thought, she revealed a look of regret and said, Lord Divine, since that's the case, then I'll wait until I'm better prepared to come again. Though she said this, she knew that her entering this place was a stroke of luck, and whether she could come again next time. But no matter what, at least it proved that the legends preserved in her clan were true, which was already very significant. Just as she was comforting herself, she suddenly heard Chu Fan's laughter. Chu Fan was also caught in a dilemma. Emotionally, he really wanted to help Yi, but rationally he knew that he shouldn't get involved. But suddenly Chu Fan seemed to see a hint of testing encouragement and some inexplicable meaning from that jump. Chu Fan's heart stirred, and he reached out to stop Yi, who was about to retreat. Since we've come this far, why wait for next time? Let me protect you. What? Yi was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. She never expected Chu Fan to make such a choice. Chu Fan smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you moved? It's okay, at worst you can give yourself to me. Chu Fan's decision was not made impulsively, but was instead a result of the divine will mentioned by the tree of creation as he came here by fate. Recalling the reasons for arriving in this world and the various extraordinary adventures he experienced after crossing over, he couldn't help but believe that perhaps his arrival here was all orchestrated by destiny. In his past life, he was an ordinary cog in society from birth to school, and then to work. Looking back, he realized that nearly everything he did was not under his own control. Even after unexpectedly crossing into this world upon death, he still felt as though an invisible hand was pushing him forward. With this thought, was the emergence of this system merely coincidental or inevitable? He didn't know, but at this moment he wanted to take control of his own fate. My life is mine to command, not dictated by heaven. Don't be afraid. If you trust me, go ahead. I will protect you here. Was touched as she replied, Chu Fan, you don't have to do this. After all, we are friends, aren't we? Don't underestimate the bond between us. Chu Fan displayed an incredibly charming smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Oh, friends. Was stunned. It was the first time she had heard those words from a human male. In an instant, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. But Chu Fan laughed and said, don't hesitate, the opportunity to come here is rare. Don't your people expect you to return and save her? These words finally broke through the last barrier in Yi's heart. She seemed to recall the invasion of her clan, the scene of her people dying before her eyes. She also recalled the elder of her clan, the helplessness and expectation when they entrusted hope to the few young girls. Thus she finally made her decision. Chu Fan, thank you. If I succeed, I vow that from now on you, Chu Fan, will be my master. You will be the great benefactor of my fox clan. Even if I fail, I would still be willing to die with you. Saying this, she suddenly knelt before the tree of creation, bowing her head and saying, Great Spirit, please begin. Once the inheritance begins, there will be no possibility of stopping. Are you sure you want to start? Raised her head, glancing at Chu Fan beside her. Feeling the encouragement in his gaze, she resolutely uttered 2 words. Sure. Good, I understand. As soon as she spoke, countless branches suddenly extended from the great tree, spreading from all directions. The branches surrounded like threads, ultimately forming a green net that completely engulfed her. Young man of the human race, listen well. This protective shield can withstand at most 3 attacks, so you must protect her well. Moreover, there is something you must know. According to the rules of the Fox clan, if an unmarried fox girl is seen by a human man in her beast form, she must either kill him or marry him. Therefore, in a sense, she is already yours. Good luck, young man. After the tree of creation finished speaking, it closed its giant eye. The net enveloping now emitted dazzling light. Chu Fan was stunned, still pondering the words of the tree just now. The implication of the words was that he suddenly had a woman with fox ears. Thinking about it, it seemed rather. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, the sky was gradually darkening. On the Sea King ship, Lu Ruyen and the others were anxiously waiting. Xiao Fei, keep an eye on that ship beside us to prevent them from launching a surprise attack. Lu Xiangfei nodded in response. The ship they were referring to was the small boat where Monkey and his 2 little brothers were hiding. At this moment, Monkey was also hiding in the shadows, watching the Sea King ship. Damn, this girl is quite alert, always keeping an eye on this place. Monkey muttered to himself, glancing around before pulling out a wristband. Big brother, are you there? Gao Shuaiqi was also waiting for news from Monkey. Upon seeing the message from Monkey, he immediately replied, What's going on, Monkey? Big brother, I've been observing for a while, and these people are quite vigilant, especially one long-legged woman. And it seems they haven't taken out their guns, so we can't make a move. Is there really no other way? Gao Shuaiqi frowned and asked. There is a way, big brother. As long as you send someone to feign an attack from the front, they will definitely draw their guns, and then I can find a way to act. Hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi's eyes lit up. This son is indeed talented. This method is indeed feasible. Moreover, that Miss Lian Air also said that defeating another ship can gain all of its points. The Sea King ship currently has a total of 270 points. If he were to deceive them and seize this Sea King ship, he could not only obtain those 2 women, but also gain a large amount of points. With this in mind, he replied with another message, Monkey, what's the situation with the Sea King ship? Monkey then shared his observations, and the more he spoke, the brighter Gao Shuaiqi's eyes became. Damn, is Chu Fan really this lucky? He has already acquired so many facilities. By the way, it seems that Chu Fan is not on the ship. I saw someone from the ghost ship coming to inform those 2 women that Chu Fan will be back later. Hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer hold back and shouted loudly. Someone quickly call He Feng Ming over. In the lower deck, He Feng Ming was holding the 200-pound little fairy, looking quite pleased. As long as you stick with me, I'll make sure you live a life of luxury. The little fairy gazed at the large piece of sea monster meat. In He Feng Ming's hands, her eyes nearly popping out. Quick, give me meat. If you want to eat meat, it's not that simple. You have to let me feast first. He Feng Ming let out a lascivious laugh. The little fairy paused for a moment, finally understanding He Feng Ming's meaning. Bang! The little fairy fell down like a wall. Come on, we agreed that you would definitely give me meat. He Feng Ming excitedly said, rest assured, I will keep my promise, darling, I'm coming. Just as He Feng Ming, like a wolf, was about to pounce, a voice from the door called out. Brother Ming, the boss is looking for you. This nearly drove He Feng Ming mad, and he angrily cursed, damn it, why is the boss looking for me at this time? But since Gao Shuaiqi was looking for him, he couldn't ignore it. So he placed the meat in front of the little fairy. Darling, you eat a bit first, I'll be back soon. In the godforsaken land, Chu Fan sat within the green orb that enveloped Yi, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As time passed, the energy fluctuations emanating from the green orb grew stronger. Suddenly, a roar of a wild beast reached Chu Fan's ears. Following the sound, he was confronted by a massive, entirely black creature resembling a wolf. This giant wolf radiated purple-black energy waves, its eyes fixated intensely on the green orb suspended in midair. What the hell is that? Chao Weiwu regretted not bringing his shotgun. However, he was also afraid to bring it out as the safety on the boat was not guaranteed, so he could only draw his Sea King trident. You beast, if you're capable, come at me. Having already mastered martial arts, he was not fazed by this wolf. Chu Fan's actions clearly enraged the creature. Roar! The giant wolf let out a fierce howl and leaped toward Chu Fan. Unlike his previous battle with the Sharkman Knock, this wolf did not possess such high defense, but its speed was several times faster. Chu Fan swiftly dodged, avoiding the giant wolf's charge, and with a quick turn thrust his Sea King trident directly into the wolf's rear. This move was akin to the martial arts maneuver known as the returning horse shot. Although it was Chu Fan's first time using this technique, it seemed as if he had practiced it a million times, executed with effortless grace and immense power. Ow! The giant wolf let out a wretched cry. If it could speak, it would surely berate him for lacking martial ethics. The wolf struggled, then fell to the ground with a thud, no longer moving. Damn, that startled me. Is that it, eh? The wolf was dispatched too easily, causing Chu Fan to doubt it. This is because they exist in the form of energy bodies, and their inherent strength is less than 1/10 of their true form. As if sensing Chu Fan's confusion, the Tree of Creation suddenly spoke up. Chu Fan then realized, I see now. With this understanding, he felt that the task at hand was not as daunting as he initially thought. But this is just the beginning, human boy, keep your wits about you. No sooner had he spoken than another wave of roars erupted. Chu Fan turned to see 3 giant wolves appearing, each as large as the previous one. Damn, more of them. The 3 wolves with their green eyes charged at Chu Fan in a triangular formation. Chu Fan cursed. Damn it, a bunch of mangy beasts, can't you just stay dead? Raising his Sea King trident, he charged at them heat. He struck the foremost wolf with a powerful blow, sending it flying, then rolled on the ground at lightning speed to evade the other 2 wolves' attacks. Immediately, Chu Fan performed an acrobatic maneuver, standing back up. At that moment, the first giant wolf he had struck was just landing and let out a cry of agony. Without hesitation, Chu Fan thrust his trident into the creature's body before it could rise again. At that moment, he felt like an ancient general wielding a spear against 1,000 troops. No wonder they say that spears are the king of weapons. There's a saying that states, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Although he wielded a trident rather than a spear, they were both long-handled weapons, and thus their techniques were fundamentally similar. At this point, Chu Fan was in a killing frenzy, bellowing as he charged at the remaining 2 giant wolves. Half an hour later, panting heavily, he leaned on his Sea King trident, glaring intently ahead. Before him lay a small mountain of wolf corpses numbering around 20 or 30. Chu Fan felt somewhat exhausted, with 3 distinct claw marks visible on his left arm, left by one of the earlier wolves. Damn, why are there so many of these things? It feels like they just keep coming. Just then, the green orb behind him suddenly changed color and emitted a dazzling blue light. Human boy, be alert. The energy fluctuations now are greater than before. The enemies you are about to face may be even stronger. Hearing this voice, Chu Fan felt a jolt, but it was clear there was no turning back now. Damn it, thinking back, he had barely considered himself a self-interested individual, yet here, he was willing to go all out for others in this strange world. Since he had chosen this path, he would fight to the end. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly noticed the trees before him violently shaking. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a shadow suddenly burst from the thicket, opening its enormous maw and lunging directly at Chu Fan's head. What the hell is that thing? Reacting quickly, Chu Fan raised his Sea King trident in front of him, narrowly blocking the attack. However, the force of this strike was clearly much stronger than that of the previous giant wolves, sending Chu Fan flying. Hiss! Chu Fan then realized that what was attacking him was a massive black python. The serpent raised its head high, its mouth flicking out a blood-red tongue, staring intently at Chu Fan, seemingly planning its next assault. What a huge snake! Chu Fan was internally shocked, just the part of the snake standing upright was already as tall as a person, and judging by its size, it must have been about 10 meters long. At that moment, the snake suddenly lunged again, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, charging directly at Chu Fan. This time prepared, Chu Fan moved as the snake did. This time he narrowly evaded the python's attack. Clang! The sound of the Sea King trident striking the python's body rang out. Upon hearing this sound, Chu Fan sensed danger. At this moment, he finally saw that the python was covered in thick scales resembling pieces of iron armor, tightly encasing it. Crap! Chu Fan hadn't expected the snake to be so tough, but it was too late to change tactics. He felt as if his body had been thrown into the air. By the time he realized what was happening, he found himself ensnared by the python's lower body, hoisted high into the air. The snake lifted Chu Fan into the air and slammed him down onto the ground. Bang! Chu Fan felt this impact strongly, as if he had been hit by a large truck, and his bones felt like they might shatter. At that moment, the snake lifted him again, clearly intending to repeat its earlier action. Damn you, break! In this critical moment, Chu Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out the Dragon Slayer sword from his spatial storage. Since ordinary weapons could not harm it, he decided to test this sword. The previous mermaid had mentioned that the Dragon Slayer sword had a natural restraining effect on the creatures of this ocean world. He wondered if it would hold true in the godforsaken land as well. This was also the reason he hadn't used the Dragon Slayer sword immediately. But given the current situation, he hadn't. Thus, Chu Fan bore the pain in his body and swung the Dragon Slayer sword fiercely at the massive python, constricting his legs. Die! As Chu Fan swung his blade, the giant python's body was sliced in half as easily as tofu. He felt his legs weaken and jumped down. Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Chu Fan lunged forward, stabbing his sword into the struggling snake's eye on the ground. The python writhed violently for 2 to 3 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing inwardly. He sensed multiple fractures in his bones, and pain surged through his feet. Could he still triumph if another giant python appeared? Sure enough, just as Chu Fan tried to catch his breath, the bushes shook violently again. In the next moment, 3 dark shadows sprang from the grass, rushing straight toward Chu Fan. So many. Are they trying to kill me? Chu Fan struggled to rise, but suddenly realized that one of his legs had broken without him noticing. He tried twice, but could not get up. Human boy, do you regret it? The voice of the tree of creation echoed once more. Chu Fan laughed loudly, saying, I have many regrets in my life. I regret not studying hard. I regret not boldly confessing to the girl I loved during my prime. I regret not standing up bravely when I saw a thief on the street. I have many regrets, but the one thing I will never regret is my choice today. Because I am a man. Come on. Suddenly, it seemed as if Chu Fan had gained clarity, forcing himself to stand up on one leg, raising the dragon-slaying sword before his chest. At that moment, the 3 giant pythons finally reached him. Chu Fan gritted his teeth, executing 3 sword strokes aimed at the python's vital spots. His mastery of martial arts reached its peak in this life-and-death moment. The dragon-slaying sword proved its worth. With just a light touch, it severed the 3 giant pythons in 2. But in the next second, a rustling sound erupted from the bushes again. That was the sound of the giant pythons moving. Judging by the noise, there must be more than 10 of them. Chu Fan knew that he might not survive this day. What a pity. Barbara Lu Rian, I will let you down. I can only help you up to this point. Just when Chu Fan thought everything was coming to an end, the blue orb hovering in the air began to struggle violently, as if wanted to break free. At that moment, the tree of creation spoke. Descendant of the fox demon clan, do not rush. Human youth, you are indeed the one chosen by fate. Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of that fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that among the 5 fruits he had kept in his space, one was floating before his eyes. If he saw this scene, she would surely be flabbergasted. This world has countless divine fruits, but never has there been a case of a fruit actively recognizing a human. Seeing Chu Fan still in shock, the tree of creation continued, eat it. Only then did Chu Fan recall that before he came, Yi had told him that the land of the abandoned gods could help him choose the most suitable divine fruit. Unexpectedly, this moment yielded results in such a manner. As the shadows in the bushes drew closer, Chu Fan could no longer hesitate, grabbing the divine fruit and chewing it eagerly. The fruit was neither too big nor too small, about the size of a pomelo from his past life, with a taste that was indescribable. Oh, if he had to say, it had a slight sweetness and was not unpleasant. However, Chu Fan knew it was not the time for savoring. In a few quick bites, he swallowed the entire fruit. In the next second, he felt a warm current flowing from his lower abdomen to every part of his body. To his amazement, he discovered that all the injuries he had sustained were completely healed in that moment. Even more wondrous was that he felt an incredibly powerful strength surging within him. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Hey, big tree, what kind of ability is this? The tree of creation replied, "Focus your thoughts between your fingers and take a look." Following the instruction, in the next second, a bolt of blue lightning appeared between his fingers. He had gained the ability to control lightning, possessing both destructive power and speed. Chu Fan was instantly filled with joy. However, he quickly composed himself. This was not the time to... At that moment, the giant pythons in the bushes finally approached, launching themselves like arrows at Chu Fan. To Chu Fan, the trajectories that were previously invisible to the naked eye now appeared as if played in slow motion. A cold smile appeared on Chu Fan's face. "You long worms seeking death." Chu Fan raised the dragon-slaying sword, channeling his power into it. The sword now seemed to carry the might of thunder. At this moment, the time of annihilation. A purple bolt of lightning shot from the dragon-slaying sword like a massive lightning blade, cleaving toward the group of giant pythons. Ziz. Crack. With just one strike, over 10 giant pythons were electrocuted, thrashing in the air before falling to the ground and no longer moving. Wow, it's indeed terrifying. Chu Fan was stunned. He never expected such tremendous power from a... Chu Fan turned to glance at the now calm big blue orb, sighing in relief that he had managed to hold on. On the Sea King, Lu Rian frowned as she saw the approaching ark. "Rian, is that ship coming for us?" Barbara asked. Lu Rian nodded, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be headed our way." "What should we do?" "Chu Fan isn't here either. We should observe the situation and not panic." Lu Rian. At that moment, a voice from the ark rang out. "Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am the captain of the ark, Gao Shuachi. It is an honor to meet such beautiful ladies." Lu Rian coldly replied, "Captain Gao, no need for pleasantries. Just tell us what you want." Gao Shuachi was not displeased. He chuckled twice and said, "This must be Lu, the campus belle, as rumored. I want beat around the bush. I want to invite you both to join our ark. Everyone here knows whose ship is the largest in these waters. By following me, you won't have to fear anyone plotting against you, and I guarantee that whatever you want I can provide." Lu Rian replied coldly, "Have you finished speaking?" Gao Shuachi was taken aback, asking, "What? You can leave as soon as you're done speaking." Before Gao Shuachi could respond, Feng Ming jumped up, saying, "How dare you speak to my boss like that?" Barbara couldn't help but draw her shotgun, aiming it at the ark. "If you don't back off, I'll shoot." Gao Shuachi narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the gun was on the ship. He hadn't expected to resolve things with these two stunning beauties in one go, but his objective had been achieved. Now it was up to the monkeys. At that moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly rushed out from the cabin, saying, "Sister, that small boat has disappeared." "What? Disappeared?" Lu Rian frowned slightly, about to say something, when suddenly her bracelet emitted an alarm. "Warning, someone is approaching the Sea King. Warning, someone is approaching the Sea King." Lu Rian's eyes turned cold as she slowly uttered 2 words, "seeking death." Within the godforsaken land, the enormous blue sphere enveloping finally began to change once more. Suddenly, the previously blue giant orb emitted a dazzling golden light. Evidently, the inheritance had entered its most critical moment. Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. During the past half hour, he had no idea how many giant pythons he had slain. These monsters seemed endless, oblivious to pain or fear, surging forward one after another. However, Chu Fan felt terrifyingly powerful now. No matter how many came, he would slay them all. Moreover, Chu Fan discovered that as the battle continued, the strength within his body grew increasingly formidable. At this moment, he was covered in blood, unsure which was from the giant pythons and which was his own. There should be about an hour left. Chu Fan calculated the time in his mind. It was surprising that there was a sunset in this godforsaken land as the sky gradually darkened. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly sensed an incredibly foul odor in the air, followed by an inexplicable sense of dread. As if sensing something, Chu Fan abruptly turned around and was astonished to find a colossal creature had appeared in the sky. This creature had a strange appearance, somewhat resembling the dinosaurs of ancient times. If one had to say, it looked quite similar to the dragons from Western films. Chu Fan's heart sank. He knew that the toughest test of the day had finally arrived. The giant dragon descended from the sky with a whirlwind, landing right before Chu Fan. A pressure emanating from its bloodline made Chu Fan feel as though the air around him was solidifying. As if sensing this anomaly, the world tree opened its large eye once more. "I didn't expect even this creature to be disturbed. Human kid, you're in trouble. Now you must hold on for another half hour. If you hold on for another half hour, even if you can't defeat it, it will retreat after that." Hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback, crossing his sword in front of his chest and declaring, "Leave it to me." This dragon resembled the one he encountered underwater last time, its entire body a shade of grayish-black, with a single horn on its head. The difference was that this dragon had a pair of enormous wings behind it. So it turns out the remnants of the Fox Demon clan are accepting the inheritance. Such pure power. Chu Fan was stunned, not expecting this giant dragon to actually speak. Seeing the dragon's greedy expression as it breathed in the energy fluctuations in the air, Chu Fan's brows furrowed even tighter. Stop right there. If you take another step forward, I will not hold back. The giant dragon glanced at the insignificant human before it snorting coldly. Where did this ant come from to dare speak to me like this? With that, it casually swiped a paw at him. In its eyes, this tiny human could hardly withstand even this cat, but Chu Fan was undaunted, grabbing the Dragon Slayer's sword and charging forward. Bang! He felt an immense force strike him, sending him flying backward uncontrollably. Damn, this creature's strength is extraordinary. But even more shocked was the dragon. It suddenly realized that its front paw had been injured. A deep wound appeared on its right front paw, dripping with fresh blood. Impossible. How could a mere mortal injure me unless you were using? As if recalling something, the dragon suddenly looked at the sword in Chu Fan's hand. That is the Dragon Slayer's sword. Chu Fan rose to his feet, coughed slightly, and sneered. This is clearly the Dragon Slayer's sword. Why call it the Dragon Slayer? Despicable human, how could our dragon clan be slain by you mere mortals? The giant dragon roared in anger upon hearing Chu Fan's provocation. However, upon realizing that this sword was indeed the Dragon Slayer's sword, its gaze turned wary. After all, this was a divine weapon capable of slaying dragons. Fortunately, this human didn't seem strong enough to kill it, but one could never be too careful. With that thought, the dragon suddenly smiled and said, Human, how about making a deal with me? What deal? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Give me the sword in your hand, and all this will be yours. With that, the dragon produced a shimmering golden object from somewhere and placed it before Chu Fan. Damn, so many dragon pattern gold coins. Chu Fan was left dumbfounded as the dragon had pulled out what was indeed a pile of dragon pattern gold coins, easily over 10 pieces. To his surprise, this dragon pattern gold coin, worth 100,000 points each outside, was as common as a regular coin in front of this dragon. Even Chu Fan, who was usually composed, was stunned by this scene. Chu Fan couldn't help but hesitate, saying, well. The dragon seemed to catch on to Chu Fan's wavering thoughts and quickly pressed on, how about it? This sword is of little use to you, but with these coins you could buy countless treasures outside. You make a good point, but if I give you the sword, won't you kill me and stop my friend's inheritance? I swear by my dragon clan's name that I will not. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and replied, in that case you raise a valid point. To be honest, I'm tempted. The dragon was overjoyed, saying, then it's settled, give me the sword. Chu Fan hurriedly replied, why the rush? Let me think it over. The dragon quickly said, all right, take your time. Time passed second by second, and the dragon grew more anxious until it finally couldn't help but say, hey human kid, have you made up your mind yet? Chu Fan glanced at the world tree, but unfortunately the inheritance was still ongoing. So he replied, what's the rush? This is not something that can be decided in a moment. How about you go back for now? Consider this a deposit, and when I'm ready you'll come find you for the deal, all right? The dragon finally realized that Chu Fan had no intention of making a deal, angrily exclaiming, you're trying to trick me. Kid, you shall die. With that, the dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames straight at Chu Fan. The flames surged fiercely as if they would burn through the very air, a wave of heat rushing toward Chu Fan's face. Wherever the flames passed, the plants wilted, showcasing the power of this fire. Chu Fan was startled, realizing he couldn't take it heat and quickly dodged. However, the dragon was determined not to let go of this human who dared to toy with it, unleashing another ball of flames in pursuit of Chu Fan. Thanks to his lightning-like speed, Chu Fan found it easy to dodge, and he even took the opportunity to strike the dragon with his sword from time to time. The dragon was finally enraged, roaring, despicable human is dodging all you know. Then let me end this fox demon's inheritance. With that, it unleashed an even more potent flame than all the previous ones, aiming directly at the giant sphere enveloping EE. Damn, I didn't expect this dragon to play dirty too. Regaining his senses, Chu Fan flashed and positioned himself between the sphere and the flames. I cannot let you destroy the inheritance. Chu Fan shouted, channeling all his power into the Dragon Slayer's sword. The Dragon Slayer's sword emitted a radiant flash of lightning, shooting straight towards the flames. Boom! The clash of thunder and fire erupted with a deafening roar akin to the detonation of a heavy. Chu Fan was blasted away by the shockwave, his body riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing out. Damn! This human possesses such immense power, I cannot let you live today. The giant dragon was not entirely unscathed either, as it bore several wounds. However, compared to Chu Fan, these injuries were insignificant. Yet Chu Fan's display had drawn the dragon's attention. Such a tiny human wielded such formidable power and was the owner of the Dragon Slayer's sword. Realizing this, the giant dragon abandoned its pursuit of inheritance and set its sights on the audacious human. Die! The dragon soared into the sky and charged at Chu Fan, using the very horn atop its head. This strike not only concentrated all its power, but also utilized the abilities of the Dragon Clan, leaving Chu Fan unable to evade. Chu Fan felt as though his legs were bound by some unseen force, unable to move an inch even as he attempted to flee. Given this situation, he could only brace himself for a fight. Thus, Chu Fan abandoned any thoughts of escape, letting out a roar as he gathered all his remaining strength and infused it into the Dragon Slayer's sword. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Chu Fan was once again sent flying. At that moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered. Had it not been for the Dragon Slayer's sword, he would have surely succumbed to the full force of the dragon's strike. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt a lightness in his body, followed by gentle arms holding him tightly, gently lowering him to the ground. Chu Fan struggled to open his eyes only to realize it was Yi, embracing him, her eyes filled with tears. Chu Fan, you did this for me. It dawned on Chu Fan that Yi's inheritance had finally concluded. As the giant dragon glanced at Chu Fan after Yi emerged, it quietly retreated. Yi looked at the corpses of beasts strewn across the ground, and at Chu Fan, who resembled a blood-soaked man, and began to cry uncontrollably. Chu Fan smiled faintly and said, Yi, I'm glad you're okay. With that, he closed his eyes, and just before losing consciousness, shouted, remember to pick up the gold coins. Then his head tilted, and he completely fainted in Yi's warm and soft embrace. Divine being, what has happened to Chu Fan? Yi suddenly noticed that Chu Fan's breath was unstable, as if he were in imminent danger, and anxiously inquired of the Tree of Creation. He has overexerted himself, leading to exhaustion. If he isn't rescued in time, he may be in life-threatening danger. Yi hurriedly asked, is there any way to save him? The Tree of Creation replied, your Fox Demon Clan excels in absorption, and now only you can save him. Upon hearing this, Yi froze for a moment, then her face flushed. She certainly understood what absorption meant. As a member of the Fox Demon Clan, she had a natural constitution that allowed her to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in her daily life. But humans lacked this ability, and to quickly recover their vitality, they had to resort to such methods. Chu Fan had become this way for her sake, so saving him was only right. Moreover, Chu Fan had already seen her true appearance. She could only marry him. With this in mind, Yi picked up Chu Fan, stood up, and solemnly said, please protect me, divine being. Then she clasped her hands together, radiating a sacred glow. Moments later, pure white fluffy tails began to sprout from behind her. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, a total of 9 tails. Once these 9 tails appeared, they began to grow longer and larger until they ultimately formed a large sphere enveloping Yi and Chu Fan, rendering them completely invisible from the outside. On the Sea King, Lu Ruyan shouted towards a corner of the cabin, who is it? Come out. Barbara also raised her gun and shouted, if you don't come out, I'll shoot. Don't shoot, we are good people. As soon as the words were spoken, 2 panicked women crawled out from the corner. The 2 women were drenched, clearly having just emerged from the water. Seeing it was 2 women, Barbara and Lu Shangfei naturally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Ruyan still had a frosty expression, saying, stand there and don't move. Saying this, Lu Ruyan took the shotgun from Barbara's hands, aiming the dark barrel at the 2 women. The women were startled by her tone, and seeing the gun pointed at them had no choice but to stand still with a flattering smile. Don't misunderstand, we just want to find something to eat, little girl, please help us, we haven't eaten for 2 days. The 2 women looked somewhat aged, their lips cracked, clothes tattered, and they seemed to carry injuries, presenting a pitiful appearance. One of the women was short with rough skin and had a simple, honest demeanor, making her seem like an ordinary middle-aged aunt. Lu Shangfei observed this and looked at her older sister with pleading eyes, saying, sister, I think they seem quite pitiful, why don't we give them some food? Upon hearing this, the 2 women's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly said, yes, we are all people of the Dragon Kingdom. We should help each other when we are out. This little brother is truly a kind person. As they spoke, the 2 women moved closer to Lu Shangfei, likely feeling a sense of safety from her. Bang! Bang! Lu Ruyan's gun went off, the bullets hitting the deck beneath the 2 women's feet. Everyone was shocked by the sudden gunfire, including Barbara, who had not expected Lu Ruyan to shoot. Lu Shangfei was even more puzzled, saying, sister, why did you? The 2 women were frightened by the gunfire and stumbled back, looking pale, at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan coldly said, I'll say it again, stand there and don't move. If you take another step forward, these bullets won't hit the ground. This was the first time Barbara had seen Lu Ruyan with such an expression, but she quickly understood what Lu Ruyan meant. Lu Shangfei touched his head, slightly dissatisfied, saying, sister, they are just 2 pitiful people, why must you be like this? Lu Shangfei, you must remember this is a world where no rules protect you. Any time you misuse your compassion, it could harm you and your teammates. You must prioritize your safety and that of your teammates above all else. Nothing else matters. After saying this, she turned to her younger brother, her tone slow, yet firm, asking, do you remember? Lu Shangfei had mixed feelings of love and fear towards his sister. Seeing her like this, he instinctively replied, I I remember. Your voice is too quiet. Did you really remember? Lu Ruyan's tone suddenly became more severe. Lu Shangfei was startled and immediately said, I remember, sister. These two women seemed utterly intimidated by Lu Ruyan's presence, standing there without daring to utter, this wasn't right. Before coming, they had thoroughly gathered information. There were only 2 young women and a brash youth on the boat, easy prey to deceive. Unexpectedly, the tear-jerking tactic that had never failed them before proved useless here. Could it be they had picked up the wrong script? At that moment, Lu Ruyan spoke coldly again. You say you want food. Xiaofei tossed those 2 remaining black bread rolls over to them. The 2 women, not grasping Lu Ruyan's intent, could only stand frozen in place. Though Lu Shangfei was equally puzzled about his sister's scheme, he obediently fetched 2 black bread rolls from the storeroom and threw them over. Eat up. Aren't you hungry? Go on, eat. Lu Ruyan gestured with her gun barrel at the bread on the floor, her expression unwavering. The 2 women's faces alternated between pale and flushed, utterly bewildered as to what this stunningly beautiful, yet fiercely intimidating young girl intended to do. But seeing Lu Ruyan's uncompromising demeanor, they had no choice but to obediently bend down. Mindful of Lu Ruyan's earlier words, they dared not step forward even an inch to retrieve the bread, instead stretching their arms as far forward as possible to pick up the rolls from the floor. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and Lu Shangfei, they began gnawing on the dry, hard black. Once upon a time, Barbara herself had been won over by Chu Fan after eating half a black bread roll and finishing the remaining half bottle of water, a testament to just how parching this bread could be. The 2 women choked and rolled their eyes from the dryness, yet dared not stop, fearing that any delay might earn them a bullet. Judging by their desperate swallowing, however, they indeed appeared to have gone several meals without food. Only after they had managed to finish the black bread did Lu Ruyan's expression soften slightly. Now that you've eaten, you can leave. The 2 women's faces visibly stiffened at these words. Young lady, our boat is gone. Could we rest here for one night? At daybreak, we'll find another vessel. And Lu Ruyan furrowed her brow and shook her head. No. Go find another boat. We don't take in strangers. At this, the short, dark-faced woman suddenly spoke up. My friend's boat is on its way here. Could we just stand here for a moment? Once his boat arrives, we'll leave. We promise to stay right here and not move. Lu Ruyan fell silent for a moment. After all, she was just an ordinary young woman who had graduated from university a few years ago. Asking her to be utterly cold-blooded was too much to bear. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to send food and drink to her best friend. Barbara chimed in, Ruyan, since they've said that, let them stay on the bow and not move an inch. We'll keep an eye on them. After a moment's consideration, Lu Ruyan shook her head. No, you must leave the ship immediately, or else. Before she could finish, the short woman suddenly shoved her companion hard. Caught off guard, the tall woman stumbled forward, crashing into Lu Ruyan's arms. But Lu Ruyan had been on guard against these 2 all along, as she wouldn't fall for such a trick so easily. With a swift sidestep, she dodged the oncoming woman. At the same time, she let out a cold snort. You're asking for death. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The tall woman was struck by the bullet, letting out only a brief scream before collapsing dead on the spot. Lu Ruyan immediately swung her gun toward the short woman, but just as she was about to pull the trigger, her expression shifted dramatically. On the deck, another figure had appeared out of nowhere, now holding Lu Shangfei in front of him with a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. Campus beauty, Lu, you're no pushover. If I hadn't resorted to some tricks, I wouldn't have been able to take you down. As the short woman spoke, she shed her tattered coat and wiped her face a few times, revealing her true features. It was none other than the monkey. Lu Ruyan's face darkened. Who are you people, and what do you want? The monkey chuckled. Our boss came to invite you personally earlier, but you refused. So he sent me to do the honors. So it was Gao Shuiqi's doing. This was trouble. By now, Lu Shangfei finally understood why his sister had scolded him so harshly. Looking back, he had been as foolish as a pig. Sis, don't worry about me. Lu Shangfei yelled. Lu Ruyan snapped, shut up. Then she turned her gaze to the monkey. What exactly do you want? Lay your cards on the table. Just then a sudden uproar erupted across the sea, as if countless boats were engaged in fierce combat. The monkey said excitedly, looks like the boss is finally making his move. Miss Lu and you foreign friend, you see, on these waters the strong rule. And my boss is now the most powerful presence in this sea. Take a look around. Anyone who doesn't submit must die. Barbara and the others surveyed the scene, their faces growing grim. It seemed the appearance of the ghost ship had fully awakened the bloodlust in people like Gao Shuiqi. To grow stronger, one had to keep killing and attacking. In an instant, the sounds of fighting, cursing, weeping, and screaming filled the air. This stretch of ocean had become a veritable slaughterhouse. Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuiqi was in a state of fervor, brandishing his broadsword and roaring, "Those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish." In a short span, he had already defeated no fewer than 20 boats. He had added over a dozen souls to his tally. At that moment his points had smoothly reached 400, surpassing the Neptune and claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Behind him Brother Long watched with a twinge of unease. Brother Gao, these are our fellow countrymen. Isn't this a bit too cruel? Gao Shuiqi whirled around, and seeing it was A Long, his face twisted into a strange expression. A Long, I'm not trying to kill people. I'm just making them choose the right path. To survive in these waters, going it alone is nearly impossible. Remember, there are only a few thousand people in our sea zone, but countless other zones like ours exist out there. If we don't grow stronger in the shortest time, it'll be us who die in the end. A Long was stunned by these words. He hadn't realized Gao Shuiqi's ambitions were so vast. Suddenly he began to regret his choice, especially with his wife still by his side. Just then Gao Shuiqi spoke up. Oh, A Long, I need a few women to help mend some things. Your wife can't just idle on board. Have her come over. I'll assign her some work. A Long quickly replied, Brother Gao, my wife doesn't know how to do anything. Just assign any task to me and ill. He Fengming interjected, why all the excuses? When the boss gives an order you follow. Is your wife so special that everyone else can work, but her? Alongside. When you're under someone's roof you have to bow your head. All right, Brother Gao. I'll go. Gao Shuiqi watched Along's retreating figure, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. Just then a lackey came running over. Boss, we snatched this from one of the boats earlier, but nobody knows what it is. Gao Shuiqi raised an eyebrow. Oh, let me have a look. The lackey brought a box before Gao Shuiqi and opened it. Gao Shuiqi nearly cried out in shock, for inside the box lay a divine fruit. Gao Shuiqi was utterly shocked upon seeing the divine fruit. He never expected that aside from the ghost ship, one could also obtain the divine fruit elsewhere. Quick, bring the person from that ship over. I have questions for him. The young subordinate awkwardly scratched his head and said, oh, that person is already dead. Gao Shuiqi's face darkened and he waved his hand saying, all right, I understand. You all step back and do not let anyone disturb me. Once everyone had retreated, Gao Shuiqi could no longer contain the excitement within him. It seemed that this world was scattered with many divine fruits, but there were few who knew of them. The original owner of this fruit probably stumbled upon it by sheer luck, but dared not taste it due to its strain. But now all of this would benefit Gao Shuiqi. Chu Fan, I will show you who the true Sea King is. With that, Gao Shuiqi opened his mouth and bit into the divine fruit. Chu Fan turned over, feeling a gentle sensation that made him extremely comfortable. Chu Fan, wake up. Chu Fan paused for a moment, his mind blank, and after a moment, he finally remembered. Damn, EE is still in the inheritance. How can I sleep now? Saying this, he was about to jump up, but the scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. The beast-eared girl in front of him looked so much like EE. Seeing Chu Fan's confused expression, EE smiled and blew a breath of air at him. Chu Fan couldn't help but shiver, as if watching a movie. He finally understood everything that had happened after he fainted. Of course, this included the alluring scene in this room constructed from 9 foxtails. EE, are you saying that you and I have already? EE smiled and nodded, a smooth arm wrapping around Chu Fan's neck. Chu Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to complete this inheritance in my lifetime. As I vowed before, from now on I who EE belong to you. Chu Fan was overjoyed and immediately said, that's great. But I fainted earlier and missed the taste. Should we review it? EE frowned slightly and said, Chu Lang, you were quite rough earlier. Did hurt a little? Chu Fan exclaimed, it must have been my unconsciousness earlier. I'm sorry, let me help you rub it on. No, let me blow on it. EE blushed and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Anyway, I am already yours. Why are you in such a hurry? We should go out now. Chu Fan suddenly remembered and hurriedly said, you're right, we've been out for several hours. I'm a bit worried about the situation on the Sea King. EE comforted him, saying, don't worry, I've got people from the treasure gathering pavilion keeping an eye on it. If there's really an emergency, they will take action. While speaking, the two quickly put on their clothes. EE then tucked her tail away, returning to her original appearance. Thank you, Lord Deity, for your protection. I shall take my leave now. Chu Fan sincerely bowed to the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the branches and leaves of the great tree swayed, as if bidding them farewell, or perhaps offering them blessings. The two then turned and hurried back along the path they had come. On board the Sea King, the monkey shouted, if you don't want your brother to get hurt, put down the gun in your hand. Lu Ruoyan's face turned exceptionally grim, as the other side had completely grasped her weakness. After all, her only relative was in the other person's hands, but if she handed over the gun, how would she explain it to Chu Fan? You damn woman, my patience is limited. With that, he made a gesture, and the knife in the hand of the burly man holding Lu Shangfei moved, leaving a wound on Lu Shangfei's arm. The wound was not shallow, bleeding profusely, and Lu Shangfei's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and refrained from making a sound. Lu Ruoyan finally couldn't hold on any longer and shouted, no. At this moment, Barbara stepped forward and said, Ruoyan, give them the gun. I know you have concerns, but we can't let Xiaofei get hurt, can we? Lu Run's face was grim, but suddenly her eyes brightened, and she forcefully threw the gun in her hand to the side. The monkey's expression immediately changed, and he shouted, "No!" Clang! The gun sank into the sea before everyone's eyes, leaving no trace. "You dare to play me?" Barbara sighed, inwardly understanding that this was the best solution Lu Ruyan could come up with in a moment of desperation. A gun, if not in one's hands, was best destroyed. If the gun was truly handed over to the monkey, it would become a weapon for the Ark to attack the Sea King. The monkey was indeed furious. Although Gao Shuaiqi hadn't explicitly said he had to bring the gun back, if he got it, it would be a monumental achievement. But now this easily attainable achievement had been ruined by this woman. "Lu Ruyan, do you really not want your brother to live?" Lu Ruyan coldly snorted and said, "You can try. If I tell that surnamed Gao that one of my conditions for going over is to skin you alive, do you think he will agree?" The monkey was momentarily stunned, as Lu Ruyan had hit the nail on the head. One of Gao Shuaiqi's objectives was precisely these two beauties in front of him. If these two boarded the Ark with just a few words, they could easily lead the surnamed Gao to kill him. Thinking of this, cold sweat streamed down his back. He immediately put on an awkward smile and said, "Aha, I was just joking, how could that be?" That guy quickly let him go and helped him bandage the wound. Suddenly he noticed that the little brother seemed a bit off. He saw that the little brother's eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, staring at him. That gaze made the monkey feel uneasy, and he scolded, "What the hell are you staring at?" Unexpectedly, the next second, the little brother suddenly released Lu Shangfei and pounced on the monkey, toppling him to the ground. "Hee, little beauty, come here, give me a kiss." This little brother was tall and sturdy, pressing the monkey down to the point where he was about to roll his eyes, yet his hands didn't stop. He used both hands to rip apart the monkey's clothes, and soon only a pair of shorts remained. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were both stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Seeing the scene turning increasingly perverse, Lu Ruyan immediately coldly snorted, "Chu Fan, how long are you going to play around?" Barbara and Lu Shangfei were clearly taken aback by this statement, not understanding why Lu Ruyan suddenly said this. At that moment, two figures emerged from the darkness, grinning, Chu Fan and Yi. As women often do, Lu Ruyan and Barbara instinctively turned their gazes toward Yi, who was behind Chu Fan. Barbara thought to herself, given the distance between these two, something must have happened. Lu Ruyan pondered, this guy Chu Fan really knows how to exploit loopholes. Only Lu Shangfei looked surprised, covering his injured shoulder and pointing at the two still grappling on the ground, asking, "Brother-in-law, did you do this?" Chu Fan chuckled bitterly and replied, "I don't have that kind of ability, it's Yi's technique." This was indeed a unique skill of the Fox Demon clan, charm. This technique only works on males with strong desires. Just now Yi tried to use it on this monkey, but found that he had no reaction at all. Unable to do anything, she had to change her target to the burly man who was holding Xiao Fei hostage. Lu Ruyan asked in confusion, "Wasn't she called Lianer?" Chu Fan smiled and said, "Let's tie these two up first, and I'll explain everything later." Saying this, he took out some rope and after much effort managed to separate the two on the ground, only to find that the monkey's backside was already a bloody mess. "Wow, that's brutal." The monkey cried out, "Chu Fan, you can't play like this, it's too humiliating." Chu Fan kicked him and said, "Shut up. We'll deal with you later." After tying the two up, Chu Fan sighed in relief, saying, "Fortunately, we made it in time." "Well done, everyone. Xiao Fei, how's your injury?" At this moment, Barbara had already brought medicine and bandages from the infirmary to help Xiao Fei bandage his wounds. "It's nothing, brother-in-law, just a minor injury." Lu Ruyan remained calm, discreetly glancing at Yi, and asked, "Why did you take so long? What happened?" At this point, Yi stepped forward and lightly bowed. "Hello, sisters, my name is Hui." She then recounted everything that had happened since Chu Fan entered the Gathering Treasure Pavilion up to the god for. The three listened in astonishment, feeling as if they were watching a movie. However, Lu Shangfei was quite engaged and quickly approached to inquire about the details. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruyan whispered, "Barbara, look, another one has arrived." Barbara joyfully responded, "This is great. Chu Fan won't be laughed at anymore, right?" Lu Ruyan was momentarily at a loss for words, not expecting that the bullet fired back then would hit her own heart. At this moment, Yi, standing nearby, seemed to sense the thoughts of the two and walked over. "Sisters, I know my presence might make you uncomfortable, but the situation was urgent. If I hadn't acted, Chu Lang might have been in danger." Barbara smiled gently and said, "It's fine, the more the merrier. Welcome to join us." Lu Ruyan also smiled slightly, but inwardly lamented that Yi was indeed a seductive fox, speaking in such a charming manner, always calling him Chu Lang. However, the next moment, he continued, "Now that I see you two here, I can leave with peace of mind." This statement surprised everyone. Was she planning to leave? "I've already discussed it with Chu Lang. I need to return to save my people and revive the Fox Demon clan." Chu Fan sighed, but he understood that Yi had no choice, as this was her mission. Yi went on, "But don't worry, we will definitely meet again in the near future. Yi, wait for me. I will definitely come to find you. I promise." Yi nodded with a smile and said, I believe you, you will because you are my hero. After exchanging a few more words, Yi smiled and said, all right, before I go, do you want me to help you solve some troubles? Chu Fan knew that Yi was referring to the trouble caused by Gao Shuaiqi. However, he shook his head and said, we will handle this trouble ourselves. As they were talking, a voice came from the ghost ship Lianer, it's time to go. Yi shook her head bitterly and said, I have already spoken with the pavilion master and he agreed to my request. I will set off to return now. By the way, the remaining points will be directly transferred to you. I hope to hear news of your fame spreading far and wide. After saying this, Yi could no longer hold back and hugged Chu Fan, tightly kissing him forcefully on the lips. After a full 10 seconds, she reluctantly released him. Then without looking back, she stepped onto the light bridge and vanished into the night. Chu Fan stood in place gazing at the spot where Yi had disappeared, lost in thought. This woman had hurriedly entered his world and now left just as quickly. Yet that fleeting warmth would linger in his memory forever. Yi, don't worry, Yi, I will definitely come to find you. Suddenly Chu Fan sensed two murderous glares beside him and quickly turned around. Oh my dear wives, I've missed you so much. Saying this, he tried to embrace the two, only to be pushed away by Lu Rian's small hand. All right, be serious. What are we going to do with these two? Chu Fan looked down at the two on the ground and asked in a deep voice Gao Shuaiqi's men. The monkey was in pain in his backside, and seeing that Chu Fan had finally remembered them, shouted, that's right. If you know him, brother Gao's man, let me go quickly, or when my brother comes. Shut up. Chu Fan had no patience to listen further, grabbing the monkey, and amid the latter's confused gaze casually tossed him into the sea. With his hands and feet bound, the monkey could only flail a couple of times before sinking. Meanwhile, the other burly man was still writhing, seemingly not yet recovered from Yi's charm. Chu Fan didn't ask further and directly tossed this guy into the sea as well. Anyone who dares to touch my wife must die. Chu Fan's domineering words made Barbara and Lu Rian shiver. Barbara even gave a thumbs up and said, darling, you are really too domineering. Lu Rian's heart also rejoiced, but then asked, what are you planning to do about Gao Shuaiqi? Chu Fan laughed heartily, waved his hand, and said, come into the cabin with me first. Xiaofei, you come too. The three looked at each other skeptically and followed Chu Fan into the cabin. As there were no lights, the cabin was pitch black. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered through the darkness, illuminating Chu Fan's face. This is the fruit of the gods. Rian, this one is the moon goddess fruit, a perfect match for your previous bow and arrow. For the remaining three, Barbara and Xiaofei, each of you choose one. But I must state that the fruit of the gods can only be consumed once in a lifetime, and the abilities gained depend on luck. So you must. Wait, Xiaofei, why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish my sentence. Before Chu Fan could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaofei had already picked up a fruit. Brother-in-law, I used to win prizes often in school, so my luck has always been good. So we'll go first. Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, wait, Xiaofei, let me go first. As she spoke, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Ruoyan directly ate the divine fruit, which was priced at 500 points, and could control the power of the moon god. Strangely, when Lu Ruoyan bit open the fruit, it suddenly emitted a soft glow as if moonlight had truly illuminated the space, brightening the entire cabin. Without pausing, Lu Ruoyan consumed the entire fruit. Suddenly, she felt a peculiar movement within her body and quickly closed her eyes to sense it. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Ruoyan radiated a holy glow resembling the legendary moon goddess. What was most astonishing was that her hair transformed into a color reminiscent of ice and snow dancing without wind. A faint lunar pattern appeared on her forehead. Elegant. It was simply too elegant. Barbara and Lu Xiaofei were dumbfounded, while only Chu Fan pondered quietly, sister, with you like this, I don't even dare to be mischievous. It was truly too holy. Lu Ruoyan slowly opened her eyes, the radiance around her gradually fading and her white hair returning to its original color. Chu Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that she was still his original second wife. Lu Ruoyan extended her right hand, revealing a water sphere that emitted light, preventing the cabin from falling into darkness. Is this the power of the moon god? It feels amazing. Thank you, Chu Fan. Seeing his sister transform so impressively, Lu Xiaofei could no longer contain himself. Sister, brother-in-law, then I'll eat too. After receiving their approval, Lu Xiaofei bit into the divine fruit in his hand. At that moment, everyone also saw the interior of the fruit. Unlike Lu Ruoyan's, Lu Xiaofei's fruit had red flesh inside. Under the shining white moonlight, the fruit flesh looked like flowing magma. Yet Lu Xiaofei felt no heat. On the contrary, it tasted surprisingly delicious. So tasty, strawberry-flavored, I love it. After swallowing the entire fruit, a wave of heat surged forth from Lu Xiaofei's body. Chu Fan and the others instinctively took a step back, realizing that Xiaofei's fruit was likely related to the fire element. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Xiaofei's hair appeared to be on fire, and his eyes and mouth seemed to spew flame. Ha! I am the god of fire, I am the god of fire. The next moment, Lu Shangfei raised both hands, clenched his fists tightly, and his fists became engulfed in flames. Ha ha, now I, Lu Shangfei, am invincible. Who can stand against me? Saying this, he attempted to punch forward, and a burst of flames shot from his fists about to land on the deck. Splashed. Like being doused with a bucket of water, Lu Shangfei was soaked from head to toe, and the flames on him struggled for a moment before gradually extinguishing. Lu Ruoyan calmly retracted her left hand, saying, "Don't play with fire indoors, you're too old for this recklessness." Lu Shangfei was dumbfounded, his expression filled with reluctance. He never expected that even after gaining his powers he would still be restrained by his sister. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Lu Ruoyan smiled and said, "In this lifetime you can never escape my grasp." Lu Shangfei suddenly lost his temper, knowing he had no choice because she was his real sister. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction, knowing that with the divine fruit Xiaofei gained enough self-defense capability. Moreover, the ability of this fruit was quite impressive, and his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. With 2 fruits left, Barbara glanced and chose a relatively larger one. Yes, a big horse deserves a big fruit, that makes sense. Then he'll choose this one. Sure. Chu Fan gave an encouraging look. Barbara picked up the fruit and gently took a bite. Juice immediately flowed out, and the aroma wafted through the air. Wow, this taste is amazing. It's a bit like kiwi. After taking a bite, Barbara exclaimed, revealing a vibrant green from where she had bitten. Could it be of the wood attribute? Upon seeing this color, Chu Fan immediately made his judgment. Under the hopeful gazes of everyone, Barbara finally consumed the entire divine fruit. Then, surrounded by a green light, Barbara's body was enveloped. Beneath her feet, the wooden deck that Lu Shangfei had just damaged began to slowly repair itself. A few minutes later, the green light dissipated and Barbara returned to her original appearance. "So, Barbara, what is it?" Barbara smiled and suddenly walked over to Lu Shangfei. "Xiaofei, let me see your wound." Lu Shangfei raised his arm, where there was a freshly bandaged injury. Barbara unwrapped the bandage, and although the wound had stopped bleeding after applying medicine, the large gash still looked somewhat alarming. Barbara extended her right hand, gently brushing her finger over Xiaofei's wound, and a miracle happened. The wound astonishingly disappeared. This left everyone dumbfounded, and Lu Shangfei could. "Sister Barbara, is this magic?" Chu Fan's eyes lit up as he asked, "Is this what attribute with healing effects?" "Exactly. This suits my work as a doctor so well. If I had such superpowers in America, I could definitely become the best doctor in all of Texas, I promise." No one understood better than her the effort required to become an outstanding doctor, but this magical fruit instantly granted her healing abilities, far surpassing any surgeon. "A healer? It's actually quite fitting for you." Chu Fan observed Barbara's impressive capabilities and concluded in his heart. With 1 divine fruit remaining, Chu Fan first stored it away. "All right, now that everyone has powers, we can go find that tall, handsome, and strange fellow to settle the score." "So what if they have more people? Our new Fantastic Four will let them know that the Poseidon is invincible. Victory is ours. Victory is ours." Lu Shangfei shouted dramatically. Just then, a voice from the system in his head suddenly sounded. "Ding, detected that the host has successfully survived for a day. Reward blind box 3 has been issued. Please check host." Hearing this voice, Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly voiced his question in his mind. "Wait, didn't I already conquer EE? Why are there still 3 blind boxes?" "Ding, because EE is not your teammate, yet she cannot be counted." Chu Fan cursed inwardly. Damn, why does it feel like the system is pocketing a commission? He then asked, "So if EE becomes my teammate in the future, will it trigger a reward?" "That's possible. This system is honest and trustworthy, you can rest assured." Only then did Chu Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Barbara and the others noticed Chu Fan suddenly standing still, all looking bewildered. "What's wrong, dear? Why aren't you moving?" Chu Fan replied, The blind boxes have arrived today. Want to open one first?" Lu Shangfei looked confused and asked, "What blind box? Do I have one too?" Lu Ruyan said irritably, "You're just a kid, don't be so curious about everything." Yet she thought the source of these blind boxes must not be known to Xiaofei. Chu Fan didn't mind and didn't explain in detail, just whispered, "Xiaofei, it's not that your brother-in-law is stingy, this really isn't for you. Why don't you go outside and watch the situation?" Lu Shangfei, "Did you hear that?" Lu Ruyan also said, "Xiaofei, listen to your brother-in-law and go out." Lu Shangfei, "So I'm leaving." Seeing that her sister didn't seem to be joking, he took out a firecracker and lit it. All right, I'll go outside." Really, once a man arrives, he forgets about his brother. He muttered as he exited the cabin. It wasn't that Chu Fan was stingy, but if something unsuitable for children came out, it would indeed be quite awkward. All right, I'll go first this time. Chu Fan lined up the 3 blind boxes on the ground and picked one up first. "I refuse to believe I'll still be the most unlucky this time." "Open. Turn the tide." Ding, the blind box has been successfully used. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 999 boxes of dual-use sanitary pads for day and night. Chu Fan, Barbara, Lu Ruyan. Chu Fan, what the hell, this is too much. Barbara, darling, you are amazing. Lu Ruyan. Honey, your luck is truly unparalleled. Chu Fan. But seeing the two women looking at him with joy, he had to say, of course, after all, you are my most important people. Serving you is my honor. He thought while this might not be useful to him, it would be incredibly useful for his wives. So it seemed that it wasn't a lot, but why did it still feel a bit uncomfortable? At this moment, Barbara took a blind box and whispered, if only I could have luck like yours. Chu Fan, I feel like you're mocking me, but I have no evidence. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully using the blind box, obtaining 99 high-powered searchlights. High-powered searchlights powered by solar energy can be used for 2 hours on a single charge with a lighting distance of 2 kilometers. Chu Fan felt relieved. This item Barbara opened was also quite useful, but not as overpowered as the previous ones. However, this searchlight was certainly very practical, as they were in dire need of nighttime lighting equipment. Thinking of this, Chu Fan's face lit up with joy as he quickly took out a searchlight and turned it on. Instantly, the cabin was as bright as day. Great, now we have a light source for surgeries. Barbara expressed her satisfaction with the light source. Lu Ruyan was also unceremonious and opened the last blind box under the gaze of the other two. Ding, the blind box has been successfully used. Congratulations for obtaining the special skill mastery of archery. Wow, another tailor-made one, just as expected of Ruyan. Her luck is truly remarkable. She was the only one who played with bows and arrows, so it was not an exaggeration to say that this skill was customized for her. Coupled with her solid archery foundation, this skill would maximize her benefits. At this moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly pushed the door open. Brother-in-law, it's foggy outside and I can't see anything. Wow, where did the light come from? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stepped outside and indeed found that thick fog had risen over the sea so dense that he couldn't see a person a meter away. Given this situation, let alone finding Gao Shuaqi to settle scores, it was uncertain whether they could even find anyone. In that case, everyone should rest first. We'll wait until the fog clears tomorrow morning. The three expressed no objections. Oh, a bit of rest would be good. Seeing Lu Shangfei still not leaving, Chu Fan asked in surprise, is there something else? Lu Shangfei looked at the searchlight in Chu Fan's hand with some envy and said, brother-in-law, do you have an extra of that big light? I want to play too. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chu Fan throw something over. Take it back to your room and play with it slowly. Lu Shangfei saw that it was indeed the same model searchlight and happily said, then I'm going back to my room. After saying that, he thoughtfully closed the door. Chu Fan smiled and said, ladies, shall we study the searchlight? Barbara asked in surprise, what's there to study about this lamp? Chu Fan chuckled and said, I want to see whose lamp is brighter, mine or yours. Or perhaps we could play a game of secret path exploration. The two women exchanged glances, knowing Chu Fan's intentions. You naughty boy, haven't you had enough fun with? Chu Fan replied, 00102. Regarding my relationship with 003, I feel it is necessary to clarify things with you. Please listen to me slowly. Barbara frowned and said, what do you mean by moving the waist and ears? Lu Ruyan shot Chu Fan a glare and quietly whispered a few words in Barbara's ear, and only then did Barbara understand. You're so bad. I like it so much. By the way, dear, let's study how to put our feet next to our ears. Ruyan, you should try it too. A night passed, and the eastern sun gradually rose into the sky. The thick fog over the sea had dissipated without anyone noticing. On the ark, Gao Shuaqi had not slept all night. Last night, he had consumed the divine fruit he unexpectedly obtained, and the abilities gained exceeded his imagination. Now he was confident that in this sea area no one could match him. Is anyone here? Has the monkey returned? A little brother rushed in and said, boss, the monkey hasn't come back all night. Gao Shuaqi frowned and said, could it be that this guy has failed? The little brother quickly replied, boss, there was heavy fog over the sea at night. Visibility was extremely low. Perhaps the monkey was delayed by the fog. Gao Shuaqi found this explanation reasonable and finally breathed a sigh of relief. When he returns, have him come see me immediately. Gao Shuaqi's face flashed with excitement as he ordered, also have Bai Jia come over. Tell her I have something to. Bai Jia heard Gao Shuaqi calling her and said tremulously, husband, I don't want to go. Longo opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he only sighed and said, wife, don't be afraid. Maybe Gao Ge really has something to discuss with you. Bai Jia shook her head and said, husband, you don't understand. Every time he looks at me, his gaze is strange. I know he must have ill intentions. Longo understood this, but since Gao Shuaqi had called, he had no choice but to say, how about this? I will. Only then did Bai Jia feel relieved and nodded, saying, husband, I was wrong in the past. From now on, I just want to live a good life with you. Long Guest's expression dimmed as he said, this isn't entirely your fault. Who told me to be rendered useless? You're so young, you shouldn't have to live in vain. Perhaps I should have let you go earlier. Bai Jia shook her head and said, husband, I'll tell you the truth. Before Chu Fan, everything you knew was a lie. I just wanted to force you into a divorce with me. But after seeing Chu Fan I wavered. I want to have a child. Really, husband, I swear I can live in vain, but I really want to have my own child. Long Ge was stunned by her words. He never expected his wife had such intentions. At that moment, a younger brother at the door urged, "Hurry up, don't keep the boss waiting." Long Ge had no choice but to say, "All right, we'll discuss this later. Let's go first." After saying this, Long Ge took Bai Jie's hand and followed the younger brother to the main cabin door. "Stop. The boss only called for Miss Bai. How long you wait outside?" Long Ge was taken aback and said, "Brother, my wife is new and doesn't understand the rules. I'm afraid she might offend Gao Ge, and it's better for me to go in and look after her." As he spoke, he wore a forced smile. He knew the younger brother at the door and thought their relationship was good enough for him to be given this favor. To his surprise, the man scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? If I said you can't go in, then you just stand there." Long Ge was stunned. He didn't expect these people who usually called him brother would reveal their true colors now. This made it even less acceptable for his wife to go in. Thinking of this, Long Ge stopped pretending and shouted, "You dogs, you clearly have ill intentions. Wife, let's go." Saying this, he pulled Bai Jie's hand and turned to leave. "Stop. The boss wants to see your wife. That's your honor. Don't be ungrateful." As he spoke, 4 or 5 people surrounded them, trapping Long Ge and Bai Jie in the middle. "Exactly. With such a beautiful wife, Along, you can't keep her anyway. Why not hand her over to the boss? The boss will definitely cherish her for you." Ha ha ha. The surrounding people burst into laughter, their voices filled with mockery. Long Ge's expression finally changed as he shouted, "Gao Shuaiqi, is this your intention? How dare you directly call the boss's name?" Bai Jie felt her hands and feet go cold and gently tugged at her husband, saying, "Husband, don't be impulsive, let's talk it out." Long Ge shook his head and said, "Fine, since you can't stand me, I won't stay on this ark. Wife, let's go." Bai Jie was taken aback and asked, "Where to?" Long Ge helplessly replied, "Now I can only take you to find that pretty boy. He's the only one who can take us in." Bai Jie was stunned. "Pretty boy? Which pretty boy? Husband, don't test me anymore. I swear I won't do anything to hurt you again." Long Ge quickly said, "What are you thinking? That pretty boy has also been sent over and is doing well. If we ask him, he will definitely take us in." Bai Jie froze. Scenes of her frantically being with that pretty boy flashed in her mind, and her expression suddenly became a bit unnatural. It must be said that the pretty boy was indeed hard for her to forget. But this situation was still a bit too awkward. Just then the cabin door opened, and Gao Shuaiqi's voice came over. "Wait, how long do you think my ark is an inn? You can come and go as you please." Long Ge said with a dark face, "Gao Ge, what do you mean?" He foaming mocked, "How long don't you understand? We took you and your wife and provided you with food, drink, and shelter, and now you just want to leave. There's no such good thing in this world. So what do you want?" "What do I want? Ha ha ha, it's simple. Hand over Bai Jie. As for you, go wherever you want." Long Ge suppressed his anger and looked at Gao Shuaiqi, saying, "Gao Ge, is this also your intention?" Gao Shuaiqi no longer pretended and shrugged, saying, "Along, a beauty like Miss Bai should only be possessed by capable men. And you are simply unworthy. If you were to turn a blind eye, I could let you live well on this ship and even give you some privileges. But you insist on being the awake one, who can you blame for that?" Bai Jie trembled at these words. Gao Shuaiqi had completely torn the facade. Long Ge was thoroughly enraged at this point. "What do you think I am? Damn it, I considered you a brother, and you want me to be your plaything?" Gao Shuaiqi smiled coldly and said, "Do you have a choice?" Bai Jie saw the tension rising and trembled as she said, "Gao Ge, can you let us go? I, Bai Jie, will be your servant in my next life to repay your great kindness." Long Ge hurriedly said, "Wife, don't plead with him. I see clearly now he's just a rogue scum. With someone like him, he's not even a fraction of Chu Fan." Gao Shuaiqi's face darkened immediately. He could tolerate other insults, but the mention of not being as good as Chu Fan was like tearing open his wound. He suddenly shouted hysterically, "I'm first on the leaderboard and my ship is the largest on this sea with the most brothers. What right does Chu Fan have to compare with me?" He pointed at Long Ge and said, "Catch him and tie him to the mast. I want everyone to know the consequences of." Then he laughed, saying, "Along, don't worry, I will take good care of Bai Jie." As he spoke, he waved at Bai Jie and said, "Miss Bai, this kind of waste isn't worth your affection. Come to my side. Being my woman is 100 times better than staying with this waste." Although Bai Jie trembled, she still shook her head and said, "No, my husband is not a waste. I beg you, let us." Gao Shuaiqi's expression turned extremely cold. "You think you can refuse my drink and then eat the penalty drink? But it's okay, I will let you know what the right choice is. Someone take Miss Bai to my cabin. If she refuses, I'll cut off Along's flesh in front of her." Ha ha ha. Bai Jie completely collapsed on the ground, shouting, "No, you can't do this." Gao Shuaiqi revealed a cruel smile, saying, "In this world, no one can oppose me." At this moment, a gentle yet resolute voice echoed, "Oh, is that so?" Everyone was drawn to the sudden voice. Gao Shuaiqi turned to look as well. Under the sunlight, a young man stood atop the ark holding a trident and smoking a cigarette. His slightly disheveled hair added to his unruly charm. Brother Long, who had just taken a few punches, lifted his head to look at the newcomer, his face shifting from momentary shock to delight. Brother Chu Fan. Bai Jie, sitting on the ground, trembled inexplicably upon hearing the name, and when she looked up she indeed saw that familiar face. Chu Fan noticed the look in Bai Jie's eyes, awkwardly rubbed his nose, and said to Brother Long, "Brother Long, Miss Bai, are you both all right?" "I'm fine, Brother Chu Fan. Hurry and save my wife." Brother Long hurriedly replied. Gao Shuaiqi snorted coldly. "Chu Fan, you actually came here, which means that waste monkey must have failed miserably. Oh, you must be talking about that short guy, right? He should be on the verge of reincarnation by now." Chu Fan pretended to realize. Gao Shuaiqi's pupils constricted. He didn't expect Chu Fan to be so audacious to come alone, and his mouth twitched. "Young man, I admit you have some skill, but daring to come here alone shows you're still too young. I believe you'll soon regret your choice." At that moment a subordinate rushed over. "Boss, the Sea King has arrived." Gao Shuaiqi looked over the side of the deck, and indeed saw the Sea King slowly approaching. On the deck stood 2 women and 1 man gazing towards the ark. His attention immediately shifted from Lu Shanfei to Lu Rian and Barbara, as he could hardly tear his eyes away. Barbara's outfit was predominantly turquoise, and with her alluring figure, she exuded a deadly charm. On the other hand, Lu Rian wore a striking red qipao, and paired with her frosty demeanor, it created a stark contrast that nearly took Gao Shuaiqi's breath away. The onlooking subordinates were also mesmerized, staring blankly. Lu Shanfei suddenly said, "Brother-in-law, you're standing so high that you've taken the spotlight. What am I supposed to do?" As he spoke, he jumped onto the deck in front of the ark's subordinates. Only then did Gao Shuaiqi come to his senses, swallowing hard, and trying to suppress the desire in his eyes as he looked at Chu Fan. "You're just in time. That saves me a trip. Of course, if you're voluntarily giving them to me, then I might consider making you my first officer." Chu Fan jumped down swiftly, kicking away several subordinates holding Brother Long, and helped the bruised Brother Long to his feet. Brother Long quickly stepped forward to help Bai Jie up, and the two supported each other standing behind Chu Fan. "Gao, I'm not here to listen to your bluster." Chu Fan pretended to dig in his ear. Suddenly his expression darkened. "You repeatedly sent people to cause trouble, and yesterday when I was away you tried to steal my woman. Now you're bullying my brother. Do you think I, Chu Fan, have no temper?" Gao Shuaiqi laughed heartily. "Ha! Chu Fan. So what? I have over 50 brothers, and what about you? Just a handful of people. What right do you have to compete with me?" Chu Fan smiled slightly. "Whether I can compete or not we will find out when we try." Gao Shuaiqi nodded coldly. "Interesting, then let me see where your confidence comes from." As he finished speaking, Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand, and 8 burly men surrounded Chu Fan. Just as Lu Shanfei was about to act, he was surrounded by He Fengming and his men. "Kid, you'd better not move recklessly, or you won't like the consequences." Chu Fan shouted back. "Xiao Fei, haven't you always wanted to learn martial arts? Today I'll show you what Dragon Country martial arts are." Although he now had supernatural abilities, he didn't need them to deal with these small fry. He could still use them as a trump card, which was the result of their discussion before the 4 of them came. Lu Shanfei nodded and cheered. "All right, brother-in-law, take them all down." Among the 8 burly men, the leader had a round face and fierce eyes with a full beard and a menacing look. He sneered and pointed a finger at Chu Fan, saying, "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Today let me teach you what low." "Ouch, ouch." As he spoke, his finger was twisted into an exaggerated angle by Chu Fan, making him let out a whimper. Let go, it's going to break, ouch, ouch." Chu Fan laughed and released his grip, sending the big man flying. The big man got up after groaning for a long time, his face flushed. "You don't follow the martial code. I was careless and didn't dodge." Chu Fan sneered. "Stop the nonsense, don't waste time, all of you come at me." Beige was also furious. "Brothers, get him." He Fengming and the others watched the scene with mockery, while Brother Long looked anxious. "No wife, I have to help Brother Chu." As he spoke, Brother Long picked up an iron rod from the ground, ready to rush in to assist Chu Fan. However, he froze as soon as he stood up. The 8 men surrounding Chu Fan were now being knocked around, all of them groaning and sprawled on the ground. Even Gao Shuaiqi couldn't remain calm. He hadn't even seen how Chu Fan had moved before all 8 burly men were knocked to the ground. This was thanks to Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts and the unique speed advantage of his lightning powers, which made the attacks of those 8 men seem like slow motion to him. He Fengming was taken aback and shouted, "Damn it, brothers, get him." This time at least 15 or 16 burly men rushed over. But Chu Fan remained unfazed, charging straight into the crowd. His set of 8 extremes fist was executed with great vigor, and in no time there was no one left standing in front of him. He Fengming was even holding his groin bent over like a shrimp, wailing in agony. Chu Fan clapped his hands, struck a pose he thought was cool, and said softly, "Is that all?" Lu Shanfei raised his thumb in delight. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Meanwhile, Barbara and Lu Rian remained calm, as if they had expected all of this. Brother Long was completely dumbfounded. "Brother Chu, so you can fight like this? You really don't need to climb onto the air conditioning unit. I am no match for you at all. Chu Fan stumbled, almost losing his balance, thinking, let's not bring this up, all right. Indeed, Bai Jie's face turned red upon hearing this, and she shot her husband a slightly reproachful glance. Lu Rian quickly caught on to the key phrase, frowning and softly asking, air conditioning unit. Chu Fan's heart sank. Lu Rian was too smart, and he was sure she would ask about what he meant by air conditioning. If they found out about his dark past, he wasn't sure how they would react during critical moments, perhaps saying something like, ouch, this is nowhere near as good as on the air conditioning unit. Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh, relieving Chu Fan of his embarrassment. Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated your strength, but if you think this alone can match me, then you have greatly underestimated me, Gao Shuaiqi. Lu Shangfei could no longer hold back and jumped out directly. Old man, I've found you displeasing for a long time, just blabbering away. What skills do you have to show? Look at that pitiful expression of yours. You won't even need my brother-in-law to step in. I can take care of you myself. Gao Shuaiqi's mouth twitched at this, unable to believe this fool claimed he was deficient. You brat, if it weren't for you being Miss Rian's brother, I would definitely hammer you to death. After saying this, he suddenly stepped forward and shouted at Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I'm going to let you know the true gap between us right now. Gao Shuaiqi clenched his fists, glaring, and his hands emitted a strange metallic sheen. Go die. After saying this, he made no further moves, but Chu Fan felt an inexplicable sense of being targeted. At that moment, Long Ge, who was standing nearby, suddenly shouted, Chu Fan, be careful. He pushed Chu Fan away, but it seemed he himself had been hit by something toppling backward. Long Ge let out a scream, falling onto the deck. A small sword was visibly embedded in his chest, glinting coldly. Gao Shuaiqi's sudden attack was so unexpected that no one saw how he had made his move. Bai Jie let out a cry, sobbing, Husband, how are you? Don't scare me. Long Ge spat out blood, feeling the pain in his chest, his face turning visibly pale. Chu Fan, he controlled the iron rod behind you. Cough, cough. Wife, don't cry. Chu Fan, promise me if I can't hold on, I entrust my wife to you. No, husband, don't say that. I only want you. I don't want to be separated from you for the rest of my life. You must. Long Ge forced a smile and said, Wife, I'm glad to hear you say that, but this time I fear I will break my promise. Chu Fan was shocked, not expecting Gao Shuaiqi to have awakened the ability to control metal. No wonder no one saw how he made his move. It seems he directly controlled the metal objects behind Chu Fan, instantly changing their shape and delivering a fatal blow. If Long Ge hadn't noticed in time, it would have been Chu Fan lying on the ground now. Chu Fan immediately felt a wave of guilt and called out, Barbara. At this moment, Barbara had already moved quickly to their side. Bai Jie, now in tears, suddenly said, Chu Fan, please save my husband. I beg you, you must save him. As long as you save him, I promise to give you anything you want. Chu Fan quickly replied, Sister-in-law, don't worry, Barbara is here. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha, Chu Fan, didn't expect this, did you? I already have the divine fruit. Unlike you, you still have to work hard to accumulate points to buy. Suddenly, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed the rest of his words, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. Barbara knelt in front of Long Ge, gently placing her right hand over his wound. Immediately, her hand emitted a green glow, tightly wrapping around Long Ge's injury. Simultaneously, her left hand pulled out the metal sword, throwing it far away. Long Ge frowned, but remarkably blood did not spurt from the wound. Moreover, under the nurturing of Barbara's green light, he felt inexplicably comfortable all over. Bai Jie was completely stunned, unable to help but ask, Husband, how do you feel? Long Ge gently opened his eyes and said, Wife, I'm fine, don't worry, thank you, Miss Barbara. Bai Jie, moved to tears, repeatedly said, Thank you. Thank you. Gao Shuaiqi in disbelief exclaimed, Why do you also have abilities? How is this possible? Not willing to accept it, Gao Shuaiqi suddenly swung his arms, sending 3 beams of light straight at Long Ge. Barbara snorted coldly, saying, I'm on guard against you. With that, she waved her left hand, and the deck beneath her feet seemed to have eyes rising layer by layer to shield Barbara, Long Ge, and Bai Jie behind it. The 3 small metal swords clanged against the wooden shield. Hey, old man, your opponent is me. Lu Shangfei's fists transformed into flames, his hair seemingly ablaze, fluttering behind him. You actually also have abilities. Gao Shuaiqi was left speechless in shock. He thought he had struck gold by obtaining a divine fruit. But what was going on with these two? When did the divine fruit become so worthless? And why did their abilities look? Lu Shangfei smugly declared, My ability is the fruit of fire, representing the will of the fire god to purge all evils from this world. Lu Rian felt embarrassed her brother was still so cringe. Taking the opportunity, Chu Fan lifted Long Ge onto the Sea King with Bai Jie and Barbara following closely. Take him to the medical room, I will check on him. Then turning to Bai Jie, he said, Come in and help me. Before entering the cabin, he told Lu Rian, take care of this place, don't let anyone in. Lu Rian calmly took out the moon god bow, and said softly, "Rest assured." Gao Shuaiqi felt a surge of anger. He couldn't believe that even with this, A Long wouldn't die. If this continued, who would submit to him in the future? Thinking of this, he shouted, "Everyone charge! Take down Lu Ruyan and kill A Long." Thus the remaining 30 or so subordinates rushed towards the Sea King with various weapons, seeking death. In the next second, Lu Ruyan radiated a pure and sacred light, her red attire instantly transforming into a white garment. Her long hair transformed from black to silver in an instant, like a bright moon descending upon the world. The faint lunar pattern on her forehead made her appear filled with divinity. Gao Shuaiqi was utterly stunned. Why were the people on the Sea King so abnormal, all possessing divine fruits? Without a doubt, Chu Fan must have one too. At this moment, Lu Ruyan slowly drew the bow in her hand, and a stream of seawater automatically condensed into an arrow in her grasp. But Lu Ruyan did not stop her actions, continuing to gather the seawater. 1, 2, 3, a full 10 arrows. With the bright moon as the guide, my heart towards the heavens. Lu Ruyan softly chanted as she released her index finger. The 10 water arrows at this moment were sharper than any weapon in the world, piercing directly through the first 10 sailors charging forward. Bang! A fireball struck Gao Shuaiqi. "Don't get distracted, your opponent is me." Lu Shangfei's provocation finally stirred the anger of Gao Shuaiqi. "You little brat, since you are so eager to court death, I shall grant your wish." As the words left his mouth, Gao Shuaiqi focused his energy, letting out a loud roar, his hands swiftly dancing in the air. With his movements, knives, iron rods, and even small screws that had fallen onto the deck began to float in mid-kill. Countless metal shards shot towards Lu Shangfei like arrows. Lu Shangfei smirked, shouting, "Ignite." In an instant, flames erupted around Lu Shangfei. Moreover, a blazing fire shield formed in front. The metal arrows melted upon contact with the flames, turning into molten iron that fell to the ground. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, surprised at how high the temperature of Lu Shangfei's flames was. Lu Shangfei excitedly shouted, "Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to attack." Since both of them had just awakened their powers and had no accompanying skills, their fight quickly devolved into a series of punches and kicks. Lu Shangfei's fists blazed like torches, striking Gao Shuaiqi one punch after another. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi seemed like a metallic man, and no matter how Lu Shangfei attacked, it only produced a series of loud thuds. However, Gao Shuaiqi was not gaining the upper hand either, as he discovered that every counterattack felt like striking a giant fireball. After a long time, neither had inflicted significant damage on the other. "Damn, you're really tough." Lu Shangfei cursed softly. Gao Shuaiqi was also feeling a headache from Lu Shangfei's resilience. In this brief moment, Lu Ruyan had already dealt with more than 30 of the small thugs on the deck. The gap between the extraordinary and the ordinary was starkly evident at that moment. This scene did not escape the eyes of the onlookers, who were all astonished. Wow, is this really a person? Is that Lu Ruyan, the school beauty? That's so cool. Is that Gao Shuaiqi? Wow, no wonder he's so impressive, he can actually turn himself into a metallic man. Among the crowd on a small boat, the sisters Li Ruan and Li Ruashi were also watching everything unfold. "Sister, is that Lu Ruyan?" Li Ruashi pointed at Lu Ruyan, who was radiating a holy glow, asking with disbelief. Li Ruoyan's expression was somewhat complex as she replied, "Yes, that's Ruyan. I didn't expect her to change so much." Li Ruashi exclaimed, "As expected of a school beauty renowned alongside you, sister, she really is stunning. No, I should say she's incredibly cool." Li Ruoyan, lost in thought, recalled what Lu Ruyan had said to her. "Ruoyan, do you want to come over with Ruashi? We need to band together to survive." While Li Ruoyan was deep in thought, she saw a man walking out from behind Lu Ruyan. Just one glance left her. Why does this man look so familiar? Li Ruashi also noticed this scene and whispered, "Sister, that man is so handsome. I wonder what his relationship with Lu Ruyan is." Li Ruoyan suddenly remembered that Lu Ruyan had said she was with Chu Fan, and it all clicked. So it's Senior Chu Fan. No wonder he looked so familiar. Chu Fan was the Prince Charming for many girls, and now appearing before her again felt somewhat surreal. At this moment, Chu Fan also stepped out from the cabin, letting out a sigh of relief. Lu Ruyan hurriedly asked, "How's the situation?" Chu Fan nodded and replied, "There's nothing major now, thankfully Barbara is here." Lu Ruyan nodded as well, returning to her original appearance. Chu Fan looked at Lu Shangfei, who was fighting Gao Shuaiqi, in surprise, saying, "Xiaofei is quite impressive to be able to use his abilities so skillfully already." Lu Ruyan responded, "This won't do. Xiaofei's stamina is clearly not as strong as Gao Shuaiqi's. If this continues, I fear he will suffer." Chu Fan nodded and said, "He'll handle it." Just then a flash of lightning appeared, and dark clouds began to gather over the sea. Everyone's expression changed. It was going to rain. Gao Shuaiqi was overjoyed, laughing. "Lu Shangfei, ha ha ha, it's raining. Let's see how you keep burning. Truly the heavens are aiding me." However, Lu Shangfei chuckled and said, "The rain yesterday was like a drizzle. I wouldn't even bother to hide." But just as the two finished speaking, a massive dark cloud suddenly rose in the sky. In the next second, unlike yesterday's light rain, a torrential downpour began mixed with hail the size of fists crashing down upon the ships on the sea. Wow, that hail is huge. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden hailstorm and quickly rushed to take shelter in the cabin. Yet some dared to take the risk and ran out to catch this hard-earned rainwater. Ryun, hurry inside. They'll switch with Xiaofei. With such heavy rain, Lu Shangfei's abilities immediately lost their advantage. If they continued fighting, he might suffer. Xiaofei, retreat and stay with your sister to guard the ship. He'll deal with this guy. Lu Shangfei knew this was not the time to be reckless and obediently leaped back, leaving the battlefield. Brother-in-law, be careful. At that moment, countless sea monsters, even larger than those from yesterday, emerged from the sea. As everyone had guessed, these sea monsters only appeared to attack humans when it rained. Gao Shuaiqi steadied his footing, seeing Chu Fan appear before him, and let out a cold laugh. I thought you weren't going to come out, Chu Fan. Show me your abilities. Chu Fan responded with a sneer. Gao Shuaiqi, you could be considered a talent. In such a short time, you've stirred up such a big mess here. As he spoke, Chu Fan drew the dragon-slaying sword. Gao Shuaiqi's body was so hard that ordinary weapons couldn't harm him at all. He could only pin his hopes on this sword. Seeing Chu Fan daring to draw a sword, Gao Shuaiqi's smile grew even wider. Chu Fan, you actually dare to use a weapon in front of me. You must not know what my abilities are. Chu Fan smiled without replying. If Gao Shuaiqi knew that the dragon-slaying sword was not made of metal, he would surely be surprised. Roar! A beastly roar echoed across the sea. Chu Fan gripped the dragon-slaying sword, tightly channeling the powers within his body. A streak of lightning appeared on his dragon-slaying sword, glowing blue. The large hailstones pounded against him painfully, but Chu Fan completely ignored the pain at that moment. Gao Shuaiqi grinned, spreading his fingers towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan, I want you dead. In Gao Shuaiqi's mind, the scene of Chu Fan being attacked by the sword in his hand had already emerged. But soon he realized that the sword in Chu Fan's hand showed no reaction at all. As the beautiful mermaid by Xing said, this dragon-slaying sword is made from the bones of the strongest of the dragon clan, resembling gold, yet stronger than any metal in the world. Impossible! What kind of sword is this? Gao Shuaiqi exclaimed in shock. This is the sword that will kill you, Gao Shuaiqi. Today is your day of death. Chu Fan hesitated not a moment longer and swung the dragon-slaying sword towards Gao Shuaiqi. Do you think you can kill me with just that? Gao Shuaiqi scoffed, showing no intention of dodging. A flash of silver light appeared in his hand as he directly met the dragon-slaying sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. To Chu Fan's surprise, Gao Shuaiqi suffered no harm at all. Chu Fan certainly remembered by Xing mentioning that due to the sword's uniqueness, it could harm all races except humans, including the dragon clan. But it could not harm humans. However, Chu Fan was not discouraged and wanted to give it a try, as Gao Shuaiqi was no ordinary person now. Looking at it this way, even a human with extraordinary abilities is still human, and the dragon-slaying sword could not injure him. As for the Sea King's trident, it was even less possible to use, and taking it out might let Gao Shuaiqi turn it into a weapon against Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi was unaware of Chu Fan's thoughts and merely contemptuously drew out his blue big knife. I don't know what this sword is made of, but it's just a bit sturdy. Let me show you what a real treasure blade is. With that, the blue big knife slashed towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan remained unfazed, dodging Gao Shuaiqi's attack with a swift move. Gao Shuaiqi continued his assault, his blade striking the ship's railing. This solid wooden railing seemed as fragile as tofu in front of the big knife. Chu Fan's heart sank. This big knife did not look like an ordinary item. It was now apparent that its sharpness was far more terrifying than he had imagined. However, he was not worried, as his lightning speed made dodging Gao Shuaiqi's attacks a piece of cake. Since the dragon-slaying sword was ineffective, let him taste the feeling of being electrocuted. Thinking of this, Chu Fan dodged Gao Shuaiqi's attack while gathering lightning in his hand and punched it into Gao Shuaiqi's back. Bang! It was as if he had struck an iron plate. Gao Shuaiqi's body remained unyielding, but the impact of the electricity became apparent. Gao Shuaiqi felt a tingling sensation all over his whole body, twitching for a moment. However, this moment was very brief, and soon he regained his composure, turning around and slashing horizontally with the big knife. I didn't expect you to awaken lightning powers. The heavens truly are unfair. Gao Shuaiqi felt like he had been dealt a bad hand. Though his power was immensely strong in his mind, it paled in comparison to the prestige of controlling lightning or flames. But now both powers had appeared and both belonged to his enemy, making him seethe with resentment. Thus Gao Shuaiqi began to unleash his dissatisfaction, chopping at Chu Fan with one blade after another. Relying on his speed, Chu Fan either blocked with the dragon-slaying sword or dodged directly, occasionally delivering electric shocks to Gao Shuaiqi, infuriating him to no end. Chu Fan, are you a turtle or something only capable of dodging? Gao Shuaiqi, filled with rage, casually slashed at a sea monster attacking him, cursing at Chu Fan's back. Since you're so good at dodging, let's see if your Sea King can withstand me. With that, he abandoned Chu Fan and charged straight for the Sea King. Seeing this, Chu Fan swiftly moved to block Gao Shuaiqi's path. At this moment, Long Gu was still in the process of healing, and if Gao Shuaiqi were to kill him, the consequences would be dire. It seemed this guy wanted to force him into a heating confrontation. If you finally decided to show yourself, I thought you'd always be a coward. Just then, a water arrow shot straight towards Gao Shuaiqi's eyes. Gao Shuaiqi snorted coldly, casually blocking with his hand, and the water arrow shot by Lu Ruyan shattered into a shower of droplets. Lu, the campus beauty, do you really think water can penetrate my metal defenses, eh? Ha ha, if you had missiles maybe I would be a bit scared. As for other tricks, bring them on. I Gao fear no one. Saying this, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyan atop the Sea King, who was coldly staring at him, licking her lips. Lu, don't rush. Wait until I deal with Chu Fan before we have a good spar. Chu Fan furrowed his brows. Gao Shuaiqi's abilities were indeed tricky. Although he was confident in his invincibility, continuing to wear him down like this wasn't a solution. There's a saying, a toad doesn't bite, but it's annoying. And he was an incessantly pestering toad, targeting your woman and your ship. Chu Fan's mind began to race. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly shouted, Chu Fan, water. A light bulb went off in Chu Fan's mind, and he instantly understood Lu Ruyan's intention. Suddenly elated, it was still his second wife. Her mind was so bright. Gao Shuaiqi, however, contemptuously laughed. What's still hoping to use water? Go on, keep trying. If I dodge, even once, I'll consider it a loss. Chu Fan suddenly leaped up, raising the dragon-slaying sword, and charged at Gao Shuaiqi. Ha ha, Chu Fan, don't you understand? No matter how hard you try, you can't harm me in the slightest. But the next second, he was dumbfounded to see Chu Fan's sword swing wide, striking the deck, instead sending splinters flying. Ha ha, Chu Fan, have you gone stupid? How could you miss like this? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. After all, he was the man she had her eyes on, and he was indeed clever enough to immediately grasp her meaning. Thus, she raised her moon goddess bow and shouted, Gao Shuaiqi, are you confident you can take 3 arrows from me? Ha ha, beauty, come at me. Chu Fan understood that Lu Ruyan was trying to distract Gao Shuaiqi, so he leaped again and swung his sword at Gao Shuaiqi. Gao Shuaiqi directly turned his body into metal, standing there unmoving. Chu Fan, I want to see how much strength you have left. This time, Chu Fan struck the deck again, sending a large cloud of splinters flying. Gao Shuaiqi's brow furrowed slightly. Why was Chu Fan suddenly acting so strangely? But before he could think further, a water arrow shot towards his right eye. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the human body, and even Gao Shuaiqi had to be cautious. In his attempt to defend, he overlooked Chu Fan's strange behavior. Just like that, Chu Fan continued to chop at the ark's deck until he had split a large crack in the thick deck, revealing the dark lower layer. Even Gao Shuaiqi realized that Chu Fan was trying to destroy his ship, but he didn't understand the significance of this action. How was it to infuriate him? At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged behind Lu Ruyan. It was the alluring beauty Barbara. She shouted. Suddenly, the deck beneath Gao Shuaiqi tore apart from the crack, catching him off guard and causing him to fall in. Following that, Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together, a wave of moon goddess power spreading over the sea. Tide, I have returned. With Lu Ruyan's incantation, a massive wave surged from the sea, heading straight for the ark, and the huge Gao Shuaiqi suddenly found himself falling into the lower deck, startled by the abrupt commotion, but he quickly burst into laughter. Chu Fan laughed from the upper deck, saying, You worked hard all day for this. You think this hole can trap me? Gao Shuaiqi looked up in confusion as a massive wave surged onto the deck, as if manipulated by a giant hand, pouring directly into the hole on the deck. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brows, asking, Chu Fan, what are you up to? Chu Fan remained silent, only smiling as he unleashed a flash of lightning. The electricity coursed through the water, causing Gao Shuaiqi to convulse briefly, but that was all. As he looked at the water rising to his chest, an uneasy feeling surged within him. Soon he realized what that feeling truly was. Another wave crashed in with a thunderous sound, flooding the lower deck. Caught off guard, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed a mouthful of seawater and quickly surfaced, gasping for air. Before he could act, Chu Fan suddenly called out from above, Gao Shuaiqi, your time of death has come. With that, he thrust the Sea King trident towards Gao Shuaiqi's face. How many times have I told you? Your weapons. Gao Shuaiqi had just activated his ability when he sank directly beneath the seawater. This made him panic, and he quickly withdrew his ability, managing to float back to the surface, gasping for air. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This tactic was indeed effective. If it weren't for his second wife's ingenious idea, he would still be fretting over how to deal with this iron lump. At this moment, Lu Shangfei also approached. Seeing Gao Shuaiqi surface, a fireball was hurled at him. Old man, I want burn you to death. Gao Shuaiqi felt a wave of heat on his head, followed by the smell of burnt Damn it, you want to cook me alive. At this point, Gao Shuaiqi fully understood Lu Ruoyan and Chu Fan. His abilities were nearly invincible on land, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was immune to all physical harm. At least within Chu Fan's team, no one could harm him. But the greatest problem with metal was its density being much greater than water, which was exactly why Lu Ruoyan had advised Chu Fan to use water. Fortunately, Chu Fan quickly understood Lu Ruoyan's meaning. Thus, in order for Gao Shuaiqi to float to the surface, he could not activate his abilities. But without activating his abilities, he would be beaten by those above. So Gao Shuaiqi began to bob up and down in the water, swallowing several mouthfuls of seawater, feeling increasingly aggrieved. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi, with his hair styled like an ion perm and his face covered in bumps, angrily shouted, "Chu Fan, you despicable little man. If you have the guts, fight me for real." Chu Fan chuckled. "All right, then I will attack you." Saying this, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that caused Gao Shuaiqi to convulse in the water, resembling a shocked catfish. As if that wasn't enough, Lu Shangfei took the opportunity to launch another fireball, fully satisfying Gao Shuaiqi's wish for flames in one hand and lightning in the other. At this moment, Gao Shuaiqi wanted to curse. These guys were utterly dishonorable. But he couldn't even get the words out because as soon as he opened his mouth, seawater poured in. "Wait, Chu Fan, hold on." Gao Shuaiqi, having surfaced once more, quickly called out. After catching his breath, he said, "Chu Fan, I surrender, is that okay?" Chu Fan sneered, saying, "One should pursue the retreating enemy with vigor and not seek fame like a tyrant." "Gao Shuaiqi, are you a 3-year-old? Our situation has long been one of mutual destruction." At this moment, a voice called out, "Brother Chu Fan, let me take over." Dragon Brother jumped over from the Sea King, supported by Bai Jia. "Dragon Brother, how is your injury?" Dragon Brother grinned, leaning in to whisper, "Brother Barbara is truly amazing, and my injury is completely healed, and he'll tell you the details later." Chu Fan nodded, glancing at the exhausted Barbara, who had clearly expended a lot of energy healing Dragon Brother. Barbara smiled faintly at Chu Fan and nodded. Chu Fan understood and gave Barbara a thumbs up. Dragon Brother, now on the deck, asked Chu Fan for a cigarette, lit it, and squatted down. Bai Jia interjected, "You've just healed, smoke less." Dragon Brother waved his hand, saying, "It's fine, wife, I know what I'm doing. Gao Go, I've been in this business for a long time, I live by my code of loyalty. Since I followed you, I won't say anything else, but I can proudly say that I've never done anything to betray you, Gao Shuaiqi. Even if I don't agree with your methods, I have no intention of opposing you. I just want to protect my wife and live well." Saying this, Long took a deep drag on his cigarette, looking at the disheveled Gao Shuaiqi below, and continued, "Although I'm not a good person, I know that being a leader means looking out for the brothers below you. But you, Gao Shuaiqi, not only want my life, but you even want to take my wife. You've broken the rules of the martial world. Breaking the rules means facing the consequences. Out of brotherhood, I, Long, will personally send you on your way." Gao Shuaiqi stammered, "Long, let's talk this out. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Bai Jia, please show me some mercy and spare me." Bai Jia turned away, ignoring him. Remembering that her husband had nearly died at the hands of this guy, she felt he had no right to ask her for mercy. Long chuckled, finishing his last drag of the cigarette before picking up a thick wooden stick from the ground. "Let's go. So many brothers are already waiting for you below." Without another moment's hesitation, Long swung the stick directly at Gao Shuaiqi's head. In a panic, Gao Shuaiqi activated his abilities, submerging his body in an attempt to dodge the blow. But Dragon Brother's men did not stop. Gao Shuaiqi sank deep into the water, and the stick struck his head. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the stick connected. Dragon Brother pressed the stick firmly against Gao Shuaiqi's head, watching as he struggled desperately underwater. Gao Shuaiqi rolled his eyes, gazing at the crowd above, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. There was hatred, unwillingness, and of course a trace of regret. Finally, at a certain moment, Gao Shuaiqi ceased his struggles. After 2 more minutes, Dragon Brother finally released the stick. By then, the rain had ceased, and the sea monsters on the surface, as they had the day before, submerged one after another into the ocean. After tidying up the ark, Chu Fan merged it with the Neptune. The Neptune instantly doubled in size. The cabins on the deck now had 2 stories, each floor partitioned into 4 rooms. Barbara's complexion finally eased, and only then did Chu Fan feel relieved. Gazing at his vessel, which had evolved from a humble raft into a colossal ship capable of parking several vehicles on its deck, he was filled with deep emotion. "Brother Long, are you fully recovered?" Chu Fan asked. Long Gu chuckled softly and said in a low voice, I'm fine. There's something I've been thinking about, and I need to tell you clearly." Chu Fan asked, puzzled, "What is it?" Long Gu coughed, noticing everyone's eyes on him, and after a moment's thought decided to speak directly. "You know, I used to be in the underworld. Back in my youth, I was simple-minded and always charged to the front in every fight. Later, during a gang clash, I accidentally injured my manhood. After that, your sister-in-law had to endure a lonely life, which gave you the chance to take advantage. These words left Chu Fan deeply embarrassed. Bai Jie's face instantly flushed crimson to her neck, and she pinched Long Guest's lower back with her delicate hand. Ouch, ouch, that hurts, dear. Lu Rian and Barbara abruptly turned to stare at Chu Fan, with Lu Rian's lips curling into a faint smirk. I knew you were acting strange today, so you have such a dark past. Seeing that the conversation had gone this far, Chu Fan quickly changed the subject. Brother Long, go on. What exactly is it? Long Gu continued. Bai Jie has suffered a lot being with me all these years. I've been thinking, since you two like each other, why not just be together? Before Chu Fan could say anything, Bai Jie jumped up first. Along, what nonsense are you talking? Tell me the truth. Are you tired of me? Along said with a wry face. Dear, it's not that I'm tired of you. If you stay with me, I can't give you what you want. You've always wanted a divorce, haven't you? I agree. Turning to Chu Fan, he said with a pained expression, Brother, take good care of your sister-in-law. From now on, you'll be her Dao companion. Chu Fan quickly replied, No, 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 Brother Long. I've already got two paths, black and white. You keep this one for yourself. Bai Jie furious pointed at Long Gu and shouted, Lu, what do you mean? You clearly despise me. Long Guest's real name was Lu Jinlong. He said bitterly, Dear, it's not that I despise you. It's just my condition. Besides, how can I face Brother Chu anymore? Hearing this, Bai Jie wept even louder. Boo-hoo, you do despise me. I'd rather die. Long Gu quickly pulled her into his arms and comforted her gently. Chu Fan was now utterly vexed. He never imagined that bullet from the past would take such a sharp turn and strike him right between the eyes. He had no idea how to respond to Long Guest's words. He certainly couldn't just accept that path. Though he didn't dislike Bai Jie, how could he ever face Brother Long again if he did that? With this thought, he cast a pleading glance at Lu Rian, who was watching the drama unfold. Lu Rian saw Chu Fan looking at her and found it amusing, but she put on a displeased expression. All right, tell me the whole story honestly, and I'll think of a solution for you. Though Chu Fan was reluctant, it would be dishonest to hold back now. Steeling himself, he confessed his past. Finally, he raised his right hand and said, I swear I really didn't know Brother Long and Sister Bai weren't divorced yet. Lu Rian clicked her tongue and looked at him with disdain. I never imagined you had such a history. I wonder how many paths you've actually walked. Chu Fan begged, enough of that. Do you have any good ideas to talk them out of this? At this moment, only Lu Rian, that master of manipulation, might be able to convince Long Gu and his wife. She reached out and pinched Chu Fan, whispering, If you're not honest again, just wait and see how I deal with you. Seeing Chu Fan silent, she nodded and walked over to Long Gu and Bai Jie. You two, there's no need for this. Long Gu said gloomily, Miss Lu, what do you suggest? Lu Rian said calmly, You're both so foolish. Let me ask you, when Chu Fan fell, didn't he shatter right before your eyes? Long Gu and Bai Jie exchanged glances and nodded. Yes, he died horribly. Lu Rian continued, Then how did you end up here? Long Gu thought for a moment. After Chu Fan fell, the sky suddenly went dark. Then I felt a pain in my chest, and when I woke up, I was here. Bai Jie said, Same here, a pain in my chest, and then I arrived. Lu Shangfei chimed in. Lu Rian nodded and continued, So this proves one thing. Everyone looked at her and said in unison. Chu Fan listened intently, his curiosity piqued by Lu Rian's words. It means that none of us are our original selves anymore. Perhaps we are versions of ourselves from parallel dimensions forcibly pulled into this world. Long Gu felt his head spin. Miss Lu, can you speak in plain terms? I don't understand. Lu Rian explained, It's simple. If this body were still your original one, wouldn't Chu Fan be scattered in pieces right now? Long Gu slapped his thigh. Now I get it. You're right. It does make sense. Lu Rian nodded. So the one who had a history with Chu Fan was Bai Jie from that world. In this world, Bai Jie has a new body completely unrelated to Chu Fan. Or rather, the Chu Fan who was involved with Sister Bai is dead. This Chu Fan is a brand new version. Chu Fan's eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. Exactly. Long Gu felt it made sense too, but something still seemed off. At that moment, Lu Rian played her trump card. Actually, verifying this is simple. You two lovebirds go try it out in that room. You might be in for a pleasant surprise. Long Gu was still skeptical, but Bai Jie's eyes suddenly sparkled. Makes sense. Along, let's go. Without further ado, she dragged Along toward the cabin. After they had gone, Chu Fan asked, Second wife, is your method reliable? Lu Rian gave a mysterious smile and said softly, Don't worry. You'll know the answer soon. As if remembering something, she suddenly said to Lu Shangfei, who stood dumbfounded, Shall Fei go down to the lower deck? Now. Expecting him to object, she was surprised to find him acting strangely. Lu Shangfei simply said, Oh, and walked downstairs with his head lowered. Lu Rian frowned slightly. Something about her younger brother seemed off. 10 minutes later, Long Gu and Bai Jie joyfully ran out of the cabin. Wow, Miss Lu, you were right. It seems we really have switched to new bodies. Long Gu waved his fist, the corners of his mouth stretching wider than ever. Chu Fan was taken aback and said, Wait, Long Gu, you guys are back so soon. Long Ge scratched his head sheepishly and replied, well, I was a bit too excited, but I can finally stand tall again, and that's what matters most. Right, wife? Bai Jie nodded happily, not expecting that after so many years of her husband being down and out, they would actually have a chance to rekindle his strength. Chu Fan also felt moved and clapped his hands, saying, that's great, Long Ge. Long saw congratulations to you. Long Ge laughed and patted Chu Fan's shoulder, saying, kid, let's put this matter behind us. You can't have any more ideas about my wife from now on. Chu Fan quickly waved his hands and replied, how could that be, Long Ge? It's all a misunderstanding. Besides, I've already paid the price before. Long Ge nodded and said, you're right. That's settled then. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, Long Ge, to celebrate that you and your wife are reunited and that you're back to normal, I don't have much to offer, so let me give you a gift. With that, Chu Fan took out a divine fruit from his space. This fruit looked like a pineapple, but was an eerie Long Ge looked puzzled and asked, bro, what kind of fruit is this? Purple pineapple. Chu Fan smiled and explained, this isn't a pineapple. Aren't you curious why we all suddenly have superpowers? He paused and added, including Gao Shuiqi, who has the ability to manipulate metal. Long Ge's eyes lit up as he asked, are you saying that eating this fruit will grant superpowers? Chu Fan nodded and said, exactly. Long Ge took it, inspecting it curiously, and asked, brother, isn't this too precious? Chu Fan shook his head and replied, it's not that big of a deal. Everyone can only eat one, and this one is extra, so I'm giving it to you. Fearing that Long Ge might refuse, Chu Fan added, if you're worried about me being your brother, don't be polite with me. Long Ge, seeing that Chu Fan was being serious, had no choice but to say, all right, I accept you as my brother. By the way, what kind of ability does this fruit grant? Chu Fan replied, well, it's hard to say. Each fruit has a different ability. For example, I can manipulate lightning, Xiao Fei controls fire, Barbara has wood attributes with healing functions, and Ru Yin has the moon god fruit that can manipulate water elements. Long Ge listened to Chu Fan's introduction, expressing his awe, and finally handed the fruit to his wife, saying, wife, this is for you. Bai Jie was taken aback, saying, for me. Why? Long Ge chuckled and said, I'm worried someone might have their eyes on you. If you get stronger, you can protect yourself. Bai Jie poked his forehead and replied, you're really silly. Isn't it enough that you're here? I don't want it. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll think it means you don't want me anymore. Long Ge scratched his head and replied, what you just said. Fine, I'll eat it myself. So under everyone's gaze, Long Ge took the divine fruit and swallowed it in big bites. The taste isn't bad, just a bit sour. Suddenly Long Ge froze, and his body was enveloped in a layer of yellow light. Then Long Ge's body visibly began to transform before their eyes. To the four of them, Long Ge's body had already turned into grains of sand. So it's a sand attribute fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback. This fruit was also very powerful. It seemed Long Ge's luck was quite impressive. Bai Jie exclaimed, what's going on, husband? What happened to you? Long Ge burst into hearty laughter, saying, wife, it's nothing. I feel stronger than ever now. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Ge suddenly turned into a cloud of yellow sand and started moving on the ground. When he returned to his original form, he was already 5 meters away. After playing around for a while, Long Ge returned to his original form. Thanks, brother. Long Ge sincerely thanked Chu Fan. Although he had never been on that ghost ship, he could guess that the value of this fruit must be astonishing. Bai Jie gently touched her husband's shoulder, confirming that he was still the same Lu Jinlong, which finally eased her mind. Lu Ruyin suddenly said, all right, we've been messing around all morning. I suggest we all take a break. I bet Long Ge and his wife have a lot to talk about. Chu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, you really think of everything, second wife. Long Ge, you and your wife go rest first. We'll have barbecue later. Long Ge nodded and said, okay. He turned around, pulling Bai Jie toward the cabin while chatting softly. Hurry, wife, let's do an experiment. Bai Jie looked puzzled and asked, what experiment? Long Ge replied, I heard that sand hardens when it meets water. Bai Jie, Chu Fan, Lu Ruyin, Barbara. Once the two closed the door, Chu Fan cleared his throat awkwardly and asked, Ruyin, I'm really glad you're here today. By the way, is what you said true? Lu Ruyin smiled faintly and replied, the body should indeed be new, but any defects it carried shouldn't disappear. Think of that lung cancer patient. This left Chu Fan even more puzzled, saying, then what about Long Ge? At that moment, Barbara raised her hand and said, I told Ru Yin that it was the first time using abilities to heal such serious injuries, so I wrapped his whole body with my powers, which is why Ru Yin speculated that it's very likely his hidden ailments were also cured. Chu Fan's eyes lit up as he said, wow, big wife, I didn't expect you could heal this too. But second wife, you're amazing, you really guessed it right. Lu Ru Yin waved her hand and said, let's not talk about this for now. I'm a bit worried about Xiao Fei. Barbara and Chu Fan exchanged glances and asked, what about Xiao Fei? Lu Ruyin shook her head and said, I'm not sure, but I know him too well. His behavior just now was very unusual. Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, how about I go talk to him? Lu Ruyin pondered for a moment and replied, let's all go together. In the lower cabin of the Sea King, Lu Shangfei lay on the bed, fiddling with a spotlight. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Hearing this voice, Lu Shangfei sat up. Sister brother-in-law and Sister Barbara, why are you all here? Chu Fan chuckled and said, I came to see my little brother-in-law. It's still a bit dark here. There are more rooms upstairs. You should move up there to live. All right, then I'll pick a room later and move up there. Lu Shangfei replied, not jumping up as he usually would, appearing rather unusual. Lu Ruyin said lightly, Xiao Fei, did something happen to you? Lu Shangfei was taken aback and touched his nose, saying, nothing happened to me. Lu Ruyin interrupted, enough, you always touch your nose when you lie. Just tell us if something's up. Barbara also said, yes, Xiao Fei, if there's something, just say it. We'll help you think of a solution. Chu Fan stepped forward, placing his hand on Lu Shangfei's shoulder, grinning, and said, I know. Is our Xiao Fei growing up and starting to think about girls? Lu Shangfei trembled all over, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Now it was Chu Fan's turn to be unsettled. Lu Shangfei's adamant denial explained everything. So little brother-in-law, you really are experiencing puberty, huh? Lu Ruyin suddenly fell into a daze upon hearing this. At this moment, she realized that the little brat who had always been circling around her had already grown up. Both siblings inherited their parents' excellent genes. Lu Ruyin was beautiful, and Lu Shangfei's looks were not inferior to any young male idol. Yet in Lu Ruyin's heart, her brother had always remained a child. It wasn't until Chu Fan's words jolted her awake that she recognized her brother was already an adult. Lu Shangfei, unaware of what his sister was thinking, looked at her with a hint of timidity and stole a glance. He quietly said, brother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? That's not true. Chu Fan laughed heartily and said, come on, you little rascal, don't be shy. Just tell me what's going on. Lu Shangfei glanced at his sister again, his face filled with conflict. Lu Ruyin sighed and said, go ahead, I won't blame you. Just speak your mind. Seeing the three of them looking at him, Lu Shangfei finally said, then he'll speak. Just so you know, sister, you can't hit me. Lu Ruyin gently replied, okay, I won't hit you anymore from now on. Lu Shangfei, oblivious to the deeper meaning in his sister's words, chuckled and finally revealed the reason. Actually, I have a girlfriend in college, and we have a great relationship. But before, you always told me to focus on my studies and forbade me from dating, so I never dared to let you know about this. After saying this, he glanced at Lu Ruyin and seeing that she wasn't angry, continued, just now, she sent me a message. It turns out she's here too, but she's in the 10099C area. Chu Fan exclaimed, so you want to go find her? Lu Shangfei nodded and said, yes, her situation there isn't good, and I'm really worried about her. After saying this, Lu Shangfei fell silent, looking at his sister with a face full of concern. Traditionally, his sister would definitely not agree. It seemed he would need to ask his brother-in-law for help. Just as he was pondering this, Lu Ruyin, instead of getting angry, asked, have you thought it through? Yes, I've thought it through because I really like her. Lu Shangfei had a rare, serious expression. Let's talk outside, the air in here is too stuffy. After saying this, Lu Ruyin led the way out. Chu Fan understood that Lu Ruyin was looking for an opportunity to talk to Lu Shangfei alone. So he pulled Lu Shangfei aside and asked, little Fei, you finally contacted your girlfriend, you should be happy. Why do you look so down? Lu Shangfei forced a smile and said, brother-in-law, you know that if I directly say it, my sister definitely won't. Chu Fan nodded. This world was still too dangerous. If it were in the past, Lu Ruyin's likelihood of agreeing would indeed be quite low. Chu Fan smiled and said, that was in the past, but things are different now. You've awakened your abilities, and very few people can harm you. I think you can be bolder. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangfei's face showed a hint of joy. Really? Brother-in-law, you have to help me say a few. Don't worry, I've got your back. Chu Fan patted his chest. The four of them arrived on the deck, and Lu Ruyin calmly said, let's talk about it. Oh, what's the situation with that girl? Lu Shangfei scratched his head and said, we used to study at the same high school, then we both got into the same university and ended up in the same class. And then, I didn't expect you to hide this so well and not let me know. Chu Fan chimed in, little Fei is already a big boy, isn't it normal to date? Lu Ruyin asked, aren't you afraid of encountering danger? Lu Shangfei patted his chest and said, I'm not afraid. I'm already an adult, and now that I have abilities, I can definitely protect myself. After a moment of silence, Lu Ruyin smiled and said, since you've made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. Lu Shangfei was taken aback and incredulously asked, sister, are you serious? Yes, you're right. You've grown up, but it's time for you to venture out on your own. I used to think that protecting your safety was my responsibility, but I've realized that keeping you under my protection without the freedom to pursue your love must be very painful for you. Lu Shangfei's eyes turned red as he quietly said, really, sister, why are you suddenly saying such emotional things? Lu Ruyin said, but you must promise your sister no matter what you must protect yourself. I hope that in the near future you can introduce your girlfriend to me. Lu Shangfei immediately replied, sure, I promise. Just then a voice suddenly came, little Fei, I'm coming with you. Everyone turned in surprise to see Long Gu and his wife walking out from the room. Lu Shangfei was stunned and said, Long Gu, are you serious? Long Gu quickly replied, of course it's true. In the past, I didn't have the capability, so I just wanted to live a peaceful life with Long Sa. Now that I have abilities too, it's time to venture out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened. Long Gu's choice was truly excellent. First, it avoided Bai Jia having to face Chu Fan every day, and after a long time, everyone would feel awkward. Second, if he was with Lu Shangfei for a short time, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to harm them. Bai Jia stood behind Long Gu with her head down, clearly agreeing with this plan. Chu Fan thought for a moment, and also found this method good. He nodded and said, that's really great, Long Gu. He'll leave my little brother-in-law in your hands. You must teach him well. Long Gu burst into a hearty laugh and said, haha, don't worry with me and your sister here, little Fei won't go astray. Lu Ruyan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and softly said, thank you, Long Gu. Ha ha, why so polite? Let's start grilling, I'm starving. Lu Shangfei created a fire with his fingers and said he'll start the fire. Thus the 6 of them aboard the Sea King began their barbecue party on the sea. The aroma wafted far away, attracting attention from nearby boats. Is this the power of a big shot? While we're still worrying about survival, the big shot is already having a party. On a small boat not far from the Sea King, Li Ruo Yin looked at the imposing figure of the Sea King, bit her lip, and finally made a decision. Suddenly Chu Fan slapped his forehead and said, oh no, if you all leave, won't I be short of 6 people again? Long Gu laughed and said, with your current fame, finding 2 more people will be a piece of cake. Chu Fan replied, but I need to find like-minded people. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's wristband suddenly lit up. After a quick check, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, what a coincidence, your new teammate has arrived. 5 minutes later, a shabby little boat seemingly on the verge of sinking rode up next to the Sea King. Lu Ruyan stood up and upon seeing the newcomer, happily raised her hand. Little brother, sometimes I truly admire you. How come you are surrounded by beauties? These 2 are not any less than Barbara and the top school beauty Lu. Feeling Bai Jia's predatory gaze beside him, Long Gu quickly added, but I'm getting old now and have no such thoughts. Having your sister-in-law is enough for me. Bai Jia snorted coldly, you're quite perceptive. At that moment, Lu Ruyan brought the 2 women onto the boat. Chu Fan, this is my good friend Li Ruoyan, whom I've introduced to you, and this is her twin sister Li Ruashi. Chu Fan's eyes brightened. She was indeed the school beauty renowned alongside Lu Ruyan, and her beauty was truly exceptional. Li Ruoyan was wearing a wrinkled shirt, and her black stockings had several holes, her hair slightly disheveled. Yet this inadvertently added a sense of relaxation, coupled with her petite waist and slightly parted cherry lips, evoking a feeling of affection. Bai Jia suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Li Ruashi, are you that actress from the web series? Li Ruashi was taken aback, not expecting anyone here to recognize her. She nodded, yes, that's me. How did you know me? Bai Jia exclaimed, oh my, I love the role you played in that web series. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. Li Ruashi smiled slightly, you flatter me. You're very beautiful too. Chu Fan approached the twin sisters and extended his right hand. You must be Ai Faningna. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in person. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Ruoyan's face flushed slightly as she reached out her fair hand and gently shook hands with Chu Fan. I'm sorry, our boat was attacked by a sea monster earlier and my sister and I were so scared that we could only hide in the cabin screaming. We had no choice but to trouble you. Just then a loud bang suddenly echoed over the sea. Everyone turned to see that the boat the Li sisters were on had actually split in half on the verge of sinking into the ocean. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruashi turned pale with fright. If they had been even a moment later, they might have perished in the sea. Seeing her friend's complexion worsen, Lu Ruyan said to Chu Fan, you all eat first. I'll take them to freshen up. Chu Fan nodded and Lu Ruyan took Li Ruoyan's hand and walked toward the cabin. Li Ruashi looked back at everyone one more time, then intentionally glanced at Chu Fan before following them. What? You actually have a place to shower here? Li Ruoyan was stunned to hear her good friend mention taking a hot shower. Is the Sea King really this extravagant, already having a shower facility? Meanwhile, the 2 sisters had been facing difficulties even just going to the restroom over the past few days. Li Ruashi was shocked to hear this. After all, she was a popular idol and had been here for several days without taking a shower, let alone changing clothes. This was something she couldn't even have imagined before. Hearing that there was finally a place to bathe, her joy was impossible to conceal. Sister Rian, thank you. You truly are as beautiful as my sister said. Lu Rian smiled and said, Ruashi, even though it's my first time meeting you, there's no need for such formalities since I'm close with your sister. If we're talking about beauty, you and your sister are not any less than me. After chatting for a while, the Li sisters entered the bathroom, shedding their almost moldy clothes and stockings, and enjoyed a lovely bath. Sister, why do I feel like this is a bit unreal? In the bathtub, Li Ruashi scrubbed her body and said to Why? Li Ruoyan asked. Look at what we've been through at sea just a few days ago, and then look at here. We all came together, so why are they so impressive? Li Ruoyan shook her head. I don't know either, but you must stay low-key, they owe us nothing. Li Ruashi waved her hand. Don't worry, sister, I know how to handle myself. but that Chu Fan is indeed quite handsome. The two sisters chatted, enjoying the long-awaited refreshing experience, and their bathing lasted a full half-hour. Before long, the sisters realized something very embarrassing. They had no change of clothes. What to do, sister? That outfit is already unwearable. Li Ruoyan also exclaimed in frustration, as she had completely forgotten about this after seeing the shower. They were in a situation where they only had the clothes they were wearing. There were no other clothes to change into. They had no choice but to seek Lu Rian. Rian, do you have any spare clothes? We really can't wear these anymore. Li Ruoyan wrapped herself in a towel, her lovely figure partially revealed. Lu Rian shook her head. I don't have any extra clothes. I can only ask Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi innocently asked Chu Fan. How would he have women's clothes? Lu Rian pointed to her own outfit and explained. You see, this outfit was given to me by Chu Fan. It's a type of black technology that automatically adapts to your body shape and has functions for cold and heat resistance. It's really amazing. Li Ruoyan exclaimed, that's so impressive. Chu Fan is really good to you. Li Ruoxi then asked Sister Rian, can you ask Chu Fan if he has more of these clothes? Can you lend us 2 sets? Seeing Li Ruoyan's eager expression, Lu Rian sighed. Alright, I'll go ask, but I can't guarantee anything. Once Lu Rian left, Li Ruoxi curiously asked, Sister, isn't Rian already with Chu Fan? Shouldn't it be easy to get 2 sets of clothes? Li Ruoyan replied, seriously, Ruoxi, Rian is a clear-headed and highly intelligent person. She would never do something presumptuous just because of her relationship. Just look at her relationship with Barbara. Li Ruoxi nodded. I see. I don't know what's so special about this Chu Fan. Then she muttered to herself, how did that Barbara develop like that? I really want to ask her. She even patted her own. Being a woman, how can the differences be so vast? Li Ruoyan shook her head, but her mind began to seriously contemplate. Can the 2 sisters stay on the Sea King? If so, what identity would they have? Would Chu Fan accept her and her sister? Chu Fan, come here. On the deck, Lu Ruyan called out. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. What do you mean by Tiger Girl? Chu Fan chuckled. That's an endearing nickname for you. Lu Ruyan's face instantly flushed red as she finally understood what Chu Fan was saying. Stop talking nonsense. Don't call me that. It sounds terrible. What if Ruoyan and the others are inside taking a bath? Chu Fan smiled and said, you can't be wanting to watch them bathe, right? I'm telling you, I'm not that kind of casual person. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at him and said, if you can be casual, then you're not human, right? What are you dreaming about? Let me ask you, do we have any spare clothes? They haven't changed yet. Fearing that Chu Fan might feel awkward, Lu Ruyan added, don't worry about my feelings. I know these clothes are valuable. Whether you give them or not is up to you. Chu Fan stroked his chin and said softly, I do have a few sets left. Giving them 2 sets isn't out of the question. But these clothes can only be given to teammates. Lu Ruyan quickly replied, they are willing to stay on the ship as teammates. Chu Fan nodded. Then that makes things much easier, but I don't keep idle people on my ship. They must contribute in some way. Lu Ruyan nodded and said, that condition is very reasonable. Do you have any tasks for them? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, we need someone for cleaning, a cook, and someone to massage our arms and legs. Ask them if they can do it, and if they can let them stay. Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed slightly, but she did not refuse. Alright, I'll go ask them. Taking the 2 sets of Sea King outfits that Chu Fan had brought out, Lu Ruyan returned to the bathroom. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyan directly relayed Chu Fan's words. On no way is Chu Fan really that clueless about cherishing women. Li Ruoxi gasped, her face filled with disbelief. After all, I'm somewhat of a star. How can I do menial? Lu Ruyan sighed softly. Although she was good friends with them, there were some principled issues she couldn't overlook. Then were these 2 sets of clothes. After you're done, come out. Lu Ruyan sighed softly. Although she was good friends with them, there were some principled issues she couldn't overlook. Then were these 2 sets of clothes. After you're done, come out and have something to eat. After closing the door, Li Ruoyan said seriously, Ruo, times have changed. Put away your pathetic sense of superiority. No one will indulge you. At most, I'll help you do a bit more, but you're not allowed to say those things again. Li Ruoxi stuck out her tongue and, quick, try on these clothes. A moment later, Chu Fan was captivated by the sight of the sisters emerging from. Elder sister Li Ruoyan had her Sea King outfit transformed into a business style, with a white top, a black pencil skirt, and black stockings adorned with large letters accentuating her long legs. Her hair was tied up high, embodying the essence of a career woman. Meanwhile, younger sister Li Ruo, she was dressed in a JK uniform with a white top, a gray skirt, and a red bow tied at her chest. Perhaps due to her career, her skin was even more tender, and combined with this outfit, she radiated youthful. As for the similarity in their appearances, they were nearly 100. If one had to point out a difference, it might be that Li Ruo's chest seemed a size smaller, not exceeding a C cup. Seeing Chu Fan lost in thought, Lu Ruyan gently coughed, bringing him back to reality. Not bad. Since you agree, let's apply for you to join my fleet. The Li sisters nodded lightly and said okay. A moment later, Chu Fan's wrist device rang with 2 notifications. It should be the sisters' requests to join. He opened the device and took a look, almost spitting out his drink. 2 requests appeared on the screen. Player I Fu Lu Ning Na requests to join the Sea King, do you agree? He knew this was naturally Li Ruoyan. The other message read player full of monkeys my, but is the reddest request to join the Sea King, do you agree? Is this Li Ruoshi? Chu Fan couldn't help but ask, aren't you a star? Why that name? Li Ruoshi blushed and said, I just didn't want others to know, so I picked a random name. Chu Fan laughed heartily and accepted the requests. Since we're teammates now, don't be shy, oh come sit down and have something to eat together. At this moment Longu stood up and said, Chu Fan, I'm going with Xiao Fei to find an abandoned ship. Chu Fan nodded and said, alright, if you need any materials feel free to take them from me. After merging with the Ark, they had plenty of materials on the C5. If fixing up a small ship was certainly not a problem. Longu laughed heartily, don't worry, I won't be polite. Let's go, Xiao Fei. After saying that, he took Lu Shangfei and set off to look for abandoned boats on the sea. Chu Fan looked at the two and suddenly said, Ruoshi, I think I've heard you sing a song before, and it sounded really nice. Can you sing it for us? Li Ruoshi asked curiously, you've heard my song. Which one? Chu Fan replied, I think it was something about Su. Li Ruoshi had a puzzled look on her face, did I sing that song? Next to her, Lu Ru Yin had a black line on her face. Chu Fan, are you sure you're not talking about the smile of Super Idol? Chu Fan slapped his thigh and said, yes, that's it, the smile of Su Pai Dong. Li Ruoshi burst. Li Ruoyan couldn't help but chuckle as well. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Barbara, it seems I need to learn more foreign. Li Ruoshi cleared her throat and began to sing on the vast sea. The smile of Super Idol cannot compare to your sweetness. The midday sun in August cannot compare to your brilliance. The love of 105C for you, pure and pristine distilled water. It was no wonder she made a living singing. Oh, it sounded much better live than in a short video. At this moment, the sea suddenly stirred, and the once silent ghost ship began to show signs of life. A woman appeared in the place where E had stood yesterday, looking at the ships on the sea. Everyone, we at the Gathering Treasure Chamber have new treasures for sale. Feel free to come if you're interested. The woman deliberately looked in the direction of the Sea King. Mr. Chu Fan, Leonaire asked me to tell you that we have something you want today. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression turned serious. It was actually a message from Yi. What could it be? This successfully piqued Chu Fan's curiosity. Lu Ruyin and Barbara said in unison, we want to go too. Chu Fan was taken aback and laughed heartily. All right then, let's go meet up together. Chu Fan looked at the two women staring at him, feeling a wave of amusement in his heart. After taking a trip on a boat yesterday, he returned to find an extra companion, Yi. This time the two clearly came to keep an eye on him. After greeting Longu and Lu Shangfei, the others expressed their desire to witness the world. Chu Fan thought for a moment and replied, then let's go together. Moments later, Chu Fan and his group boarded the phantom ship and entered the cabin. It was their first time for Barbara and the others, and they were instantly shocked by the luxury of the room. Mr. Chu Fan, my name is Chower. Leander asked me to give this to you before she left. The maid who replaced Leander handed over a small box shortly after Chu Fan and the others boarded. After thanking her, Chu Fan opened the wooden box. Inside was a piece of white paper filled with elegant small characters, a small booklet, and a strange object that looked like both wood and metal. Chu Fan first picked up the white paper. This should be a message left for him by Yi. Chu Fan, congratulations on successfully becoming a supernatural being. Unfortunately, I cannot accompany you, so I want to explain the general situation of cultivation in this world to you. This world has many fruits of the gods, each one possessing different abilities. Aside from some special occupational powers, other combat-type abilities can generally be divided into 3 realms based on their cultivation level. These are Mortal Realm, Celestial Realm, and Divine Realm. Each realm has 10 minor levels. To advance to a higher stage, one must undergo special trials. As for the methods of trial, they will only be known after choosing a cultivation technique. Therefore, to embark on the path of martial cultivation, one must possess the corresponding technique. It should be noted that the fruits of the gods of the same attribute are not unique in this world. Thus, the strength of the technique determines the upper limit of cultivation. Techniques are categorized by strength into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, D, from highest to lowest. This is in Strength Lightning Cultivation Technique I collected many years ago to revitalize my Fox Demon Clan, Thunder God Sea Dominance Technique. It is said to be the strongest lightning secret art in the world. I have no use for it, so it is quite suitable for you. You will surely master this supreme lightning technique and dominate the world. With love, E. Oh, by the way, that wooden piece is called Thunderwood. You should find it useful for your cultivation tech. After reading E's letter, Chu Fan felt the depth of emotion from this fox demon woman. Such a precious gift must have cost E a great deal. As for saying it was of no use, that was clearly to comfort Chu Fan. E, thank you. Chu Fan will not let you down. He then picked up the small booklet on which the words Thunder God Sea Dominance Technique were written in large letters. However, this was clearly not a good place for cultivation. Chu Fan put everything back into the wooden box, planning to study it in detail after returning to the Sea King. This is way too expensive, I can't afford it. Lu Shangfei's voice came over and Chu Fan curiously walked over only to find that apart from 3 fruits of the gods, all the items on display were cultivation techniques. Xianming True Water Classic, Shrank Water Attribute Technique. Burning Heaven Red Emperor Technique, Shrank Fire Attribute Technique. Green Emperor Longevity Technique, Shrank Wood Attribute Technique. Put to Xianhuang Technique. A Rank Earth Attribute Technique. This coincidentally matched Lu Ruoyan's Water Attribute, Lu Shangfei's Fire Attribute, Barbarous Wood Attribute, and Long Guess Earth Attribute. This made Chu Fan have a faint feeling that someone knew the types of supernatural powers awakened by the people on his ship and had specially prepared these techniques. Among these techniques, the rank techniques cost 3,000 points. Each Shrank technique, however, was priced at an astonishing 5,000 points. Chu Fan felt a bit puzzled and called over Qiaoer. Miss Qiaoer, why are the techniques more expensive than the fruits of the gods? Qiaoer smiled and said, it's simple because the techniques are meant for those who have obtained the fruits of the gods. Chu Fan was taken aback, then he understood and couldn't help but marvel at the business acumen of the owner of the treasure pavilion. For those without supernatural powers, these techniques were nearly useless. But for those who had awakened their powers without a technique, they would forever be unable to engage in martial cultivation. It was like giving you a stimulant, but not telling you where the resources for cultivation were. Lu Ruoyan and the others shook their heads, indicating that it was impossible to obtain a technique in the short term. But Chu Fan smiled as others lacked points, but he had them. In the land of the abandoned gods, when the evil dragon wanted to trade with him, he took out more than 10 dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan kept 8 on him, giving the rest to Yi. Along with the 2 dragon-patterned gold coins from before, and the 3 goblin gold coins, the total amount of these coins now reached an astonishing 103,000 points. So buying these few techniques was no problem for Chu Fan. Seeing the regretful expressions on everyone's faces, he couldn't help but laugh. I say, what are you all so anxious about? Whatever you want to speak up. Today all expenses will be on me, young man. Boasting. A cold snort suddenly came from a corner of the room. Chu Fan was taken aback and instinctively turned to look. He saw a man and a woman walking in from the entrance. What a stunning pair of handsome man and beautiful woman. That was the first thought in everyone's mind. The woman had a slender figure wearing a fitted t-shirt on top and a pair of pants below, presenting an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and delicate features that gave a pleasing aesthetic. The man, on the other hand, was dressed in a tailored suit, handsome in appearance, but the hooked nose gave him a slightly sinister vibe. It was from this man that the voice had originated. Chu Fan frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" The man sneered, "Without strength you dare to play the big shot. Do you think you can afford the things here?" At this moment Qiaoer sensed the tension in the air and quickly stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Chu, these 2 are the captains of the war god ship ranked first in the points of the 10th Sea Area, Yi Fei and Qin Shutong. They came specifically because they heard we have water and fire attribute techniques." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart sank. The first place in the 10th Sea Area, no wonder they were so arrogant. However, if they wanted to show off in front of him, they shouldn't blame him for striking back. Thinking of this, Chu Fan sneered, "What makes you think I lack that kind of strength?" Yi Fei stepped closer and noticed Lu Ruoyan and Barbara in the crowd, as well as the Li sisters, and Bai Jia at the back, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He didn't expect there to be so many high-quality beauties here. However, he loved to show off in front of beautiful women. So he put on a self-satisfied smile and proclaimed loudly, "You guys from the 10087 Sea Area only have a little over 800 points in total. Even if you are that first place, Chu Fan, you only have a bit over 800 points. What makes you think you can buy things here? Then that means your points must be very high, right?" Yi Fei glanced at Lu Ruoyan and Barbara, openly admiring the 2 women before proudly declaring, "My points are beyond your imagination." Lu Ruoyan snorted coldly, while Barbara wore a look of disgust. Was this guy sick? Showing off as soon as he arrived, how annoying. Chu Fan laughed and said, "Since that's the case, let's have a competition and see how many items you can take away from here today." Yi Fei coldly sneered, "You're looking for death." At this moment, a few more people entered the room, all appearing to be from the 10087 Sea region. What's happening? Is someone provoking Chu Fan? Should keep it down. This person is said to be from the 10th Sea region. Wow, is that divine fruit really worth 10,000 points each? What's that? Look at those techniques. The cheapest one costs 30,000 points. The group whispered among themselves, recounting the events that had just transpired. Seriously, is this person really that formidable? From the looks of it, it seems true. What a pity. Although Chu Fan ranks first among us, it's still not enough on the vast ocean. At this moment, Chu Fan also realized that this so-called division of sea regions must have a chronological order. The earlier one ranks, the sooner they were probably transported here. Just like different servers in a game, those who opened earlier are naturally much stronger than those who opened later. Generally, players from different servers don't encounter each other, but those who have played online games know of a special circumstance. When there are too few players in one server, they will merge. The current number of players in the 10087C region is down to less than 6,000, and those ranked higher are likely even fewer. It seems that the opponents encountered in the future will increasingly consist of strong individuals. However, this is a survival of the fittest. Even if the regions don't merge, encountering these powerful players is only a matter of time. Fairness. Where is the fairness in a survival world? Strength is the only truth. With this thought, Chu Fan formed a plan in his heart. He would acquire all these fruits and techniques today. Only by continuously strengthening his own power can he ensure that he and the ones he cherishes can survive. Suddenly Chu Fan said, "Miss Chao, what should we do if many people want the same treasure?" Chao smiled and said, "This situation is quite common, so we at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion have specially established an auction house to handle such cases." Chu Fan nodded and said, "So it's first come first served, then this makes it easy." Just as he finished speaking, several figures appeared at the entrance of the room again. "Oh, Yifei, you're quite fast, aren't you?" Yifei turned around frowning, and beside him a girl named Chen Shutong also looked surprised. Lu Jinping from District 15, Xiao Yanming from District 18, Lu Jinsong from District 20, and Hua Chenyu from District 122. I didn't expect these people to be here too. Yifei's expression turned grim as he said, "After all, with so many great techniques appearing at once, it's no wonder they showed up. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion really knows how to do business." Seeing these big shots arrive, Chao smiled and said, "Since so many esteemed guests are here, let's officially start the auction. Because the items we are auctioning today are quite valuable, we require that participating players have a minimum of 1,000 points." Barbara was taken aback and whispered, "Dear, we only have 830 points in total. We don't even qualify to participate." "Brother-in-law, forget it. Our points can't compare to these big shots at all." Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "What's the rush? Your brother-in-law has plenty of points." Brother-in-law gave a thumbs up and said, "Chu Fan, your way of boasting is quite reminiscent of my younger days." Standing at the back, the sisters Li Ruan and Li Ruashi exchanged glances. They weren't very familiar with Chu Fan, so naturally they didn't dare to tease him. But like everyone else, they thought Chu Fan was just putting on a brave front. The usually calm Lu Ruoyan advised, "Forget it, this isn't something we can participate in. Let's go back first." Chu Fan laughed heartily and said, "You might not know, but we have far more than just these 830. Miss Chao, don't you have some points that haven't been withdrawn? I remember it was about 2,000 points, right?" Chao smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Chu Fan." Chu Fan waved his hand and said, "Withdraw all of it for me." "All right, Mr. Chu Fan, I will withdraw it right away." This caught everyone off guard, and Lu Shangfei exclaimed, "Wow, brother-in-law, you actually had 2,000 points." Chu Fan secretly laughed. This was just the beginning. However, he didn't reveal it, but instead asked Chao, "Miss Chao, am I qualified to participate in the auction now?" Chao smiled and said, "You are our esteemed guest, of course you are qualified." At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hurry up and start." Chao clapped her hands, and the layout of the room suddenly changed, transforming into a circular seating arrangement with a high platform in the center. "Please take your seats, our auction is about to begin." Chu Fan led everyone to sit down while the onlookers stood at a distance observing. "Chu Fan, you have to do well and bring glory to our 10087 district." Someone in the back shouted softly, and Chu Fan was taken aback, then smiled back at them. The first item for auction today is a ship lighting device, which uses solar energy for charging and has a range of 500 meters. The starting bid is 1,000 points with a minimum increment of 100 points. 1,200 points. Someone immediately shouted out. The lighting device is a component many ships lack and isn't easily found. 1,000 points is truly a bargain. Yifei glanced at the indifferent Chu Fan and mocked. "Look at you trying to show off. You probably can't even afford a lamp." Chu Fan smiled, but did not respond. He still had 97 powerful searchlights in his space, each worth double the auction price based on distance. So he simply didn't care about this auction item. However, this was merely an appetizer, and everyone was waiting for the big treasures to come. In the end, the searchlight was auctioned off to Yifei for 1,800 points. Yifei walked up to Lu Ruoyan with a beaming smile and said softly, "Miss, I would like to make a friend. If possible, consider this lamp as my gift." Wow. Yifei is indeed generous, a lamp worth 1,800 points, and he just gives it away. He's falling back into his old ways, getting distracted by pretty women. But this woman is indeed beautiful. I think that foreign girl is even more alluring. Did you notice? There are 5 beautiful women in the opposite group, each one more stunning than the last. Now that you mention it, the men in this group really hit the jackpot, encountering 5 such beauties at once. The crowd buzzed with discussion due to Yifei's bold move. Just when Yi Fei thought Lu Ruoyan would be overjoyed and accept his good intentions, his smile suddenly froze. Oh, I wonder how this lamp compares to the one my husband gave me. Tsk tisk. A wave of whispers emerged from the crowd. In Lu Ruoyan's hand a spotlight suddenly appeared, and just by its craftsmanship and size it seemed far superior to the one in Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei was taken aback, unexpectedly encountering such a situation, and felt a flush of heat on his face. He forced an awkward smile and said, "Oh, what a coincidence. So this beautiful lady." Yi Fei, not giving up, shifted his gaze to Barbara standing nearby. But soon he felt his face burn even more. Barbara also had a spotlight in her hand identical to Lu Ruoyan. As if afraid Yi Fei's face wasn't hurting enough, Lu Shangfei also pulled out an identical spotlight. Hiss! Now everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was an Earth where one could casually visit a lighting store and buy any kind of lamp. But it seemed that they didn't think the face slapping was loud enough as Chu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead with a grin. "Look at me forgetting about this. Here, one for each person." Saying this, Chu Fan pulled out 4 spotlights from his space and handed them to Brother Long by Jie Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi. Brother Long was naturally overjoyed, while others had to spend 1,800 points to get a spotlight far inferior to his, and he got his without spending a dime. Chu Fan, this brother is dependable. Li Ruoyan was stunned, unable to believe. "I can have one too. Of course you are also part of the Sea King. This is our employee benefit, take it." Yi Fei's mouth twitched at these words. He could only say that Chu Fan was truly smooth and shiny in his bragging. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd could no longer sit still. It's important to know that the sea at night is very dangerous, and the significance of a light source goes without saying. Therefore, calling a powerful spotlight a strategic resource is not an exaggeration. When did such treasures become so commonplace? Yi Fei was so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This operation made it seem like he had stretched his face out for a slap. "For clown." A cold snort suddenly came from the corner of the room. Yi Fei was furious and turned to shout, "Who is it?" Everyone's gaze turned, and they soon noticed a woman standing in a corner dressed in hanfu, with an impassive. At a glance, Chu Fan was taken aback. This woman's demeanor bore some resemblance to Lu Ruoyan. However, unlike Lu Ruoyan's calmness, this woman exuded a more aloof and cold beauty. Nevertheless, to describe her looks as stunning would not be an exaggeration. Even with so many beautiful women around Chu Fan, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a beautiful woman." But as soon as he spoke, he felt 2 sharp gazes like knives shooting towards him, causing him to immediately shut his mouth. The woman, undeterred by Yi Fei, shot him a glance and walked straight towards the auction podium. At that moment, Yi Fei clearly saw the woman's appearance. Instead of feeling angry, he revealed a fawning smile. "So it's Miss Fu, long time no see." People in the crowd recognized the newcomer immediately and began to chatter. "I didn't expect Fu Junru, the top in Area 3, to be here too. She is rumored to be the most beautiful woman in Area 3. Oh, and her strength is terrifying. If only I could be on the same boat as such a beauty, it would be worth dying." Fu Junru ignored the crowd and walked straight to a chair, sitting down. "Miss Chow, I apologize for..." Chow smiled and said, "No problem. Now let's move on to our next treasure. A god fruit priced at 1,000 points with a minimum bid increment of 1,000 points. Bidding starts now. 1,1000, 12,000, 15,000. Yi Fei placed a bid. He even deliberately glanced at Chu Fan as if to say, "Poor thing, can't afford it, can you?" Chu Fan ignored Yi Fei, but unexpectedly raised his right hand. 2,000. Barbara quickly tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve, looking anxious. "Darling, what are you saying? We don't have that many points." Lu Ruoyan suddenly had a thought. Chu Fan had previously brought back 5 god fruits, and at that time, they only had 200 points. Could it be that this guy has some trump card in hand? Yi Fei, however, excitedly shouted, "Everyone look. This Chu Fan clearly only had 2830 points during the verification, yet now he dares to bid 2,000. Miss Chow, what happens if someone bids but can't pay, eh?" Chow smiled and said, "For such cases we will handle them uniformly, though I believe Mr. Chu Fan knows the rules as well." As soon as she said this, Barbara, Brother Long, and the others looked tense. They remembered that burly man who had boasted about wanting to take Lianer only to be dragged into the black mist by a black claw due to insufficient points, and their hearts tightened. "Chu Fan, don't mess around." Chu Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Miss Chow, I understand the rules and won't make it hard for you." Chow nodded and continued, "Then let's continue. Mr. Chu Fan has bid 2,000 points. Does anyone want to raise the bid?" Yi Fei held back his impulse to raise the bid. After all, the main purpose of coming today was those few techniques. The other big shots likely had the same goal. After all, the god fruit carried too many uncertainties, and its value could not compare to the techniques. Yi Fei was more eager to see Chu Fan get killed by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion for not having enough points. Although it was the first time he had seen Chu Fan today, seeing the stunning women around him made him wish he could take their place. Plus, with the earlier spotlight incident, he felt utterly humiliated. At this moment, Yi Fei was solely focused on wanting to eliminate Yi Xin. Seeing no one else raising their bids, Xiao began to make the final call. 2000 points once. 2000 points twice. 2000 points 3 times. Alright, sold. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan for obtaining this god fruit. Yi Fei sneered. Chu Fan, now you're in a tough spot, aren't you? Let's see how you pay. The others also stared at Chu Fan with intense gazes. Others in the 10087C area let out sighs behind them. Our area is still too new, it's impossible to have such high points. Chu Fan is in danger now. Are we about to see a change in the number 1 ranking of 10,087 again? At this moment, Xiao also spoke up. Mr. Chu Fan, your point balance is insufficient. Would you like to supplement it? Haha, I knew this kid was just putting on a brave face. Let's see how you wrap this up. Chu Fan looked around. Everyone on his side wore worried expressions, and Lu Ruan was even ready to take out the moon god bow. The others, aside from Yi Fei's mocking expression, had varying looks. Some were skeptical, some mocked, and a few felt regretful. Miss Xiao, don't waste time with him. Oh, I can see he's just here to cause trouble. Xiao's expression also turned slightly cold. Although she knew Chu Fan's relationship with Lianer was unusual, she couldn't do anything about the rules of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Mr. Chu Fan, if you have no further supplements then. Suddenly she froze, watching as Chu Fan pulled out 2 shiny golden objects from his hand, her expression brightening. Transaction valid. Yi Fei was stunned and exclaimed, Xiao Chu Fan. To his surprise, Xiao ignored him and stepped forward to take the 2 gold coins from Chu Fan's hand. Goblin pattern gold coins, each worth 100 points, so this transaction is valid. Only then did Barbara and the others breathe a sigh of relief, and Lu Ruyan finally understood. These 2 gold coins were obtained by him and Chu Fan from that deserted island. He never expected these coins to be worth 1000 points. This kid really knows how to keep secrets. Chu Fan, brother, you're amazing. Long Gu gave a thumbs up. Yi Fei, on the other hand, felt like a boiled shrimp, turning red all over. Damn it, where did Chu Fan get so many treasures, making me lose face again and again? At this moment, after putting away the gold coins, Xiao continued. Next up for auction is still a divine fruit, with a starting bid of 100 points and a minimum increment of 100 points. Now let's start bidding. 11000. Yi Fei raised his hand ready to bid when he heard an annoyingly familiar voice. 2000. It was Chu Fan again. Chu Fan, what do you mean? Are you deliberately competing with me? Chu Fan smiled and said, Who are you? This is an auction, the highest bidder wins. If you lack strength, don't participate. Yi Fei's face grew darker, pointing at Chu Fan and saying, Are you looking for death? Xiao suddenly said, Mr. Yi, please remain quiet and do not disturb our normal auction process. This statement instantly brought Yi Fei back to his senses, forcing him to suppress his anger. Chu Fan will see about this. Chu Fan smiled and asked, Miss Xiao, do I need to pay up front? Xiao smiled and replied, Given Mr. Chu Fan's performance just now, there is no need to pay now. You can settle after the auction ends. Chu Fan nodded and said, In that case, thank you, Miss Xiao. With these 2 moves, Chu Fan completely baffled everyone. Isn't this a new area? How can there be so many points? This is not scientific. Could it be that this guy has struck gold? Even Fu Juanru, who hadn't spoken a word since sitting down, couldn't help but glance at Chu Fan twice. Xiao cleared her throat and announced, Next up for auction is the last divine fruit of the day, starting at 100 points, with a minimum increment of 100 points. Now let's start bidding. This time, surprisingly, no one bid. Instead, everyone looked at Chu Fan in a very strange manner. Seeing that no one was bidding, Chu Fan smiled and said, Why is everyone being so polite? Since no one wants it, I'll take it. 11000 points. I'll bid 13000. The bald man raised his hand. I'll bid 14000. Chu Fan remained calm. I'll bid 15000. Yi Fei finally couldn't hold back. Yi Fei thought, Damn it, why does this guy go all in as soon as I bid? Chu Fan expressed that going all in is an art. Without any suspense, with the completion of the transaction for this divine fruit, all 3 divine fruits of the day were obtained by Chu Fan. Darling, you're amazing. Barbara praised with a smile. Chu Fan laughed heartily, finally understanding why so many people liked being rich. The feeling of spending lavishly with no competition was simply fantastic. Yi Fei snorted coldly and said, Don't get too complacent, this is just an appetizer. Let's see what you use to buy skills later. Everyone, next up is the highlight of our day, 5 skill books. At this moment, a maid rushed up and whispered something in Xiao's ear, to which she nodded after hearing it. After the maid left, Xiao smiled and said, To correct, it's not 5, but 6 skill books. The first one for auction is an 11 Earth-type skill, the Back Earth Mystic Yellow Art, starting at 300 points, with each increment not less than 200 points. Now let's start the bidding. Upon hearing this news, Long Guest's breath quickened. This skill was prepared just for him, but he had nothing right now. How could he buy it? Seeing Long Guest's distressed expression, Chu Fan smiled and said, Long Gu, do you want it? Of course I want it, but we can't afford it. Right now the most precious thing I have is my wife. Bai Jia glared at him and said, what do you mean? Do you want to sell me? Long Gu chuckled and said, just kidding wife, my teeth have been hurting lately. Bai Jia was taken aback and asked. Long Gu replied, no, it's because you're too sweet. Bai Jia blushed and pouted. You're so annoying. Chu Fan was speechless, wondering why this couple suddenly started flirting. As if recalling something, Bai Jia suddenly said, Chu Fan. Chu Fan waved his hand and interrupted, sister-in-law, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'll secure this skill for Long Gu. Long Gu was a loyal person. You could see that from his attitude towards Gao Shuaiqi. Once he grows, he will be a great asset for himself. Therefore, Chu Fan was determined to secure this skill, considering it an investment. Long Gu patted his chest and said, brother, I won't be polite with you, but if you can help me secure this skill, whatever you want, I won't blink an eye. Of course, except for my wife. Chu Fan nearly fell over, asking Long Gu if he could not bring that up. At this point, the bidding for the skill was heating up, as it seemed many people wanted to secure it. In just a few exchanges, the price of this level skill had already reached 4,200 points. Mr. Lu Jinping bids 4,200 points. Is there a higher bid? 4,200 points going once. 4,200 points. Lu Jinping smiled. 4,200 was already a very high price, and it seemed he would definitely secure it this time. 4,300. Chu Fan made his move. Lu Jinping was taken aback and quickly said, 4,400. I don't believe you can outbid me. 4,500. Chu Fan did not hesitate and continued to raise the bid. Lu Jinping gritted his teeth and said, kid, are you doing this on purpose? Chu Fan shrugged and replied, no nonsense, but it's all about skills here. Lu Jinping's expression changed repeatedly. 4,500 had already exceeded his budget, since there were still 5 level skills to bid on. If he spent too much now, he would be completely out of the running for this level skills later. After much hesitation, Lu Jinping snorted and sat down. Thus, the first level Earth-type skill was successfully secured by Chu Fan for 4,500 points. Damn, Chu Fan, you're amazing. No, you are my big brother, Chu Fan. If you ever need me along, I will definitely not hesitate. Long Gu was so excited that he was dancing in his seat. If Bai Jia hadn't pinched him to quiet down, he would have probably burst into song. Next, we have our first level skill of the day. Level Fire-type skill, Heavenly Flame Red Emperor Art, starting at 500 points with minimum increments of no less than 500 points. Now the bidding starts. As soon as Chower finished speaking, someone immediately began to bid. 5,500, 6,000, 7,500. I bid 8,000. Yi Fei's expression was also fiery as he raised his right hand. I bid 9,000. Although he was not a fire attribute ability user, this rank fire attribute skill was still extremely rare. If he could obtain it, the capabilities of his team would achieve a qualitative leap. However, even in the top-ranked area, the 9,000 points was still an astronomical figure. Indeed, when the bid of 9,000 was announced, the venue fell into silence. Lu Shangfei clenched his fists anxiously. He did not know how many trump cards Chu Fan had, but for zone 10087, the price of 9,000 was equivalent to a sky-high number. In the next moment, Chu Xin raised her hand and said, 9,500. Yi Fei's eyes turned cold, secretly thinking that it was this Chu Fan again. Was this guy intentionally opposing him? So Yi Fei gritted his teeth and raised his hand, saying, 1,000. Chu Fan showed no hesitation and continued to raise the bid, 1,0500. Yi Fei angrily shouted, Chu Fan, are you deliberately opposing me? However, Chu Fan ignored him and instead said to Chower, Miss Chower, this person keeps intimidating me, which makes me a bit suspicious. If this continues, he might be detrimental to me. Upon hearing this, Chower nodded and said, Mr. Chu Fan makes a valid point. Mr. Yi, please control your emotions. If you continue to disrupt the rules of our auction, I will have to ask you to leave. Although Yi Fei was infuriated, he clearly could not afford to offend the treasure-gathering pavilion. He snorted coldly and sat down with a gloomy expression. 1,000 points was his bottom line. He could no longer consider anything beyond that. With Yi Fei, the biggest opponent, gone, the auction lost all suspense. Chu Fan successfully acquired the Shrank Fire skill, Feng Tianqi Di Ju, for 1,050 points. Lu Shangfei excitedly shouted, Brother-in-law, you are truly my father. Lu Ruyin slapped him, saying, What nonsense are you talking about? Is that how you speak? Next up for auction is another Shrank skill, the Wood Attribute skill, Qing, Di Chong, Sheng, Ju, starting bid 5,000 points, and the minimum raise is 5,000 points. Begin the bidding. To everyone's surprise, although it was also in strength skill, very few people participated in this auction, with only one person calling out 5,500 points. Chu Fan found it strange, saying, "Weird, why is no one bidding? I bid 6,000 points." Beside him, Fu Jianru suddenly spoke. The wood element is considered the rarest among elemental abilities, but it also has the weakest attack power, so it's not surprising that it's less popular. This statement made Chu Fan and his group realize, but they did not think the wood element was weak. From barber skill attributes, it was evident that this attribute had a very high healing capacity. Needless to say, it had to be obtained. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Chu Fan successfully acquired the wood attribute strength skill Qing Di Chong Xingju for 7,500 points. At this moment, someone had already sensed that something was amiss, because in such a short time Chu Fan had already spent 26,500 points. Not to mention, he was the top of zone 10087. But even if he was among the top in the previous zones, such a large amount of points was quite terrifying. It seemed that this Chu Fan was either bluffing or had encountered some kind of fortuitous event. Chu Fan was unaware of these thoughts. He silently said to himself, "The joy of being a tyrant is beyond your imagination." 265,000 is merely the equivalent of 3 dragon-shaped gold coins. It's nothing at all. Points are just like money. They only hold value when spent, otherwise they're just numbers. Next up is a skill that everyone has been looking forward to, our Shrank Water Element skill, Xianming Zhen Shui Jing. It is said that this is a special skill that combines offense and defense, and it even has self-healing capabilities. To call it the #1 water skill is not an exaggeration. Although this skill is extremely rare, our treasure-gathering pavilion has always been fair in business. The starting bid is still 5,000 points, and the minimum raise is 5,000 points. Now let's begin the auction. As soon as Qiao finished speaking, everyone became restless. It seemed this was the highlight of the day. Sure enough, someone immediately made a bid. 6,000 points. 8,000 points. I bid 9,000. Unlike the previous 3 skills, the water element skill shot straight to 9,000 points from the start. The reason is simple: what skill could be more advantageous than water skills on the ocean? I bid 1,000. Yifei also made his move. This was his true purpose for coming today. I bid 1,1,000. Chu Fan could sense the fiery intensity in Lu Ruyan's eyes, which was extremely rare. Needless to say, it had to be obtained. 1,2,000. Yifei almost gritted his teeth as he shouted out this price. I bid 1,3,000. Someone followed with a bid. I bid 1,4,000. Chu Fan followed up with another bid. I bid 1,5,000. Yifei almost screamed it out. Chu Fan's lips curled slightly. Oh, was this about to reach his limit? I thought you were so impressive. 16,000. Chu Fan did not back down. Chu Fan, are you trying to stir up trouble? Yifei glared at Chu Fan with red eyes. What a joke! If you can keep up, then keep up. If not, sit down. 17,000. The previous bidder gritted his teeth and raised again. 2,000. I bid 2,000. Yifei shouted his price. Damn, this kid Yifei has gone mad, actually bidding 2,000. If he really gets it for 2,000, then he shouldn't have many usable points left for a while. After all, being from Zone 10, he has some confidence. 2,000, I dare not follow that. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yifei smiled slightly and said, "Go ahead, if you have the ability, keep following. I don't believe you still have any trump cards." Chu Fan smiled slightly. 2,1,000. Now the people beside Chu Fan were no longer calm. Even Lu Ru Yin could not help but hold Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan felt that little hand trembling slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. It turned out that this tiger girl was not as strong as she appeared on the surface. In reality, she was just a girl in her early 20s, just very good at hiding her feelings. I don't believe he has any points left. Miss Qiao, I think he is scheming. Qiao glanced at Chu Fan and then at Yifei with a hint of sarcasm. You other mister. Chu Fan has this ability. Our treasure-gathering pavilion will judge. The auction has not yet concluded. Do you wish to continue raising the bid? Yifei suddenly felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He abruptly pulled up Chen Shutun beside him. I don't want this woman anymore. Don't worry, I haven't touched her. Whoever wants her 1,000 points, they'll sell her. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. Chen Shutong stood up, her small face flushed red. Yifei, what did you say? How can you treat me like this? Yifei slapped her, sending Chen Shutong tumbling to the side. Whether intentional or not, she fell directly towards Chu Fan. Chu Fan was startled and instinctively jumped aside, while everyone watched in shock as Chen Shutong fell to the ground. When she sat up again, everyone saw her red eyes, one hand covering her mouth as she cried, filled with deep resentment, evoking pity from all. Yifei shouted, Damn it, do you even have a say here? Without me you would have died 800 times already. You must do whatever I tell you. Ignoring Chen Shutong's reaction, he shouted, Is there anyone interested? I only need 1,000 points. No, 8,000 is fine. Miss Qiao, please give me 5 minutes. Qiao air-sighed at the scene, but did not refuse for such a situation. The auction house was instantly in an uproar. This Yi Fei is really crazy. He's even selling his partner. Indeed, but to be fair, Chen Shutong is quite attractive, though she can't compare to the few exquisite beauties around Chu Fan. Chen Shutong's face turned ashen as she glanced around, finally looking tearfully at Chu Fan. Big brother Chu, save me. Chu Fan rubbed his nose and replied, Miss, we are not familiar, you know. I know Yi Fei has a grudge against you, and he is treating me this way. I am willing to help you deal with him. Hearing this, Yi Fei stepped forward and slapped her again. You wretched girl, how dare you talk to me like that? Chu Fan was about to step in to stop it, when suddenly something clicked in his mind. This situation was a bit too strange. Clearly there had been intimate interaction between the two before the auction started. No, this situation is suspicious. With that thought, Chu Fan acted like he saw nothing and remained seated. Yi Fei's subordinates obviously hesitated for a moment. Although it was brief, Chu Fan clearly saw it, further solidifying his thoughts. Slap. Chu Fan did not move, and Yi Fei felt a bit disappointed. However, he did not stop, and this slap landed solidly on Chen Shutong's delicate face. Chen Shutong's face immediately swelled, bearing a handprint. Lu Rian, surprised, said, You actually don't want to help her. Chu Fan awkwardly coughed twice and said, Tiger girl, can you stop speaking like an old lecher? If you two are here, just forget it. Lu Rian scoffed, You can't be serious. At that moment, Yi Fei took a step forward, lifting his hand again to strike Chen Shutong, only to be stopped by a large hand. Yi Fei, you really don't understand how to cherish a beautiful woman. The speaker was Xiao Yanming from Area 18, the bald man. This man was tall and muscular, his skin a bit dark, exuding an air of strength. However, the bald head somewhat diminished his handsomeness, adding to his fierceness. Upon seeing someone finally speak up, Yi Fei felt relieved in his heart. But he did not show it on his face, instead wearing an unhappy expression. Xiao, it's none of your business who I teach a lesson to get lost. Xiao Yanming's eyes rolled as he glanced at the pitiful Chen Shutong, and he raised his voice. Wait, Yi Fei, you don't want such a good girl, you really are wasting her. What, you want to buy her? Yi Fei replied with dissatisfaction. Xiao Yanming smiled and said, Yes, if you're willing, you'll buy her for 5,000 points. I can't offer any more. Yi Fei frowned, glanced at Chu Fan beside him, and finally stomped his foot, saying, Fine, 5,000 it is. Xiao Yanming was overjoyed and immediately opened his wristband, saying, All right, let's trade. The two exchanged on the wristbands, and Yi Fei looked at the additional 5,000 points in his account, throwing down the words, She's yours now. Then he didn't look back, turning to Qiao Air and saying, Miss Qiao, please continue the auction. Xiao Yanming promptly pulled the seated Chen Shutong up, holding her in his arms, and joking, Miss Chen, Yi Fei doesn't know how to cherish a beautiful woman. Don't worry, I'm the best at caring for people, so just follow me. Chen Shutong sobbed, Thank you, brother Xiao, but my face hurts a bit, I want to go wash it. Xiao Yanming, hearing this, displayed a pig-like grin and said, Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Meanwhile, Yi Fei, after gaining the 5,000 points, raised his hand and declared, I'll offer 2,500. In his view, no matter how formidable Chu Fan was, he couldn't keep this up indefinitely. With these 5,000 points, he would definitely remember this auction. But to avoid unnecessary trouble, he directly wagered all 5,000 points. This time he was truly all in. Yi Fei is really ruthless, 2,500, which is already 5 times the original price. Now Chu Fan probably can't follow anymore. After all, he already spent 2,600 points. Even if he was formidable, he couldn't. Wait, this guy is really impressive. Everyone watched as Chu Fan leisurely raised his right hand, saying, 2,600. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, Chu Fan, are you really going to compete with me? Chu Fan stood up, looking calmly at Yi Fei, his voice low but filled with power. Compete with you? What are you? As soon as Chu Fan spoke, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed. Then a soft voice came from the crowd. Good, good, good. I haven't seen such a brave young man in a long time. Everyone was drawn to the voice, and Chu Fan was no exception. A man extremely androgynous, dressed in white, slowly walked in. Hiss. Yi Tian. Why is he here too? This is going to be lively. Yi Fei was initially stunned, and upon recognizing the visitor, he joyfully exclaimed, Big brother, you finally made it. The man called Yi Tian smiled as he approached, and upon seeing Fu Juanru sitting to the side, he greeted her with a smile. Sister Ru, I didn't expect to see you here. Fu Juanru snorted coldly and did not respond. Yi Tian, unfazed, turned to look at Chu Fan, and upon seeing Lu Rian and Barbara beside him, his eyes flickered with admiration. Chu Fan frowned slightly. He felt a strong sense of oppression from this Yi Tian. Is it Chu Fan? I'm Yi Tian from Area 2. Yi Fei is my younger brother. Do me a favor and let him have this fruit. Just as Chu Fan was about to speak, Tian added, "Oh, I need to clarify this isn't up for negotiation." At these words, everyone was stunned by his arrogance. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Oh, is that so? What if I don't agree?" Tian smiled and said, "You can try." Tian spoke these words with a smile, yet anyone could discern the hidden killing intent behind his grin. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the confidence and murderous aura emanating from Tian. Behind him, Barbara and the others stood up, voluntarily positioning themselves behind Chu Fan. Even the Lee sisters, who had just boarded the ship, rose to their feet, resulting in a standoff between the two sides. At this moment, Xiaoer suddenly spoke, "Mr. Yi, your actions severely violate the rules of our treasure-gathering pavilion, and we hereby issue you a serious warning. If you do not restrain yourself, you will be prohibited from stepping into the pavilion from now on." This proclamation astonished everyone. What's going on? This has happened before, but the treasure-gathering pavilion has never intervened. Is today a rare occurrence? Indeed, it seems Tian is going to face some difficulties this time. Chu Fan thought to himself, realizing that Xiaoer was likely trying to help him out for Yi's sake. Moreover, Xiaoer's warning was quite severe. Even Tian, no matter how formidable, had to consider the consequences. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. The astonishment on Tian's face was undeniable. After a few expressions flickered across his face, he suddenly smiled. "My attitude was poor earlier, Chu Fan. Are you willing to give up this technique? Consider it a favor owed by me, Tian. What do you say?" Chu Fan chuckled, saying, "You people are truly strange. Do I know any of you? One by one you come over asking me to give you face. Is your face really that valuable?" Tian was momentarily taken aback, and a flash of killing intent crossed his face. "Very well, Chu Fan, I remember you." At this point, Fu Juanru, who had been sitting behind, suddenly spoke up. "Humph, self-righteous fools, your face is worth nothing." This surprised Chu Fan a bit. He hadn't expected Fu Juanru to speak up for him. Seeing Fu Juanru interject, Tian's expression changed again. After nodding 3 times and saying good, he turned his back and walked over to Yifei. At this time, Xiaoer hurriedly said, 2600. Is there a higher bid than 2600? 2600 once. 2600 twice. 2600 3 times. Deal? Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan for successfully bidding for this glass water technique, mystic water scripture. Yifei anxiously said, "Big brother, I." Tian waved his hand, saying, "Don't worry, we will discuss it later. The water techniques are not limited to just this one. If I find a better one next time, I will secure it for you." Yifei was overjoyed, saying, "Really? Big brother, then I'll count on you." He glanced at Chu Fan from a distance, whispering, "Chu Fan, just enjoy your little triumph for a few days." On Chu Fan's side, everyone who had bid successfully was naturally overjoyed. At this moment, Xiaoer cleared her throat, saying, "Next we have our last item for today's auction, a treasure that was acquired temporarily. It is the glass ice technique, extreme frost sky technique, starting bid 500 points, minimum increment 5000. Now the bidding begins." As Xiaoer's voice fell, the venue erupted into chaos once more. "I can't believe there's an ice technique. I was wondering why Tian and Fu Juanru both showed up. Turns out they're here for the ice technique." Chu Fan and the others were puzzled and asked someone in front, "Brother, why is everyone reacting so strongly to the ice technique?" The person in front smiled upon hearing Chu Fan's question, saying, "Hey, you've asked the right person. Let me explain it to you slowly. In this world, there are many kinds of divine fruits, each with different abilities. However, elemental fruits are generally derived from the 7 elements: gold, wood, water, earth, thunder, wind, and fire. Among them, there exists a very special entity, the ice element." The man spoke eloquently, noticing that Chu Fan and the others were captivated, making him even happier. The ice element is also derived from the water element, belonging to a branch of water. However, on this vast ocean, the only element that can truly counter the water element is likely the ice element. At this moment, Long Good disputed, "That's not right. Isn't it said that water is covered by earth? Logically, the element that should counter water should be earth." The man shook his head, saying, "Not at all. As the ancient saying goes, the timing is not as good as the location. While earth can indeed counter water, that's called timing. But now we are in the middle of the ocean, and your bit of earth is simply insufficient. That's called location." His words left everyone stunned, and Lu Shangfei gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Barbara also applauded, saying, "Well said. You must be a great scholar." The man, seeing such a goddess as Barbara praising him, couldn't help but feel elated. I'm flattered. My name is Jean Keelan, known as the information broker. Since this is our first meeting, I won't charge you for this news." He continued, "If you want to buy any information in the future, just call for me in the World Channel. Old Jean offers fair prices and is honest to all." Chu Fan thought to himself that this guy is truly impressive, unexpectedly becoming an information dealer in the survival world. Indeed, capable people can always find their place. There's no need to offend such a person, oh perhaps one day it will come in handy. Thinking of this, Chu Fan took out a spotlight and handed it over. Thank you, Brother Jean. We are not people who love to take advantage, so consider this light as my information fee. Jean Keela's eyes lit up upon seeing the spotlight. He eagerly took it and said excitedly, Brother, you are quite talented. In the future you will undoubtedly have your place on this ocean. Since you're so generous, I'll give you another piece of information. Chu Fan chuckled to himself, realizing he had indeed made the right gift, and immediately asked, Brother Jean, please tell me. I'm all ears. Jean Keela looked around, leaned closer to Chu Fan, and lowered his voice as he spoke. I heard that the native inhabitants beneath the sea have recently been making moves, and Yi Tian has formed a partnership with the shark people. You all need to be cautious. In the sea, the shark people are formidable opponents. Suddenly, Chu Fan recalled the shark man Noak whom he had killed, as well as the beautiful mermaid by Xing, and asked, Brother Jean, are the shark people really that powerful? With my abilities, I shouldn't be afraid of them, right? Jean Keela replied, If they're ordinary shark people, then yes, but some among them possess special abilities which are truly troublesome. Right now you are in the windless sea, so you don't need to worry, but once you leave the windless sea, the shark people will quickly find you based on their capabilities in water. At that time, Chu Fan's heart sank. This information was indeed timely. Although Jean Keela didn't finish his sentence, Chu Fan already understood his implication. If the shark people found him, it meant Yi Tian had found him. It seemed that this was one of Yi Tian's sources of confidence. Clearly, he needed to quickly enhance his and his teammates' strength. Otherwise, when facing Yi Tian, they would be destined for death. At this moment, Fu Juanru, who had been silent beside them, suddenly raised her hand. I bid 8,000 points. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Wow, the beautiful Fu has finally taken action. Jean Keela chuckled, saying, Fu the Beautiful One is the top of Area 3, possessing ice attributes as her special ability, nicknamed the Ice Fairy. However, she has always lacked a powerful technique, but now there is a good show to watch. Chu Fan asked, why is that? Jean Keela pointed towards Yi Tian and said, Yi Tian also has ice attributes, and today this technique is the only strength ice attribute technique that has appeared. Do you think those two will not fight for it? Chu Fan nodded, realizing that the biggest competition at this auction had just begun. What he had just seen was merely an appetizer. I bid 1,000. Yi Tian followed up with a bid. I bid 1,2,000. At this moment, another person in the crowd also placed a bid. Old Ding, you are not even ice attribute. What do you want this for? Hey, you don't understand. If I can get it, do you think the Ice Fairy won't come to plead with me? Damn, Old Ding, only you could think of that. I'll join, and I bid 1,300. Fu Juanru was not concerned about the reactions of others, as she knew that her biggest rival here was definitely Yi Tian. 15,000. 16,000. Indeed, with Fu Junru's bid, Yi Tian immediately raised his bid as well. Rume, you can't compete with me, Yi Tian said with a smile. Fu Juanru shot him a glare and replied, Don't speak so intimately, making it sound like we are very familiar. 17,000. 18,000. After 10 minutes of competition, the price of this most popular technique soared to 36,000. Fu Junru's face was frosty. This was almost reaching her limit. But this technique was incredibly... Yet Yi Tian appeared utterly relaxed, smiling. Rume, I told you you can't compete with me, so why bother? Fu Juanru sneered. Yi, your points should be nearly exhausted as well. What are you so pleased about? The outcome is still uncertain. Yi Tian smiled slightly and said, You are correct, and my points are indeed running low. After a brief pause, he suddenly said, But don't forget, my brother still has 2,500 points. Rume, what do you have to compete with me? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng laughed heartily. That's right, I have to thank Chu Fan for saving me those 2,500 points, otherwise you might have really won. Fu Junru's expression changed drastically, but at this moment, she had no way back. Gritting her teeth, she said 38,000. Yi Tian pulled out a folding fan and waved it casually, appearing utterly relaxed. 4,000. At this moment, Xiao Yinming suddenly said, Have you seen Shuadong? How could she disappear after just a trip to... At this time, a person named Hua Chenyu from Area 122 suddenly laughed. Xiao Days, don't you understand? You've been played. Xiao Yinming with his shiny bald head looked confused. Hua Master, clarify what you mean. Hua Chenyu chuckled. I estimate that Qin Shuadong has long returned to the ship in Area 10. What happened just now was an act, and only you, this old lecher, would fall for it. Ha ha. Xiao Yinming finally understood he had been played for a fool. Reacting, the bald Xiao pointed at Yi Fei and cursed, Damn it, Yi Fei, you tricked me. Yi Fei shrugged and said, Do you have any evidence? Besides, I've handed her over to you, but how she chooses is her freedom. I can't control that. Xiao Yinming with his short temper became furious immediately and shouted, Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If you don't hand her over today, I won't let this go. Yi Tian coldly said, Oh, I want to see how you plan to do that. Upon hearing Yi Tian speak, Xiao Yinming instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, pointing at the Yi brothers, unable to say anything for a long time. In the end, he could only stomp his foot and say, Yi Fei, don't let me find Chun Shuadong, or otherwise I will make her pay. Having no way to deal with the Yi brothers, he could only vent his anger on Chen Shuadong. Yi Tian snorted coldly and turned to Fu Junru. So Rume, will you raise your bid? If not, this technique will belong to me. Fu Junru's face alternated between white and red, clearly angered by the shameless actions of the Yi brothers. In the end, she gritted her teeth and raised her voice. Is there anyone here willing to lend me some points? I, Fu Junru, will definitely remember this favor. With Fu the Beautiful One asking for help, many were tempted. But the next moment, Yi Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. Anyone who dares to help will be going against me, Yi Tian. Fu Junru angrily asked, Yi Tian, what do you mean? Yi Tian shrugged and said, there's no way around it, Rume. Other things can be set aside, but this technique I must have. At this point, those who initially wanted to impress the beauty all sat down, choosing to observe. Suddenly, Lu Jinsong from Area 20 stood up and loudly declared, others might fear you, Yi Tian, but I do not. Miss Fu am willing to lend you 100 points. Fu Junru's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard Yi Tian softly say a sentence. Lu Jinsong, are you sure you want to go against me? Lu Jinsong scoffed, so what? I'm not afraid of you. But what Yi Tian said next struck Lu Jinsong like a bolt of lightning. Lu Dio, 58 years old, an ordinary worker at the Jiangxing paper factory. Guess where he is now? Lu Jinsong's face suddenly changed upon hearing this. You? How do you know my father's name? Yi Tian coldly replied. And Yin Fengxia, 56 years old, a cleaner at the Jiangxing hotel. Where do you think she is now? Lu Jinsong felt as if all his strength had been drained away, collapsing weakly. He hurriedly said, Miss Fu, I'm sorry, I take back what I just said. I can't help you with this. Yi Tian, I won't interfere in your matters. Oh, just promise me do not harm my parents. Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, saying, you are quite sensible. Fu Junru was so enraged by Yi Tian's actions that she gritted her teeth, saying, Yi Tian, you are truly shameless, actually using someone else's family to threaten me. Haha, extraordinary situations require extraordinary measures. Rume, you cannot compete with me. It's better to listen to me and follow me. In the future, who in this world could stand against us? Fu Junru felt despondent, realizing that it was no longer possible for her to obtain this technique today. The detestable Yi Tian was indeed vile. Not a single person in the crowd dared to step forward to help her at this moment. Alas, it seems this technique has no connection to me. With that thought, Fu Junru sighed and prepared to give up. Suddenly, a pleasant male voice rang out. Miss Fu, I am willing to assist you. Fu Junru's face brightened with joy as she turned sharply to see a man smiling at her. She admitted that at this moment that smile was the most beautiful smile in the world. Yi Tian's expression turned cold. Chu Fan, you seek death. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Chu Fan chuckled disdainfully. With the surname Yi, there's no possibility for us to reconcile. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with a glint as he said softly, if you withdraw now, I promise to treat the previous matters as if they never happened. Chu Fan laughed heartily, saying, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Moreover, what I despise the most is your kind of bullying attitude. Having said that, he turned to Fu Junru and said, the beautiful Fu, feel free to raise the bid. Oh, as long as you can defeat this Yi, I will support you no matter how much. At this moment, Chu Fan still had about 500 points to use, while Yi Tian, even with Yi Fei's support, only had around 200 points left. Therefore, as long as no one else participated, defeating Yi Tian was more than enough. Why do you want to help me? Fu Junru asked calmly, not letting excitement cloud her judgment. It's simple, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chu Fan replied with a smile. Fu Junru raised her thumb after hearing this answer. All right, based on your words, I consider you a friend. At this statement, everyone present gasped. To hear the ice beauty voluntarily say the words of friendship was indeed no small feat. It's worth noting that Fu Junru was famously cold, and this icy quality truly complimented her. However, admiration aside, they dared not offend the Yi family and could only watch from the sidelines. With Chu Fan's support, the auction continued. 410,000. Fu Junru raised the bid by 1,000 on the basis of 4,000. 450,000. Yi Tian shouted coldly. After glancing at Chu Fan, who gave her a reassuring look, Fu Junru raised her hand again. 46,000. 50,000. Without pause, Yi Tian immediately raised the price to 5,000. Hiss. I didn't expect a 5,000 bidding for a technique to reach 5,000, a tenfold increase. Those who had intended to participate in the bidding all retreated without hesitation upon hearing this price. Now it had become an unknown situation between Yi Tian and Fu Junru. Yi Tian snorted coldly, saying, I don't believe a number 1 from a new district can have that many points. Fu Juanru continued, 51000. 550000. Yi Tian, like a gambler, directly raised the price to 55000. This made Xiao a bit taken aback. Such a heated scene was her first experience. 56000. 60000. Yi Tian's expression darkened. This was his maximum limit. If the other side continued to raise the price, he would have to think of other ways. This price was indeed outrageous, increasing from 500 to 600, a full 12-fold. Fu Juanru looked grave as she glanced at Chu Fan. Chu Fan smiled slightly and nodded, saying, keep raising. Fu Juanru took a deep breath and said with a trembling voice, 61000. Yi Tian's expression grew serious. He didn't expect that Chu Fan actually had so many points. But admitting defeat was out of the question. He had to think of a way. Suddenly he said, everyone, I Yi Tian need your help now. I promise that anyone who helps me today will be repaid doubly later. These words moved many, increasing the pressure on Fu Juanru. Chu Fan furrowed his brow slightly. If these people were really swayed by Yi Tian, it would be troublesome. Though there weren't many people here, all were prominent figures from various districts. Even if their points were limited, the sheer number was overwhelming. Chu Fan's eyes scanned the room, his mind racing, when he suddenly spotted someone. His eyes brightened. Brother Xiao, I wonder if your 500 points count. Xiao Yinming, who had been observing, was still undecided. Today he had truly become the biggest joke of the event, gaining nothing and losing 500 points. That foul woman Chen Shudong acted so well that even he, a seasoned player, was deceived. Chu Fan's words undoubtedly served as a reminder. Hearing this, Xiao Yinming immediately stood up. You're right, Yi Tian. If you are truly sincere, count the 500 points your brother defrauded me of. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes turned cold. He cursed himself for forgetting about this brat. Chu Fan had hit his sore spot with this move. Fu Juanru secretly praised this. It seemed those who wanted to assist the Yi brothers would have to think twice. Indeed, those who had intended to curry favor with Yi Tian paused upon hearing Xiao Yiming's words. Some who had even stood up turned around and sat back down again. After all, no one's points came easily. They were all earned through hard work. And it was clear what had happened today. Yi Fei had tricked Xiao Yinming out of 500 points, which led everyone to have serious doubts about the credibility of the Yi brothers. Damn, I almost fell for it. With Yi Tian like that, if I help him today, he definitely won't acknowledge it later. Exactly, don't be fooled by his sweet words. He just wants to trick us. I won't be fooled trying to trick me. I'm as sharp as a monkey. Yi Fei was left stunned. He and Chen Shutong had done this countless times, never expecting to trip over their own feet because of such a matter. Yi Tian's face darkened as he glared at his incompetent brother. Despite Yi Tian's promises to double the points for Xiao Yinming afterward, he could not regain everyone's trust. However, to avoid offending him, some people still lent a bit. The amount they borrowed was quite laughable. The people in the room pooled together, saying, you 3,000, I 2,000, and managed to gather 200 points, making Yi Tian's face grow darker. Well, better than nothing. Chu Fan said, I'm not going to waste time with you. I have this much 6,300. If you have the ability. Chu Fan sensed Yi Tian's threat, but so what? You want to take me down, but don't I have the right to hug a strong leg? Indeed, Fu Juanru was a great choice, as she was powerful and beautiful. Yes, she truly had a great pair of legs. 64000. Chu Fan didn't hold back and directly shouted for Fu Juanru. Yi Tian nodded, saying, Good Chu Fan, you have guts, but I Yi Tian swear that when we meet next time, I will definitely kill you. If you have the ability, stay in this windless sea forever and don't come out. With that, he turned and left without looking back. Yi Fei, seeing everything had been decided, glared at Chu Fan unwillingly and left with a remark. 64000 for the first time. 64000 for the second time. 64000 for the third time. Congratulations to Miss Fu for successfully acquiring this level ice attribute technique, Extreme Frost Sky technique, at the price of 64000. This auction has now concluded. Thank you to all the guests. After Qiao Air announced the conclusion, the onlookers who had been watching from the sidelines gradually left the venue. Before leaving, Jean Keela said to Chu Fan, Brother Chu, the greatest gain today is making a friend like you. If you ever want to inquire about something, feel free to find me. We can negotiate a good price. Chu Fan nodded and replied, Sure, but I'm still curious about your sources of information, Brother Jean. Jean Keela glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention and quietly moved closer to Chu Fan. Considering your generosity, I'll share with you a piece of information that no one else knows. I also possess special abilities, but mine is a bit unique, closely tied to collecting intelligence, so my sources are absolutely reliable. This revelation surprised Chu Fan. He smiled and nodded, saying, I see. Thank you for letting me know, Brother Jean. Jean Keela waved his hand with a grin and disappeared at the cabin door. Chu Fan thought to himself that Jean Kilo was indeed an interesting person. His abilities were quite unique, providing no enhancement in combat power, but yielding crucial intelligence. This person must be befriended, as he might prove to be of great use in the future. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Fan and his companions approached Xiao Er. Mr. Chu Fan, your total expenditure is 545000 points. Since you are our esteemed guest, you enjoy a 20 discount, so you only need to pay 43600 points in total. We have already received 2 gold coins from you, so you only need to pay an additional 416000 points. Upon hearing this, those beside Chu Fan tensed up, including Fu Juanru, who looked at Chu Fan. They were all puzzled about where Chu Fan had acquired such a large number of points. Chu Fan smiled and directly pulled out 5 dragon-patterned gold coins from his pocket. Miss Xiao Er, do you think this is enough? Xiao Er's eyes lit up as she took the coins and exclaimed, so these are dragon-patterned gold coins. This is more than sufficient. There will still be 8400 points remaining, and I will immediately transfer that to your account. Here are your 3 divine fruits and 4 cultivation techniques. Please keep them well. Barbara recalled at that moment that these dragon-patterned gold coins were the ones that Chu Fan had opened from the treasure chest deep under the sea. However, she never expected these dragon-patterned gold coins to be so valuable. But her thoughts were the same as Chu Fan's. The money spent is the only real money, otherwise even a large number of points is just a number. After completing a large order, Xiao Er's expression brightened. Miss Fu, your total expenditure is 64000 points. I have 4000 points myself, so please lend me 24000 points, and I promise to pay you back later. Fu Juanru nodded, looking at Chu Fan. No problem. Chu Fan nodded. Then he pulled out 2 more gold coins and handed them to Xiao Er. The remaining 4000 can be deducted from the previous balance. By the way, can't this be discounted by 20? Xiao Er chuckled. That's not possible. Miss Fu is not our VIP customer. Chu Fan, a bit confused, replied, but I didn't spend more than she did. Why isn't she a VIP? Xiao Er explained, our VIP requirements are very high. Generally, one must accumulate over 10 million in spending to qualify. However, there is a special case. What case? Clients who provide these kinds of coins can directly become our VIPs without being restricted by spending limits. Chu Fan suddenly understood and couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed wise to take the risk and retrieve the treasure chest from underwater. He also grew increasingly curious about the dragon-patterned gold coins. The treasure gathering hall was even willing to establish a special plan for them, indicating that these coins were far more than mere points. Perhaps there was a secret behind these dragon-patterned gold coins. At that moment, Chu Fan swore to himself that he would not use the remaining 3 coins unless absolutely necessary. Fu Juanru was hearing about this situation for the first time, and her expression changed immediately. It seemed she had taken great advantage of Chu Fan today. At this moment, as if recalling something, Chu Fan suddenly smiled and said, then Miss Xiao Er, since I bought this technique, does that mean I can enjoy your discount? Xiao Er hesitated, saying this. From an emotional standpoint, she wanted to help due to her connection with Yi, but from a procedural standpoint, it was indeed a bit beyond her authority. So she could only shake her head and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Miss Fu participated in the auction, so it can't be like this. At that moment, a maid rushed over and whispered something in Xiao Er's ear. After hearing this, Xiao Er's expression slightly changed. Chu Fan then nodded and said, that's indeed the case, let it be then. Xiao Er hurriedly said, Mr. Chu Fan, wait a moment. The hall master has sent a message. We can agree to your request and proceed with the plan you just mentioned. This took everyone by surprise, especially Fu Juanru, who was stunned. Just who is Chu Fan to have the elusive hall master of the treasure gathering hall personally relay a message? At that moment, she even suspected that Chu Fan might be the hall master's illegitimate child. It seems forming a good relationship with Chu Fan was the biggest advantage of her trip. Chu Fan smiled and said, then please thank the hall master for me. Xiao Er responded, in that case, Miss Fu only needs to pay 5120 points in total. As she spoke, she returned one of the 2 dragon-patterned gold coins to Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded, saying, then deduct 200 points from my balance. Xiao Er smiled, saying, the hall master said to let him gift you the 200 left over, so 1 coin is This left Chu Fan utterly bewildered. The hall master was treating him too generously. What was it about him that warranted such investment? Could it be the dragon-slaying sword? After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't understand the reasoning, so he shook his head and decided to think no more. After all, it seemed that the hall master meant no harm and future matters could be addressed later. Fu Juanru was completely stunned. She truly felt like she had hit the jackpot today. Calculating this way, she had effectively borrowed 110 points from Chu Fan. If Yi Tian hadn't left, he would surely have spat blood upon seeing this scene. After smoothly completing the payment, Fu Juanru finally got her hands on the cultivation technique, letting out a long sigh of relief. Chu Fan, I Fu Junru, keep my word. I will definitely return the 11000 points to you as soon as possible. Chu Fan waved his hand saying, Miss Fu, there's no need for that, I'm not in a hurry. Fu Junru smiled, which was the first time everyone had seen her smile. This smile was captivating, and even Lu Ruyan had to admit that she looked incredibly beautiful when she smiled. However, that smile quickly faded. Chu Fan, aren't you afraid that I might default? Chu Fan smiled and replied, I trust my instincts. Moreover, I also need a powerful ally like you, Miss Fu. Fu Junru nodded, saying, Don't worry about Yi Tian, I will be near the exit of the Sea of No Wind. If he dares to come after you, I will definitely take action. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was the promise he sought. Despite Fu Junru's cold demeanor, it was often those who appeared aloof who possessed immense pride within. This pride made her unwilling to allow anyone to break the promises she had made, not even herself. After adding Fu Junru as a friend, Chu Fan brought everyone back to the Sea King. I believe everyone has seen that there are truly too many strong individuals in this world. Therefore, we must become stronger to ensure that we are not bullied by others in this vast ocean. This was also the method Fu Junru shared with Chu Fan. The cultivation methods in this world are different from ordinary books. Most people cannot read them even if they possess them. The only way is to activate the cultivation method using the corresponding element, thus obtaining its inheritance. In other words, even if Chu Fan brought back Fu Junru's ice attribute cultivation method, it would be of no use, because no one in his team currently mastered the ice attribute. Moreover, this inheritance is also one time only, which leads to the cultivation methods being non-reusable. After finishing his opening remarks, Chu Fan took out all the cultivation methods he had acquired today. Upon receiving them, everyone did not hesitate and directly activated their attributes to experience their respective cultivation methods. Chu Fan took out the Thunder God dominating the sea method left for him by placing it in the palm of his left hand while attempting to unleash a spark of lightning with his right hand. The moment that lightning made contact with the cultivation method, the book recording Thunder God dominating the sea suddenly lit up, transforming into a streak of thunder that surged directly into Chu Fan's mind. Immediately, a powerful divine sense seemed to appear out of nowhere, pouring into the depths of Chu Fan's memory. In less than a minute, his mind was filled with countless cultivation methods. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. Turning to look at his companions, he found their expressions mirrored his own. It seems everyone has successfully activated their respective cultivation methods. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm going to cultivate. I'm going to, dear wife, you can play by yourself for a while. I feel incredibly powerful right now. Lu Shangfei and Long Good jumped onto their small boat and began their cultivation as soon as they entered the cabin, leaving by Jia, who was left dumbfounded, stamping her feet in frustration at their retreating figures. Barbara also said, Darling, I'm going back to meditate. It turned out that her method of cultivation relies on seeing everyone leaving. Chu Fan noticed Lu Ruoyan still standing nearby and curiously asked Ruan, Why aren't you going to cultivate? Lu Ruoyan smiled faintly, saying, I am already preparing. I should be able to start cultivating in about 5 minutes. Chu Fan responded with an "Oh" and asked, Preparing for what? At that moment, Li Ruoyan's voice came through. Ruan, the water is ready. You can take a bath. Okay, I'll be right there. After Lu Ruoyan replied, she smiled at Chu Fan and said, Now it's ready. Chu Fan then understood that Lu Ruoyan's method of cultivation involved taking a bath. Wow, what a divine cultivation method. Is it really that comfortable? Compared to myself? Damn, why did I awaken with the lightning attribute? Chu Fan sighed bitterly and opened the Thunder God dominating the sea method in his consciousness. Lightning is one of the most destructive forces in this world, so for a cultivator to master this world-destroying attribute, they need to possess an exceptionally strong body. The entry method of Thunder God dominating the sea is quite simple, with just 2 requirements. Condition 1, sense the lightning power between heaven and earth and guide oneself to release lightning. Chu Fan has already met this first condition. The key lies in the second requirement. Condition 2, activate the lightning attribute within the cells by entering the sea of thunderstorm using the thunderwood, allowing one's body to endure 10,000 lightning strikes for the purpose of tempering oneself. Only with a body capable of withstanding the bombardment of lightning can one qualify to possess this world-destroying power. At this moment, Chu Fan began to suspect that Lu Ruoyan was truly the chosen one. Not only did she possess exceptional abilities, but her method of cultivation was also so comfortable. But despite the complaints, Chu Fan informed the Li sisters before entering a room on the top floor of the Sea King. Meanwhile, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi looked gloomy. The 2 sisters had always unconsciously become the focus of attention wherever they went. Especially Li Ruoxi, who was still a big star. But at this moment, they realized that beauty was completely insignificant, especially on the Sea King, where one could see numerous beauties that rivaled themselves. An unprecedented sense of loss surged in their hearts. Bai Jian noticed the expressions of the two girls, smiled faintly, and pulled them down to sit chatting casually. After Chu Fan closed the door, he sat on the floor and took out the thunderwood left for him by Yi. This thunderwood was completely black, looking like a non-metal, and felt slightly warm to the touch. Following the guidance of the cultivation method, Chu Fan tightly gripped the thunderwood, closed his eyes slightly, and began to draw upon the power of lightning elements within his body. When the lightning appeared, it was immediately attracted by the thunderwood and began to emit a faint glow. As time passed, the glow of the thunderwood grew brighter, and its color transformed from an initial pale white to a dark purple. At a certain moment, Chu Fan felt a bright light before him. When he reacted, he discovered he had arrived at an incredibly unfamiliar place. Here the sky was filled with endless dark clouds, and beneath his feet lay an infinite raging sea. Lightning as thick as an arm flashed through the clouds or struck the surface of the sea, producing deafening roar. At this moment, Chu Fan was sitting atop a mountain peak about 3 feet square, feeling that if he was not careful, he would fall into the furious sea below. In such an environment, ordinary beings could hardly survive. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if only Chu Fan existed along with the endless lightning. An unprecedented sense of loneliness surged within. Is this the Sea of Thunderstorm? It's not an exaggeration to call it hell. After stabilizing his mind, Chu Fan prepared to draw lightning into his body. I am the switch, I am the short circuit, I am the breaker of Ohm's law. Chu Fan shouted the incantation from the cultivation method with great flair. It was said that reciting this incantation in the Sea of Thunderstorm would increase the chance of being struck by lightning. The next second, a bolt of lightning split the heavens and struck Chu Fan, who was sitting atop the mountain. Wow, indeed, showing off gets you struck by lightning. No wonder you have to shout such a cringy incantation. This thought flashed through Chu Fan's mind, and without further ado, he lost consciousness as his vision went black. When he awoke again, he found himself back in the room. After checking his body, he was relieved to find no injuries. However, the shock to his spirit was still vivid. That feeling of facing death made his heart race uncontrollably. In his consciousness, the count of lightning strikes had turned into 110,000. Damn, this difficulty is really too high. It must be at least 3 or 4 stories high. Chu Fan steadied his mind, his face revealing determination. Damn it, let's go all out. He activated the thunderwood, once more plunging into the Sea of Thunderstorm. Boom. A second later, Chu Fan was struck out again. At this moment, his hair was already slightly curled. Bring it on. Boom. Bring it on. Boom. After 10 minutes, Chu Fan was gasping for breath, his eyes red, and his body in excruciating pain. Damn, who on earth invented this technique? It's too tormenting. The good news was that in the last attempt, he managed to endure for a full 2 seconds, and the number of strikes he endured had risen to 39. But that was still far from the target of 1000 strikes. And this was merely the entry requirement. As for the 3 great realms that Yi mentioned, he hadn't even touched the threshold. No, I don't have much time left. I must push harder. Today, I'll set a small target, endure 100 strikes. With that thought, Chu Fan entered the Sea of Thunderstorm once again, sitting atop the mountain peak. If you think about it, the thunderwood is like a router. And here is my strike address. After a moment of self-deprecation, Chu Fan recited his domain. Boom. 2 full hours passed, and Chu Fan was panting heavily, his entire body feeling as if it had been torn apart, filled with pain. Just now, he had successfully endured 2 lightning strikes in the Sea of Thunderstorm before retreating. Moreover, he had finally completed his small target, achieving a total of 100 strikes. But he also knew that in his current state, he could no longer endure any more strikes, otherwise he risked damaging his foundation. After resting for a full half-hour, he slowly exited the cabin and stepped onto the deck. At this time, Lu Ruyin and the others had finished their cultivation and were chatting and laughing on the deck. Damn, where did that black guy come from? Li Ruoyin was the first to spot Chu Fan, unable to help but call out, drawing everyone's attention. Chu Fan replied irritably, "It's your master here." Everyone finally recognized Chu Fan's voice, and Li Ruoyin's face flushed. Chu Fan, I'm sorry. I really didn't recognize you." "Hey, wait. What do you mean by master? That sounds kind of weird." The last part was only heard by him since Barbara had rushed to Chu Fan's side. "Darling, what happened to you?" Chu Fan shook his head, saying, "I was struck by lightning. This technique is truly not meant for humans to cultivate. It hurts like hell." The next moment, Chu Fan nearly groaned in comfort. Kamochi. It turned out Barbara was using her healing abilities to help Chu Fan recover from his injuries. 10 minutes later, Barbara stopped, filled with apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, darling. My healing abilities are still limited, and I can only help you recover to this extent for now." Chu Fan smiled, patting her shoulder, and said, "You've done wonderfully. This is enough. My cultivation method requires me to constantly get injured and recover so that my body can become extraordinarily strong." This injury was different from the one Dragon Brother had last time. Dragon Brother's external injury was common in surgical operations, so with barbarous wood ability combined with surgical treatment, she saved Dragon Brother's life, yet it was still a near-death experience extremely perilous. As for Chu Fan's injury, while not fatal, it felt as if every inch of his skin had been struck by lightning. Considering barbarous abilities, achieving this was already quite impressive. Not knowing if it was due to barbarous wood ability, Chu Fan felt that his bonus recovery speed was significantly stronger than before. Sitting down, Chu Fan casually asked, "How are Xiao Fei and Dragon Brother doing?" Bai Jie replied, "They haven't come out yet, and we don't know how they are." Chu Fan nodded and suddenly remembered that he had brought back 3 divine fruits, asking, "Bai Jie, let me give you one of these divine fruits." As for the other 2, he planned to hold on to them for now. Li Ruoyin and Li Ruoxi being new to the ship, he wanted to observe them a bit longer, so he wasn't ready to give them the fruits just yet. But Bai Jie was different, firstly due to their inexplicable history, and secondly, because of Dragon Brother. Bai Jie's eyes brightened, but she firmly shook her head, saying, "No need. My husband and I have already received enough of your kindness. I can't accept any more of this." Just as Chu Fan was about to say something, he suddenly heard Lu Ruyin speak up. "Dragon Brother and Xiao Fei are out." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up and indeed saw Dragon Brother and Lu Xiang Fei jumping onto the deck. However, Dragon Brother suddenly stopped, looking at a nearby boat and calling out, "He Chong, is that really you?" A man sitting on that boat holding a fishing rod was intently staring at the sea. Hearing someone call his name, he looked up. "Yue Long, didn't expect you to still be alive." Dragon Brother chuckled and explained to Chu Fan, "Remember, I told you about teaming up with a fisherman when I first arrived. That's him. Later I went aboard Gao Shuaiqi's ship, and He Chong didn't want to be constrained, so he didn't board. We parted ways like that, and I didn't expect to run into him today again." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Indeed, if it weren't for your leather, we would have probably suffered from heat stroke. Let's go meet He Chong and see if he wants to join us." Chu Fan smiled and said, "All right, let's go check it out." He was also very curious about this man, who could still focus on fishing in such an environment. After jumping onto He Chong's boat, Dragon Brother laughed and patted He Chong on the shoulder. "Brother still He Chong replied unhappily, "Damn it, you scared all my fish away." Taking this opportunity, Chu Fan, he saw all sorts of strange items piled up on the deck, including light bulb slippers and even a large refrigerator. Dragon Brother also spotted the clutter and laughed. "Did you catch all these?" "That's right. Damn it, I can't catch any fish here, but I've caught quite a bit of random stuff." Hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, apart from not being able to catch fish, the fisherman could catch everything else. At that moment, he became very interested in He Chong and handed him a cigarette. "Brother, where did you get this fishing rod?" He Chong, seeing the cigarette, was quite pleased and willingly started chatting with Chu Fan. "It's a long story. I don't have many hobbies, just love to fish, but my wife at home hates fishing the most. One day I was going out to fish, and I clearly remember my wife calling me from behind saying, 'He Chong, get your ass back here. If you don't come back, don't bother coming home again.'" Chu Fan laughed and asked, "What happened next?" He Chong replied, "Well, I really couldn't go back after that. Sigh, I feel a bit guilty toward my wife." As he spoke, He Chong suddenly slapped himself across the face. Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly said, "Brother, don't be too hard on yourself. Who would have thought such a thing would happen during a fishing trip?" Yet He Chong cursed, "Damn it, I'm such a loser." Chu Fan thought to himself that He Chong was actually quite a decent guy, but He Chong's next words nearly broke him. "How could I think about such things while fishing? What a damn shame." Chu Fan gave a thumbs up. "Brother, you are truly impressive. I shall call you Emperor He Chong." He Chong waved his hand saying, "Oh, come on. Ah, the fish are biting." Suddenly the bobber on the water began to shake violently. Even Chu Fan, who knew nothing about fishing, could tell that this was definitely a big catch. He Chong calmly began to reel in the fishing line inch by inch. However, the frequency of the bobber's shaking left Chu Fan puzzled. Just how big was this fish to create such commotion? As the line was reeled in, the fish finally revealed its true form. But the moment this giant creature surfaced, everyone was left dumbfounded. He Chong exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, there are actually 2. Huh, what are they doing?" Chu Fan was momentarily stunned, but the next second he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the end of the fishing line were 2 completely gray, somewhat humanoid octopuses that reminded Chu Fan of the character from a cartoon. Most importantly, these 2 octopuses were actually applauding for love. This explained why the line was shaking so violently. The 2 octopuses also looked bewildered, having finally found a secluded spot to enjoy themselves, only to be pulled out of the water. One octopus angrily shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" He Chong quickly replied, Sorry, please continue." Saying this, he unhooked the fishing line and returned the 2 octopuses, who were filled with resentment, back to the sea. Chu Fan laughed, saying, "No wonder they say fishermen can catch anything. It's truly not an exaggeration." He Chong felt a bit embarrassed and recast the line into the sea. "Brother, do you have any cigarettes? Pass me one more." Chu Fan found this guy quite interesting and directly took out a pack to hand over. Take it and smoke. Thanks, brother. By the way, feel free to pick anything you want from the deck. If you see something you like or can use, just take it, no need to be polite. Brother Long laughed heartily, saying, Chu Fan, my brother, Hee-chong is quite generous, but aside from fishing, he loves nothing else. Chu Fan replied, this hobby is quite good, and it seems quite practical too. Looking at the deck filled with all sorts of treasures, Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh. The things he had were nowhere near as rich as what Emperor Hee-chong possessed. Just as they were talking, Hee-chong pulled up another rod, but this time it left everyone unsettled. Damn, how come it's another strange fruit I've never seen before? It must taste terrible. Hee-chong took off a long fruit that resembled a cantaloupe, but was an eerie pink color, about to throw it away. Wait, don't throw it. Brother, this is a treasure. Brother Long quickly stopped him, and even Chu Fan was no longer calm. This was definitely a divine fruit. Moreover, judging by Hee-chong's tone, he had caught it more than once. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a slight sense of unreality. Although he was clearly the one who was less capable, everyone he encountered seemed more like the chosen ones. After hearing Brother Long's words, Hee-chong paused his movements, looking stunned. Is this a treasure? How long you like it? Then you can have it. Saying this, he tossed the divine fruit to Brother Long. Brother Long held it in his hand, exclaiming, Wait a minute, Hee-chong, do you know what this is, eh? Hee-chong shook his head and said, I don't know, what is it? Brother Long shook his head and said, Brother, I don't even know what to say to you. Let me show you my current special ability. Saying this, Brother Long raised his right hand, and without any visible movement, a handful of yellow sand appeared in his palm, which disappeared with a gentle squeeze. Hee-chong rubbed his eyes. Are you saying this fruit will give me a special ability if I eat it? Brother Long nodded with a smile, saying, Exactly, that's why this thing is so precious. I can't accept it. Hee-chong thought for a moment and said, You keep it. I have no use for this thing. It won't help me find more good spots. Brother Long was taken aback. Wait, brother, are you serious? This is a divine fruit. It grants special abilities. At this moment, Hee-chong stood up and began to rummage through the pile of treasures on the deck. After a while, he pulled out a white object and placed it in front of Chu Fan and Brother Long. Fortunately, this one is still here. Brother Long was dumbfounded. What the hell? How do you still have another one? Hee-chong shrugged and said, I've caught several of these who I thought they were useless and threw them away. The only reason I kept this one is because it looks like a fish. Chu Fan looked at the divine fruit in Hee-chong's hand and indeed found that it resembled a fish. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he was the Emperor of Heaven. His luck was truly beyond words. Brother Long also sighed. No, brother, this makes me seem like a useless person. Then I won't be polite with you. Will take this fruit to my wife, as she loves pink. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and said, Brother Hee-chong, since this fruit is fish-shaped, perhaps its special ability is related to fish. Doesn't that suit you perfectly? Hee-chong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Now that you mention it, I suddenly became interested. Let me try this fruit and see if it grants me the superpower to automatically find good fishing spots. Chu Fan was completely bewildered hearing this. Emperor Hee-chong, your aspirations are truly unique. Saying this, Hee-chong bit into a corner of the fruit and began to chew heartily. After he finished eating the fruit, he suddenly shivered all over. After a while, Hee-chong opened his eyes. Damn, it is related to fish, but has nothing to do with fishing. Damn it. Brother Long curiously asked, What superpower did you get? Hee-chong scratched his head and said, I haven't figured it out yet. Forget it, I'll eat another one if I catch another fruit. Chu Fan quickly said, This fruit can only be effective for the first person who eats it. Eating it again won't grant special abilities. Oh really? Well, I don't care if this fruit is quite sweet and tastes good. It would make a nice dessert. It's a pity I threw away several before. Chu Fan was left speechless. The group chatted for a while longer, during which Hee-chong caught an induction cooker, an air conditioner, and a sofa, but not a single fish. Brother, thanks for the cigarettes. You can choose something. Chu Fan thought for a moment and pointed to the sofa, saying, Then give me this one. Oh, just right, I don't have a decent stool. Hee-chong didn't hesitate, nodding, Sure, just take it. After fishing for another 5 minutes, still no fish had bitten, and Hee-chong angrily threw the fishing rod onto the deck. Along, when are you leaving? Take me with you. This godforsaken place has no fish. Ooh, I want to change location to fish. After returning from Hee-chong, Lu Xiangfei was seen talking to her sister. Upon seeing Chu Fan return, Lu Xiangfei immediately spoke her mind. Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. I'm setting off with Long Good tomorrow. I'm worried that Yao Yao won't be able to wait any longer. Chu Fan nodded and said, As long as you've made up your mind with your current strength, as long as you don't act too high profile, no one should be able to easily harm you. Lu Ruyan interjected, Your brother-in-law is right, but you also saw the big shots from the ranked districts today, so when you don't have enough strength, you must keep a low profile. I understand, sister. I just want to rescue Yao Yao, and then come back to join you. Chu Fan nodded and said, How about this? Before you leave the team, let me upgrade the ship first. Currently, the number of crew members has successfully reached 6, and there are 720 points in the account, which is enough for Chu Fan to upgrade the Sea King to level 4. Opening the ship information on the wristband, it showed that to upgrade to a level 4 ship, the communication module, radar module, and electric engine must first be unlocked. Previously, he lacked points, but now he had nothing to worry about. He could upgrade with confidence. Spending 1,000 points upgrading communication module. Spending 1,000 points upgrading radar module. Spending 1,000 points upgrading electric engine. Communication module upgrade completed, successfully connected to the World Satellite Communication Center. Received communication code 100870001. Received initial satellite phone 1. Received walkie-talkies 6. Radar module unlocked successfully, detection range 20 nautical miles. Engine module upgraded successfully, current engine electric drive engine. The conditions to upgrade to a level 4 oil tanker have been met. Would you like to spend 3,000 points to upgrade the ship? After a series of prompt sounds, he finally met the conditions to upgrade the ship. Chu Fan decisively clicked yes. Successfully deducted 3,000 points upgrading the ship. 5 minutes later, the Sea King emitted a dazzling light, which lasted for a full 30 seconds before gradually dissipating. The ship's body was about 1.5 times larger than the previous level 3. The spacious deck felt like it could fit a basketball court. The entire ship was nearly twice as high as before, and the cabin had also increased in size by a factor of 2. The first floor of the cabin included the captain's room and the control room, while the second and third floors were lounges, each with 4 rooms, each room approximately 20 square meters. The lower deck of the deck had turned into a cargo hold for storing items. However, most of the items on the Sea King were still stored in the warehouse, so the cargo hold was quite empty. Sea King upgrade successful, current displacement 50 tons. Electric engine maximum speed 10 knots. New modules have been unlocked. 1. You can spend 5,000 points to upgrade the ship's hull armor to reinforced armor, which can defend against ordinary fire weapon attacks. 2. The weapon system has been unlocked, and you can spend 5,000 points to activate it. Seeing that there were still 65,000 points left, Chu Fan did not hesitate at all and upgraded both. The ship flashed with a burst of white light again, and Chu Fan then realized that the ship's body had transformed from its initial wooden structure to a steel hull. This metallic texture gave him a sense of safety that was off the charts. Immediately after, a cannon appeared at the bow of the ship. Judging by its caliber, it was definitely a cannon commonly used by medieval pirates. Ordinary ships would likely be sunk after just a few shots. But the cannonballs are a problem. The cannon came with 10 shells. Once used up, they were gone, and it seemed he would have to find more himself. At this moment, the system issued another prompt. Beep detected that the host ship is equipped with an automatic engine system, and radar system automatic resource collector is upgrading. Beep upgrade successful. The automatic resource collector's automatic collection distance has increased to 50 meters. Detection distance is bound to the radar module. Current detection distance 20 nautical miles. You can set a destination on the automatic resource collector, and it will automatically start the engine system to head towards the target. Current number of resource boxes within 20 nautical miles 0. Detected navigation has been upgraded. Lighting system, power supply system, freshwater purification system, and hot water module have been automatically upgraded and adjusted. As the voice fell, Chu Fan exclaimed in amazement. The several women around were even more excited, looking around. Wow dear, this ship is so beautiful. Quick look, there's a soft bed. Awesome. And there's a super big bed. Wow, this bathtub is even bigger. It feels like several people could bathe together. Lu Shangfei looked at him with envy and said, brother-in-law, you've done such a great job. I don't want to leave anymore. Chu Fan smiled and said, believe in yourself, you can do it too. Lu Shangfei nodded and said, I also want to kill monsters to earn points and quickly upgrade the ship. After thinking for a while, Chu Fan transferred 1,000 points to Lu Shangfei. Little Fei, I won't give you extra, but if you want to leave this windless sea, you must have an engine system. Otherwise, who knows when you'll be able to get out by rowing by hand. Lu Shangfei said excitedly, thank you, brother-in-law. Lu Rian saw this and felt deeply touched, as she knew that Chu Fan was entirely doing this for her sake. Next, Chu Fan took out the blue sword that Gao Shuachi had and handed it to Long Ge. Long Ge, take this sword. I've tried it, and it's a rare treasure. Long Ge was also unceremonious, patting his chest and saying, thanks, brother, don't worry, with me and Little Fei together there won't be any problems. After everything was arranged, Chu Fan waved his hand and said, to wish Long Ge and Little Fei a smooth journey tomorrow, let's hold a party tonight. The conditions are simple. Let's just have a barbecue. Long Ge, go call Hitiani to join us. Long Ge nodded in agreement, mumbling, it's a pity there's no wine. This reminded Chu Fan, so he gently called out to the system in his mind. System, are you there? Beep, can you bring some wine? Just consider it as an advance payment from me. Is it possible, system? Dad, this is the first time I've asked you. Call me Dad. Chu Fan. Call me Dad. Chu Fan's face darkened. Did this system secretly watch his interactions with Barbara? How did it learn to be so cheeky? But there was no other option. After all, he needed something from it. Fine. Dad. Beep, because you are so sincere, this system will make an exception and agree to you this once, but it won't happen again. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining a wine blind box. One is stored in the system space. Note this blind box count is included in today's blind box quantity. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Drifting on the sea without wine was indeed a great regret. The famous philosopher Adibio once said, "Wine adds to the joy. The more you drink, the more you have." Old wine and cigarettes, boundless magic power. On the deck, everyone was busy grilling meat, while He-chong had rowed his small boat closer. Brother Long teased, "Hey brother, how come you put down the fishing rod?" "I've been fishing for days and haven't caught a single fish, so I'm done." He-chong nodded and continued, "By the way, let everyone come over and pick what they want. Feel free to take anything. My boat is almost full." Brother Long knew he was not being polite, so he called out to Lu Ruyan and Barbara along with the Lee sisters who were busy grilling meat. "Ladies, and you two newcomers, come and see if there's anything you like. Take what you want." Barbara rushed forward and exclaimed, "I want that mirror. There's even lipstick. This grill is nice. Let's use it for the meat. Wow, there's even a tablet here. I can watch movies at night when I'm bored." Chu Fan noticed everyone was busy, so he quietly made his way to the lower deck. It's best not to let too many people know about the system. Since there was no one around, Chu Fan directly opened the... "Congratulations, the host has obtained 999 barrels of craft beer from a certain island, 999 pieces of dawusuk, 999 boxes of Mauzi, 999 boxes of Lu liquor, and 999 boxes of La Fei wine. Additionally, a set of 4 drinking accessories has been gifted: 999 pounds of peanuts, 999 pounds of braised pig's head meat, 999 pounds of boneless chicken feet, 999 pounds of cucumbers, 999 pounds of garlic, along with 999 sets each of liquor cups, beer cups, and wine glasses, all stored in the system space for the host to collect." Chu Fan was completely stunned. This is too extravagant, and they even thoughtfully provided the 4 essential drinking accessories. This is more than what a father would give. Calling him grandfather wouldn't be too much. However, taking everything out would be terrifying, so he took out 20 boxes of each type of alcohol, as the lower deck was spacious enough. Moreover, placing some items below would also increase the weight of the boat, making it more stable during navigation. After doing all this, Chu Fan poked his head out. Brothers, wives, and sisters, come over and grab some drinks. See what you want to drink. This shout startled everyone. Brother Long was the first to react. "Wow, there really is alcohol. Wait, brother, I was just joking, and you actually brought it." Chu Fan laughed. "Hee, there's beer, white liquor, and red wine. I'll take your pick. Let me check it out." Hearing Chu Fan, everyone couldn't hold back and rushed into the lower deck. As the spotlight in Chu Fan's hand was turned on, Brother Long exclaimed, "Wow." Barbara's eyes sparkled. "There's actually 80-year-old La Fei. My heavens, darling, you are amazing." Suddenly, Brother Long slid to his knees right in front of Chu Fan. "Brother, I don't have any other hobbies, just love to drink. When we leave tomorrow, you must leave me some of this alcohol." Chu Fan laughed heartily. "No problem, there will be some for you. Today, everyone drink freely, just enjoy yourselves, but don't overdo it." Hearing this, Brother Long was excited. "That's great. Come on, Xiao Fei, He-chong, come help out. We can't let the ladies do such heavy lifting. What do you want to drink? Well, carry it. Alcohol, so much alcohol, I'm drooling." Soon on the deck, the grill was fired up and large chunks of sea monster meat were sizzling away. Various types of alcohol were placed nearby. Chu Fan smiled and said, "We can't have drinks without side dishes. Oh, let me whip up a few dishes for everyone. Wow, peanuts, pig's head meat, boneless chicken feet, and garlic cucumbers." Chu Fan, brother, no, you are my godfather. You are simply a little god of all trades. Chu Fan's face darkened. "Brother Long, you sure know how to make someone feel bad." Suddenly, a sound of a piano came over, and Chu Fan looked up in confusion, only to find Li Ruashi sitting at a piano starting to tune it. "Wow, where did the piano come from?" Brother Long chuckled. "Of course it was caught by He-chong." Chu Fan raised his beer cup and gestured to He-chong, saying, "Brother Chong is awesome." The commotion aboard the Sea King did not go unnoticed by the nearby boats, and the regional channel instantly became lively again. "What party is that? What party is it, Silver? I saw it too. Wow, they actually have alcohol and meat, and there's a girl playing the piano for entertainment." Chu Fan, are you still accepting little brothers? The kind who can do a 360-degree backflip and slide to their knees in front of you. Chu Fan, are you still accepting little brothers? The kind who can do a 360-degree backflip and slide to their knees in front of you. Of course, amidst these voices, some envious remarks could also be heard. What's so great about it, acting like a nouveau riche? Yet, just enjoying yourself without considering us fellow compatriots, you have no sense of public morality at all. However, these voices were soon drowned out by various calls for support. The people on the Sea King were unaware of this and did not pay it any mind. After finishing his drink, Chu Fan suddenly saw Barbara searching for something on Yichang's deck. Curious, he jumped over and asked with a smile, "Barbara, what are you looking for?" Seeing it was Chu Fan, Barbara pouted slightly and said, "Darling, I want to see if there's anything with wood attributes here. I need it for my cultivation technique." Chu Fan frowned and replied, "Wood attributes? In this vast ocean, the only thing with wood attributes is probably this wooden boat." Barbara shook her head, saying, "That's a dead object and is of no use. My technique requires a lively wood attribute treasure to work well." Lively, huh? Chu Fan suddenly thought of that gigantic Genesis tree and unconsciously said, "If only we could plant a tree on the boat." Barbara's eyes lit up, saying, "Darling, that's a brilliant idea." But then she quickly shook her head. "But that would be too difficult. That's why I thought to come here to see if there's anything useful." Chu Fan curiously asked, "Did you find anything?" Barbara shook her head. "Nothing." Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Let me think of a way." Hearing this, Barbara's face brightened and she hugged Chu Fan, planting a big kiss on his cheek. "Thank you, darling. I knew you were the best." Chu Fan smiled at her words, forgiving her for knocking into him. He quietly asked the system in his mind, "System Grandpa, are you there? Grandpa System, are you there?" That Barbara is in need of a wood attribute treasure with vibrant life force. Take a look. Chu Fan pondered how to phrase it so that this dog-like system would assist him. But the next moment he blushed. It turned out to be the request of the goddess Barbara. Had he known, arrangements would have been made. "Are you not polite? Am I still not the host?" However, despite his displeasure, Chu Fan dared not offend the system and could only grumble in his heart. "System, what arrangements do you have?" The system responded, "Beep, among the remaining mystery boxes today, there will be a treasure suitable for Barbara. Please pay attention to check." Upon hearing this response, Chu Fan snapped his fingers. Nice. Perhaps it was due to the confusion of being transported to this strange world, or perhaps he hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. Everyone drank to their heart's content. It was almost midnight when they finally stopped. After tidying up the deck briefly, everyone returned to their respective quarters to rest. In the captain's cabin, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ru Yin sat together with two mystery boxes placed before them. Why are there only two?" Lu Ru Yin asked in confusion. "I opened mine in advance, otherwise how could there be so much wine?" Chu Fan explained. "I mean, if Ruo Yin and Ruo Shi are also considered teammates, why don't they have mystery boxes?" Chu Fan cleared his throat lightly and explained, "They don't have any for now, we'll talk about it later." After a pause, he continued, "You all should open yours quickly and see what you can get today." Lu Ru Yin nodded and was the first to open the mystery box in front of her. Beep, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary water attribute weapon Moon Tide Blade of Heavenly Tears. Moon Tide Blade of Heavenly Tears, also known as Abyss Song, Tide, Sound Whale Dream. Legend has it that this blade was forged from the tears of the fallen goddess of the moon sea and the bones of the abyssal giant whale Abyss Lord. Weapon effects 1. Moontide Resonance passive. During battle, flowing water energy surrounds the user like waves under the moonlight, automatically blocking low-level attacks. On full moon or rainy days, attacks carry tide sound enchantment. Enemies will hear the goddess song, slowing their actions. Mental interference. 2. Heavenly Tears / active trigger. When swinging the blade, tear-like shimmering water droplets suspend in the air, transforming into countless fine water blades to cut enemies. Tidal Vortex domain. Enemies within the domain gain a wet status, and the character's normal attacks, heavy strikes, are converted to water attribute enchantment. 3. Goddess Lament Joint Strike. Different elemental attribute teammates joining forces will produce different synergistic effects. A series of prompts flashed before them, leaving Chu Fan dumbfounded. He never expected there would be a specialized weapon. Lu Ruyan's luck was simply out of this world. Before the three, a translucent short blade, resembling a glacier, appeared. Within the blade, faintly flowing starlight points danced, leaving behind blue light trails when swung. The hilt was wrapped in silver threads and mother of pearl, with a large pearl dangling at its end, radiating an enchanting glow under the light. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. Chu Fan could already envision Lu Ruyan with her silver hair, dressed in white, wielding this short blade under the moonlight. Lu Ruyan was also very satisfied. This blade seemed tailor-made for her. Moreover, now she had two weapons, one for long range and one for close combat. Now her confidence in dealing with Yi Tian was even greater. Barbara also looked envious as she slowly opened the mystery box in front of her. Beep, mystery box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the wood attribute exclusive treasure Qingmu Spirit Altar 1 Leaf Zen Realm. Qingmu Spirit Altar 1 Leaf Zen Realm, a pure land and hand, a treasure for wood spirits to escape. The activation condition must be held by a wood attribute ability user who must activate their elemental power to recognize the owner. Non-wood attribute users cannot activate it. Once recognized, it can be controlled by thought to enter the 1 Leaf Zen Realm. 1 Leaf Zen Realm. Description 1. The internal flow of time is 110 of the outside world, 10 hours of meditation, 1 hour of reality. 2. No living creatures can be brought in except for contracted with spirits, such as flower fairies and tree spirits. 3. Spirit plant cultivation, throwing plant seeds into the misty sea can instantly mature them into 1,000-year spirit herbs limited to once every 24 hours. 4. Wood escape traversal plants marked within the Zen realm can serve as teleportation anchor points in the real world. 5. Qingwu illusion in battle briefly conceal the body within the Zen realm, leaving a wood-type doppelganger to lure enemies. When the doppelganger is destroyed, it will explode into spore smoke. Duration related to the ability user's cultivation level. 6. Amber seal temporarily imprison the enemy's consciousness with amber from the misty sea. Those affected will fall into the cycle of grass and wood illusion, experiencing 100 years of solitude as a tree. Duration also related to the ability user's cultivation level. Looking at the long list of introductions, Chu Fan once again gave a thumbs up to the system. This thing was simply too amazing, so incredible that he could no longer find words to describe it. Barbara exclaimed with excitement, "Great. Finally, there's a place to meditate. My dear, thank you, you're simply the best." Chu Fan smiled. "Haven't I always been great?" Yes, you're the best." After saying that, Barbara eagerly took out her treasure from the mystery box. Before them floated a palm-sized translucent jade leaf. The veins of the leaf shimmered with faint golden light, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Barbara gently held the leaf in her hand. Its texture was warm and supple, like the new buds of early spring. Following the system's instructions, she clasped the leaf with both hands and activated her forest elements. A flash of green light erupted, and a dazzling brilliance burst forth from Barbara's palm. As if sensing something, Barbara opened her palm, and the leaf actually floated up on its own, transforming into a stream of light and entering Barbara's mind. "I understand now, Qingmu spirit alter one leaf's Zen realm, so that's how it is." Just as she finished speaking, Barbara suddenly vanished from her spot, startling Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan. Moments later, Barbara reappeared before them, her face filled with joy. "The wood elements there are truly rich. Oh, as soon as I entered, I felt my entire spirit being healed. I absolutely love this wonderful feeling." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Barbara reached out and grabbed Chu Fan's wrist. Before he could react, he felt a thick wood element enveloping his body. The wounds left from his training during the day were rapidly healing. Lu Ruyan, pondering nearby, also extended her right hand, and a stream of water element burst forth from her fingertips. As her water element came into contact with Barbara's wood element, Chu Fan noticed the green light surrounding him becoming even more radiant. In just 2.5 minutes, Chu Fan found that all his injuries had miraculously healed. "Wow, this is incredible. I want to try it too." With that, Chu Fan activated the lightning element within him. As his lightning element touched the wood element within Barbara and the water element from Lu Ruyan, a strange phenomenon occurred. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from the cabin, breaking the tranquility of the night. The sudden sound of an explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. In a room on the second floor, the Li sisters, who had just taken out the tablet they obtained from Hichong to watch a movie, were startled. "Ruyan, are you okay?" Li Ruyan asked with concern. "I'm fine, don't worry." After receiving her sister's reassuring reply, the two returned to their room, filled with questions. "Sister, those three are so strange, making such a commotion in the middle of the night." Li Ruyan patted her sister's head and said, "Less curiosity will keep us from being disliked, you know." Li Ruashi nodded and said, "Don't worry, sister, I'm just curious, I'm not foolish. I'm just discussing with you. What do you think it feels like when those three are together?" Li Ruyan's face turned red as she replied, "You little brat, after staying in the entertainment industry for a while, you've really turned dark thinking such messy things." Li Ruashi pouted and lifted the blanket to take a look, saying, "Where have I turned dark?" "Sister, don't say that, I'm just preserving my purity." Li Ruashi pouted and lifted the blanket to take a look, saying, "Where have I turned dark?" "Sister, don't say that, I'm just preserving my purity." World. All of this is thanks to Chu Fan. Li Ruashi did not deny this. Without Chu Fan, it would be hard to say if the two sisters could even survive, let alone have food and drink, not to mention a clean room to stay in. Now they even had a tablet to use. Although there was no internet, the sisters had seen earlier that the tablet stored quite a few movies. "Alright, let's watch a movie." Saying this, the two opened the tablet named 2D Happy Male God, found a movie, and prepared to watch. Downstairs, Chu Fan and the other two exchanged glances, taking a while to regain their composure. Fortunately, the three had only used the smallest elemental force earlier. They hadn't expected that the combination of these three elements would trigger a super burst reaction. This was an unexpected delight. Maha Fish did not deceive him. It turned out that combining these three elements really brought unexpected surprises. This also provided them with another means of survival. 11.2, 111.3. As if realizing something, Chu Fan hurriedly reminded, from now on, when we applaud, we must not use elemental force. Otherwise I might accidentally blow up. After hearing this, Barbara looked tense and patted her 36. Oh my gosh, luckily you thought of that, dear. Lu Ruyin calmly analyzed. Theoretically, the explosion is due to your lightning element being involved, so you should remind yourself about that. Chu Fan scratched his head and said, that does make some sense, but forget it, there's no way for you to experience the power of the electric chicken kid. Lu Ruyin rolled her eyes at him. This guy's imagination was truly out of the ordinary. She then stood up and said, hurry up and get some rest, it's getting late. Chu Fan asked in confusion, where are you going? I'm going to sleep in the next room. Aren't you staying with me tonight? Relatives are here, it's not convenient. Let Barbara keep you company. Barbara quickly raised her hand and said, no way, I'm not convenient either. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan sighed helplessly and said, why did you two end up together? Can't you separate? Lu Ruyin replied with a stern face, is this something that can be controlled by humans? Barbara added, exactly, go upstairs and sleep, this room belongs to me today. Saying this, she stood up and pushed Chu Fan out. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly and could only climb up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor had 4 rooms and 1 shared bathroom, which was quite convenient. It's better to rest early, we continue training tomorrow. Chu Fan silently made up his mind. At this moment, in a room on the second floor, next to the stairs, the 2 sisters opened a video. FBI warning. A large black silhouette subtitle appeared on the screen. Li Ruoyan frowned and said, foreign film. Li Ruoxi shrugged it off and said, who cares what film it is, let's just watch. But soon both of their faces turned red. What the heck is a water electrician? Hey, why are they kissing? Oh my gosh, so embarrassing. Li Ruoyan covered her eyes and looked at the tablet through her fingers, urgently shouting, turn it off, turn it off. Li Ruoxi was also shocked as she had seen such films before, but watching it with her sister was somewhat awkward. At this moment, footsteps came from outside the door, startling the two, who hurriedly tried to turn off the tablet. But the more rushed they were, the more mistakes they made. Accidentally, the movie didn't turn off, but the volume was turned up to maximum. Just then, Chu Fan, who had just come up from the first floor, happened to pass by the door and was startled by the sudden loud noise. Who is calling? After confirming the source of the sound, Chu Fan kicked open the door concerned and asked, what happened, are you okay? But in the next second, he was dumbfounded. He saw the 2 sisters sitting in the blanket, their faces flushed, and the blanket emitted inappropriate sounds. Noticing their strange state, Chu Fan frowned and asked, what's wrong with you two? Why are your faces so red? Are you feverish? Li Ruoyan quickly shook her head and said, no, we're fine. Then why are you calling so miserably? Wait, that sound. As the continuous noises came out, Chu Fan suddenly realized. Li Ruoyan felt she had never been so embarrassed in her life, as she quickly jumped over and covered Chu Fan's ears, saying, don't listen, Chu Fan, you go out first. But in the next second she froze, then let out a shriek. She suddenly remembered that just before sleeping she had taken off her swimsuit and changed into her white shirt. Although the hem of the white shirt covered the key parts, her pair of smooth white legs was fully displayed before. Chu Fan swallowed hard, awkwardly smiled, and said, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, you two continue. After speaking, he slowly turned around and stepped out of the room. While he didn't expect Li Ruoyan's figure to be so, although she couldn't compare to Barbara in scale, and even Lu Ruyin wasn't as good, her proportions were perfect, embodying the typical figure of an Eastern woman. Indeed, she truly deserved to be one of the 2 school flower goddesses alongside Lu Ruyin. Chu Fan silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Meanwhile, inside the room, Li Ruoyan's face was as red as if it were about to bleed. This was her first time wearing so little in front of a man. Moreover, it was while watching that kind of film with her sister. This is bad. If this gets out, it would definitely be so embarrassing. What do you think of her as that kind of shameless woman? No, she must clarify the situation. In the bed, Li Ruoxi finally turned off that damned little film, and the 2 sisters let out a sigh of relief. It's over, sister. Will Chu Fan think we are those kinds of bad women now? Li Ruoyan also looked troubled and said, I don't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have watched something from that pathetic otaku. I never expected all it stored were such movies. Disgusting. Sister, don't you think Chu Fan is actually quite handsome? Li Ruoyan said dreamily. Yes, he was the school prince back then, just a few years ahead of me. Li Ruoxi's eyes lit up, just as I thought. No wonder Sister Rian likes him. Quick, tell me, do you like him? Li Ruoyan whispered, Ruoxio, don't talk nonsense. Rian will be angry if she finds out. Li Ruoxio, however, was not convinced. Sister, are you silly? We are not on Earth anymore. With a quality potential like Chu Fan, the women around him will only increase. If we don't make our move soon, we might not even have a room on this ship later. Li Ruoyan was stunned. Ruoxio, you wouldn't be. Li Ruoxio chuckled. You just admitted it too. Haha, you finally admitted it, sister, I knew it. Li Ruoyan hurriedly replied, don't say such things, it's not true. Li Ruoxio smiled and didn't press further, knowing her sister was a bit shy. Then let's explain it to him tomorrow. Li Ruoyan frowned. Ugh, how can I say that? Forget it, let's not think about it, let's go to sleep. The two turned off the lights and snuggled into the quilt. Half an hour later, Li Ruoxio whispered, Sister. Moi, are you asleep? What's wrong? What you said earlier in that movie was the woman feeling pleasure or pain. Li Ruoyan replied. You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? Go to sleep. Oh, okay. Even so, Li Ruoyan had no intention of sleeping at that moment. The scenes from the movie had stimulated her too strongly. Before this, she had always been naive about matters between men and women. And today's film seemed to have opened Pandora's box deep within her heart. She inadvertently squeezed her thighs together, feeling a warmth in her lower abdomen. Then, as if recalling her sister's earlier words, she unconsciously thought of Chu Fan's handsome and sunny face. Lost in thought, Li Ruoyan's face gradually turned red. She closed her eyes, and a voice appeared in her left brain. Li Ruoyan, how can you think this way? That is your good friend's man, you cannot have such thoughts. But another voice emerged in her right brain. Since he is a good friend, good things should of course be shared. With a man like Chu Fan handsome and strong, there will surely be other fox spirits wanting to climb the social ladder. If others can, why can't you? Thus the two little voices fought in her mind, and Li Ruoyan's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. She didn't know how long it had been until she finally dozed off. The next morning, when Li Ruoyan woke up, she saw her sister still sleeping beside her. Shaking her somewhat drowsy head, she prepared to get up. It seemed she had dreamed last night, and the content of her dream was the same as that in the movie. Only she had become the female lead, and the male lead had turned into Chu Fan. Although it was quite embarrassing, that feeling seemed to be quite wonderful. Seizing the moment while her sister was still asleep, she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Thinking of this, Li Ruoyan quickly changed out of her dirty clothes, put on her ship attire, and prepared to take a shower. Lu Shangfei and Long Gu had moved to their little boat, and since Chu Fan and the others were on the first floor, the second floor should only have the two sisters. However, she felt a bit disheveled at the moment, so she rushed into the bathroom as fast as she could. Locking the door behind her, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one saw me, or it would be so embarrassing. As she spoke, Li Ruoyan prepared to wash the little panties in her hand. Oh no, how did it end up like this? Li Ruoyan, you are really a bad woman. Just then a voice nearly scared her soul out of her body. A Ruoyan in the bathroom. Turning around abruptly, she saw a drenched Chu Fan drying his hair with. Fortunately, he was wrapped in a towel around his lower body, so it wasn't too inappropriate. Nonetheless, his well-defined muscles and strong physique emanated an undeniable charm, leaving Li Ruoyan momentarily speechless. Seeing her dazed, Chu Fan coughed and said, Ruoyan, could you turn around? I need to get dressed. Oh, okay. At that moment, Li Ruoyan completely lost her usual calm and hurriedly turned around, her mind involuntarily fantasizing about Chu Fan's physique. Soon Chu Fan finished dressing and softly said, By the way, Ruoyan, what did you say about bad women? Is something wrong? Oh no. How are you? If you're good, I would like to use the bathroom. Oh, go ahead, I'm done. I'll head out first. As he spoke, Chu Fan walked out, and as he passed by Li Ruoyan, a unique scent of innocence wafted into his. What is that smell, eh? Chu Fan muttered to himself. As soon as he said this, Li Ruoyan felt as if she had been electrocuted, her entire body stiffening. However, Chu Fan didn't think much of it, as they were currently at sea. Without further thought, he left the bathroom, leaving Li Ruoyan, whose face was already red to her neck. Chu Fan returned to his room, closed the door, and sat on the deck. After taking a deep breath, he took out the thunderwood, preparing for today's trial. There are still 2 days left. The trial of the windless sea should yield results soon. I need to hurry up. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he smoothly entered the thunderstorm sea today. Boom, boom, boom. Chu Fan was pleasantly surprised to find that he was able to endure 3 bolts of lightning without being shocked out on the first try today. It seems yesterday's experiment was indeed very effective. Moreover, after being treated by Barbara and Lu Ruoyan, his body had clearly become much stronger than yesterday. This external strength might not be obvious, but his resistance to lightning had improved significantly. This was a pleasant surprise. Alright, since that's the case, let's set a small goal for today. Strike him 1,000 times. My lightning. 30% returns to essence, 70% relies on heavenly tribulation. Come on, let the lightning come even more fiercely. A few hours later, Chu Fan was lying on the deck, panting heavily, surrounded by black smoke. This cursed cultivation method. During these hours, Chu Fan had endured over 500 strikes of lightning, and his entire body was charred black. At that moment, the door opened, and the stunning figure of Barbara appeared at the entrance. What the hell, where did this black ghost come from? Oh dear, what happened to you? Chu Fan grinned, revealing his white teeth. Now, apart from his teeth and eyes, there was not a single spot of white on him. I'm fine, Barbara. I'm cultivating. Although I look a bit terrible, I feel better than ever. Indeed, this was Chu Fan's true feeling. Despite appearing as black as a ghost, he sensed that the lightning elements within him had reached a terrifying state. He wasn't boasting, Even if he encountered an electric eel in the Amazon River, he would dare to take it on. Moreover, after this morning's trials, he felt that his physical body had become incredibly powerful. However, Barbara's nose twitched, and 2 small pearls of tears rolled down. "Darling, you've worked so hard to let me heal you." Chu Fan did not refuse. With Barbara's help, his body could recover rapidly, allowing him to continue his cultivation. "Ah, this feels so good." A refreshing sensation made Chu Fan completely forget his bodily pain, almost causing him to hum in delight. Entirely. "Ah, this feels so good." A refreshing sensation made Chu Fan completely forget his bodily pain, almost causing him to hum in delight. After a long while, the healing ended, and Chu Fan felt that his injuries had completely healed. In his astonishment, he couldn't help but ask, "Barbara, have you already entered the realm?" Barbara nodded, saying, "The vitality in the One Leaf Zen realm is truly astonishing, and coupled with the fact that time flows at 10 times the speed of the outside world, I finally entered the realm just now." Chu Fan was stunned. "So you have entered the mortal realm?" Barbara nodded and replied, "Yes. By the way, it seems that Ru Yin has also entered the realm." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt like crying without tears. "What are the conditions for you to enter?" Barbara blinked her eyes and said, "Meditate for 1,000 hours." Chu Fan was taken aback. "But you haven't even reached 1,000 hours. Barbara smiled. "There's one condition: if the wood element force is abundant, this time can be shortened infinitely." Chu Fan was completely speechless. No wonder she was from the West. Her luck was far beyond that of an unlucky person like him. But the next moment he smiled again. "All right, as expected of my Barbara, though I can't fall behind. I have to continue my cultivation." Just then a commotion erupted outside. Barbara stood up and glanced out the door. "It's raining again. You focus on your cultivation, or I'll take care of things on the ship. I'll come back to see you later." Chu Fan nodded, "Okay." Without any hesitation, he took out the thunderwood and entered his cultivation state once more. He decided that today he would strike 2,000 times. The rain fell softly again on the sea, seemingly giving hope to those struggling to survive on the surface. Countless sea monsters arrived as expected. Having experienced the previous days, everyone was no longer as panicked in dealing with these creatures. On the Xiao Hezi ship, Kuan Kuan had just slain an octopus monster and glanced at the leaderboard. 590 points. "I'm in second place." But he felt no joy at all for the first place. Chu Fan had an astonishing score of 54,000 points. This score left him feeling hopeless. Moreover, a ship named Phylong had suddenly appeared in the past 2 days, rapidly racking up points, already reaching 250 points in just a short while. In other words, in just over 10 minutes, this ship had already killed over 20 sea monsters. "No, I have to hurry up, or I'll be overtaken." Kuan Kuan bit his lip and yelled, charging towards another crab monster. Meanwhile, on a nearby ship, a flag was raised boldly emblazoned with the words Phylong. Indeed, this was the new fleet of Lu Shangfei and Long Ge, named by taking one character from each of their names, resulting in the flamboyant name Phylong. "Long Ge, I've killed 2 more than you." Lu Shangfei happily raised his fist. Long Ge scratched his head helplessly. The destructive power of the fire element is one of the top in all elemental systems. It could be said that apart from Chu Fan's lightning, there was hardly anything that could contend with it. But the next moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly widened his eyes. "Wait, how can sister-in-law fly?" At this moment, Bai Jia was floating in the air, wielding the large sword left by Gao Shuiqi, elegantly slashing a sea monster before flying back to the deck. Long Ge laughed heartily. "Haha, that pink divine fruit is of the wind element, so she can fly for a short time." Bai Jia was also very happy, raising the large sword in her hand and saying, "Flying is faster than running." This scene also ignited Lu Shangfei's fighting spirit as he said stubbornly, "Long Ge, Bai Jia, let's continue to compete and see who ranks first today." Lu Shangfei, Bai Jia, Long Ge, and He Chong had already decided that after today's sea monster hunt, they would embark on their journey to rescue Yaoer. On the nearby ship, countless people were taken aback by the scene they witnessed. "What the hell? Who are those people on that ship? They're incredible. That flying young woman is too beautiful. I'm getting a serious case of Mengda syndrome." "Get lost, you've always had that problem. It has nothing to do with her. That fishing guy is really living the good life. He doesn't even need to put in any effort with 3 big shots protecting him. Damn, such luck." As the rain gradually stopped, Lu Shangfei and the others also ceased their hunting. Lu Shangfei slayed 20 sea monsters. Long Ge slayed 20 sea monsters. Bai Jia slayed 25 sea monsters. In the end, Phylong successfully climbed to 3rd place on the leaderboard with a score of 450 points, only 100 points behind the 2nd place, Xiao Hezi. "Damn, that's impressive. I want to go join them. Let me go. I'm much stronger than that fishing guy. He's just a drag." Bai Jia wiped the sweat from her forehead, realizing she had also benefited. Lu Shangfei and Long Ge could only wait for the sea monsters to approach before attacking. Bai Jia was different, as she could fly directly to the sea monsters to complete the kills, which allowed her to fortuitously take 1st place. If only I had a wind element technique. The 10,000 forms flowing wind technique. As the sky darkened, Chu Fan collapsed onto the floor, unable to move a muscle. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart. Yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. I finally achieved my goal of 2,000. Moreover, in his final attempt, he had been struck a full 50 times before he managed to retreat. This was a stark contrast to his performance yesterday. The Thunder God Sea Dominance technique is indeed impressive. Just then the door creaked open, revealing Li Ruoyan's stunning face. Ah, you're awake. Ruoyan, Barbara, Chu Fan has woken up. Chu Fan smiled as he sat up and asked, what time is it now? The girls rushed in all at once. Barbara directly embraced him, and Chu Fan felt the warmth and softness radiating from her body as he smiled. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Lu Ruoyan stood behind her, expression complex, as she asked, can your body handle this? Chu Fan responded with a smile, of course you should know who I am. Seeing his confidence, Lu Ruoyan felt her concerns were unnecessary. By the way, Long Guo and Xiao Fei have already set off. Chu Fan nodded, saying, yes, I believe they will make a name for themselves. Noticing the four girls looking at him, he suddenly exclaimed, is there anything to eat? I'm starving. Barbara replied. How about this, Ruoyan, you all go prepare food first, and I'll tend to his injuries. Lu Ruoyan nodded, all right. Half an hour later, sitting on the deck after taking a sip of beer, Chu Fan shouted, refreshing. Barbara kindly fed him a piece of meat, making him exclaim that this was what life was all about. After spending 2 days together, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi had clearly become more familiar. Although Chu Fan asked them to do some servant tasks, he was not actually making it difficult for them. They even had hot water for bathing, which compared to their previous days drifting at sea could be described as paradise. However, they remembered their status, daring only to stand aside looking at Chu Fan and the others with envious expressions as they ate and drank heartily. What are you all standing there for? Come eat with us. Chu Fan asked in confusion. Li Ruoyan hurriedly replied, after all, we are only servants, how can we eat with our master? Chu Fan looked at the two, pondering, are you elite maids? As all four girls turned to look at him, he felt embarrassed having accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. He quickly covered up his slips, saying, I mean, there's no need for that, let's eat together. But the cleaning up after the meal will be left to you, how about that? Lu Ruoyan quickly added, Ruoyan Ruoxi, come sit down and eat with us. There's no need to be so formal. Barbara also nodded. Yes, it would be great for the four of us to play cards together in the future. Seeing everyone like this, the two finally sat down and began to enjoy dinner together. Unlike her sister, Li Ruoxi was naturally bolder, and after 1 cup of beer, she finally dared to speak up. Big brother Chu, when I first boarded the ship, I thought you would be very serious, but I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. Chu Fan laughed. Haha, then you better not fall in love with me. Li Ruoxi was taken aback, not expecting Chu Fan to say that, and hurriedly replied, No. If you say that, Barbara and Ruoyan will definitely kill me. However, Barbara shook her head, saying, how could that be? Actually, it's fine if you all fall for Chu Fan. This left Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi looking puzzled. Barbara then questioned, didn't you say that if a man from Long Country has only one woman, he'd be ridiculed? Ruoyan right. Lu Ruoyan felt a wave of embarrassment. She hadn't expected the boomerang from earlier to hit her right on the mark. Ultimately, it was Chu Fan's fault for having such good luck with romance. On this ship of 5 people, he was the only man surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. No wonder Chu Fan often said his luck in blind boxes was terrible. It was clear he had put all his luck into attracting the opposite sex. Seeing Barbara looking at her, Lu Ruoyan lightly coughed and said, yes, that's right. If you don't believe me, you can. After saying that, she cast a pleading glance at Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, trying to act nonchalant while taking a sip of beer. The two sisters, being clever, immediately understood Lu Ruoyan's meaning. Ah, yes. Ruoyan is right. Barbara then smiled, that's it. In my opinion, Chu Fan is the most outstanding man I've ever met. To avoid him being ridiculed, let's just marry him. Lu Ruoyan almost sprayed her beer out. Goodness, that was some top-level understanding. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi gasped in surprise, but their reactions were quite different. Li Ruoyan's face instantly turned red as she recalled what happened in the bathroom that morning, feeling as though her little secret had been exposed. Li Ruoxi, after a brief moment of shock, hesitated and said, this doesn't seem right. Yet a marvelous feeling began to rise within her. Chu Fan felt that the conversation was becoming increasingly absurd, even making this old pervert feel a bit overwhelmed. Thinking of this, he lightly coughed and said, well, matters of the heart should be mutual. Let's not discuss this for now and leave it for later. Let's drink. After everything was cleaned up and the Lee sisters went upstairs, the 3 of them resumed their blind box opening for the day. Not knowing if their previous luck had run out, Lu Ruoyan and Barbara found that the items they opened today were far from the amazing ones they had before. Lu Ruoyan opened a full set of Chanel skincare products, 100 sets. Meanwhile, Barbara opened 100 sets of top-tier face masks. Chu Fan laughed. I didn't expect you both to have your day. Yet Lu Ruoyan and Barbara's eyes lit up. Face masks, they are face masks. This is fantastic. As expected of you, Barbara. My skin is so dry. Yes, tomorrow we'll go on deck basking in the sun and put on face masks. Exactly, and we still have some cucumbers left. Let's use those for our masks. The two girls grew increasingly excited, leaving Chu Fan speechless. In their eyes, this was what true luck looked like. With this thought, Chu Fan gloomily opened the final blind box. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the blind box, gaining one opportunity to strengthen items previously opened in blind boxes. Ding! Currently strengthenable item Sea King Trident. Would you like to strengthen it? Chu Fan's eyes lit up as he immediately nodded. Strengthen, strengthen, strengthen right away. Ding! Strengthening in progress. Please wait. Ding! Strengthening successful. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive weapon Wrath of the Sea God. Upon hearing the prompt, Chu Fan's entire body trembled. Was it finally his turn to experience some good? He hurriedly took out the Sea King Trident from his spatial realm, and a flash of purple light surged forth. What once was merely a uniquely shaped trident had now transformed into something entirely different. The trident's handle was now entirely black, entwined with deep-sea dragon scale patterns made of liquid lightning. At the end of the handle, 3 gems of indeterminate material were embedded. Even more astonishing were the 3 spiral-shaped prongs of the trident, each adorned with a seemingly mysterious rune. Wrath of the Sea God. Whenever you are in the mortal realm, infuse the trident with the power of thunder to illuminate one of the gems. With each major breakthrough in realms, the remaining 2 gems can be illuminated. The gems can combine with the prong runes to unleash powerful forces. Chu Fan was overjoyed and asked in his mind, "System Dad, what kind of power is this? Tell me. Please explore on your own, host." Chu Fan. Oh dear, it was indeed that proud system again. However, Chu Fan was quite satisfied with it. He had obtained the Sea King Trident from the day he entered this world, and to be honest, apart from its aesthetic appeal, it had been nearly useless. Little did he expect to receive a second enhancement today. This was indeed an unexpected delight. After putting away the Wrath of the Sea God, he realized that Barbara and Lu Ruoyan had already vanished. Chu Fan smiled wryly, knowing that the two must have gone to do face masks. Oh well, he was feeling quite exhausted from training today anyway, so he might as well rest early. With that thought, Chu Fan returned to the room on the 2nd floor and fell asleep immediately. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from the Sea King, the flying dragon lay quietly anchored. Wife, look at our attributes, they complement each other so well. You have the wind attribute, and I have the sand attribute. Isn't it just you are the wind, and I am the sand? Long Gu said smugly to Bai Jia. Bai Jia rolled her eyes at him and replied, "You're such a joker. It's getting late, let's rest early." Hee alright, but I want to know what it feels like to fly up there. Bai Jia. Fine, I really can't do anything. And so a night passed without incident. Over the next 2 days, Chu Fan threw himself into cultivation with full force. Apart from eating and sleeping, he spent nearly all of his time on it. In these 2 days, the blind boxes had not yielded any extraordinary items, mostly just everyday supplies. Now the lower deck of the ship was filled with rice and flour, all obtained from the blind boxes. Eating meat every day was not sustainable, but now he could finally live a normal life. Furthermore, in Chu Fan's spatial realm, there were some perishable vegetables and fruits. These 2 items were more precious than anything for sailors. This was because such items were nearly impossible to find at sea, and they were difficult to preserve. If not for Chu Fan's spatial realm, they would likely rot before long. 2 days quickly passed, and finally the 3rd day arrived. Chu Fan was just 1,000 lightning strikes away from fulfilling the requirements to officially enter the mortal realm. Today also marked the 7th day of entering the windless sea, which was the final day. On the leaderboard, the Sea King was still in first place with 54090 points. In second place was the Little Blackie with 890 points. As for the Flying Dragon, which was originally in second place, it had suddenly vanished. This left others perplexed, but only Lu Ruoyan and the others knew that the Flying Dragon must have already sailed out of the windless zone. Finally, it's coming to an end. I've really had enough of this cursed place. Not necessarily. There's no wind or waves here, and apart from sea monsters, there's not much danger. I actually think being here is better than drifting at sea. You really don't know how dangerous it is. In this windless zone, if it doesn't rain, what will you eat? What will you drink? With fewer people around, all the sea monsters will attack you. How long do you think you can hold out? Oh, Many people sat at the bow of the ship beginning to discuss. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, signaling that a heavy downpour was approaching. However, this was something that had happened every day for the past 7 days, so everyone had grown accustomed to it. Yet the density of the clouds seemed somewhat unusual as the once tranquil sea began to show signs of disturbance. On the ghost ship, Chao Air stood at the bow watching the increasingly thick clouds in the sky, her brow furrowing involuntarily. The sky grew darker. It had just been sunny, but within 10 minutes it seemed as if night had fallen in an instant. At this point, everyone finally noticed the abnormal weather. What's going on? Why does it feel like the apocalypse is coming? I said this trial wouldn't end so easily. It seems like something big is about to happen. Oh my, could there be some monster lurking in those clouds? My fear of giant creatures is acting up. On the sea, King Chu Fan and the others also felt the apocalyptic scene and hurried to the bow. What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly darken? Chu Fan looked at the low-hanging clouds and felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. The dark clouds continued to gather as if infinite energy was accumulating between heaven and earth. The darkness was terrifying and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. No one could remain calm any longer. Look, sea monsters. Countless sea monsters surged from the depths of the ocean. Unlike before, these sea monsters were racing in the same direction simultaneously. They seemed to be fleeing from something. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone, if nothing unexpected happens, you may be facing the most brutal natural disaster. The extreme thunderstorm. The voice came from the ghost ship, and Xiao Air frowned deeply. What is the extreme thunderstorm? Someone voiced the question everyone was thinking. All trials will encounter an ultimate test, but the one considered most dangerous is the extreme thunder. When the energy between heaven and earth accumulates to a certain extent, it will unleash violent lightning to wash through the entire sea area. Wherever the storm strikes, almost no living creature can escape. Let me put it this way, the last group to face the extreme thunderstorm was in Area 268, and after this storm passed, the entire population of Area 268 was wiped out. Xiao Air's words left everyone stunned, and in the next moment a sense of death spread among the crowd. No way, how could we be so unlucky to encounter this? I don't want to die here. On the Sea King Li Ruoyin and Li Ruo's eyes faces turned pale. Lu Ruoyin also wore a serious expression. Her abilities seemed useless at this moment. Only Barbara could place herself in a brief meditative state, but that was only for herself. Only Chu Fan looked exhilarated. What a marvelous extreme thunderstorm. I wonder how it compares to the thunderstorm sea. Let me complete my initiation ceremony amidst this extreme thunderstorm. Boom. A lightning bolt tore through the sky, crashing upon the surface of the sea like a gigantic tentacle. A fleeing sea monster was caught off guard and struck directly by this lightning. In the next moment, the sea monster didn't even have time to let out a scream before it was blasted into a pile of minced flesh. Hiss. This lightning is truly terrifying. Damn, if that struck a person, they would probably be beyond saving. What saving? Just being found would be a miracle. Oh heaven, someone save us. Whoever saves me, I will worship them as my god. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, heading straight for the ocean. Countless sea monsters were struck down, and some unfortunate ships were also hit, shattering into pieces. Chu Fan hurriedly said, everyone get into the cabin. I will handle this. Dear. You. Barbara hesitated. Don't worry, I've endured far stronger lightning in the stormy. See, this is nothing. Lu Ruoyin glanced at Chu Fan and understood he was not comforting them, yet she shook her head and said, Chu Fan, we don't want to hold you back, but we can't just hide like this. Barbara added, yes dear, if you really have a plan, we want to follow you. What if you need healing? Li Ruoyin and Li Ruo, she though pale, stubbornly stood their ground, trembling as they said, we won't leave. Seeing everyone insist, Chu Fan found it both amusing and exasperating, saying, fine, you all stay here and don't come over. He then climbed step by step to the highest point of the Sea King's ship, taking out the wrath of the sea god. Since the Sea King was the highest and largest ship in these waters, Chu Fan became the commanding height of the sea. Look, what is that? Is that the great Chu Fan? What is he trying to do? Is he really going to withstand the heavenly thunder? My goodness, he must have lost his mind. He will be blasted to bits. At this moment, all the survivors in the 10087C area witnessed this. Just when everyone wanted to flee from this extreme thunderstorm, Chu Fan became the only one going against the tide, standing closest to the lightning. Some couldn't help but exclaim, why do I feel a trace of divine presence? But others scoffed, tch, he is clearly just putting on a show. Chu Fan was unaware of how others talked about him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He glanced around and then raised his head to look at the sky. The dark clouds seemed to loom right above him, and without any hesitation, Chu Fan raised the wrath of the sea god high. In that instant, it seemed he had poked a hornet's nest. Countless lightning bolts suddenly found a release and raced towards the Sea King's ship. To be precise, the target was Chu Fan, who held the Sea King's spear. Xiao Air saw this scene and shouted, Chu Fan, are you insane? In the crowd, people saw this spectacular sight and gasped in astonishment. What on earth am I seeing? The next moment, countless bolts of lightning converged into an incredibly fierce strike, directly hitting Chu Fan. Boom. Crash. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Fan was illuminated by that lightning. What? My goodness, is he trying to kill himself? It's over, has our top boss fallen like this? But soon the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. They saw that Chu Fan was not blasted to bits by the lightning. Instead, his entire body was suffused with lightning, and there seemed to be lightning flickering in his eyes. Is this it? Not enough, bring it on. Chu Fan laughed to the heavens. Damn, is this still human? Xiao'er also looked on in shock. This was the first time she had witnessed such a breathtaking scene. This was an extreme thunderstorm. How could someone single-handedly withstand the entire tempest? And Chu Fan took a deep breath, realizing that the power of this lightning was nothing compared to the stormy sea. Ha ha, this feels great. Come on, more. On the deck, Barbara and the others felt their hearts tighten at this sight. When they saw Chu Fan unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara with red eyes said, "My dear is incredible, he is my god." Lu Ruyan also choked slightly, saying, "This guy just loves to show off." Li Ruoyan was in shock. This man's strength had far exceeded her imagination. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Ruo's eyes expression suddenly turned excited. "Wow, amazing, simply amazing." After catching her breath, Xiao'er suddenly said, "Chu Fan, be careful, the real thunderstorm hasn't begun yet." This sentence left everyone stunned. The power of this lightning had already far exceeded their understanding, but you say this hasn't started. Just how terrifying would the real thunderstorm be? At this moment, everyone on the sea was looking towards the Sea King's ship at the man holding the spear. How would he? After hearing this, Chu Fan excitedly licked his lips. "Oh really? Now you're speaking my language." This was not because Chu Fan loved to show off, but the Thunder God Sea Conqueror technique stated that the greater the lightning power endured, the stronger one's physical body would become. The training over these days made him feel he could adapt to the environment in the stormy sea. If there were stronger lightning, that would be just what he wished for. Thus he raised his head and shouted to the sky, "Let me witness your power." As if sensing his provocation, a bolt of lightning far stronger than all previous ones crashed direct. Boom. Chu Fan shook violently. The intensity of this lightning was indeed stronger than what he had endured before. Good, now this is more like it, bring it on. 1 bolt. 2 bolts. 10 bolts. 100 bolts. Boom! Chu Fan fell from the top of the ship, crashing heavily onto the deck. Barbara rushed over, using her abilities to quickly help Chu Fan recover from his injuries. In this moment, the raging lightning seemed to lose its target and began to recklessly strike the sea. In just 1 minute, 7 or 8 ships were blasted to pieces. At this time, Chu Fan stood up again resolutely, making his way to the lower deck of the Sea King's ship under everyone's complex gazes. Once again, bolts of lightning rained down. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan fell from above again. But a minute later, he climbed back up. At this point, everyone realized that as long as Chu Fan stood above, these lightning bolts would not strike the sea. In other words, Chu Fan was single-handedly saving everyone on the sea. Even Xiao'er couldn't help but glance sideways. Although the ghost ship was not afraid of this extreme thunderstorm, saving so many people at once was something even she found hard to accomplish. And the man before them actually achieved this. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly laughed towards the sky. "Do you hear the weeping of the vast sea? That is 30,000 bolts of thunder roaring at the tip of my spear." Boom. A lightning bolt 100 times thicker than all previous ones crashed down on Chu Fan with a devastating force. The entire sky was illuminated. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning illuminated the entire world. The sea monsters that hadn't escaped far were so frightened that they dared not move, emitting a series of mournful cries. The lightning engulfed Chu Fan completely. It's over, Chu Fan is really done for this time. This lightning is just too terrifying. Let him show off, though I said long ago that those who flaunt will be struck by lightning. How can you talk like that? If it weren't for Chu Fan holding it down, it would be us getting struck. The rebutted person weakly said, "It's not like I asked him for help." But soon he was drowned out by the other. At this moment, regardless of Chu Fan's intentions, the fact that so many were under his protection was enough. It was akin to the top player in an online game. When it came to the interests of the entire server, the vast majority would stand on the same side. Meanwhile, on the Sea King, the hearts of the 4 women were in their throats. Lu Ruyin and Barbara were somewhat understandable, but surprisingly, the Li sisters were also unusually tense. Barbara cried out excitedly, "Oh my gosh, no, please." Lu Ruyin coldly said, "Barbara, get ready, we will heal him together soon." At that moment, in the eye of the storm, Chu Fan suddenly felt he could no longer perceive any sounds from the outside world. Billions of volts of lightning crashed wildly within his body, destroying everything in it. The intensity of this lightning was stronger than any strike he had endured in the thunderstorm sea. In that instant, he felt as if his entire body had been shattered. Strangely, however, he did not feel any pain, but he was completely unable to move. Boom. As the lightning dissipated, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw that the figure that had been standing at the top of the Sea King had completely vanished. Lu Ruyin was also in a daze, as she had prepared to rush to save Chu Fan at the first moment, but where had he gone? Had he been directly turned to dust? A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd. Ah, did Chu Fan really die just like that? Now there are no men left on the Sea King. I can go live with them. Bro, listen to me, you're still young. You can't handle these for beauties, let your uncle take care. Barbara searched around in disbelief. Chu Fan, don't scare me, come out quickly. Lu Ruyan looked at the bracelet. Chu Fan's personal information was still there, knowing he was definitely not dead, yet he had indeed vanished from everyone's sight. It's over, the lightning is coming again. We are going to suffer. Suddenly the crowd noticed that new dark clouds were gathering in the sky, indicating that an even greater thunderstorm was about to strike. Just when everyone thought there was no way to escape this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Look, it's Chu Fan." On the Sea King, the four women quickly looked up at the sound. They saw the previously empty deck illuminated by flashes of lightning. Within the lightning, a figure quickly emerged. It was Chu Fan. As soon as he appeared, he looked down with a beaming smile. Barbara joyfully exclaimed, "Darling, you're okay." Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "This guy is still so." Suddenly her eyes lit up. "Did you break through?" Barbara was also startled by this and looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, yes. At this moment he was truly delighted. Stimulated by the earth-shattering lightning, just now he had finally completed his 100th lightning tribulation. More importantly, because this lightning was powerful enough, it allowed him to reshape all the cells in his body in the shortest time, thus achieving his goal of elementalizing his body. Is this the realm of a mortal? This feeling is truly wonderful. Chu Fan smiled widely, trying to move his limbs. At this moment, with just a thought, he could elementalize a part of his body. Moreover, he felt that his body had become incredibly powerful. Looking up at the sky again, the lightning was no longer a calamity for him, but rather a great boon. If before entering the realm of mortals the cells in his body were like small electronic devices, now they had transformed into small batteries. Furthermore, the cultivation method of the Thunder God Sea Dominance technique endowed him with the ability that the stronger the absorbed lightning, the stronger his own power became. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Come on, strike me. If you have the ability, just kill me." In the sky, it seemed that a hidden terrifying presence sensed Chu Fan's provocation. A tremendous pressure descended, causing the people below to change their expressions instantly. Some of the timid even felt the urge to kneel down. On the Shao Hei, Captain Kuan looked on with envy. Now that's a real man. Such powerful and terrifying strength is simply astounding. I've decided that from now on Chu Fan will be my idol. All of us from the Kuan clan must remember that besides singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, I've now added another. After saying that, he stared intently at Chu Fan, who seemed to float in midair with eyes full of admiration. Boom! Lightning struck down again. Chu Fan spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the baptism of lightning. Waves of breathtaking lightning struck him, leaving the others on the sea completely paralyzed. It's terrifying. Kuan couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Chu Fan is the strongest man in Zone 10087. Who agrees? Who disagrees? As 20 minutes passed, the lightning above seemed unwilling to relent, unleashing another powerful bolt toward Chu Fan. Boom! After the lightning, Chu Fan burped, expelling a cloud of thunder. Then he disdainfully snorted, "Is that all?" The dark clouds in the sky seemed to carry a deep dissatisfaction, gradually dissipating amidst the cheers of the crowd. On the ghost ship, Chiao Air looked on with excitement at the cheering crowd and the man who resembled a deity. This was a cataclysmic thunderstorm that had cleared the entire region, yet in Zone 10087, it had only cost the destruction of a few dozen ships to pass through safely. And the greatest contributor to all this was none other than this man. No wonder he is the man favored by Sister Lianaire. It's no surprise that the keeper regards him with special attention. Chu Fan jumped onto the deck, and Barbara rushed up and jumped into his arms, her legs naturally wrapping around. "You scared me to death, darling." Chu Fan quickly patted her back, gently reassuring her. It's okay. Oh, I feel better than ever." At that moment, the long-lost voice in the sky suddenly rang out. "The trial of the windless sea has ended. Now I will announce the scoring rankings." Everyone was drawn by the sound, unconsciously looking up toward the high school. On the Sea King, everyone also raised their heads. The first place was already secured, but no one knew what this mysterious grand prize would be. A light curtain appeared in the air, displaying 5 large characters' score ranking. The voice continued to resonate. "The 7-day trial has officially concluded, and now we will announce the top 5 on the score list." 5th place, Dapeng, with 450 points, rewards special function module basic freshwater. 4th place, Whitebeard with 490 points, rewards special function module intermediate freshwater. 3rd place, Kunlun with 540 points, rewards special function module intermediate freshwater collector 1A basic power system 1. 2nd place, Xiahongzi with 720 points, rewards special function module advanced freshwater collector 1 basic power system 1. At this point the voice paused. Everyone held their breath, the rewards were simply too tempting. The second place reward was already so generous, one could only wonder what the first place would entail. How enviable. But it seems like the Sea King already has all these things, I wonder what reward it will receive. Chu Fan also looked forward curious about what the game would reward him with. In the next moment, the voice rang out again. First place, a Sea King with 54,070 points rewards Special Function Module Sky Island 1. This announcement left everyone stunned. What was a Sky Island? Chu Fan and the others were equally baffled. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. Dear players, the trial ends here. Starting today, you will have the opportunity to interact with players from various. You will encounter new opportunities, but also face greater disasters. Have fun gaming. The voice did not allow anyone time to react, and as the voice faded, a sea breeze suddenly began to blow across the surface of the water. The previously tranquil sea suddenly began to flow. Finally, we can leave this damned windless zone. My ship is about to grow barnacles. Everyone was excited they could finally leave this wretched place. No one seemed to care about the new disasters and challenges mentioned by the voice. Chu Fan had a good friend. Chu Fan looked over and realized that it was the other ships that had received reward. The one who spoke was the captain of Xiangzi Kuan, and the others behind him looked at Chu Fan with Chu Fan then noticed that there was one woman in the crowd who was a familiar face. She was the girl who had previously shown him the Tauren silver coin. It seemed she had exchanged that 1,000 points for quite a lot of things, otherwise just that silver coin would have been enough to secure her second place. However, if she had not exchanged for supplies, it would be hard to say if she could survive. Chu Fan smiled and did not refuse. Having more friends means more paths to explore, so he gladly accepted Kun's invitation and added all 4 of them as friends. This could be considered a few big shots from Area 10,087. However, they had seen the top players from the previous areas and knew just how cruel the outside world could be. That was why they took the initiative to add Chu Fan as a friendo. After all, he came from a newbie village, and who knows when they might need help in the future. After greeting everyone, the crowd gradually dispersed. Before long, only the Sea King remained on the surface of the water. It was then that Chu Fan and the others had time to check out their recent rewards. What exactly is a Sky Island? The 4 girls were filled with excitement surrounding Chu Fan. With 4 beauties gathering around him, Chu Fan felt quite flattered. In everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Fan took the Sky Island out of the storage. A flash of light revealed a small island of nearly 1,000 square meters appearing before everyone. Unlike an ordinary island, this one floated in the air. No wonder it was called a Sky Island. At this moment, the wristbands emitted a notification sounding Sky Island module detected. Would you like to bind it? Chu Fan quickly chose to bind it. In the next moment, all 5 wristbands displayed an additional Sky Island module. Level 1 Sky Island unnamed. Size 1,000 square meters. Characteristics can be hidden. The entrance can be placed at any location on the ship. Entry is only allowed after authorization from the captain. This brief introduction piqued everyone's curiosity. Quick, let's go check it out. Barbara exclaimed within. Chu Fan nodded, and after a discussion among the group, they decided to place the entrance of the Sky Island in a room on the 3rd floor. This way it wouldn't be easily visible to anyone. After making their choice, a circular light ring appeared on the ground, which upon closer inspection resembled a Taiji diagram. The 5 exchanged glances before Chu Fan granted authorization to the 4 girls. With Chu Fan leading the way, he stepped onto the light ring. To the 4 girls, it seemed as if Chu Fan had suddenly vanished from his spot. Chu Fan felt a flash before his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing on a piece of land. Upon further inspection, he realized he was currently floating above the Sea King. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared behind him, revealing an excited Barbara. Following her were Lu Ruyan, Li Ruoyan, and Li Ruashi. Wow, it really is a small island. The girls exclaimed in awe. It's just a bit desolate. Barbara sighed. Li Ruoyan pointed to a small wooden house in the center of the island and said, I wonder what that wooden house is for. The island did indeed look a bit empty, hence they spotted that wooden house as soon as they arrived. Upon entering the wooden house, they discovered it had the same setup as the captain's room. This meant they could control the Sea King from within this wooden house. Does this mean they could live directly on this small island in the future? With this thought, everyone felt a surge. If only we could get some flower seeds and grass seeds. It would be even better if this wooden house could expand. And maybe a swimming pool here. I want to raise a dog. The women began to discuss excitedly. Lu Ruyan suddenly remarked, if only there were a mahjong table. Hearing this, Chu Fan's mouth twitched. He hadn't noticed before, but Lu Ruyan actually liked this. However, he couldn't deny that the things the 4 girls discussed intrigued him as well. Moreover, there was an additional benefit in the future. Other people might join on his ship, and maybe even some men. Living separately like this could avoid any awkward situations. The more he thought about it, the more excited Chu Fan became, suddenly realizing that according to the system's nature, the more Barbara and Lu Rian wanted something, the easier it would be for them to obtain it from the blind box. Thus, the chances of getting something related to this Sky Island from the blind box tonight would be very high. With this in mind, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement, wondering what he would receive from the blind box today. After wandering around the floating island, the group finally returned to the deck satisfied. Mainly, there was nothing on the small island, yet otherwise they might not have wanted to leave. Chu Fan was also very pleased. After all, entry to the floating island required his authorization, adding another layer of security. However, there were too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and whether there were other unconventional ways to enter remained unknown. Dear, where shall we go next? Chu Fan thought for a moment and said, let's check out the place marked on the treasure map. He had received this treasure map on the first day, but due to the lack of a propulsion system, it was impossible to reach. Now with the radar system and power engine, he could simply set the destination to the marked point on the map. However, there was one thing that Chu Fan didn't mention, which lingered like a shadow in everyone's hearts. That was Yi Tian and Yi Fei. The two brothers would definitely cause trouble for him. At this moment, Chu Fan's wristband suddenly beeped. When he opened the wristband, it was Fu Jianru from District 3. Chu Fan recalled the cold and beautiful woman and smiled slightly as he activated the wristband. Fu Jianru. Chu Fan, I heard you finished the trial. Chu Fan politely replied, yes. It's over. Fu Jianru, congratulations. But I must tell you, be careful of Yi Tian. He is very likely already in the sea area not far from you, and I'm also on my way there. Chu Fan frowned, not expecting Yi Tian to act so quickly. Okay, thank you, beautiful Fu. I will be. Fu Jianru continued. Try to avoid him. His strength is not something you can contend with for the time being. Chu Fan curiously asked, what is Yi Tian's strength like? Previously, Chu Fan had no idea. Now that he knew this world had a cultivation system, he raised his question. It should be similar to mine, reaching the 5th level of the mortal realm. Chu Fan was puzzled. Didn't he fail to obtain the cultivation method last time? How did he reach the 5th level? Fu Jianru replied. Come on, he had practiced cultivation methods before this. Although they weren't S-level, they were still a level, so reaching the mortal realm is quite normal. Then she continued. Actually, this situation is quite common, including myself. Otherwise, why do you think so many people fear Yi Tian? Chu Fan suddenly realized, so cultivation methods can be exchanged. Fu Jianru. That's right, but only at the mortal realm, or once you reach the celestial realm you can no longer exchange them. This is also why Yi Tian wanted to snatch this method from me last time. As if recalling something, Chu Fan hurriedly asked, by the way, what level is Yi Fei? Fu Jianru. I'm not very clear about that, he isn't on my radar. Alright, this Miss Fu speaks with such authority and clarity. At this moment, a person suddenly came to Chu Fan's mind, and he quickly opened the wristband to search. Jingu, are you there? Soon a reply came. Chu Fan, congratulations on finishing the trial in the windless sea. I heard you even withstood the extreme thunderstorm. That's truly impressive. Chu Fan was looking for that informant Jingu, and this person was indeed as renowned as rumored, having learned about what happened on his side in such a short time. It's nothing, Jingu. There's a small matter I'd like to ask. Do I need to pay you an information fee? Jingu, just tell me what it is. If it's a minor piece of information, I can give it to you for free. Chu Fan didn't hold back and directly asked, I want to know about Yi Fei's realm. Jingu, oh that. No charge, Bill, just tell you directly. Yi Fei should also possess water attribute abilities. Ooh, I believe you can tell that. As for his realm, the information I received yesterday was that he just reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Okay, thank you, Brother Jean. After shutting off the wristband, Chu Fan's expression turned grave. Yi Tian had actually reached the 5th level of the mortal realm. Although it was in a level technique, it was still the 5th level. And Yi Fei had also reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. It seemed that the time left for him was extremely tight. Barbara Ru Yin, what level are you at now? I'm at the 2nd level of the mortal realm, Lu Ru Yin said calmly. Barbara nodded, saying, I'm also at the 2nd level, just like Ru Yin. Chu Fan's face darkened. He didn't expect that the one lagging behind was actually himself. It seemed he needed to accelerate his training. After entering the mortal realm, the Thunder God Sea Dominance technique automatically unlocked 3 skills. Thunder Mark marks a target within a 5-meter radius with a Thunder Mark, duration 30 seconds, maximum simultaneous marks 5. Activation cooldown 40 seconds. Thunder Mark positive, the marked target will receive increased thunder attribute damage and a 5 increase in reaction speed when launching an attack. Negative, the marked target will suffer from thunder attribute attacks, reducing reaction speed by 5. Thunder activation cellular level discharge function can release a high voltage pulse of 1000 volts from any part of the body, attacking enemies marked by Thunder Mark up to 3 times. Cooldown 1 minute. Thunder instantaneous movement quickly moves to the location marked by Thunder Mark at lightning speed. Cooldown 3 seconds. After moving, the thunder mark at that location will disappear. Note each level increase will enhance the skill value. After reading the skill descriptions, Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel. After all, it was an S-level technique, and the skills at the mortal realm were so extraordinary. In summary, the most fundamental of these three skills was Thunder Mark. It could mark allies with thunder and increase buffs, but it could also mark enemies with thunder and apply a layer of debuff. The activation of the other two skills also required the cooperation of Thunder Mark. However, Thunder Mark lasts for 30 seconds, but its cooldown is 40 seconds, so there will be about a 10-second window. This is the effect of the first level of the mortal realm. If he worked hard to improve his realm, he should be able to greatly reduce this window. Thunder activation is purely an attack skill, 1000 volts of high voltage, almost no mortal kill. Cooldown is 1 minute, but if he can use it properly, it is still quite terrifying. In summary, each of these three skills is quite ordinary on its own, but when used in combination, they can produce incredibly unexpected results. It is even possible to achieve remarkable kills. Coupled with the combined skills with Barbara and Lu Ruyin, Chu Fan suddenly felt that perhaps Yi Fei's third level of the mortal realm was not so terrifying after all. But all of this requires time. Now back on the sea with the help of the Sharkmen, they might discover him at a very fast speed. So he needed to race against time. With that thought, Chu Fan re-entered the floating island. There was no place more suitable for cultivation than here. He took out the Thunderwood and once again arrived at the Thunderstorm Sea. He needed to quickly comprehend these three. Once Lu Ruyin and Barbara each entered their rooms to begin their cultivation, only the Li sisters were left with nothing to do aboard the Hawang. Li Ruo, she whispered, "Sister, this isn't a solution." Li Ruoyin was taken aback, confused, and asked why. Li Ruo, she frustrated, said, "My dear sister, you are truly naive. We joined the team last, yet our gap with everyone else is only widening. Don't you feel any sense of crisis?" Li Ruoyin fell silent. She wasn't foolish, how could she not understand anything? But Chu Fan and the others shouldn't be like that. Li Ruo, she tapped her sister's head, saying, "Even if they aren't like that, do you really want to remain ordinary?" Unlike her sister Li Ruo, she had always been someone who refused to be inferior to others, which was also the reason she chose to pursue a career in show business. Li Ruoyin shook her head and said, "Forget it. As long as we work a bit harder, keep our eyes open, and with Ruyin here, the things you worry about will surely not happen." As if remembering something, Li Ruoyin stood up and said, "By the way, the deck still needs cleaning. I'll go clean the deck, and you can check if Chu Fan has any clothes that need washing." After saying that, she turned and started scrubbing the deck, leaving Li Ruo. She's sitting there shaking her head. Watching her sister's busy figure, a thought grew stronger in Li Ruo's mind. Finally, as if making a certain decision, Li Ruo, she suddenly stood up. "My silly sister, some capital, if not used, is equivalent to having none." After saying that, Li Ruo, she quietly made her way up the stairs to the third floor. At that moment, Chu Fan was crazily feeling the thunder elemental energy within him in the Thunderstorm Sea. At this time, he could clearly sense a purple orb floating in his dantian. This orb was surrounded by the sheen of lightning, and under the intense influence of the thunder attribute around him, it continued to solidify. Is this the mark of the first layer of the mortal realm? Chu Fan murmured to himself. It seemed that once this orb completely solidified and a second thunder orb was produced, it would signify his complete entry into the second layer of the mortal realm. The method of advancement was also quite simple. He needed to sense the thunder elements around him in the Thunderstorm Sea every day and absorb them into his body. At the current speed, he estimated that to completely solidify this first thunder orb, he would need at least 10 days. It seems that the current thunder-attracting wood is still not strong enough. Fortunately, the Thunder God's dominance technique provided clear guidance, indicating that he needed to find another piece of thunder-attracting wood and combine the two to further enhance the energy of the Thunderstorm Sea. If that were the case, his cultivation speed could be shortened by at least 1/3. But where can I find thunder? Looks like I need to ask Jean Kala. It's worth mentioning that after stepping into the mortal realm, the environment here could no longer affect him in any way. Instead, it allowed him to quickly recover the energy he had consumed. He stood on the mountaintop, eyes closed, forcefully sensing everything around him amidst the rumbling thunder. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a purple mark appearing on a rock 3 meters away. Thunder mark. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Following the principles of the technique, he attempted dozens of times and finally succeeded in condensing the thunder mark. Then, with a thought, his body released a bolt of lightning, striking directly at the rock. Boom! A crisp explosion sounded. The rock was instantly shattered into pieces. Thunder activation. Indeed, it's worthy of being an S-level divine skill, having such great power at just the first level. Chu Fan was secretly delighted, repeatedly attempting to condense thunder marks around him. 1, 2, 3, 5. Finally, after attempting more than 10 times, Chu Fan successfully condensed 5 thunder marks at the same time. Thunder escape, thunder flash. Almost in an instant, Chu Fan appeared at one of the thunder marks. Without pausing, he vanished from his spot again. When he appeared again, he was at the next thunder mark. Just like that, in 5 consecutive times, the 5 thunder marks allowed him to teleport 5 times in an instant. The speed of lightning was almost equal to the speed of light, so if there were any outsiders here, they would definitely doubt whether they were seeing things. However, such instantaneous movement also consumed a considerable amount of stamina and energy. Chu Fan tried it out. With his current stamina and energy, if he did not quickly replenish, he could use Thunder Escape 3 times in a row, and then he would need at least 2 hours of rest before he could activate it again. However, theoretically, he could teleport a maximum of 5 times each time he activated it, so this ability was already quite extraordinary. After trying a few more times, Chu Fan finally exhausted his strength and withdrew from the thunder-attracting wood. Very good, if I continue like this, I will soon reach the second layer of the mortal realm. Chu Fan let out a long breath. The results of 2 hours of training were indeed very gratifying. He planned to take a short rest to recover his stamina before continuing his training. Pushing open the door of the small wooden house, he intended to rest here. However, the moment he pushed the door open, he was stunned. "Oh, why are you here?" He saw Li Ruoxi sitting in the wooden house, and upon seeing Chu Fan, her face turned red and her heartbeat quickened noticeably. "Chu Fan, have you been cultivating again?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "Yeah, I have to cultivate." Li Ruoxi smiled and said, "Then you must be tired. Let me massage your shoulders." This made Chu Fan's face freeze. What's going on with this girl? Seeing Chu Fan standing there dumbfoundedly, she seemed quite relaxed. After all, she had been in the entertainment industry and had seen countless scenes. There were directors and producers who had subtly sent her signals before. She understood that resources were not given for free, or one needed to offer something in exchange. She also knew that as a newcomer in the industry, she had no resources to speak of. The only thing she could rely on was her beauty. However, she found those greasy middle-aged men extremely repulsive, which was why she had never taken that step until now. This was likely the reason she had only been a minor star. Chu Fan felt different to her. Young and handsome, and crucially in this world, one needed sufficient strength to survive. Li Ruoxi knew that if she wanted to survive with dignity alongside her sister in this world, that day would inevitably come. Since this outcome was destined, why not choose someone she liked? "Why are you just standing there? Sit down." Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, "All right, then help me with the massage." After saying that, he directly sat down. Li Ruoxi slowly approached and placed her small hands on his shoulders. Feeling the faint fragrance wafting from behind, Chu Fan felt quite pleased and couldn't help but close his eyes. "Your technique is quite good. This feels great." Li Ruoxi smiled and suddenly said, "Chu Fan, I like you." Chu Fan shook with surprise at these words and abruptly opened his eyes. Chu Fan was visibly taken aback upon hearing Li Ruoxi's words. He did not expect such a statement to come from the lips of a well-behaved girl who looked like a porcelain doll. "Axie, are you serious? Sometimes certain matters are as thin as a sheet of paper. Once pierced through, there is no longer anything to be shy about." At this moment, Li Ruoxi showed no hint of shyness, instead smiling as she asked, "Of course I'm serious, brother Chu Fan. Do you like Axie?" Chu Fan laughed heartily. Who was he? He was a man determined to become the king of the sea. So he smiled at Li Ruoxi and said, "Of course I like you. You are so beautiful and a big star. How could I not like you?" Li Ruoxi's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. It seemed she had taken the right step. "Then, brother Chu Fan, if I talk to you like this, will Barbara and sister Ru Yin be angry with you? Unlike me, who can only feel sorry for the Gigi." Chu Fan felt a rush of warmth at her words. This little green tea had a way of speaking that was both teasing and delightful. "Ruoxi, tell me honestly, does your sister know about this?" Li Ruoxi replied earnestly, "I fight for my own love. It has nothing to do with my sister." "Moreover?" Chu Fan asked curiously. "Moreover what?" Li Ruoxi glanced outside the door and leaned in close to Chu Fan's ear, whispering, "It seems my sister likes you too. She just doesn't dare to admit it. I even overheard her talking in her sleep, calling your name." Unintentionally or not, Li Ruoxi had almost completely leaned into Chu Fan's embrace, her breath warm and fragrant, making him feel invigorated. Sensing a faint fragrance in his nose, Chu Fan suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. Li Ruoxi boldly moved closer to Chu Fan, also catching a whiff of his unique scent, which was the charm of a mature and strong man. The atmosphere became quite enchanting. Chu Fan knew he was not the kind of man who could remain unperturbed in such a situation. Moreover, with Barbara and Lu Ru Yin unavailable these past few days, the slumbering dragon was finally awakened. Chu Fan suddenly embraced Li Ruoxi, saying, "If you regret it now, it's still not too late." Li Ruoxi's eyes were misty as she softly said, "Brother Fan, please cherish me." An hour later, Chu Fan looked at the smiling Li Ruoxi in his arms. "I must say her waist proportion is truly remarkable. No wonder you're a singer. Your voice is so pleasant. Tell me, what do you want?" Li Ruoxi quickly replied, "Brother Fan, I'm not approaching you for any benefits. Oh, I genuinely like you." Chu Fan waved his hand, saying, "Don't misunderstand. Now that you're with me, you won't lack for anything that Lu Ru Yin and the others have." Just ask for whatever you want. Li Ruoxi tightly hugged Chu Fan's broad chest softly, saying, I don't want anything as long as Brother Fan doesn't abandon me. Chu Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's said that beauty brings disaster. With something like this, how many men could resist? Regardless of whether her words were entirely sincere, the emotional value was off the charts. Chu Fan was not the type of steel-straight man who would lose his sense of romance at such a moment. Gently stroking Li Ruoxi's hair, Chu Fan softly said, Don't worry, Ruoxi, I've actually liked you for a long time. I promise to treat you well. By the way, pick one. As he spoke, Chu Fan took out the 3 divine fruits he had bought last time from his space and placed them in front of Li Ruoxi. A glimmer of fervor flashed in her eyes. She certainly knew the wonders of these fruits. Having witnessed the prowess of Lu Ruyin and Barbara, and after basking in the spotlight of public attention, how could she be content with remaining ordinary? Brother Fan, can I really? Chu Fan laughed, saying, Of course you are my woman now. Giving you this is nothing. Feel free to choose. Moreover, once you gain special abilities, you can protect yourself, which will allow me to be at ease. Chu Fan spoke the truth. If Li Ruoxi grew stronger, the overall strength of the Sea King would also increase. Additionally, these 3 divine fruits had been bought several days ago and had not been used yet. He was also curious about the abilities of these 3 fruits. Li Ruoxi was someone who knew how to grasp the nuance of the moment. She understood that if she refused any longer, it would appear pretentious. Smart as she was, she now appeared particularly clever. She suddenly hugged Chu Fan and planted a big kiss on his face, sweetly saying, Thank you, Brother Fan. Having you is truly wonderful. After saying this, she sat up, gazing at the 3 fruits before her. The 3 fruits looked quite different from one another, and after staring for a long time, Li Ruoxi couldn't decide which to pick. Suddenly she pouted and said, Brother Fan, can you help me choose one? Chu Fan felt a twitch in his eye upon hearing this. He finally understood why there were so many foolish monarchs in ancient times. Alright, let me pick one for Sierra. Thank you, Brother Fan. Chu Fan glanced at the 3 fruits in front of him and suddenly noticed that one of the fruits was indented in the middle, giving the impression of being 2 fruits at a glance. Even more wondrously, the 2 halves were of different colors. One half was purple and the other half red, making it appear like a twin fruit. Let's go with this one. Chu Fan picked up that fruit and placed it in Li Ruoxi's palm. How is it? Li Ruoxi smiled and said, It's perfect. Oh, I like whatever Brother Fan chooses. After saying this, she began to eat the fruit in small bites under Chu Fan's gaze. Wow, it's so sweet and delicious. Before long, Li Ruoxi had finished the fruit. Chu Fan suddenly felt that her entire aura had undergone a transformation, though he wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. In Chu Fan's eyes, Li Ruoxi had transformed into a sweet and charming idol girl, the kind of popular first-tier celebrity. With such looks and aura, Chu Fan couldn't help but applaud. Great, my Sierra has become even more beautiful. By the way, what ability does this fruit have? Li Ruoxi closed her eyes to feel it, then slowly opened her big eyes. Brother Fan, it seems this fruit is called the sweet fruit. Chu Fan pondered. Sweet fruit. Empress. No wonder it has 2 colors. Chu Fan's heart began to race. If this fruit really had the abilities he thought it did, it would be incredibly powerful. Moreover, the 2 colors represented 2 entirely different personalities, showing a loving and gentle side towards those close to her. However, when facing enemies, she would become cold and merciless. At that moment, Li Ruoxi's Sea King outfit suddenly changed. After a dazzling flash of white light, Li Ruoxi's Sea King outfit had transformed into a long white dress with a fiery red cape trailing behind her. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, extending to her waist, making her exude an irresistible allure. Beautiful, simply too beautiful. After a tender moment between the 2, Chu Fan once again entered the Thunderwood to continue his cultivation. Li Ruoxi, having tidied up, excitedly went downstairs. On the deck, only Li Ruoyan sat at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant sea. Sister. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ruoyan turned her head. Upon seeing Li Ruoxi's new look, she was clearly taken aback. Ruoxi, what's with that outfit? Li Ruoxi's cheeks flushed as she happily replied, Sister, I have abilities now too. Li Ruoyan was momentarily stunned. Abilities. As if realizing something, she abruptly raised her head to look at her sister. You and Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi shyly nodded, saying, Yes, Sister. Brother Fan is so gentle, he gave me a divine fruit. You? Son. Li Ruoyan sighed, unsure whether to admire her sister's boldness or lament her own. My dear sister, deep down you know this was bound to happen sooner or later. Since it's destined, why don't we take the... You must understand, the further we go, the more passive we become. If another seductress appears, our position will be it. Besides, Brother Fan is truly kind. I like him so much. Li Ruoyan fell silent after hearing this, then sighed. Then you should talk to Ru Yin about it later. She kindly took us in, and this counts as undermining her, doesn't it? Li Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. This was indeed a problem. After all, what woman would generously share her man with? At that moment, an alarm suddenly sounded. Beep, an unidentified vessel is approaching rapidly. Please prepare for defense. It was the radar system alerting them. The sisters hurried into the observation room to look at the radar screen. They saw 3 blips rapidly approaching the Sea King, moving even faster than it. Not good, it looks like they are coming for us. Hurry and call Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi shook her head saying, no, Brother Fan just went to cultivate, he doesn't know what's happening yet. Then I'll go get Ru Yin and Barbara, you stay here and watch. Li Ruoxi nodded saying, okay sister, go. Although she now had abilities, she had no combat experience, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. Just as Li Ruoyan left, several splashes suddenly erupted on the sea surface. Immediately gray figures sprang from the water, landing on the deck. Li Ruoxi was astonished knowing the Sea King was currently moving at full speed, which was no small feat. What on earth are those? At this moment, Li Ruoxi finally saw the approaching figures. On the deck stood 12 grayish-white silhouettes, their appearances truly bizarre. 2 had long tentacles, 2 had pointed snouts, and 2 had mouths full of sharp teeth. This was the first time Li Ruoxi had seen such monsters, and she was immediately frozen in shock. Are these even humans? If Lu Ruyin or Barbara were here, they would definitely recognize the 2 with sharp teeth as the shark men they had encountered before. Keek keek, I didn't expect to find such beautiful human girls here. The leader of the shark men let out a harsh laugh, eyeing the tall and sexy Li Ruoxi. Another shark man behind him also wore a knowing smile, saying, I have to admit human girls are beautiful, much more so than our shark women. And they are so tender and refreshing, but if we get bored we can eat them. Ha ha ha, I'm claiming her. Another shark man said, Humph, why should you? I want her too. Last time you got the first pick, so it's my turn this time. That last one can't compare to this one. A look at her figure, her face, and those legs. She's top-notch. The 2 openly critiqued her, as if Li Ruoxi was already a dish in their hands. However, looking at her appearance, she did seem like an innocent and adorable sweet girl. At this moment, behind the 2 sharkmen, one with long pointed jaws spoke up. Boss, didn't Yition say there are several beauties on this ship? Are we worried about not having enough to go around? Hearing this, the eyes of the 2 sharkmen brightened. Good kid, you're smart. I knew bringing you along was the right. Thanks for the compliment, big brother. At this moment, Li Ruoxi finally steadied her nerves. Hearing their conversation, she immediately felt a surge of anger. These wicked guys actually dared to have designs on her and her sisters. It was truly infuriating. Moreover, from their conversation, it seemed they even ate people. What are you? Why are you on our ship? Get lost. Li Ruoxi shouted with her hands on her hips. The 2 leading shark men seemed to have finally reached an agreement, and upon hearing Li Ruoxi's scolding, they burst into laughter. Haha, this little lass has a nice voice. Come on, call me brother, and let me hear. Not bad at all. That Chu Fan guy really knows how to enjoy himself, having such a beauty on board. So what if he enjoys? We're here to send him on his way today. The 2 spoke without any concealment, so Li Ruoxi heard everything clearly. When she heard that they were there to kill Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes turned icy. You actually want to kill Brother Fan? You all deserve to die. More than a dozen fishmen laughed heartily at Li Ruoxi's words. Beauty, how do you plan to deal with us? Are you going to bite us? Ha ha. A killing intent rose within Li Ruoxi as if an instinct was awakened. The ability of the divine fruit within her suddenly awakened at that moment. Though she hadn't yet cultivated a technique, the special abilities inherent in the fruit suddenly appeared in Li Ruoxi. She suddenly raised both hands, forming a heart shape in front of her chest. Oh beauty, are you showing me a heart? Nonsense, it's clearly for me. So cute, I like it so much. I feel like I'm in love. The more than a dozen fishmen suddenly turned into lecherous looks, their eyes seeming to glaze over as they gazed at the adorable girl before them. Moreau, 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 Moreau. Li Ruoxi's voice, like a curse from a deep-sea demon, carried an invisible energy that surged towards the 12 fishmen. The fishmen who had been laughing loudly just a second ago suddenly fell silent. What the heck, what's happening? I can't move my feet. Why has my hand turned to stone? In the thunderstorm sea, several fishmen had just boarded the ship when Chu Fan was jolted awake by a warning from his wristband. Ceasing his cultivation, he swiftly withdrew from the thunderstorm sea. By the time he descended from the 3rd floor to the deck, Lu Ruyin and Barbara were already rushing out behind Li Ruoyan, whose face was etched with anxiety. Without exchanging a word, the 4 hurried to stand behind Li Ruoxi. Ruoxi, are you all right? As they moved to check on her, they froze in astonishment. Li Ruoxi's face was pale as if she had exerted herself too much. Before her stood 12 stone figures of varied forms. At the sight of Chu Fan, Li Ruoxi's expression relaxed. Brother Fan, you're here. Sierra didn't let you down. With that, her body went limp, about to collapse. Chu Fan lunged forward, catching her in his arms. Sierra, are you all right? He asked, concern lacing his voice. This scene left Lu Ruyin and Barbara momentarily stunned, a shared thought echoing in their minds. Such a flirt. Li Ruoxi shook her head. I'm fine, Brother Fan. Just a bit tired. Chu Fan nodded. You've just awakened your power and used it too much at once. You're likely drained. Rest at the back. Leave the rest to me. Knowing this wasn't the time to be stubborn, Li Ruoxi nodded weakly. My ability isn't strong enough yet. I can only control them for a minute. Li Ruoyan was stunned. She hadn't expected her sister, who had been as helpless as she was that morning, to suddenly become so powerful. And all of this was a gift from the man before them. Lu Rian and Barbara exchanged a glance, though they weren't surprised. Perhaps in their minds, from the moment the Li sisters boarded the ship, they had already anticipated this. They just hadn't expected Li Ruoxi to be the first. Chu Fan handed Li Ruoxi to Li Ruoyan and turned to face the 12 figures on the deck. Except for their heads, the rest of their bodies had turned to stone. This was likely due to Li Ruoxi's insufficient power preventing her from fully petrifying them. Even so, the ability was incredibly formidable. Good, a perfect chance to test my own power. With a thought, Chu Fan flashed into the midst of the stone figures. His gaze fixed on 5 of them, conjuring 5 thunder marks upon them. Then, forming hand seals, his body was instantly wreathed in violet lightning. Lightning activation. In a flash, 5 bolts of 1,000-volt lightning struck the marked stone figures. Without a doubt, the 5 figures shattered into rubble. Lu Rian's eyes lit up. Such a formidable technique. Barbara nodded. With this destructive power, no wonder our dear one had such a hard time before. Li Ruoxi clapped her hands. Brother Fan, amazing. Go, Brother Fan. Lu Rian and Barbara exchanged glances. Too much tea. Chu Fan marked another 5 stone. Another bolt of lightning struck, and 5 more figures crumbled. Only the 2 leading sharkmen remained on the. Just as the minute was up, the 2 sharkmen gradually reverted to their original forms. No sooner had they recovered than they glared at Chu Fan and the others with fury. Damn it, boss, what ability does that woman have? Even I fell for it. Damn it, not a single one of them can be left alone. Boss, it's a waste to kill so many beauties like this. Then what do you suggest? Simple. Catch them, break their limbs, and we can have our fun. The leading sharkman's eyes gleamed. Second brother, not a bad plan. Let's do it. Chu Fan and the others looked at the 2 sharkmen as if they were idiots. Were these 2 for real? Are you 2 done talking? The sharkman sneered at Chu Fan. You're Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded. That's right. So who sent Yi Tian or Yi Fei? The leading sharkman laughed contemptuously. It doesn't matter who. What matters is that we'll kill you in front of your women, then enjoy them over your corpse. Ha ha ha. Just then the other sharkman suddenly realized something. Whoa, Jack, look. How are they all Jack the sharkman was confused. Vance, what are you talking about? Holy crap. It finally dawned on him that the 10 brothers he had brought were now scattered in pieces. Damn it. I've lost so many brothers. Who did this? Who? Chu Fan waved a hand. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Jack glared. Bastard, he'll kill you. With that, the 2 sharkmen stepped back and assumed a fighting stance. Having clashed with sharkmen before, Chu Fan knew their traits inside out. He was well aware of their formidable defensive capabilities. However, their movement speed was considerably slower. In contrast, his own lightning attribute was the exact opposite. The lightning attribute boasted 2 key features: extreme speed and immense destructive power. From a tactical standpoint, his ability seemed naturally tailored to counter the sharkmen. Recalling his previous encounter with the sharkman, Chu Fan had to admit that his victory then had largely depended on the dragon-slaying sword's suppression of native creatures. But now things were different. Chu Fan believed that with his steadily growing strength, he could defeat these sharkmen hidden without even needing the sword. With this thought, excitement surged within him. This was the perfect chance to test just how much his abilities had him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan's figure flickered like a phantom, swiftly positioning himself between the 2 sharkmen. This ensured his skills could cover both targets simultaneously. With a mere thought, he activated Thunder Wedge, and 2 purple marks appeared on the sharkmen. Lightning activated. A surge of immense energy erupted from his body, instantly transforming into 2 bolts of violet lightning that streaked toward the sharkmen. The 2 bolts of lightning, as if alive, traced elegant arcs through the air. With 2 thunderous roars, the very space seemed to tremble under the force. Those 1,000-volt bolts, like 2 ferocious dragons, lunged toward their prey with bared fangs. Boom. The 2 sharkmen let out a scream as they were struck by lightning, collapsing onto the deck, convulsing. Lu Rian and the others rushed over, only to discover that the sturdy outer skins of the 2 sharkmen had been pierced by the lightning, leaving behind horrifying wounds. What once made the sharkmen feel confident and proud a defense that even bullets could not penetrate was ruthlessly shattered by Chu Fan's attack in the first Foundation establishment stage. Of course, this was also related to the high lethality of the lightning element. Yet to have such lethality at the first stage thrilled Chu Fan immensely. From this moment on, the tides of battle had changed. Looking at the 2 sharkmen on the verge of death, Chu Fan felt no pity as he took out the dragon-slaying sword and pointed it at the sharkman named Jack. Can I say something now? Who sent you? Jack spat out a mouthful of blood and said laboriously, You. How dare you injure me? I will. Oh. Chu Fan gently drew the dragon-slaying sword and then kicked Jack's corpse into the sea. He then coldly glanced at another sharkman named Vance. What about you? Are you willing to talk? Vance was taken aback. How could Chu Fan kill Jack without hesitation? Shouldn't there be a process where he was forced to speak out of desperation? Seeing that Vance was silent, Chu Fan frowned and said, "If you don't speak, you'll join him." Vance hurriedly exclaimed in horror, "Wait, he'll talk." Chu Fan then stopped and said flatly, "Speak. Tell me how you came, why you're here, and who sent you." "Big brother, if I tell you, will you spare my life?" Chu Fan's expression turned cold. "Stop with the nonsense. If you don't speak, don't expect mercy. I will talk. It was indeed Yi Tian who sent us, but he only instructed us to locate your position because he said he wanted to deal with you personally." Chu Fan glanced at Vance and asked, "Then why did you attack us?" Vance's expression turned a bit ugly. "Because we Sharkmen are only in a cooperative relationship with him. We heard that there are beauties on your ship, so we wanted to strike directly." Chu Fan then asked, "How did you find us?" Vance replied, "We Sharkmen have our own way of communication. Basically, as long as you appear on these open seas, we can find you quickly." "Are you saying that Yi Tian should also know our location?" Vance timidly nodded. "If nothing goes wrong, he should have found it already." "Then where is Yi Tian?" "Yi Tian is in Sea Area No. 2. It's a bit far from here, but Yi Fei is closer to you. According to their ship's speed, they can find you in no more than 3 days." Chu Fan had gotten the information he wanted, nodded, and said, "All right, I know. You can die now." Vance exclaimed in terror, "I told you everything, and you still want to kill me." Without any hesitation, Chu Fan thrust his sword into Vance's heart, whispering coldly in his ear, "For trying to lay hands on my woman, you must die." After speaking, he withdrew the dragon-slaying sword. Vance felt his consciousness fading, a flicker of regret in his eyes, and slowly lost his breath. "Wow, darling, you're so domineering." Barbara clapped her hands. Chu Fan chuckled, "Of course you are all mine and no one is allowed to have any designs on you." Everyone felt sweet upon hearing this, except Li Ruoyan, who felt a pang of discomfort, as she was not Chu Fan's woman. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, "It is indeed quite domineering, but shouldn't we talk about the matter between you and Ruashi?" Chu Fan was taken aback and chuckled. "As you all guess, Yer is now my 3rd concubine. You all need to get along well from now on. Oh, this deck is such a mess, so I'll go clean it up." After saying that, she hurriedly ran off to tidy up the deck, as the remains of the Sharkmen had not yet been cleared away. Li Ruashi looked awkwardly at the 3 sisters that remained. Barbara was the first to break the awkwardness, smiling. "Welcome, Ruashi, to our big family. Just so happens that Lu Ruoyan and I are a bit inconvenient these days, so you can take good care of Chu Fan." Li Ruashi weakly glanced at Lu Ruoyan and whispered, "Sister Ruoyan." Lu Ruoyan suddenly smiled and said, "Ruashi, welcome." Li Ruashi asked, "Sister Ruoyan, aren't you mad at me?" Lu Ruoyan thoughtfully looked at Li Ruoyan beside her and softly replied, "Why would I be mad at you? From the moment you boarded the ship, I was prepared for this." She then turned her back and said slowly, "If it were in the outside world, I wouldn't allow any betrayal whatsoever. However, here is the apocalypse, and the only rule here is the survival of the fittest. And the fact that we are still living quite well, even better than most, is all thanks to Chu Fan. Therefore, the beautiful women by his side will only increase. Even without you, there will be others." Seeing that Lu Ruoyan didn't seem to be pretending, Li Ruashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Barbara agreed. "What Lu Ruoyan said is right, and with your addition, our strength has increased significantly. We'll be able to open another blind box tonight." "Blind box? What blind box?" Now it was Li Ruoyan and Li Ruox's turn to be confused. Barbara smiled. You'll find out tonight." Li Ruoyan hurriedly asked, "Is there a place for me? I want to open one too." Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan showed a playful smile. "Do you really want to open a blind box?" Yes. I used to love buying blind boxes." This was the truth. Li Ruoyan had previously enjoyed buying various blind boxes and figurines in school, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her an enthusiast. Lu Ruoyan shrugged and said, "Then you need to ask Chu Fan." Li Ruoyan's eyes lit up at this, and she ran to Chu Fan saying, "Chu Fan, I want to open a blind box too." Chu Fan scratched his head and said, "As for the blind box, that can be discussed later." Li Ruoyan was puzzled. Soon night fell, and the blind box for today arrived as scheduled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving another day and successfully courting Li Ruashi, earning 4 blind boxes, which have been placed in the system space. Please collect them yourself. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Today there were 4 blind boxes, and he wondered what treasures they might contain. Ladies, come quickly to open the blind boxes. On the first floor in the captain's room, 4 women sat opposite Chu Fan. With a wave of his hand, 4 blind boxes appeared before everyone. Barbara, Ruoyan, you choose one for yourselves. Ruashi, starting today, you can also open a blind box. Go ahead and pick one. Li Rua's eyes face lit up with joy, but she quickly said in a low voice, "Let Barbara Jie and Ruoyan Jie choose first." Barbara laughed. "Oh, it doesn't matter who goes first, they are all the same." Saying this, she casually picked one. Lu Ruyin was quite satisfied with Li Ruo's performance, that at least she could distinguish between the big and small kings. Seeing that both of them had picked one Li Ruo, she finally reached out eagerly to grab one. Women seem to be born with a love for unboxing, especially for those boxes where the contents are unknown. They possess a fatal allure. Li Ruoyin looked at the others with envy, her eyes carrying a hint of desire as they fell on Chu Fan. Chu Fan pretended not to see, instead encouraging, "Everyone hurry and open your blind boxes. I have a feeling something good will come out today." Barbara was the quickest as she immediately opened her blind box. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 200 fruit orchards. One can be placed on suitable empty land. Wow, it's actually an orchard. Fantastic. Just right, there's not much on the empty island. Seeing Barbara's smile, Chu Fan nodded in delight. Well done. Next up was Lu Ruyin. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a luxurious outdoor swimming pool. One can be placed in a suitable location. As expected of the water attribute, the item drawn was also related to water. Not too bad, and now I have a place to soak. Lu Ruyin was very satisfied. Currently, she could only practice in the bathtub, which was small in space and limited in water capacity. Now with a large swimming pool, she could relax and enjoy while cultivating. It felt tailor-made for her. Chu Fan laughed and said, "Not bad, let me give it a try too." Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining 99 200x telescopes. The 200x telescope allows observation of facial features from 2 kilometers away. It's quite standard and not particularly eye-catching, but certainly practical. Finally, only Li Ruo remained. This was her first time opening one. Seeing everyone looking at her made her feel a bit nervous yet expectant. Ding, blind box used successfully. Congratulations on obtaining a jade flute. A jade green flute appeared in Li Ruo's hand. Wow, it's actually a musical instrument. That's great. This greatly surprised Chu Fan, as he hadn't expected her to draw just a flute. However, recalling the truth that system items must be of high quality, Chu Fan subconsciously asked, "System, what makes this flute special?" This flute is made from a special jade, harder than metal, and can influence others' minds when played. Combined with special sheet music, it will have unexpected effects on the battlefield. Hearing this introduction, Chu Fan nodded. Truly, the system knows this flute perfectly matched Li Ruo's identity and aligned with her abilities. Meanwhile, Li Ruoyin was profoundly shocked. She finally understood why Chu Fan was so far ahead of him. It turned out he had such a big secret. Now she realized why one had to be in a close relationship with him to enjoy such treatment. This secret could only be known by the closest of people. But now Chu Fan had allowed her to know. Did that mean in his heart she was already his? Or rather, was it because of her sister? Li Ruoyin felt a bit flustered, even forgetting how to return to her room. "Sister, you can sleep by yourself tonight." Li Ruo, she poked her head out, stuck out her tongue, and then closed the door. Bang! The sound of a door slamming came from the room across. That girl? Really? Li Ruoyin was speechless, lying on the bed half asleep for a long time before finally dozing off. She didn't know how long had passed when she suddenly sat up. In the middle of the night, who was singing? A melody floated over, feeling distant, yet incredibly clear. Li Ruoyin couldn't help but push open the door and step outside. A thick fog had risen outside. After leaving her room, she descended the stairs and walked towards the bow of the ship. The singing seemed to be coming from there. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. "Chu Fan, what are you doing?" Li Ruoyin recognized that the figure was Chu Fan. Chu Fan turned around, revealing an extremely handsome smile. "Ruoyin, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Li Ruoyin was startled. He was actually waiting for her. "Wait," he called her so affectionately, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Li Ruoyin's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and said, You were waiting for me." Chu Fan nodded and said, "Yes, I was waiting for you." "What were you waiting for me for?" Chu Fan laughed heartily. "Because I have a secret to tell you." "What secret?" Li Ruoyin's curiosity was completely ignited. Chu Fan looked at her, his gaze intense, as he said, "Actually, I want to tell you that from the first time I saw you, I fell deeply in love with you." "Ah!" Li Ruoyin exclaimed. She hadn't expected that what Chu Fan wanted to tell her was this. Was this a confession? How embarrassing. But why did her heart secretly rejoice? But, Li Ruoyin stammered, unable to say a single coherent word. Chu Fan asked, "Do you not like me?" No, I like you." Li Ruoyin hurriedly defended herself, the last few words exhausting her courage. Chu Fan once again revealed an extremely beautiful smile. "Really? That's great. Come, I'll take you to a special place." Saying this, Chu Fan extended his hand. Li Ruoyin instinctively asked, "Where are we going?" But her hand unconsciously reached out. Chu Fan held her delicate hand and smiled mysteriously, "To a place where no one can find us." Li Ruoyin puzzled. "What about Ruyin, Barbara, and Ruoshi?" Chu Fan replied, "It's fine, I'll come back to pick them up later." Although Li Ruoyin didn't understand the reason, she still obediently nodded. "Oh, okay." He'll listen to you. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly said, "By the way, Ruoyan, do you like me?" Li Ruoyan's face turned red again as she lowered her head. "I like you. How much do you like me?" Li Ruoyan mustered her courage and said, "I like you a lot. I want to be with you forever." Chu Fan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he smiled. "Is that so? Are you willing to die for me?" Li Ruoyan was stunned, not understanding why Chu Fan would say such a thing. But she saw Chu Fan smile and say, "Just kidding. How could I let you die? Quick, come with me. They are waiting for us." "Oh, okay." Li Ruoyan didn't think further and lift. Just as her foot was about to step out, a stern voice came. "Li Ruoyan, wake up now." The sharp shout struck like a bolt of lightning, causing Li Ruoyan to tremble all over. Unconsciously, she turned her head towards the source of the sound. She saw Li Ruoshi, her face full of anxiety, looking at her. That voice had come from her. Li Ruoyan suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. Does this count as robbing her own sister's man? An inexplicable sense of shame surged within her. Ruoshi. Suddenly she felt her body weaken and she collapsed to the ground. If anyone had seen this, they would surely break into a cold sweat. Because at this moment Li Ruoyan was lying right at the edge of the deck. This meant that if Li Ruoshi hadn't stopped her just now, Li Ruoyan would have already fallen off the deck. In this pitch-black night, falling into the vast ocean would have unimaginable consequences. Even more terrifying was that 3 other people were lying beside Li Ruoyan. They were none other than Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruoyan. In other words, on the entire Sea King ship aside from Li Ruoshi, everyone had inexplicably ended up at the edge of the deck. Li Ruoshi took out her flute, holding it in front of her, her gaze cold as she shouted, "Who are you?" From the thick fog came a series of eerie laughter. I didn't expect there would still be someone in this world unaffected by my song." As the voice faded, a shadow gradually emerged from the fog. Li Ruoxi's expression tightened as she saw a creature with a human head and a bird's body appear before her. Her head clearly belonged to a stunning woman shimmering with enchanting beauty under the faint starlight. Yet her body unmistakably resembled that of a bird. Her voice was incredibly melodious, and it was evident that the earlier song had originated from her. Li Ruoshi frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The creature laughed. "I am Siren, and some call us the Sea Demon Tribe." Li Ruoxi's expression tightened. She did not expect it to be the legendary Sea Demon. It was said that the voice of such creatures was exceedingly beautiful. Sailors sailing the seas would fall into a trance upon hearing her song, unable to extricate themselves. And it seemed that her own essence naturally possessed the characteristic to resist such psychic attacks. Coupled with her background in singing, she was more sensitive to sound than others, making her the only one who remained awake. Li Ruoshi continued, "We have no quarrel with you. Why do you want to deal with us?" Siren burst into a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha, the return of the Dragon King is unstoppable. You mere mortals dare to think you can obstruct the return of the Dragon Lord. You are simply overestimating yourselves." Li Ruoshi was confused by this statement, as she had no idea what the return of the Dragon King referred to. However, it was clear that this was not the main focus. The priority was to rescue her companions. "Your illusion has no effect on me. As long as I am here, you shall not harm them in the slightest." Siren suddenly flapped her wings, revealing a sinister smile as she emitted an extremely unpleasant sound. "Get up, standing before you is the murderer of your loved ones, your brothers. Seek revenge now." With Siren's voice, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruoyan, who had previously been lying still on the deck, suddenly stood up, as if possessed by some strange power. This situation filled Li Ruoshi with an inexplicable tension, and she couldn't help but shout, "Brother Fan! Sister Barbara! Sister Ruoyan!" But the 3 seemed not to hear her voice at all, and stood motionless. Siren appeared frenzied, continuing to chant, "Kill her! Quickly kill her! She is the murderer! She is the devil!" Gradually, a hint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the 3. Lu Ruoyan's eyes turned red as she drew the moon god bow. "Why did you kill Xiao Fei? I want you dead." Barbara conjured a row of wooden spears in front of her, aimed at Li Ruoshi. "Anyone who dares to harm my Chu Fan, I will not rest until we both die." Chu Fan also drew out the rage of the sea god, crackling with thunder. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Li Ruoshi was alarmed, realizing that the 3 were under Siren's illusion and had already regarded her as an enemy. "Brother Fan! Sister Barbara! Sister Ruoyan! Wake up! I am Ruoshi, I am Ruoshi." But no matter how she called, it was as if the 3 could not hear her, inching closer to Li Ruoshi step by step. Siren's face was filled with excitement as she shouted loudly, "Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!" Li Ruoxi's expression grew increasingly tense. She knew that if she could not find a way to awaken Chu Fan and the others, everyone would die. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the flute she was holding. Brother Fan said that this flute would have different effects with different tunes. But I have no sheet music. There's no choice, if I can only try the tunes I learned before. I hope it works. At this point, Chu Fan was already less than 3 meters away from Li Ruoshi, and she could even feel the killing intent emanating from the tip of the sea god's rage. Brother Fan, I must save you. With this thought, Lee Ruashi quickly moved her position while rapidly recalling her memories. Which tune should I use? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lee Ruashi as she recalled a very classic tune from her past life. Yes, this is it. The sea breeze swept across the deck, carrying with it a salty mist. Dressed in white, Lee Ruashi suddenly found herself at the bow of the ship with nowhere else to retreat. Since retreating was not an option, she would go all out. She leaned against the ship railing, holding the flute horizontally, her fingertips dancing over the holes. Suddenly, a clear flute sound broke through the air, playing the tune of The Sea Laughs. With just one note, the three who had been relentlessly pursuing Lee Ruashi suddenly trembled, standing frozen in place. Lee Ruaxi's heart leaped with joy, for it was indeed effective. Siren seemed to be shaken by the flute sound, as well, letting out an extremely unpleasant cry. "Oh no, kill her quickly." But the flute sound did not stop, instead its rhythm quickened. The initial notes resounded like shattered jade tossed into the waves, gently rippling through the twilight. Then it transformed into a vastness resembling the wail of a mast during a storm or the cries of gulls soaring over the reefs. The sound of the tide echoed in the distance, but the flute melody rose higher and higher, turning the five tones into the essence of rivers and lakes. The notes of gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu became the sharp blades of vengeance, each stroke revealing the carefree spirit of a fisherman. As the last remnants of sound mingled with the starlight and fell towards the sea, the entire ocean seemed to be brewed into fine wine by the flute sound, irresistible in its intoxication. As the song concluded, Lee Ruashi saw the eyes of the three across from her seemingly regain their clarity, and her heart surged with joy. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lu Ruan giving her a signal. Lee Ruashi was taken aback. While she was still pondering its meaning, she saw Chu Fan and the others charging at her once again. "Kill!" Chu Fan let out a furious roar. Siren let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha, you still lost to me, go die." Chu Fan suddenly leaped, thrusting the rage of the Sea King towards the stunned Lee Ruashi. Siren excitedly licked her lips as if she could already envision Lee Ruashi being stabbed to death by her beloved man on the spot. "Die, die, die, all of you die." At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Fan, who had leapt high into the air, suddenly vanished, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, disappearing without a trace. The sea, which Siren, stunned at the scene, suddenly felt enveloped by an aura of death. In a moment of panic, she flapped her wings, her stunning visage turning particularly sinister. At that moment, thick fog surged around her. "Not good, she's trying to escape." Lee Ruashi shouted urgently. Just then Barbara scoffed coldly, "Humph, she won't get away." A hint of disdain and contempt leaked from her voice. She swiftly formed a complex hand seal in the air, murmuring, "Bind." As her words fell, a miracle occurred. Two gigantic and sturdy vines suddenly sprouted from the previously. These vines, as if alive, grew and stretched at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they entwined around the body of the sea, which like two ferocious giant pythons. The sea, which was bound so tightly that she could hardly move, only able to emit a series of roars and struggles. No. At this moment, Chu Fan, who had vanished without a trace, suddenly reappeared like a ghost without any warning. He still maintained his attacking stance, but his target had now become the suddenly appearing sea witch. Chu Fan shouted, "Lightning activation." In an instant, a lightning bolt thick as a thumb burst forth from his body like a silver serpent. This bolt of lightning surged forth at an astonishing speed, striking the sea witch directly. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the sea witch was struck hard by the lightning, letting out a piercing. Her body trembled violently, and the once powerful aura instantly became weak. Following that, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from her mouth, splattering on the deck and forming a horrifying pool of blood. The severely injured sea witch could no longer support her body and fell heavily onto the deck with a crash. This scene unfolded rapidly, and only then did Lee Ruashi regain her senses, unable to help but cry tears of joy. "Brother Fan, you scared me to death, I thought." Chu Fan tenderly patted her head. If it weren't for Lee Ruashi, this time the Sea King would likely have suffered a total defeat. Barbara also smiled affirmatively, saying, "Ruashi, we owe it all to you this time." Her training relied on meditation, making mental attacks particularly deadly for her. However, this was also related to her insufficient level. Once she reached the heavenly rank, she would be immune to such low-level mental illusions. Lu Ruoyan also expressed her lingering fears, saying, "I didn't expect Ruax's abilities to be of such great help." Hearing the praises, Lee Ruashi smiled and replied, "It's nothing, I'm just glad I could help everyone." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Lee Ruashi exclaimed, "Oh no, sister hasn't woken up yet." Only then did everyone remember that Lee Ruoyan was still unconscious nearby. Chu Fan grabbed the barely conscious Siren and coldly asked, "What happened? What did you do to Ruoyan?" The siren, who was already on the brink of death, suddenly let out an extremely unpleasant laugh. That voice sounded like it came from hell, sending chills down one's spine. She has fallen into an illusion and cannot extricate herself. You cannot save her. Even if she doesn't die, she will never wake up again. Hearing this, Chu Fan's brow furrowed tightly. The sea, which seemed like a fanatical heretic, it would be extremely difficult to confront such a person. However, neglecting Li Ruoyan was both emotionally and logically unjustifiable. At this moment, Barbara suddenly said, "I'll give it a try." Chu Fan asked in confusion, "Do you have a way?" Barbara's face turned serious as she replied, "After my awakening, I mainly have 3 skills. One is healing, the second is the binding technique I just used, and the third is temporarily altering others' memories." Chu Fan was taken aback. He didn't expect Barbara's abilities to be so astonishing. Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, "Barbara, that third skill of yours must be a forbidden technique, right? It must carry significant risks, doesn't it?" Upon hearing Lu Ruoyan's words, Chu Fan also realized. Techniques or arts that were incredibly powerful often led to great chaos if there were no restrictions. Thus, such high rewards would inevitably come with high risks. Therefore, Barbara's technique that could alter others' memories would certainly have a considerable price to pay, as Lu Ruoyan suggested. "My dear, please tell me honestly, what are the consequences of using such a technique?" Seeing the solemn expressions of the 3, Barbara knew this was something she could not hide, and thus decided to be frank. "Indeed, as Ruoyan said, using this technique will cause my cultivation to temporarily decline, but it's fine as long as I return to the One Leaf Zen realm to meditate. For a while, I can recover." Lu Ruoyan's eyes glimmered as she asked, "That can't be all. Are there other issues?" Chu Fan felt that Barbara's words were not yet finished, and solemnly said, "My dear, if saving Run requires too great a price from you, we will seek other methods. But I absolutely do not allow you to sacrifice yourself to save her." Saying this, he glanced at Li Ruoxi beside him, and added, "Ruoxi, this may sound cruel to your sister, but I hope you can understand." Li Ruoxi forced a smile, and said, "I understand." Barbara quickly reassured, "Don't worry, it will be fine, and mainly because my current cultivation is too low. The memories I can alter are very limited, so the backlash risk is not high." Although Barbara spoke lightly, everyone still felt a bit uneasy. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan suddenly said, "Barbara, if it's not about altering memories, but just temporarily reading this monster's memories, wouldn't the backlash be much less?" Barbara considered and replied, "Theoretically, that should be the case." At this time, the aura of the sea, which was becoming increasingly dim, Barbara urged, "Hurry, time is of the essence. We can't hesitate any longer, otherwise Ruoyan may truly be lost." Chu Fan understood that there indeed was no better option at this moment, so he nodded and said, "All right, my dear, be careful." Barbara nodded, took a deep breath, slightly closed her eyes, and began to chant. A green light burst forth from her brow, rapidly connecting to the sea, which Siren's brow. The sea, which suddenly trembled all over, her eyes glazed over, as if she had lost consciousness. Moments later, the sea, which let out a piercing scream, and her stunning head exploded with a loud bang. Barbara spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura instantly becoming weak. Chu Fan stepped forward in a flash, holding her in his arms, and asked with concern, "My dear, how are you?" Barbara revealed an extremely beautiful smile, and said, I've found a way." Chu Fan looked at her with concern, and asked, "Dear, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Barbara shook her head, and replied, "I'm fine. I didn't expect the sea monster to struggle just before dying, causing me a minor injury. A few days of rest, and it'll be fine." Chu Fan's heart ached as he stammered, "Barbara." Li Ruoxi, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Sister Barbara, thank you." Barbara shrugged and said, "We are partners, so don't say such distant words. Although Ruoyan is your sister, she is also our partner." Li Ruoxi nodded with teary eyes and said, "Yes, we are the best partners." Barbara smiled and quickly added, "By the way, in the sea monster's memory, we have less than an hour left. We need to wake Ruoyan up quickly." Chu Fan hurriedly asked, "How do we save her?" Barbara thought for a moment and said, "In the sea monster's memory, someone must enter the dream world where Ruoyan is and bring her back." Li Ruoxi immediately said, "I'll go." Barbara shook her head and replied, "No, it must be someone Ruoyan wants to see the most right now." Li Ruoxi was surprised and asked, "Isn't the person she wants to see the most me?" Suddenly realizing something, she covered her mouth and said, "Could it be? Could it be that the person she wants to see the most is Brother Fan?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at Chu Fan. He was at a loss, thinking, what does this have to do? Barbara sighed and said in a slightly resentful tone, "Although it sounds a bit absurd, in the sea monster's memory, after being trapped in the illusion, the person Ruoyan thought of the most is indeed Chu Fan." Chu Fan touched his nose, surprised that he was so well liked. However, he wasn't the kind of person to be sentimental, and quickly said, "All right, let me go. I will definitely bring Ruoyan back." Li Ruoxi sobbed, "Brother Fan, you must bring my sister back." "Yes, don't worry, I will do my best." Barbara nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Chu Fan, carry Ruan to the room, and I will help you enter her dream. Chu Fan followed her instructions, picking up the motionless Li Ruan from the floor and walking into the captain's cabin. He placed Li Ruan gently on the bed, while Barbara instructed Li Ruan and Li Ruoxi to wait outside to prevent any enemies from coming. Then she had Chu Fan lie down beside Li Ruan. Are you ready? Chu Fan glanced at Li Ruan lying next to him, noticing her tightly closed eyes and motionless long eyelashes, as if she were in a deep sleep. Sensing a faint fragrance coming from the beautiful girl beside him, Chu Fan nodded and said, I'm ready. Barbara continued, now hold Ruan's hand and close your eyes. Listen, in the dream, you must help Ruan find the answer she most desires in her heart. Only then will you both be able to wake up. Chu Fan felt a bit strange, but still obediently held Li Ruan's delicate hand and closed his eyes. Forest of Dreams, a leaf cycles. The tree of creation reaches the heavens, revealing the true heart. The divine tree as a guide, 1,000 hands as support. Wisdom of the grass god, illuminate my primordial spirit. Great dream of longevity, open. As Barbara chanted the incantation, Chu Fan suddenly felt his eyelids growing heavier, and soon, as if he had been trying to fall asleep for a long time, he peacefully drifted off. Barbara stood up, glanced at Chu Fan, who had already entered the dream, and clenched her fist. Next, it's up to you. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Fan woke up and realized he was standing at the bow of the Sea King. The sky was a deep blue, the sea calm as a mirror, and several seagulls were calling as they flew overhead. Li Ruoyan, dressed in white, was standing at the bow, gazing into the distance. After a moment of daze, Chu Fan understood that he had entered Li Ruoyan's dream. Thinking of this, Chu Fan smiled and called out Ruoyan. Li Ruoyan quickly turned her head and saw Chu Fan with a beaming smile. Feeling inexplicably shy, Li Ruoyan murmured, I didn't expect him to look so good, even in dreams. Chu Fan walked up beside Li Ruoyan and gently asked, Ruoyan, what are you thinking about? Li Ruoyan sensed Chu Fan's presence and softly replied, I must still be dreaming, right? After all, only in dreams would you speak to me like this. Chu Fan was taken aback and asked in confusion, what are you talking about? Li Ruoyan smiled gently and said, it's so nice here, just you and me. How wonderful it would be if this dream could come true. Chu Fan smiled slightly and gently patted her head, saying, you silly girl, what are you thinking? Hurry, come back with me. Without waiting for her response, he grabbed her hand and headed towards the captain's cabin. Li Ruoyan obediently followed Chu Fan, as was her nature. As they walked, Chu Fan suddenly realized that he didn't know how to take Li Ruoyan out. Forget it, I fell asleep in the captain's cabin earlier, let's go there. After making up his mind, Chu Fan led Li Ruoyan to the captain's cabin. Upon entering the captain's cabin, Chu Fan lay down and patted the bed beside him, saying, come here, lie down. Li Ruoyan was stunned, her face immediately turning red. Brother Chu, isn't this inappropriate? Chu Fan replied, what's wrong? Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Li Ruoyan's heart suddenly raced, filled with a mix of shyness and anticipation. She asked, Brother Chu, do you want me to sleep next to you? Chu Fan nodded and said, yes, hurry over. I can't wait. Li Ruoyan's heart was in turmoil. Brother Chu actually wants to sleep with me. Will that lead to pregnancy? Ah, how embarrassing. Too bad this is just a dream. Suddenly, Li Ruoyan, realizing something, froze in place. Oh right, since it's just a dream, what am I afraid of? It's not real, and anyway, Brother Dream wouldn't know. With her resolve firm, Li Ruoyan obediently laid down beside Chu Fan. He took her small hand, making her heart race almost to the point of bursting. Finally, she gathered her courage and hugged Chu Fan tightly. Brother Chu, I like you. Since it's just a dream, let me love you well. Can you kiss me? Chu Fan was taken aback by this request, but remembered Barbara's words about helping Li Ruoyan find the answer in her heart. He was afraid that refusing would lead to bad consequences. Thinking that since this was just a dream, it wasn't a big deal, Chu Fan nodded and said, all right. As he spoke, he pulled the beautiful girl beside him into an embrace and leaned down to kiss her. After a long while, they parted. Li Ruoyan's face was as red as a ripe apple, but her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Since it's just a dream, let's go a little crazier. By the way, how did the movie from that night go?